The journey to London can end here for some, but also today it could be their way to the big smoke. Making it to this city, making it to this arena is what these teams are aiming to do, but some of them have a longer journey ahead of them, and it certainly isn't going to be easy looking at the road that they could be having to follow. I got Pimp and Vu with me as always to kick things off this morning. How we doing, Pimpy?
Goody, goody. It's a beautiful morning in Copenhagen. Weather to to the biggest of my surprise, it's actually good. You know, it's kind of hot outside. I saw the sun this morning as well, so everything's good so far.
T-shirt weather.
It's T-shirt weather. Yeah, exactly.
It's great.
Polo weather, I guess.
It's great.
Yeah,
great
you missed the memo, Pimp, man.
Sorry, you could have told me.
I know, yeah, we should actually communicate better with Pimp. You know, he's too busy running around, doing an Ironman, doing anything else. Actually, are you exercising much at the moment, or are you chilling?
I'm exercising less, so instead of 15 hours a week, we're down to 7 or 8.
Oh, good. This is more normal.
Yeah.
There we go. Full energy to Counter-Strike, Vu.
I, for one, exercise 30 hours a week.
30
you gotta
hours
get it
a week?
together. You gotta get it together.
Running around in Counter-Strike doesn't count.
Okay, then maybe like 20 minutes a week.
It massively changes from real life to Counter-Strike. But let's get to the Counter-Strike. Let's have a look at our results that came in from yesterday. Because I would say no real surprises. Once again, there were some moments in here. Let's start by looking at the game we covered the beginning of yesterday. Mouse taking on Imperial. A little pocket pick coming in there.
Yeah, if anything, Mouse obviously got the win, and that's what matters the most. But they also exposed themselves to be kind of weak on overpass. We didn't quite know where they were at, but lack of practice, a lot of traveling, and I guess we saw the consequences of that yesterday, Wu. If anything, Mouse won the game, that's fine, but they showed to the rest of the world that overpass, that's something you can pick against.
But if we pretend overpass doesn't exist,
Here
and they
we go.
look pretty good. They look pretty... I mean, the reality is we've got Mouse, we've got Vitality, we've got a lot of teams that have played a lot recently, struggling on overpass. It's not that big of a surprise. They go into map 2, map 3. We question Vitality because they didn't close it out effectively. Mouse closed it out effectively.
Well, you know who didn't close anything out and couldn't get themselves to win? It's Liquid against G2, because, guys, this is something where I'm really starting to worry. I have a lot of concerns around Liquid.
Starting to worry.
No, but before you gave me the expectations, oh, they did good against Vitality, so, you know, I was expecting more here. This was bad.
Bad is an understatement. This was unbelievable. To be fair, G2 played a really great game, but that's not the Liquid we need to be seeing if we want to see them not get thrown into VRS hell, which is the cliff they're staring down right now.
Yeah, I agree. G2 played one hell of a game. Liquid, though, almost getting close versus Vitality. I guess that's not worth anything these days, and I'm glad we got that confirmed.
Yeah, these VRS point problems is going to continue for Liquid, and they're going to have to be fighting now from the lower bracket. On the other side, though, we got Spirit taking on FlyQuest, and I'll be honest, right? It's online. Maybe I thought it'd be slightly better for FlyQuest, but no, it's still Spirit doing what Spirit does best. It doesn't matter where they are in the world. It doesn't matter if they've got Zontix or Tanir or someone else just they might want to throw into the mix. They're going to win.
I feel for FlyQuest. I feel like we've seen this matchup before during Blast events.
Yeah,
where
we did.
it's just game over before it's even begin. Whether Donk is going to have a 2.0 rating or 1.8, that's the biggest question.
I mean, it doesn't need to be Spirit against FlyQuest. It's Donk is on one side of the server, FlyQuest is on the other. FlyQuest is going to lose. It's just the reality of it. Donk is just too good.
It's a harsh reality, but it's probably what they expected as well. They've got to fight their way through the lower bracket now. On the last game of the day, though, this probably was the most interesting game because Furia, we started to praise them a little bit more in here, but Legacy did give them a challenge.
Put up a fight, you know, a nice domestic lineup between the two. I think Legacy have raised a lot of eyebrows as of late. Obviously, during the major, there was the breakthrough when they beat Vitality and got far into the tournament. Furia continued to trend upwards. I don't know if I want to say it out loud, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think Legacy's run during the major was a bit of a fluke, and I think we're getting to see more and more signs of that being the case.
I don't know if I'd call it a fluke, but it was the win against Vitality on Inferno. Might call that one a little fluky.
M80 beat Vitality on one map as well. If M80 can do it, anyone in the world can do it.
I do like what I see from the Legacy team. I don't know if you're going to see them have that same sort of major run. I think you're right. It's not something they're going to consistently find, but they're a really entertaining team. I'm happy with Furia. Furia right now have the best T side in the top 20.
Ooh.
Great team. I just want to see more from Furia right now.
Well, they want to see more as well. They want to get more events going to them and hope to get themselves to London. Certainly a team with a chance in there. But let's take a look at what games we've got coming your way today. Now, we'll start at the bottom, the games in the evening. These are games that can get you that spot over in London. We've got FaZe going up against NAVI, but I would say Navi's quite a massive favorite in that one, considering FaZe's current level. Maybe they can show something different. Then we got GamerLegion versus Vitality. That one, I'm not sure if it can get spicy or not. We've seen what Vitality can deliver. Then we've got Virtus.pro going up against M80. And, well, M80, if they can show up like they did against Vitality, they could certainly beat the current VP and the form they're in. But we are going into looking at ECSTATIC versus Fnatic. That's the opening game here. Here is the group as it stands right now. And remember, this game is going to be an elimination game. So the pressure is at the highest. These two teams know each other very well. And this is where things get interesting.
Very, very interesting. We get to eliminate teams. My favorite day of the week. We get to send people home. I just want to see the guys who can actually stand up and withstand the pressure to move on, and those who can't, go out.
I wish we had you on the cast for this one. That would be great.
Which one of the two?
I think ECSTATIC Fnatic is the game I would much prefer you on, but VP M80. Actually, I changed my mind. I want to see trash North American Counter.
Exactly.
Yes, that's what I want to see.
Pimp has to do a VP game. I think that should be in his contract.
I've already done one.
No, that's it. You need to do one every time they're playing.
All right.
Every VP game, we put Pimp on there.
Put him on for one map.
Looking at this, right, when we're looking at the whole ECSTATIC taking on Fnatic, this is quite an even matchup, and these guys know each other very well. They've got past experience.
Yeah, they faced a couple of times already throughout the year, and they find themselves in the same landscape, stuck in tier 2, tier 3 hell, where they're trying to fight their way out of it, trying to show us and the rest of the world that they should get more invited to some of the big tournaments like this one. I haven't seen a lot from either team. I think they're fairly consistent in keeping that spot, being the gatekeeper of tier 3, going fine to some of these online tournaments, beating each other domestically, but I don't see any signs that neither of these teams are on the cusp of a breakout.
I wish I could say you were wrong, but gatekeeper of tier 3, I think, is the perfect way to put it. I mean, ECSTATIC and Fnatic, they both look good when you put them online. They have sometimes you can see them getting upset into the top 20, but once you face them off against a top 15, top 10 team, they're just not finding any consistent results. They just don't have, honestly, the firepower to really deal with that. This is the type of opposition both of them need to prove themselves against in this game to kind of, maybe we need another step forward to the top 25. You're not really going to see them in the top 10.
But looking at this Fnatic team, right, there's some players who are on the rise throughout their career. There's other players who should be able to lift a team like this up, right? Crims, okay, he's just the staple player there for Fnatic forever, never going to leave. His career will definitely end here. But BlameF, when he at least came in, I thought, okay, he's the one that can help them rise back up to form, and yet we're still in this really weird situation where they're not quite doing it.
It is a bit of a weird one, especially mentioning BlameF, right? He's a star player. He's a star capacity when in Fnatic, and I do think, with all due respect, that BlameF could play on a team that is significantly better. The problem for him is he probably signed a long-term contract thinking he could bring Fnatic out of tier 3 into tier 2, maybe into tier 1. Hasn't been the case. I look at the Fnatic lineup, I look at BlameF, and I look at the lack of impact from some of these players as well. To me, it's a team of leftovers, There's a lot of leftover players right here, players that were on the cusp of making it to better teams. BlameF is a great example, have been in great teams over the course of his career, heroic complexity, his time in Astralis as well, but he seems to be kind of stuck in Fnatic, and I think that's the same for Cypher as well. Was once praised to be the next big thing coming out of the UK, haven't really seen that. And then Crims, Mr. Consistency, I guess, but now he's just consistently average, which is not gonna get them out of tier 3.
I don't think we should be putting BlameF on the same level as Cypher and Crims, because I think Cypher's here for a reason, Crims is here for a reason. BlameF, it's about the implication, okay? Because we really think he should be, statistically, he's like a top 20 rated player. You look at him play, he hits amazing shots, he has so many things going, but nobody seems to want to take him off of a Fnatic. Everyone forgets. When was the last time you saw someone talking about BlameF deserves a better team? That's conversation doesn't happen. There must be a reason.
Yeah, I'll start that conversation. BlameF deserves a better team, and I think I think you're right. I think part of the reason is that he's just on the cusp. He's not under a contract with Fnatic, and if you're any other team out there, no, you're probably not willing to spend a lot of money on BlameF. But I bet you, if he was a free agent, then there would be teams willing to pick him up, especially in this day and age of Counter-Strike, where money is kind of tight in a lot of organizations. So no, I don't think he's valuable enough right now to buy him out and spend a lot of money on. But if he become a free agent at some point when Fnatic is done wasting his time, I'm sure he'll find a better team.
Fnatic's done wasting his time, so you think there is no hope for this? There's no saving him?
I mean, maybe you can try to build a team around him, which has been the case now for a year, but I don't think they have the attraction power in getting the talent needed in order to get out of tier 3.
I mean, Matisse was the savior, and where'd he go? He's gone. So without Matisse, this team is floundering. They're lost.
Well, looking on the other side, it's an interesting matchup in the teams of looking at the IGLs. Fear on the Fnatic side, TMB on the ECSTATIC side in here. Fear right now, if we just quickly look at him, he's in a situation where obviously he went from speaking his native language now to an English-speaking team. Now he can't find any consistency with it as well. He doesn't have the same kind of players around him, with this extra motivation to go and do well. I don't know what he can do at this point because everything's constantly changing around.
Yeah, it's tough for Fear. Obviously, I was hoping he could do a bit more in the Fnatic jersey. Going up against TMB, I think both of these players have some similar histories in the sense that they struggle to put up the individual output that you'd like to see when you're playing Tier 3. If you want to make the next move as an in-game leader, there's two ways of doing it. Either you take your team and you move them into Tier 2, Tier 1 by playing some tactical sound Counter-Strike. I don't see that happening on either side. Or you have individual output where you be like, okay, if you're a decent caller, you're a decent fragger, maybe you can bring it to the next level. I think both Fear and TMB right now are stuck in the same scenario.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Fear, he comes from Passion UA. We were talking about him as a fragging IGL. He had a lot going for him. He joins Fnatic. Maybe it is the change into English that's the problem because his fragging has fallen off a cliff, nowhere to be found. It needs to be better.
It does need to be better, but let's find out how he's finding it. Or we caught up with him a little bit earlier. Fnatic has not really stabilized since you guys have joined, right? Because obviously there's been a lot of other player changes. Now you've got Cypher after losing Matties as well. Is it difficult to find the consistency for you and like how to use your players, how to use your pieces?
Yes, to be fair, we were surprised because that was our last day of vacation and we got news that G2 buy out him.
Yeah.
And that was a bit X-Factor moment because we need to instantly find a new player. And of course, for Agile, it's hard when you changing people. You don't have a consistent lineup. It's hard, yes.
And how far away do you think we are from seeing the best version of Fnatic? Because obviously with all these changes, getting ready, learning everything again, like what amount of time do you need?
It's hard to say because it's hard to answer. I mean, we're playing okay, but we have a lot of space to improve. Even this match versus NAVI was fine for me. We have our chances, and we just didn't convert as a team.
It's really tough for them right now, and also not knowing you're going to lose a player like that so quickly, and then having to kind of have a knee-jerk reaction. That's not great. That's
not great, and I don't know if it's his English that makes it sound maybe bad in a way, and I don't want to hold that up against Fnatic if that not being the case, but you were aware that Natus most likely was going to be sold. Like, he was being poached, he was too good to be in Fnatic. There was a case that G2 came in and he did. If you're Fnatic and you haven't prepared for that scenario, lining up 2 or 3 other players you could then go after, instead of making it sound like you had on the day to now we have to go out and find a new player, we don't know what's going to happen, etc., etc. That's just his poor management, to be completely honest, at this level.
I mean, there's a reason that Fnatic, if you look at their Wikipedia, their last relevant trophy is from 2019. This team has just kind of let themselves go down and down and down. And honestly, Blame F is kind of their savior. If they didn't have Blame F, what would this team be? This would be 75-year-old Crims with Fear, Cypher, just a mishmash of not great tier 2 players, but okay, decent names. You've heard of them. That would be Fnatic right now. That's not the Fnatic we wish we remembered from 2015 when we saw them winning trophies. That Fnatic is dead. They're gone.
Yeah, Fnatic seems to be focused on other games and other terrible FPS titles, which has cost them their CS legacy in that sense. But let's start looking at ECSTATIC in this one and some positives, because this is a full Danish lineup trying to make their way into it. That result was very interesting against FaZe, considering they got 13-0 at the same time, but they could have won that series. It's kind of a wild one. But the most interesting player to me on this roster, Pimp, and tell me if I'm wrong, looks like it's Nut.
Yeah, best name in the game, to be completely honest. I absolutely love it. He's one of the few young prospects coming out of Denmark right now where there may be some potential. It's not a secret that Danish Counter-Strike is going the route of Fnatic, I guess, you know, and we're becoming less and less relevant. We don't have a lot of talent coming up. We don't have the talent pool we used to. We don't have the flagship team anymore in Astralis that used to do so well, and it does feel like that's crippled down even to Tier 2 and Tier 3. Nut is one of the few players where I look towards his age, I look towards where he could improve and get better, and I look to where he's at today, where there may be some potential. It's not a new device, it's not a new Stown, it's not a new top tier owner, but I think he's decent.
When we're looking at Danish Counter-Strike now, I kind of think of this team, ECSTATIC, is almost like Mad Lions, but without Hunden. They're missing that person to lead the ship, to develop these younger players, to bring a Nut onto the scene. I think Nut has a lot of promise. I still want to see him show a little more consistency against top 50, top 30, top 20 teams. He seems to disappear a little bit against those oppositions, but he is one for the future. And if he had an IGL that developed him, not to disrespect TMB, I think he's a solid in-game leader, but he's no Hunden. You know, we don't have that in the Danish scene
You just
anymore.
gave me an idea. Let's crowdfund the salary of Glaive, put Glaive in towards the static, let him be the Hunden of this lineup, and start develop the new talent.
I like that idea.
Yeah, it's just expensive.
Pip's going to go and look for some Danish investment to see if he can make this project work for the Ecstatic side, and I'm going to speak to Nut as he was talking about the FaZe game. Nut. Ecstatic played a great overpass and got the win versus FaZe. Then sadly got 30-0'd on Dust 2, but you did get it to overtime on the third and final map of Inferno. Did that game feel like a roller coaster of emotions for you?
It definitely did. I would say on overpass, it was a nice game all the way through, even though we were down like 5-10, I think. I feel like we had it in the bag because we have seen some anti-strat and we didn't think they looked that good on the T side, so we kind of knew we would like win, I think.
Okay.
And then on the Dust 2, I don't know, we just got totally wrecked. And we even, when it was halftime, you know, the 3-minute break, we just started laughing for like a minute. I don't know. We were just like in shock before we got totally destroyed. And then the Inferno came, ups and downs. We got some good rounds and also lost some pretty sad ones. But yeah, it was a roller coaster of emotions, definitely.
And did you learn some stuff, manage to take some stuff away from this game, considering obviously it's an official facing a team like FaZe?
It was, to be honest, I thought I would be more like, what should I say, like nervous coming into the game, but I actually didn't feel nervous at all. I feel like the gap in that game, they also, you know, it was their debut game with Jacob, but I feel like the skill level wasn't that big. So I don't know. It was I found out that there maybe isn't like that big of a step to like tier 1.
There we go.
And that can be something very positive for your mental as well, you know, like you're not that far away.
No, I like that, and I think he's right on. You know, I think right now, obviously, it's the time to beat FaZe, given everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But not, you know, you keep up that mentality, keep up that energy. Don't feel nervousness and realize that he's not too far away from making that next step.
Yeah, I mean, if you ignore the 13-0, if you just forget that completely.
You were ignoring a lot of stuff today, man.
They laughed it off.
I mean, if you take that out of your mind, they did have a solid series. The unfortunate thing, I think, is that was FaZe playing down to their opposition. Jacob playing his permaban, playing spots he's not used to. That's not the FaZe you normally see. I think that's the Ecstatic you normally see. They played some solid CS, they had things going, but they just can't make that next step firepower-wise to beat a team like FaZe.
Well, I think it's only one thing we need to do right now. Let's get into the veto. Now, the question I have here, guys, is do you expect some changes given the fact that they've played each other so much?
That's a change right there. Ecstatic banning Dust 2. Usually they ban Mirage. I thought they might float it, but then the game we saw from Fnatic against NAVI kind of looked like, okay, Fnatic are actually pretty solid on Mirage. Okay. Ecstatic's a team that will float Mirage if they're playing someone that can't play it well. And Fnatic doesn't look like the greatest Mirage team. So you're looking at this where they ban Dust 2. Fnatic, you have to assume they pick Mirage.
You have to assume they'll pick Mirage and try to use it as a bit of a punish. That's not going to be the case, though. Ancient coming in as the pick for Static, so it could still be Mirage coming in for Fnatic.
Trainer Dust 2.
Trainer Dust 2. The thing is, they played 3 times already in this year, and they played 5 maps against each other, right? So they're willing to gamble it out. They're willing to try new stuff against each other, and as you said, already willing to change the first ban as well.
Yeah, when you look at the last series they played, the last 2 series, it was Ecstatic picking Train and losing Train. So of course they want to go away from that. Fnatic go for the Mirage pick. That's what you're looking for. Ancient from Ecstatic. Fnatic don't look great on Ancient. The question is, where does it go map 3? Because it seems like it probably has to end up on Train.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad call, to be completely honest, and I don't think that'll be bad for Ecstatic. I know they lost a couple of times, but it is a map they played at a very high level. They're also floating it now, so they're giving the option to Fnatic to pick Train if they want to as a third deciding map, and that is going to be the case. No overpass, Train as a handshake. I think that lines up to be this Tier 3 Gatekeepers duke out, you know. Let's see who's actually the real king of Tier 3.
And also, right, they're facing elimination. The pressure is at its highest, but also at the same time, Ecstatic had their CAC spot stolen away by the boys on Fnatic in a very important game last time. So they've handled this kind of situation better. Could that be a factor?
It could be recency. It was just a couple of weeks ago as well where Fnatic beat him, but I think so much can change from day to day in Counter-Strike. And I'll agree with you. If we ignore Dust 2, ECSTATIC did play well in the first game.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, you look at their last game, ECSTATIC saw what happened in their last 2 matchups. They won the 1 series, but that was Fnatic right after picking up Cypher. So now they go for the change in the veto. I think they are taking the loss really effectively. They've come in with a different idea, a different strategy. Maybe they caught Fnatic off guard and they have some anti-strats for them. I really like this for ECSTATIC.
Well, we'll see how it goes very soon, but I've got to remind you guys at home that you can use the simulator on Blast.tv. The simulator gives you opportunity to guess who's going to win these games, see how it could pan out, and see who might be making it to London. So play around with that. Then we're going to a break, and guess what? When we come back, it's time for ECSTATIC taking on Fnatic. We'll see you in a few.
This is London!
Hey guys, we are at Culture Clubhouse and we're gonna watch some Counter-Strike clips.
Again to keep mouths going.
I know this clip.
I don't remember this clip.
You don't remember? It was insane.
He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on. Oh!
We still lost this map. I think it's after the game I was shocked why we lost this. I don't.
You lost this map
Yeah, we lost this map.
after this.
And I was full shocked. How we lost this?
That's a little bit unfortunate, otherwise maybe going to try some rhythm pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up that one. Oh, no!
We just came to this tournament. I don't remember. We were like top 10 or top 15 team in the world. Nobody expect us to win this, and it was crazy because we just win every game, and it was crazy. For me, all these moments, all these clutches, it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, we came to this tournament with big expectations, you know.
Yeah.
But we weren't in the good shape back in the days, you know, for this tournament. So yeah, we collapsed in quarterfinals.
Yeah, but
in your minds.
Your game against Furia was crazy because, you know, Simple showing middle fingers to the crowd, some fans spitting on you or something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
He can actually save. He probably feels like there's presence in the B-bomb site, but the clutch is on.
Oh, that smoke, it catches the rail, and that's a little bit unfortunate. Otherwise, maybe going to try some rhythm pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up
I think for a whole CS community, this moment is not like 10 out of 10. I think they're gonna put like 5 or 6 points. But for me, because I was here, I was there, I was feeling this, for me it's 10 out of 10 for sure.
No, for me, bro, it's like 3 maximum, you know.
Okay. It's enough. Thank you for coming to the Culture Clubhouse. Next time I will bring Jane.
This game is very important, and ECSTATIC very nice opponent. They have a lot of ideas, and it's not easy to prep versus them. But we'll try our best. Like you said, we play them before, we win, so we feel comfortable.
We need to hype each other up because we are a really good team when we hype each other up. Not so great of a team if the mood is down and stuff like that. So we just need to bring the hype today, and then we'll win.
I am ecstatic for this Fnatic game, Hugo. I think we're in for a bit of a treat. Not only is the name funny again, which is always nice, but some history between these squads, some recent history, right, going head-to-head for that CSC spot that the desk were talking about. And on top of that, we get to see Nut again, which is always a treat. That's really the bread and butter of this matchup for me.
Well, yeah, it was at least in the Liquid game back at Bounty, but let's see if we have any more madness in this one. Train is making an appearance if we go the distance in this series, but right now, we're looking at elimination, Harry. Both these teams coming through, playing top dogs inside of their group to start off their run here to London, and we have one more Brit remaining here in this game to see if he can make that lower bracket dream run. It's not going to be easy, even getting through ECSTATIC with that familiar history, that recent matchup. But Fnatic have done it before. Let's see what we've got here. Ancient, Mirage, Train. ECSTATIC on the T side to start off. A lot of ideas, a lot of game tape, but still a team that's struggling to break into the top echelons of CS. Maybe this run could be their way.
Okay. It's not perfect for Cypher. Could have got out with a little bit more. And that spillover in a B is not stopped by Fnatic. Chance for the plant now.
Smoke is such a problem. Yeah. How do you get through? We took Maui Snake off the desk for this one because Christo was playing. It's kind of just a mutual thing. But he does come through with 2 kills in this pistol, and as soon as you see that smoke in CT spawn, Crim's knows his chance of winning this round is out the window. They back up to play that bomb. No kit, no chance here for Crims. Just running in, looking for the kill. He's going to clear him. Oh, not properly, though. Nice shot for Crims. He's still got it, but he's not got the time.
Well, I think it's a little premature on the he's still
back.
Got it.
He's back, Harry. It's 2015 all over again.
Yeah, he's lost the pistol round.
I just meant it was a nice shot. That's
it was
all.
a nice shot.
Yeah.
And we have to respect Crims.
Yeah, damn right, Harry. That's what I've been saying. All pistol. 2 teams that are grinding right now, Harry.
Yeah.
Trying to just bish, bash, bosh their way through these very difficult online games, these qualifiers, trying to make it to LAN, trying to prove themselves against top teams. 2 teams that are side by side in the world rankings on VRS, 32 and 31. Oh, sorry, 32 and 33. Fnatic 1 above. So who's he going to be today?
I do think the Fnatic team comp is actually pretty cool in the current day. I'm kind of excited to see Blame F play again, which, you know, I haven't got to watch all too much. Been a while since we've had Bleem
8th. There he goes. Oh, Bleemo.
Oh, Bleem. He's bleamed him. When Bleem F rose up and said it's Bleeming time, and he bleamed all over ECSTATIC, that was the highlight of this game.
I remember that.
Do you know? But you know, someone who we saw kind of depart from the top levels of CS, have to rebuild inside of this Fnatic team.
How's that gone for him?
Oh, we'll see. We couldn't withhold judgment, Hugo.
Oh, I know. I'm just asking you. Sorry.
And then
you felt attacked by that question.
For Jambo and Fear, you have 2 of these pieces from that, you know, Passion UA project and whatnot that actually had some pretty convincing performances. Jambo was a lights out player. If you think back to that miracle run,
come on, get him,
during Shanghai. And then Cypher, British boy, to tie it all together.
Yeah, major quarterfinalist, Harry. British boy, major quarterfinalist is how you should be introducing
People
that
still
guy.
Call Mezzi British player, and he's won a major,
Yeah,
bro.
I know,
So
I'm just saying.
you know,
Major quarterfinalist, Harry. Put some respect on the name. But jokes aside, I mean, yeah, I think for me the most interesting part of this team was Jambo, just because he was an absolute carry on that Passion UA team and some of the games he gave us.
You remember that D round?
Major. Yeah, the
you remember
Ninja.
the Jambo D, the Jambo Ninja?
Yeah, the D-Gay, some AWP rounds, just some incredible moments. And it was a big buy for Fnatic as well, but can't say he's really hit the ground the same way since joining this team. But this is a level matchup where Fnatic feel like favorites just off of name value. Whether that shows up today is a big question. ECSTATIC have had a solid roster for a while now, whereas Fnatic have been making those recent changes, bringing in Cypher. Got a crossfire here in the cave. ECSTATIC coming in. Cypher peaks early, gets ahead of himself, and Anale, 11 health. They can cover him as well on the fallback. Fear able to snipe one out and retreat. Molly comes in, 50 seconds. They're still surrounding B. They want to spread their wings. ECSTATIC moving over to middle. Fnatic have read this. Gamble coming in, but have they? They've read it wrong, Harry. And so reset through the spawn as Fnatic clear mid, giving up B entirely. Fear's going to start to go back. Timing is all right here for Fnatic, getting back in to play retake on B.
Jambo alongside him. So they will get a bit of a defense kind of put together here. It's stuck on the extremities. No smokes to block off these angles, though, so ECSTATIC are going to be fighting every step of the way. There's TMB and Christo putting the pressure on Jambo over at long. TMB actually plays for the space. Fear does a very good job to deny that. That will keep the route open to this retake. Nut. The goat, some call him. Sat pretty on this bomb. He's got Christo holding the cross. He's just trying to waste some time here. Firing off to keep the pressure on, trying to bait them into his teammate back in the cave. Fear collects, hell of a round, hell of a retake. Not only stops the long aggro to even keep that round alive, but then goes on to clean up both the remaining players. That's stellar stuff from Fear.
God damn. Felt locked in from that setup. It was super strong, even though the info is going the way of Fnatic. Fear to win both those fights as clean as he does. On 10 health on the last kill. Can't be counting on that. But Fear, fantastic shots of Fnatic on the board early in this game. After giving up B, they come back and stake their claim. ECSTATIC buying back in. Fear aggressive in the cave, not punished despite the flash. It's ECSTATIC who have a lot of players walking up on A right now. Crims in the sight. Blame F. Still eyes on middle. Crims is about to get jump scared. He'll do this scaring. Bomb spotted. They don't commit.
Just reminded me of the crab guy from Monsters, Inc. Mr. Sullivan, is it?
Yeah, well, the boss. What about him?
I know, you just kind of sounded like him. He'll do the scaring.
I'm trying to think of a quote.
Yeah, you won't have any. And Lele waiting over here in mid has kept the back door open. Syrah moving through. There's Fear. And so the scare tactic in mid, a grouping of both players clash. And it's Fnatic to come out ahead. They've got this bomb control and TMB left alone in the clutch. TMB, can he sully this in the 1v3? No, he cannot. Blame F with the late swing. I do keep nearly calling him Bleem. It's the ball.
It's Bleeming through.
Bleem.
Maybe he could rebrand. It's not too late.
Maybe if he's playing good, he's Blame F.
And if he's playing bad, he's Bleem.
Bleem.
Bleem stickers when?
Bleem stickers. Bleem. 1 and 2 right now. Let's take that, Hugo.
You're the one hyping him up, not me. Bleem, though, he hears pistols, Harry, and he comes in. On anti-ecos, he's Bleem. On full buys, he's Blame.
It's kind of like his Golem.
Yes.
Schmeagle versus Golem. Bleem versus Blame.
He's supposed to say, Master. I hear he goes. I don't know. I've watched Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. You know bases.
That's pretty close.
Nah.
Nah?
Why do you sound like a goblin, bro?
He goes.
No, man, this ain't it.
No, it's not
This ain't it, Hugo.
All right, Bleem with a couple more.
Fnatic, let's really screw our heads on here because Fnatic have pulled up into the lead. That's now 3 in a row as they start to take back control here over Ancient.
Full buy coming out for ECSTATIC. Got everything they need, unlike last buy. Tried to go for the A-pop, kind of denied at the door with Crims forcing that peak. Got a lot of damage, so ECSTATIC, maybe a more default route, something towards B to get the nades in. A lot of default utility flying out here at this point. Fear getting aggressive. He's coming through with a flash from middle. It doesn't really stop Anle, who gets away with that kill. The move was made, and the follow-up is there. Cypher able to refrag. Sira comes out from middle to climb up top, but now he's smoked. Oh, watch out. Ooh, Cypher fake reload. Hoping they fall for it.
Oh, it's a fake reload, but with 6 bullets left.
Yeah, not a lot of room for error. He's alone at B again. Fnatic keep leaving this bomb site to go and re-clear middle late, but ECSTATIC in this round are just sitting outside B. That timing missed. Well, Cypher, I think, spotted there. Christo looking for the kill. Execute comes in. Nice shot for Cypher.
All right. Liking what Cypher's bringing to the table right now.
Flank is so well timed. They're in trouble.
Crim's closing in. It's Sira living on borrowed time.
Ooh.
How much more can he borrow? Blame F a little later.
Oh no, 1 health.
Oh, hang on. That Molly's...
Got a 1G'd him there.
Oh, Nut! They need you, Nut!
Save us.
Oh, God! Backed into a corner, they're edging him down, and Nut's finished off. It's a great round for Cypher, put forth 4 kills from him. You've had multiple heroes now show up for Fnatic over towards this B side of the map. You had that huge round from Fear in the retake where he puts up 4. Cypher's now managed a 4K of his own. Fnatic have a couple of individuals hitting hard in key moments in this game, and that's going to keep ECSTATIC on the back foot for some time to come.
B site's closed, mate. Sira mollying himself in the cave. Doesn't make it any easier for ECSTATIC, but Cypher puts down the pain in this buy round. Just what Fnatic needed to push ECSTATIC back to pistols. I'm loving how Fnatic keep leaving B in the mid round and re-clearing middle, and they're getting a lot of info from it as well. Now they start to play more aggressive. Bleem is here. He hears those Tech 9s coming. He runs for the kills in middle. Like, I know it's a meme, but also the 2 anti-ecos, blame goes heaven, you know? And I guess part of that is they're on pistols. They're not going to be able to stop that kind of play, but it is still funny. Nut. Nope.
I won't accept this, Hugo.
What? You think?
You can't pull up with the old, like, when was the last time? When was the last time you deeply analyzed Blame F's gameplay?
I don't know. I've been watching Tier 1.
There you go. That's all I say. So, you know, we can give him the benefit of the doubt.
I know, I'm just laughing at it. Oh, okay, there was something there.
Nearly had us go in there for a moment.
Yeah, he had me in
Dude,
the first
Crims
half.
is looking really activated. This is cool. Crims is hitting hard right now.
Fnatic looking very strong. ECSTATIC, kind of no individual really bailing them out of any round. They are making the right setups. Like, jokes aside on the eco-fragging, they are making the right moves here, Fnatic. They are putting heavy mid-control on the anti-ecos, playing retake B a lot. Now we have another 4-buy, something more standard, perhaps. Blame makes it to Donut. He's been doing this every round. And they've not really tried to take anything from middle. We've not seen Donut or red control from ECSTATIC, so now should be the time that they adapt, because these late B executes have been getting hollowed out by Fnatic. Fear back in cave. Cypher on long. Crim's in a nade, runs away. Oh, that molly is going to have to take some damage, but worth it to get out. Sira taking the red control as well. Jambo with his AWP moves in. Him and Blame trading space. Bomb back to B again. Inquisitive move. They might catch the bomb here. Cypher and Fear moving down the ramp. It's a dangerous setup. It's a committed setup. They will force it as well. Both finding a kill each. Sira and Nut follow up. Red control taken. The bomb can leave, but you got to get through Cypher to do that. He smokes across to the bomb. That's a nightmare for ECSTATIC. Cypher in a very powerful position. Sira is irrelevant at this point because they can't get the bomb back. They have to walk this smoke. Jambo try to help out.
Oh, that's nearly the collateral, man. And Lele, lucky to still be alive here.
Oh, eyes off. Hunting this kill.
Gonna go looking for Jambo first. Maybe thinks there's more of an open route.
Cypher.
Going back, Cypher has to win this one. If he does, he'll have enough time to just put distance between himself and the bomb. Trying to slow them down. That's both players spotted. 12 seconds here. Cypher, this is a crazy bit of positioning. Tucks in close. This leaves him fighting all the way to the very end, and Cypher collects. That play is really not without its risks, but Cypher's got full faith in himself.
Hey, you hit the headshots and makes up for any risk you make in that round. Cypher could have run away and probably gets out, but he doesn't want to do that long run through the spawn and get shot in the back. He wants to die on his terms, taking both kills, stopping that bomb pickup 10 seconds. They needed the frag, and Cypher does not allow. Crazy round for Cypher on the ramp push, goes all the way. And ECSTATIC back to pistols, Blame back to heaven. Break on the smoke, they know he's been here. They want to get that control for free. Smoke will give them some space. Blame goes back to red, not wanting to concede the advantage. B execute coming in.
Oh my god, Cypher just is not missing.
Bro!
Every shot connects! It's no Cypher, no secret! Cypher is hitting hard! That is madness!
Full 5 hold on the B site, and that is not easy. Sure, the spacing is far from perfection. He's able to isolate, get back behind cover. But every single shot, pristine from Cypher. New boy in the Fnatic jersey. Brit in the British organization. Doing Fnatic proud. Oh, bridge too far there. Messy spray on the swing. And again, the reset back to B. But we know Fnatic have been all over mid in the mid round. That heaven smoke is a real problem. Do they challenge it? Bit of spam, but no need to break this. Nothing they can do. And so right now, ECSTATIC could just walk into B. It's only Jambo in position. A lot to cover on his own. I feel like the bomb is going to get caught here. Look at the timing.
Good catch for Nut. That's 2 players scaling up heaven. Ooh. Both dealt with, and TMB's now opened the back door.
See ya.
They don't have to commit into the Jambo AWP if they don't want to, but he's going to try and bring the fight to them. It's this cave line, close on the timing. That bomb will skirt past. They're really hunting this. And Sira's going to be there to collect. So finally, ECSTATIC break back through. Takes them a long time. Fnatic erect quite the defense here in this first half. There's the backbreak round from ECSTATIC, and it's thanks to Nut dealing with that heaven climb up, allowing TMB to go on his swing out in the middle.
I mean, I still think it's a good play for Fnatic, right? They're taking nice fights. They can catch the bomb there. They have to sort of commit because Jambo's alone. ECSTATIC just winning out the important jewels, opens up that rotate out of the B stack. Sira has just been allowed mid-control for the majority of this game. Again, just climbs up heaven, looks to PK from an alternate angle. And while we've seen some man advantage conceded from Fnatic in this position, they move away from that now. Fear playing safe. Oh, Blame. Oh, I felt like he had it there, but Sira doesn't even need to move his mouse. Blame walks right into his crosshair. Block on the B-bomb side for Fnatic. They want to go investigate again. This is classic Fnatic to move back and reclear red, leaving B open. So many of these rounds, if ECSTATIC just went B earlier, they would win out, but they don't know that Fnatic are doing this. And so patiently waiting for maybe another kill to come their way, but Fnatic gather info elsewhere.
I mean, you've already seen, like, in this game, this tendency for Fnatic to go for these, like, Wolfpack clears where they'll group up, they'll go about trying to retake mid-control. And so, yeah, I think that's exactly what ECSTATIC are kind of waiting for in these moments. Plus, every time they've ended B, even though there's been these moments where the site is empty, as far as they're concerned, it hasn't felt that way. You've had a Cypher multi-kill. You've had Fear do the same earlier in the game. Finally, something looks to build here for ECSTATIC right down the end of this first half. Now at the precipice of 2 in a row. After their breakthrough round, they do good on the back of it.
No point to save here. I'd like to see Fnatic just go for it. They've got the money to risk, for the most part. At least throw yourselves in, but feeling unrealistic. Yeah, they were teeing up the idea. Crims jumps back up, he dies. They're out of there. Now it just is unwinnable. So ECSTATIC go hunting, but none of this really makes a big difference. What matters is ECSTATIC finding 4 on the T side. Difference there is before they recommit to the B play in the 5v4, that of which they've had many times, they throw the red smoke and then Fnatic lose all mid info yet again. They're not re-clearing it, they're just spotting from red. Oh my god, Fear. Wow, that's great on exit, that's crazy.
They killed all of them.
That's crazy.
Everyone came hunting, they all died.
And so Fnatic lost full info middle, and then there was only Cypher at B. And that's what opened the runway into the B bomb site there. Huge kill here from Syrah.
Crim's time on Fnatic was a human being, Hugo.
Yeah.
That human being, well, if you're counting just in this one sitting, would be almost 9 years old. But if you're counting total, it would be 11 years old. That's another fun way of saying he's been here a long time.
Yeah, the 2 sittings didn't really work with the metaphor, but...
It wasn't a metaphor.
Oh, okay. He's really been here for 11 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Total. Cypher. Oh my god, dude. Is he gonna get another ace? Don't get another ace.
18 and 4.
Don't get another ace, Cypher. You gotta give him some chance. People can't know British players are actually this good.
Keeping it low key.
Trying to repeat the trajectory. The most famous British player in M80. Cypher in the Fnatic ranks, hitting very, very hard here on Ancient. He is dominating this game.
Cypher wants to go to London, and here in this lower bracket match, Fnatic are making a statement, coming through with an 8-round CT side here on Ancient. It's the first map of the series. Cypher is a 19-4. An absolutely monstrous first half of Counter-Strike. Can he really keep it up?
I'd like to think so. Cypher back in his Paris major form. 19-4.
Flash is awkward.
It was an absolutely unreal first half from him. Nearly 2 aces. We all know he could have had another one if it didn't get stolen.
Going for the B pop here, faking some mid presence. There's only one man on this bomb site, so timing looks good. They're going to have to go through that smoke. The utils all coming in. Julies could be a problem.
And Lele.
Oh, he turned for the decoy.
Oh, no!
That's
Decoyed
sick.
out.
Decoy fake.
Oh, well, you know it's over at this point, man. You just lost to a decoy. Oh, wait, TMB.
Jambo.
And for a second. Over on long, Sierra's regained the control, but now you got to beat the final boss. You've taken down the rest of them. You got to deal with this guy. And Cypher just not missing. Every shot feels destined to hit the head right now. 20-4, walks that 1v1 in the pistol calmly across the finish line.
Dude, 5KD with an ace, with a clutch to get that pistol as well. What more could you want from Cypher right now as the latest addition to this Fnatic roster? He's BC gaming, Harry.
Dude, if you think about it, huge. Fnatic, with a British org, have always been able, thus far, to have the one golden British player on board. They had Mezzy.
They had Mezzy.
They had Mezzy through thick and thin, actually. He undertook a bunch of different roles. They had Smooya back in the glory days.
Glory days? They were glorious days, undeniably. And now they got Cypher.
And now they have Cypher.
Name one more British player.
Well, no. Those are the British players.
Okay, Alex. But, you know.
True. But even then. There's like a whole French situation.
Yeah, okay. We'll write that off.
There.
We'll write that off, sure. Yeah, you can't name one more British player. It's actually impossible.
I could name a couple, but none of them are...
None of them play for Fnatic.
Yeah, none of them play for Fnatic, and none of them are
and then this
terribly
metaphor
relevant
dies.
to this conversation.
Okay.
But the point is, you know, this is Cypher on his Mezzy arc.
Okay. Major when? Soon.
Let's start with getting him to London. Gonna have to battle through this lower bracket if they want to get there, and it will not be an easy task.
Jokes aside, it is a very difficult lower bracket run, right? You're going to have one of FaZe or NAVI still make it down into the lower bracket again. They've already lost to NAVI. They had a good first half of Mirage, but they just fell apart on T-side. So, it's safe to say it's not going to be easy. But right now in this series, it's looking good for Fnatic. One gun round will end this. Pop up the B site. Smoke's a problem. TMB, they're not going to respect it. They've got the execute in. Cypher runs through that smoke. Chambo dead. Good spray transfer from Anley, but he's going to get hounded down by the MAC-10 Fear. He needs more out of ammo. Dancing out. Reload inside of the smoke. Blame F is on the other side of the map. First time.
Oh, Fear was trying to join him. He somehow ended up behind enemy lines with this MAC-10 just doing drive-bys. Oh, God, Fear on his way to a big clutch. It was him who kind of got the ball rolling for Fnatic back in the first half. Let's see if he can do it again now. The fact that he's managed 3 kills on a MAC-10 at range and hasn't sustained a point of damage is a huge red flag, but the backstab and the landing stuck, recovery in for Sierra. ECSTATIC breathe a little easier, stopping Fear on his way to an ace clutch.
That was terrifying, to be honest. Him piecing together that drive-by 3K. No business.
This game's been a lot of fun. I'm liking it.
It's only map 1, Harry.
I hope we get 2 more after this.
ECSTATIC would have to wake up. Cypher's had his 9 AM walk. Fnatic are sprinting for the finish line, 10-5.
thing I like about Cypher is he's like, you know, he's got that like, I believe he's a British gamer. I could see him in a CEX, you know? He's trading in Red Dead Redemption from Xbox.
For
like,
what?
I know, it's always
Nothing.
a scam, innit?
Yeah,
like, you get like £5. Oh, bloody hell, I'm only gonna get £5 for all these games. And that's barely enough to keep the electricity on in the current day. I mean, it is. It just factually isn't. Even the bloody meal deal's gotten more expensive.
Oh, state of the place. Fnatic just going into this B stack. They waited for a kill in middle, but it's been a very B-centric game with not much going on in mid. This is quite a lineup for a flashbang. Into the cave? I don't even know who that blinds, but I trust Fear. TMB in the smoke. Flame breaks it. Perfect break. TMB turn like it's a flash. That was only ever going to be a nade. Exit in now. 20 seconds to get it going.
Yeah, 5v4 little gimmick here to try and claim one back. Boost on the smoke, but Fnatic spot it and spam connects for Jambo.
Hello.
Blame F with a backstab makes this punishing. And his smoke pushes all across the field as Fnatic pull even further into the lead. Series left saving. Oh, and Flame F didn't want to let him have it. Done a lot of damage here. Everyone's hunting. And the only guy actually on the bomb is Jambo.
No.
But Jambo, surely you don't get ninja diffused.
Okay, Jambo, yeah. He's learned. He's the one who diffuses. 11-5.
Jimbo, Jambo, Jongo, Gif Gaff, Josh.
What? Somebody stop this guy. Gonna hold your cough button.
Gif Gaff still a thing, Hugo?
What is that?
There's an internet service provider, I'm pretty sure, in the UK.
Gonna go with no.
Never heard of them in the current day.
Enough of your riffraff, Harry, because Fnatic are about to run this one away.
They're running this one away.
Yep.
Somebody catch them.
ECSTATIC. Not fast enough right now. Even with the full B stack.
Fnatic look Fnatic, but ECSTATIC don't seem ecstatic. They're not happy. This has been a pretty crushing blow on their pick of Ancient. And it might be over very, very quickly.
ECSTATIC's map pick as well doesn't fill you with faith. We know Fnatic have a solid CT side of Mirage shown against NAVI yesterday, even if they did fall apart by the end. One eco for ECSTATIC. Allowing another buy.
Oh, and you're left with your one rifle round that you have to then go flawless in for the remainder of this game. Or you win with USPs.
Oh. Hey, you got the right stack. All of Fnatic moving through the donuts. A main fight, though, gifted over. Cypher is not missing a beat. Takes two with him. And now Fnatic are curious about this stack. They're checking all their corners. They've got the info. Good grenade. Good rush. But Glock is out. VUSP and Fnatic are good to finish this one off. No stress there. So here we go. 7 chances to close this map for Fnatic.
This was the buy ECSTATIC were waiting for. Oh, Playman. He finishes
he got 2
his
chances. Everyone was so blind. Nut's in trouble. In the donut nut. Dead. Probably. Eventually.
No.
Oh, God, fire.
Nothing to do. Cypher will find him. Nearly 30 kills deep at the end of Ancient. Can he keep it going? No, the Christo Orb will stop him in his tracks.
Bomb down.
But don't count out Fear and Crims. Fear's made a bunch of these rounds interesting. Sure, Cypher's hitting incredibly hard, but it was Fear, the first guy to really show up for Fnatic. And he's got the grizzled veteran of Crims in this with him. They've got a smoke for CT as well. Crims might just look to lob this in on the fly. First checks the temple line, doesn't see anything there. Still, he's paranoid regardless. That's because of where the bombs drop. They're expecting ECSTATIC to be playing around this. Fear goes searching out towards the spawn. And that's when the Christo Orb finds him. It's just Crims. Donning the orb now.
Ooh, okay. Will they give it?
Okay. Can Crims take us back to the school of J-Dubs? No scope lands.
Got smoke as well.
A second smoke retrieved.
Could he? Would he? Oh, God.
It's fine. Still going to have a chance at the plant.
Right.
He's been able to get it plugged in, but the spam connects.
Dude, I like the box jump. I think if he hits the box jump, maybe there's a player open CT. I don't know. It was a good idea. Crim's not feeling happy about that one. Missing the movement. Awkward round there, but one that ECSTATIC just keep alive despite the double man advantage coming in. A 5v3 for Fnatic. They couldn't close. The Orb bears down upon him. Christo with another multi-kill. Say another. His first multi-kill.
I guess another in the grand scheme.
Yeah, he's presumably had one before.
In his life.
Yeah.
It's his first multi-kill, everyone, ever. Oh, Sierra mollied into a corner here. Him and Nut get aggressive in mid. Crims gets his revenge here, has a bit more time to work with in this round.
Oh.
But once more, that Christo Orb proves to be punishing. It's Jambo and Fear. Oh, TMB. Pressure applied, but he will not crumble. And ECSTATIC continue chaining these rounds together. It was a very tall task moments ago, but they're embarking upon it. It's still a good bit of legroom left before.
Fnatic kind of jumping to close this game right now, right? 4v3 this time. They have a double mid-entry, and they just kind of rush B, thinking it's clear, but ECSTATIC have been stacking this bomb site round after round. And it pays off this time. So Fnatic can put the pistols.
Oh. Crims tried to run and put the pressure on. That's an 8 damage dink onto Nut, pretending. They left over Sierra. Why does this feel stressful? It's fine. Sierra's here, collects those freebies. Crims was spotted earlier on. So well handled there versus the Eco. 5 alive round. And a 4-round game on this. Job's not done yet for Fnatic.
Definitely not. They've kind of jumped and rushed the close on a couple of these gun rounds. Now I think Fnatic gonna take it a little easier on this T side. They've certainly found a way to get entries. Fighting middle is ECSTATIC, pretty heavy. If that keeps up, Fnatic will meet them there. They've looked very keen to engage. Christo's Orb, though, in position. So ECSTATIC aren't going to be committing. And that's for the betterment. Lots of nades land. Aggressive move down ramp. Anle finds that entry. Jambo hit the dink as well. Oh, that's... Oh, my goodness, Cypher.
What?
How? How's he done that? Not one, but two.
I don't know about this, Chief.
That's sus. Yeah, sure, kill the low player, but then you headshot TMB full health. Bruh. Okay, just win now, Fnatic,
this is a
you've thrown a couple of these chances.
Golden opportunity.
Bruh. Oh, and they've read it. ECSTATIC is stacking the right site. This is a really good read. It's too quiet.
Feels like Cypher's going to have to get onto 30 if they want the win.
All right, get it.
Nut. Licking his lips, knows that he's moved ECSTATIC around into the right place here.
Salty.
Oh, dead straight away. It's Blame F to find him. And so the one player actually in the site is immediately uprooted. It's only Christo who needs another multi-kill on this orb, but firing off early, they know now. And all of Fnatic spam away at this smoke. There's no winning this for Christo. Fnatic have him in a box, ready to walk this game over the line, and it only makes sense that Cypher to go on and close it. This is a crazy dominant game from him to open up, and that's ECSTATIC's map pick of Ancient stolen away.
Cypher at his best, Fnatic ready and prepared, and certainly hyped up with happy faces after that showing against ECSTATIC. This is a map in the past when they faced off against each other that ECSTATIC won with confidence, while Fnatic just showed them who's best.
I think that was a positive surprise coming in for Fnatic right here. Definitely playing better than I think we expected. As we kind of tried to portray coming into the game, these two teams are gatekeepers of Tier 3. They're very similar. They share the same results. They share the same tendencies. I think this time around, though, despite the scoreline being 13-8, there was no doubt whatsoever. Fnatic were significantly better than ECSTATIC, and all the rounds they got here at the later stage of the game, more cosmetic, than anything.
There was no doubt. I was starting to doubt them there for a second at the end.
Really?
Especially, I mean, they had the game against NAVI. They had an 8-4 half on their CT side. They get 9-0 on their T side. Then you go into the T side. There's no doubt in my mind Fnatic are supposed to win this. And then it starts creeping back. It starts creeping a little bit. And then it looks like maybe, but Fnatic do close it out eventually with, I wouldn't say a lucky kill, double kill from Cypher, but a lucky kill, double kill from Cypher.
Hey, you'll take them when you can get them. Sometimes if luck's on your side, you're very happy. But also, the mid control from Fnatic is where we have to look here, right? Because that was a point where ECSTATIC didn't have the answers.
Yeah, this is why Pimp's saying there was no doubt, because when it comes down to it, Fnatic were giving mid control over to ECSTATIC and taking it back late, and ECSTATIC didn't have a response. So we look at round 4, we have a package of rounds here. Krims can't get the double, goes 1 for 1. And then Fnatic, I love the activity. They bring back players towards A, they cancel, and you actually have a good idea from here from ECSTATIC to fight in middle. They know what Fnatic want to be doing here, but Fnatic bring better numbers, and they have no utility on the side of ECSTATIC to stop it. But then throughout the half, we have round 6. Again, ECSTATIC take mid for free, and Fnatic are hitting this specific timing. Around a minute, they're going for a retake in mid every time. And it's not a special timing. Plenty of teams are hitting this sort of timing. But ECSTATIC just take too long to hit the bomb site afterwards. So even though there's a retake at a minute in a 4v5 in 2 of those rounds back-to-back, Fnatic win, I believe, both of those rounds because ECSTATIC just don't hit the bomb site in time. They needed to adapt, they didn't.
Hesitation is the devil, especially at this level, right? If you have that opening, or if you have a feeling, or if you're the coach of ECSTATIC at that point, you must have realized there was a pattern here coming out for Fnatic. And at some point, you got to pick up the pace and change it a little bit. And I didn't see that adjustment mid-round from ECSTATIC. And maybe that's one of the few signs where you can be like, yeah, you're still a tier 3 team in the sense that you think Counter-Strike and how you play it. There's no doubt that individually speaking, the gap is close. He even said that himself, not coming into the game, that didn't really feel there was a big difference between him and FaZe. But in terms of reactions, in terms of thinking Counter-Strike, experience goes a long way, and I think that's part of the reason why ECSTATIC lost here.
And the raw skill, there is a big difference between Cypher and the rest of the players on ECSTATIC by the looks of it, right? Clutching up, dominating. He had a field day of this.
He had a fantastic day, a fantastic game overall for Cypher. Found impact from start to finish. It all started in round 8, or it also started in round 8. He had a couple of multi-kills coming into round 8 as well. Again, another scenario where ECSTATIC actually are put in a decent position. Trade 3 for 3 right here. Fnatic under a lot of pressure. Yambo gets into this duel on towards ramp, and it's a little bit messy at this point. Now, again, back and forth, ends up being Cypher all by himself. The bomb is down, and he's defending it right now, and he's playing with confidence. A lot of players would have sit towards the T-spawn right now, maybe defended a little bit more I guess, defensively. Instead, look at the time, right? He's sticking around. He wants to fight. He wants to kill. At this point, there's no doubt that ECSTATIC has to go for the kills in Cypher. He's just clinical, as he were for the rest of the game as well. That was a reference game for Cypher. That was something we saw back at the Paris Major, I guess, when he first broke out, but something I haven't seen since.
Talking about Cypher at the Paris Major is almost talking about the same as talking about Rez IEM Oakland 1970 MVP at this point, because it's been so long since we saw it, and we want to see it again, because when it comes down to it, on the T sides especially, they've been missing Matisse. He was such a good opening player. He allowed space for the players behind him to play a little more passive, not to name any names. Cypher, on the other hand, comes in. He's been struggling in the same roles. It's not that he's been terrible, but he hasn't been anywhere near the level of Matisse, and that's what we need if they want to have strong T sides especially.
Looking at Cypher, let me ask you guys this, right? Obviously, the Paris Major was the only breakout, the only moment when it was like hyped up and good. After that, it was a constant downhill trend for this guy. We weren't seeing him look so positive. Do you think this opportunity he's got on Fnatic and the space he can now have is where he actually says, this could be my last chance? Like, I need to really go hard on this and prove myself once again.
You'd hope so. You'd hope that's the mentality, right? But it's always hard for me to judge whether or not the players are having that kind of mentality. I still think there's something to him. I think he has a unique way of playing Counter-Strike, very aggressive, willing to fight 24/7, and it's very hard to find consistency with that kind of play style. But what we saw right here, you know, he doesn't have to be that good. Just play at 70 or 80% like this and make that your base level, and you'll be just fine.
The crazy thing is, I didn't even need him getting as many kills as he got, because he had so much impact on that first half. He was defending the B-bomb site. Every gun round, he seemed to get a double kill when the site hit was coming his direction. That was incredible play from Cypher. Again, we need more consistency, but the problem is Donk has convinced us that consistency in this role is possible. It's not possible. I wish he could be a little more consistent, but I wouldn't expect him to be perfectly consistent.
No, we can't ask too much of him, but we'll have to wait and see what happens on the second map. But I also want to talk about the IGLs. We put them head to head, right, in terms of what ability they can do here. Yeah. Well, you spoke about it, Vu. Fear's the fragging IGL, and he damn well showed it.
He's supposed to be the fragging IGL. Typically, he hasn't been, but on Ancient, it's a map where several IGLs, most notably Snacks, has his best performances. Fear having some really solid performances in through Cave, in through Cheetah, finding impact when he can. He did have a couple of opening deaths as well, but that's the nature of the game when you play that position. And it's funny, we're talking about in the pregame, Fear hasn't been himself. He hasn't been what we thought he could be when he came into the team. If Fear can be like this, I'm happy with his calling. It's not the best calling in the world. It's not going to blow your socks off, but it's good calling. If he can frag like this, it's a great combination.
That was a great game by Fear, and overall a very great game by Fnatic. You're leading 11-5 at this point as well, and you have this game under control. To be completely honest, the thing that it doesn't annoy me yet, but I'm about to be annoyed a little bit beforehand, before we get to see the second map, is that this is what we're supposed to see from Fnatic, right? You look at that lineup, you look at the player material they have. Blamef, great player. Cypher, great potential. Fear, you know, a fracking in-game leader coming into the lineup. Yambo had a team before where he was fracking out as well. You think to yourself that this team should be able to break into tier 2, maybe even sometimes, you know, be close to tier 1, but they're nowhere near that right now. Now, with the performance we saw in Ancient, that gives you that glimmer of hope where, wait, if you play like this at all times, then maybe. But that's the thing with Fnatic. They have these small glimpses, then the next map, the next series, they'll let you down. Maybe this could be the moment where we start to turn that around. Maybe Fnatic have come into this tournament and feel like, now is the time, you know. Now we had a bit of time with Cypher as well. We're going to get it going, because there's no doubt that there is potential within this lineup.
Pimp, as any NACS fan, any Liquid fan, any Complexity fan knows, hope is the downfall of all men. That is where you really, really just want to stop watching CS entirely, when you get hope and then they go into map 2 and get absolutely smacked.
Well, I'm going to advise everyone to keep watching Counter-Strike and make sure that they don't give up hope in this one, no matter which team you're cheering for. We're going to Mirage next, and we'll be with you back in a few minutes.
we need to hype each other up because we are a really good team when we hype each other up. Not so great of a team if the mood is down and stuff like that. So we just need to bring the hype today and then we'll win.
Well, I do love it when people try to bring the hype, but the mood is probably very down when it comes to this team right now. Now, they did even bounce back in some ways against the FaZe who 13-0'd them. They laughed it off, and that's what they need to do with this map, because Mirage is not out of the wheelhouse for these guys, right? They don't play it much, sure, but it's not great on Fnatic's side either. They've lost the last 4 games they played on it, so all hope's not lost for ECSTATIC, right, Pim?
No. By all means, this is still a game. By all means, this is still a possibility for ECSTATIC to fight their way back into it. It would have been different if I were looking at a Fnatic where I feel like, yeah, they've shown a trending upwards, some consistency, to use one of your favorite words, or something like that. But no, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, if there's one thing that I've learned from watching the results and watching some of those games, is that all games live on its own, and there's always a chance to come back.
Yeah, one of the things that you see a lot from these Tier 2, Tier 3 teams is that they'll play their style, and if it works, it works. And if it doesn't work, they don't really have much of a plan B. I think we saw that on Ancient a little bit. We saw that when ECSTATIC got 13-0'd on Dust 2. When things aren't working, there is no plan B. And unfortunately, we're going to see that in this map as well. I think Fnatic have a pretty solid default, but it got exposed a little bit against NAVI. It's been exposed, as you said, for their last several games. It's very likely ECSTATIC saw that. They saw what they can exploit. They're going to go for it. And if Fnatic aren't ready to adapt, if they don't have a good plan B, this could just be a rollover.
I also just want to contextualize it a little bit when you look towards Fnatic and ECSTATIC as organizations as well. I'm pretty goddamn sure saying this without knowing for a fact, but BlameF's salary is probably enough to cover the entirety of the budget over in the ECSTATIC camp. So fact remains is that these two teams are very close to each other in the world ranking, very close in the VIS, have had some close games as well. But in terms of budget and expectations, we should be expecting Fnatic to beat ECSTATIC 9 out of 10 times. We should see them win against ECSTATIC. So just the fact that we're still not unsure whether that's going to happen or not, to me is slightly negative towards Fnatic, but also a compliment towards ECSTATIC.
You could say his salary beats their entire budget. I think his supplement budget might beat their entire budget. This BlameF, who is supposed to be, he was once upon a time a top 20 player. Statistically, he still hits those highs, but he wasn't really there on Ancient. We didn't see him in the last series. We need to see BlameF show up the way we know he can.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to see, and we will find out now if he can do it on Mirage. We're going to Hugo and Harry with the game.
That we are. Fnatic looking for the 2-0, looking to run through the lower bracket, looking to make it to London with a Brit in tow. It's not going to be easy. Got to get through at least FaZe or NAVI after this game, but it's a start. It's a damn good start for their run, taking a convincing victory on Ancient over ECSTATIC.
Yeah, you know, and if they can keep that building, if they can make this a clean series, that's certainly a nice nudge in the right direction. And I like Tedeschi there to kind of talking about wanting to see a bit more from BlameF. Obviously, I think in this series hasn't been a massive requirement thus far, but would love to see some kind of shades of brilliance from one of the frontmen of this Fnatic squad. Player who's always been put under a microscope, capable of some insane numbers, some insane output. There's always been questions, more so with this guy, around his style, how he likes to play, how he likes to move, what he brings to the table. And so you kind of want BlameF putting his best showing on display if you are going to try and complete this lower bracket run.
Well, it's here on Mirage. Fnatic had troubles on the T side yesterday, or the other day, against NAVI. This is a different caliber, though. So hoping Fnatic learn from that loss. Fasting towards this B setup. Player committed. Christo back sight. Oh, missed shots of TMB. That was a chance. And out of ammo, but Sierra bails out his mate. It's a bit of a bloodbath here. Fear, all that stands. And probably not for long. Oh my God, knife is out. He's going to get it. Christo making that AWP money early. 4 kills and the knife to boot. God damn. He's got 6K in the bank. You know you're getting that second round AWP.
I always feel like the second round AWP
it's a blessing in disguise.
Just a bad omen.
Well, it's if they plant, I don't know if it's worse or better, to be honest, because now you got Glocks, right? So it should just be a farm. Your team should farm them.
Yeah, true.
Like, you're not going to give it away here. If they plant and then they buy and they rush you with SMGs and Tech 9s.
1 Deagle, 4 Glocks, and an AWP in play. I actually watched a team very recently win this round. If you remember, Mongols Aurora.
Yeah, that's a little worrying. But I'm not going to freak out over the buy.
Oh my god, look at this. Ooh, wait, where'd they go?
And the AWP is nowhere to be seen.
Look at them.
Holding under.
Look at these dudes.
Oh. Our lead. It's only TMB at B, right? Like, deep on short is Anlay, so... Oh, God. Look. Should be fine, right? Oh, he missed the smoke. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't matter. He's got a good position.
Oh, dude, yeah. MP9.
He's got to kill them all.
You can kill everyone.
Oh.
Okay, or none. Or none. That's another one of the options.
Oh, nice job.
Well, that's good. He's kept it at least in check here for ECSTATIC.
Can't get that M4 back either.
Chasing down the plant. Flame F has to now clutch up on his lonesome. Armed with nothing but this Deagle. Oh,
that was the chance.
There's the bad omen, AWP.
Yeah. You'd love an M4 right now.
Like a Valorant feeder. It's a bad omen, maybe. Flame F. What are you going to do, buddy? 15 seconds. 15 seconds. You got to be real quick. And I think he's realized he can't be quick enough. Oh, wait, hang on. Even Christo started to consider, like, no, he doesn't have time for this. And so now he has to commit to the plant. He's going to force the fight. And there it is. ECSTATIC with the round. That was a nice, clean round for everyone involved. Why are you wincing?
I'm just kind of, yeah, a little bit. Just, anyway, full buy. Let's call it an expired eco. Oh, wow.
Crims nails an opening. And there's a follow-up for Cypher and Jambo. Tethered together. Cypher is just... Dude, I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
It's not a one-map game, Harry.
I'm loving this.
He's done it again. The second round AWP gone in the third round.
The British donk. Bonk.
He's coming for this AWP as well. Knows TMB is not far away, and Jambo gets his gun. Crikey. That's one way to swing into your first gun round. Fnatic just run ECSTATIC down. Crim's great read on the smoke play. And Cypher this second shot on short. Quick as can be. Fnatic winding their sails right now after that first map. They have broken the money. They've picked up an AWP. ECSTATIC better be worried.
Cypher. Oh, God. Yeah, when he is the drop on you like that, I mean, even in fair fights, he's been able to wreck him. And dude, Fear and Cypher are both just keeping up appearances from the start of this series.
Yeah, Fear went under the radar, but he had a really good last map and a couple of little tricks in there as well. The decoy through the smoke kept it entertaining. Found a lot of value on CT side, that early clutch that got Fnatic going. Deagle. Oh, timing. Anlay moves off to watch the stairs push. Crims is in no hurry, he's waiting. Fnatic have the bomb back at TV. Could be a weird fight here in T-Spawn with Blame top boxes and Christo coming in. Jambo running.
That's the bomb. And an AWP dropped. Can Christo get his hands on it? Dink down on a Blame F as well. Fnatic are all having to come back and play around this bomb. They're going to be meeting all of ECSTATIC here on a clash in at the spawn. Syrah laying down cover. The FAMAS continues, clawing it back. And Crims might be too far away. He's got the element of surprise here on the backstab. Knife pull. Crims just gets there in time to save Fnatic's bacon.
In Palace the whole time, just waiting. And you knew that was the way back in. Unfortunate read for Syrah on the rotate, but would have loved going out at least to give him the fighting chance to win that round. Nice try for Christo, gets a lot of damage, causes some real chaos on that ramp push. And now Fnatic break the money fully. Bunch of pistols as Fnatic look towards that B site.
Oh, I'm just a little rusty today.
Yeah,
just a little rusties. Apart from the Lightning McQueen level you're getting at a Cypher and Co.
Nice.
Bruh. I know it's only on this eco. Nice kill for Nut, but Cypher's on his way to another ace. On his way to his second ace of the series.
Yeah,
and Lele is very far away.
How can he read this,
and
right?
Cypher kind of has that Dory from Finding Nemo mentality. You just got to keep swimming, you know? He's just going to keep going on the offensive, and the fact that Anlele is coming from... Oh, don't go low. Cypher could actually get this. Crims is a real one. He'll let Cypher have it. But Crims has just been doing this so long, I don't think he even cares about aces anymore. He can say to Cypher, I've harbored more aces than you've had hot dinners. And so there he is, denying the ace, but a fist bump exchange nonetheless.
Just satisfied to keep it going here. Cypher with 4 more kills. Just having a phenomenal series right now. A month in the Fnatic jersey. Right now, finding his comfort when it matters, with elimination looming over. No kit in this round. ECSTATIC do get that all back out on Christo. Going for the window pick. Saw this punished by Crims last time, but top mid smoke for Fnatic. We're able to cross out behind boxes. Cypher might just go for it on his own dry. But there are 4 players leaning towards this A bomb site. It's a very scary place to be. Cypher waits for his team to gain space in middle. Blame F coming out from under. This could be a really strong position for Blame in the game in general, being the underlurker. A lot of impact available. Can he find the right timings? A lot of eyes on his position. Oh dear, that's a nightmare. Nades pulled, there is a trade. But now Fnatic just have to go, they've lost mid.
Faith in Cypher for him to lead the charge here. And with good reason. There's the opener. Nut on a jaunt out through the spawn, trying to take attention away from Anlele, and suddenly this gets flipped on its head. Fnatic trying to reclaim lost ground. They know that Nut's still here somewhere. But it's springing out for a third. Nut stops this sight hit in its tracks, and Jambo just can't get a beat on him with this ult. Scaling up, scaling over, isn't ready for that re-swing out of TMB. And so ECSTATIC keep this game competitive. They tie us back up at 3-all.
Huge round from Nut, and just fortunate call here. Well read again by ECSTATIC. They've had a couple of really good stacks in this series, even on lost rounds on Ancient, but 4 players on A, leaving TMB solo B, not thinking Fnatic are going to go back into that bomb site yet again. They're right. And even though Christo gets caught pulling nades, Syrah trades. And Nut gives us a big multi-kill that ECSTATIC require to not get swept away in this map. Cypher's just defaulting everywhere in this T side. It's been out middle, been ramp, and now been B apps. Doesn't see any move early, goes back to group with Blame in under. Even Crim's a little more active. Oh, it's a good fight for him. Wow, what a turn. Nut. Impressive shot with the FAMAS. Boost in the window. Oh, bungled.
Blame's movement's just been a little ugly today.
Yeah. Push through B smoke is ballsy. They are not ready for this. He could hold the shot. Or he could just take the kill. Maybe take 2. Blame VTMB. Danish on Danish. And Blame gets it done. Jambo follows up from short. And Blame is running out. But again, he hits his head. Oh, the movement has not been saving him. Jambo could. With the player committed in the corner, he hears him. Oh no, Sira's desperate, jumping around the... What? Oh, Jambo, 1v1, has no idea. Outdoor comes Nut.
Jambo is ringing. 8 seconds for him to answer the call. And there's the swing from Nut. Twice over, back-to-back rounds. Provided by this guy. And I mean, it's in a couple of series now. We've been impressed by the mileage that Nut brings to the table for ECSTATIC.
Again, Blame missing a movement twice in 1 round completely screws over the window jump. That's fine, but I liked how he sped it up, jumping out of apps there, but he just, again, screwed the movement. Gives over a free kill. Jambo makes the clutch look interesting with Sira committed, but Nut gets in position very quickly. Feeling like some weird rounds coming out from Fnatic.
Born too late to explore the Earth, I think it is. Yeah. Born too early to explore space.
That's the one, but...
Born just in time to witness Crims versus Nut in the lower bracket dream run to London.
Perfect. What more could you want?
I don't know why that felt so laboured.
Missed insta mid-smoke. It's meant to be top mid, and they run out into the orb.
Okay, Cypher's getting screwed over by his team now, and I won't stand for it.
Oh dear. I see why Fnatic had trouble against NAVI, right? The wheels are coming off. Missing jumps, missing smokes. AK just gets picked up in middle. And now pistols, poke, prod. But nothing more. 5 up for ECSTATIC. A far better look here on Mirage. Squeaky clean.
Okay, wait, you know we joked before about Sira looking like he could be a relative of yours, / you in a different life.
Sure.
Does TMB give off James Banks energy? Only in the not in this picture.
Oh,
in the
cam.
cams.
Okay, I need to look
Catch
at the
him on the
cam.
cams.
Yeah, all right. I'll check it out.
We'll see.
Don't really see it in the picture.
No, I don't either in the picture. You'll see it in a minute. Here we are. Blame F.
Okay, a bit faster here.
Lower wall.
Ooh.
Not peeked by Anlele. Instead, it's Cypher throwing into that fight. Oh. Takes Fear to clean up. Try and leave this in order.
Good chance there. They can reset spawn fast. They're going B. Despite Crims being in Palace, they're going B. This is a bit of a panic here for ECSTATIC. Trusting in the AWP, though. Christo locking it down. And they go for the big flank. 1 kill would go very far here for Christo.
They're going for the super big flank.
Arguably too big.
Yeah. You really got time for all this flank quietly as well?
They know it's A.
Guys, I'm going to hazard a guess that there's no one here. And yeah, it's starting to dawn on them now with that bomb plant. It's Crimson Fear. Saw these guys attempt a couple of these 2vx's back on Ancient. Always made them interesting, but struggled to ever get them over the line. Let's see if it's more of the same, or if they can get cooking here. Info on a con player for Fear, and he gets that one cleanly. Are they ready for this super huge late flank from Anlele? No one looking at it. Crim's back turned, and he'll mop them both up at low health. Close on the defuse, sure, but they lend Anlele more than enough time to make it worthwhile. And ECSTATIC continue pulling ahead.
Oh, it's not comfortable, but it is around, isn't it? ECSTATIC, I think they knew the whole time that was A. They were just wanted to set up on the longest flank possible. Knowing if Christo lives, that's fine. And Fnatic, they...
Both of the rounds, very good. Just be very clear, and I called what plan we want to do second stage, okay?
Okay. It's all about the late rounds, Harry. Again, just another drive-by. We've just got AKs and no util. Double entry would have gone far, but Fear with one. Blame takes his deep in B. He hears the jump as well. Blame, great timing. Good entry. Love that pathing for Blame. Bomb is so far away, though, and this is far from one for Fnatic. They need to get their group on. Sira's coming from under right now, so he can cut down Cypher.
Dude, Cypher's had a couple of these awkward deaths. This would be the latest in the string as he's caught in rotation. Crims should be good to get this trade, but he really does take his time. Gonna get it eventually. Nutnut's giving chase. He's right behind them. But Crims will outrun the Nutnut. Plant found. And a 3-on-1 that even though Nutnut has good timing in, doesn't want to play into. And that's fair.
Yeah. Making it work with only 2 AKs, though. It's a bit of a loose round. I love it when Blame goes for those kind of moves. I wish we got that more, right? Just knowing he has to be a guy at the front of the pack. And we've seen, maybe Fnatic finally read that ECSTATIC been playing very heavy A setups in this game. So Blame gets his 1v1 that essentially wins the round. Parting deep into B, hearing TMB jump spotting right side. Whoa, look at that AWP. Whoa. And Blame just catches the solo B player, even though it gets a bit weird from Sira. Fnatic win a much-needed T-side round. This is starting to build out of control for ECSTATIC with 4 straight.
Oh, dude, I actually fully understand Cypher's frustration when I think about some of the deaths that he's had. The run out through mid with the missed smoke. The one where him and Blame F like get timinged on lower and he's the one to die. Running there, rotating in with a bomb, another death. Like, there's been a series of very, very tilting rounds here. And so what I want to keep an eye on now in the rest of the series is if Cypher's able to kind of get away from that tilt.
Not another missed smoke, Harry. Missed window completely, and they don't know. Luckily, it's going to fade by the time they're out mid, almost. So, Fear can't be happy. Back to NA, execute, Blame, again lurking under. ECSTATIC have been pretty aggressive in this position, but he's going to get a lot of room this time to come up con. With Fear top mid as well. Has his cover on short. Let's see what Blame and Fear can do in middle. As this A play comes in.
Nutnut mollied. Ult for Nutnut. And Jambo gonna get that trade. Sira moving over.
Yeah.
But can't keep them from spilling out through the connector. An important pickup for Blame F.
Big flank again. Christo needs to buy time.
Taking a very long route on this backstab too. Looks like he wants to try and go through
nice
Palace. With Jambo starting to hit some shots on this AWP. I mean, Crims has missed this timing. It's something he's considering. Doesn't hang around to give anything away. TMB doesn't have a kit either. And so that will be Fnatic in with the 5th, a chance to tie us up here at the end of this first half. Oh, there is a kid there.
No,
Surely no.
It's too far. Has to run.
Do you think Jambo would ever get ninja diffused?
It's possible. Not here. Been a couple of close ones in this series, though, to be honest. But he's been on top of it. I like Jambo's angle there. Instead of playing Apex with the AWP on the headshot angle where he's getting pre-aimed by Christo, he's just a little bit off the mark. And so as soon as Christo like mentally clears Apex in his head, he takes one more step into the AWP. That's two AWPers clashing. Two AWPers who have surely been in that fight thousands of times. Jambo has a unique take on it. No smokes in middle this time. Fnatic just fight dry. And the money for ECSTATIC is far from perfect in the final round. They got Christo on a scout.
Slower pace to this round. Not wanting to give up an early death are Fnatic. They go a lot more methodical on the mid approach. Low and slow, knowing that they're not up against a hell of a lot in this round. Bomb is still left top mid. Just pointing that out at the 40-second mark. FaZe secured the opener in towards B. Has rooted in past Lele. And even as Fnatic start to pull ahead here, gonna have to go back and grab that bomb and figure out where this play's ending up. Fia feels like he's cleared out this B site.
Cover. Wow.
But Crimson Co have opened up A, and they don't know where Lele is. Cypher might die in rotation once more. Another one of these unfortunate tilting deaths, and that's given away the bomb.
He's out.
And Lele's been able to escape. Bomb. There's no time for a plant here. They've got to go for kills. They've got to go for the crushing blow on Lele. They can't find him. He's hiding in the smoke. Have you ever seen anything like it? Just going to get away. Lele with daylight robbery to win out the half for ECSTATIC.
Oh.
ECSTATIC pulling ahead. We're going to be keeping a watchful eye on Cypher in this series, who started so strong back on Ancient. But I want to say he's had 6 or 7 very tilting deaths in a row. And that's going to be something that might look to slow his roll here in that final round. And Lele with a buzzer beater of a clutch, able to steal it away to time and dealing another one of those unfortunate deaths the way of Fnatic's top fragger.
Just a incredibly chaotic game here on Mirage. Some robbery rounds from ECSTATIC. And now a pistol that can push them all the way to a third unless Crimson Cypher have anything to do about it. 2 players on short side able to find a kill. Can they get out? They seemed uncertain whether they wanted to. Crims comes through. Blame is stuck committed. And a 5-on-3 dissipates very quickly.
Oh. And Lele keeping the good times rolling in for ECSTATIC. Cypher and Fear, I mean, these have been the 2 heavy hitters for this Fnatic squad. They're the ones left up in this clutch. Trying to walk out through market, there's the spot, but it's only helped so much. And Lele run down, and Fear and Cypher will secure that pistol for Fnatic.
Nice to feel like Cypher gets to play into a round and not have to carry that bomb or get caught out by a late flank. Him and Crim set up well.
When we cut to Blame F, was he always there? Or
I don't know how he got there. Yeah, did he? I actually don't know. I was wondering the same thing.
We just cut to someone who's like teleported into it. He looked so confused.
He was like stuck in the worst position, E-box. I'm like, if he started here, that's one thing, but did he jump through?
Is it John Travolta? Like they're walking in, like looking around.
Yeah, where am I?
Yeah.
I actually have no idea how he got there, to be honest. I wondered the same thing.
Bleem.
Bleem him up.
Bleem him up, Scotty. He's done.
Force up to flip this one. ECSTATIC. What have they got for us? No AKs in this. Full rifles for Fnatic.
Flame F, the Moon Bear. How did I get here?
That's a niche reference.
No, come on, Asduf, man. Everyone remembers that, surely.
The kids these days, Harry. Can't be so sure.
The OG brain rot.
Yeah, that actually
was. The Unk brain rot.
Back in my day, pre-TikTok, it was hard, Harry.
You had to really want to brain rot yourself, you know? now it's served to you on a platter. Cypher, he's dishing out some brain rot of his own. Damage downrange, bit of support from Blame F back in the connector.
Big Blame.
And this Force Buy is promptly laid to rest. Ooh, yes, there's Crims with the killing blow, and a tie game now at 7-all.
Fnatic are back in business. And ECSTATIC pay the price, having to full eco here nearly. With a Force Buy that goes absolutely nowhere in middle. Blaming connector. Now you have no... You can't not be part of the game here. You can't avoid your fights. So we know Blame individually is super, super strong, super capable.
He is strong, look at that.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a big Blame half here on the CT side. Jumping out window for this one. Just want to get stuck in. Does this team focus on the sights? All Blame investigatorias. Oh, that's a spot. Ugh. Jambo finds it. Blame up top mid, and they're coming into A trying to get that plant. Not gonna happen.
No crazy nut D ground. It's kept clean by Fnatic. 5 alive, twice over. That's some good money made on this CT side, making themselves a little bit harder to topple in this second half. So ECSTATIC going to have their first buy on the board. Let's kind of take a look at how they go about it for Fnatic. You had a lot of these mid takes, the lower lurks from Blame F. Ooh.
Blame movement.
Dude,
noticing.
yeah. The movement's been really rough today for Blame F.
Oh, dude. Someone check his keyboard.
Dude, just everywhere he's going, man, don't go back through the hole, bro. It's defeated.
Ooh,
dude.
that's
a great
sick name.
All right, fair enough. He's cooking.
Yeah, I've rarely seen a player
He
like
has
miss
one of the
every movement play in a map.
He has one of those signs that's like, we make food as fast as we can, not fast food, which is a bit of a staple of the old British breakfast establishment. Blame F.
That's a tilt of a TMB.
Him and Cypher get their greasy spoons dug in towards middle.
The aim is there. Look at him go. Fear will get cut down, but there's so many players here in middle. Nutna wants them all. Cracks 3 open in mid, still recovered by Fnatic. TMB walking out under with knife out. The comm that they're smoked in middle, not there. Fnatic willing to just throw themselves in mid. They got 8 rounds against NAVI on this half. So ECSTATIC, this could be a difficult game now. Jambo even finding that entry out top mid. And he is mobile. Sees a lot of shadows there. Deagle does it. Just keep the pistol going. Okay, maybe not. Christo silences him, but no further. Counter-terrorists win. Jambo's having a game.
It's like they always say, Jimbo, Django, Jongo.
Bish, bash,
Gift
play.
Gav, Josh.
Yeah. Classic. Ooh.
Oh.
TMB not having fun in this half. It's all about having fun
No, and
at
look,
the end of the day.
for ECSTATIC, it's not really that. This is would be the end of their attempt to run through this lower bracket. Their chance is over.
Pretty quickly as well. Oh, full blind. No way he gets out. Cypher with some cover. They're coming from under with the AWP. Not traditional. Blame. Can't blame him for being caught by that. And Fnatic are fine with the man advantage. They will concede mid. Not searching for that AWP, but it's on B. Bomb retrieved. ECSTATIC uncertain. As Fnatic gamble again. Full stack on A. Cypher and ladder.
And is Cypher the guy you want to run into with the game that he's been having, the series he's put on? You're going into the, I guess, lesser of two evils here. Solo B-hold, but even that's looking to get remedied by Fnatic. Cypher on short.
Nice.
2 dinks down range, and Lele brought down low, softened up for the Crim spam. It's left all onto Nutna, and the AWP from afar. Jambo just getting there in time. Fnatic teeing themselves up for this win. For ECSTATIC here, their time at open, looking to come to a very abrupt close. Matched up against FaZe in the opening round, able to take a map off of the new look FaZe squad, but running out of time to change their fortunes here versus Fnatic.
Bomb is alone on ramp on the solo A player. 4 in middle. But they just want to get TMB into position, trying to activate him. 4 and 15. Having trouble. Clears under. But he should be coming back to connector, you'd think. with this kind of setup. Static just clearing B from lower. Once they've done that, A execute on the cards. Very strange routing here for TMB to go mid to under to clear B, back to A. And deep smoke, not the time for it. Ecstatic blocked at the ramp. Fear does have no support, so it's a curious place to be committing, and even crossing out now may be dangerous. Boost is really nice. TMB back to top mid.
Around the world and back again for TMB.
Oh my. Oh, it's not his game, is it? Can't hit a thing. Can't hit a thing, and neither can Jambo. After taking that one headshot, they're gonna boost over the top of stairs. Cover is good. Shot through the smoke. Blame has his back. Couple bullets left. Blame runs out of ammo. Pistol to try and stay alive. They run him down. 2v2. Bomb plant opens up this round again, but wall bang by Crims. Fnatic are just having none of it here. A clinical series over Ecstatic. One more round eliminates the Danes from the competition and sends Fnatic one step closer to London.
I mean, this will feel really, really rough. You managed 4 T rounds if you're Ecstatic in this entire series. Yet to get one here on Mirage as Fnatic look for a flawless sweep in the second half. Also been nice seeing Cypher not raging in these cams where he's getting caught on awkward timings. This CT side's been very kind to him, given a lot more agency. Him and Blame F playing around Con and Short. So always down to interject in these mid takes. And Blame's also risen up the board, right? And looked to fare far better than he started this series on. 15 and 12 here. The movements felt a little bit janky, but the aim's been there for Blame F.
Yeah, more than impressive for Blame to be 15 and 12 with some of the moments we've seen. Cypher the same. But absolutely is warmed back into the CT side. A missed air smoke. This has been a map rife with missed utility from both teams now. Cypher got to watch out. They're coming for him. Got a smoke to buy him some room. Blame helps out from the window. Just got to force these kills. He's had enough. He wants to send him out, and it won't be too difficult. Pistol to do it. The nade follows up, and Lele has nowhere to go. And Blame 2 USP kills to finish off the job. It's only Nut. Looking to get busted here on the ramp. Fnatic are coming in 4 strong with the bomb, and that's done. Fnatic 2-0, 13-8, 13-7. They don't break a sweat on this CT side, not dropping a round.
Yeah, this puts Cypher and Co. one step closer on that lower bracket run to London. Fnatic still have a ways to go, but good showing in this series to do it so clean.
And clean it was. This is now back-to-back 2-0 victories for Fnatic over Ecstatic in important games. This is here in an elimination match. The previous one was a qualification to a large-scale event. This is positive signs for a Fnatic that we weren't massively positive about coming into this.
No, definitely not. You know, I think 2 teams that, per the rankings, per the results, are very close to each other. In this game, we didn't see that. We saw a Fnatic that actually lived up to some of the poise and the promise that we kind of look at when we have this lineup in front of us. Blame F having a decent second map right here. Cypher over the course of both maps having a great showing, and Fear on first map showed up. So all these individuals that were put together and were supposed to be good, they look solid on the server.
Yeah, and that's a Fnatic that they get to play Mirage, where they've had a several map losing streak. That's Blame F not having his best game, and I'll highlight in the post game scoreboard we had there, Blame F as an opener, not a lurker, because I think it's easy to forget if you haven't watched Blame F since Astralis, and I respect you if you haven't, anyone that hasn't. If you haven't watched him since Astralis, he doesn't play quite the same role that he used to play. He plays a little bit different, and he struggled to find success in this one statistically, but I think he did find impact on given rounds, and that's Fnatic coming together as a team as well.
And also, not just a great game from Fnatic, but some funny moments in there as well on the other side of things, right? Securing some rounds just by the chance of it.
I would say that securing some rounds by Fnatic having some problems. And we can talk positively about Fnatic that they did some things right. They definitely also are not a tier 1 team. They're a tier 2.53 team, and the round 12 and round 4 as well, they just fumble. They're fumbling.
Should we listen to the mic'd up moment from it and see how they thought it went down?
Let's do it.
That's right.
I'm gonna get bomb. Fighting me, guys.
I'm
You need
inside
to
jumping.
full. Window or under.
Window.
Take bomb.
Come, we need to go. 10 seconds. In the smoke.
In the smoke.
Kill him, take him off.
Window.
All good, lads.
Why is someone saying in the smoke? Sadly, as there's still time left, in the smoke, kill him. The first guy that says in the smoke, and Krems is still going up the stairs, 3 seconds left. This round's over, no problem. Why does he go after him? In the smoke, kill him.
They were lost in the source of it all, I think.
Yeah, you could say so. It's a little bit unfortunate. Obviously a funny moment as well for Fnatic, but it doesn't take away from the overall impression, where they played some good Counter-Strike. But maybe an example that there's still a bit of a gap between Tier 2 and Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
They had some flaws. They had some holes.
Yeah.
They still have things to fix, but I think
that makes it even worse for Static, though. I was disappointed. I think every time we've seen a Static play, even at the Blast Bounce as well during the online portion, they did it against FaZe in the first game here of this tournament as well. Now eliminated, but every game that you watch them play, you'd be like, okay, there's some potential here. There's certain things they can do. This was the first time I watched the Static where I'm like, well, you guys are not made out for this.
The Liquid problem.
Well, sure. That's harsh on Liquid.
That's harsh on Liquid. That's harsh on our teams that are eliminated as well. We're going to take a look at the group overview as we've got it here. And right now, as you see it, ECSTATIC, they are done for. They put up a good fight against FaZe, but against Fnatic, this was not what we expected. But next up, we've got Virtus.pro going up against M80. And we got something very special for you because Perfecto gave us a lot of insight and Swisher had some words to say as well. So enjoy this before we get into the game. Perfecto, you've had a couple of events now. You've come back to the Tier 1 scene. How would you rate your own performance since coming back?
It's bad because we lost, and I can do good performing because we're just losing. So I don't know. Just try be better, but for now it's not. I'm not happy about it.
What do you think it is about the current Virtus.pro that you guys aren't able to show the results you want?
I don't know actually, because we try to do a lot of stuff for that, but sometimes it doesn't work. But we try just focus our game, and I don't know.
Now, with your experience, obviously you played alongside Electronic for a long time as well. Do you get to have some input into the way you guys play? Do you get to have your own ideas and suggestions?
Yeah, but you know, the tournament, it's like we play tournament after tournament,
Yeah.
so it's not too much time to train, to practice, to fix all stuff. So we just try to do it between the tournaments. So yeah, we have ideas, and I try help some player because I have experience before. I try help IC, I just try help to Electronic as well. So sometimes we can play good, but you know, in the usual time we can lose versus Tyloo. So I don't know, it's tough.
Is it frustrating and hard for you to accept this?
Yeah, actually, because I have amazing motivation before we start playing. I have it now, but you know, when you have only motivation, it's not enough for win tournament, for win games. So I just keep working. So it's only one thing what I can do. So I just working a lot, and I think it's gonna be better next time.
Yeah, keep trying hard, keep pushing forward. Now, I wanted to get your opinion on this because sometimes I watch Virtus.pro and it looks a bit chaotic, it looks a bit messy, but you are in the team speak, so I want you to tell me, how is it from you guys? Are the calls good? Are the understanding of what you want to do good? Do you know how you want to play out the rounds, or does sometimes it get confusing and messy?
Oh, sometimes, yeah, we have good team speak. Sometimes we have
little bit chaos in TeamSpeak, but it's Counter-Strike, so I think it's okay. We try to fix it. Like every time we try to fix it, but you know, if we have like not good, how to say, solo performing, I mean, like mechanic or something going going bad in this day, it's gonna be hard to save the TeamSpeak as well, because it's like together it's very hard.
Today's an elimination game, and it's a different style of team to Vitality if we look at what Vitality do compared to what Virtus.pro can do. But do you have some extra confidence now playing VP, given what you showed already?
I mean, we were obviously confident against Vitality already, even though we were on a few hours of sleep. So now that we're pretty rested and going against VP, we're pretty confident. Obviously, we've played them, I think, once before. We felt like we should have won that series as well, but they ended up coming up on top. So we take it map by map, game by game, and we're looking forward to hopefully beat them this time around.
And both teams like Overpass in this one. Do you feel like you guys are the better Overpass team in this matchup?
I mean, I'd like to say so. We've only played, I'd say, like one good team on Overpass, and that was Vitality, I would say. I mean, everybody else was kind of just NA teams that we kind of always say that like don't really have any of the meta stuff yet. So this will be, if we play Overpass today, it'll be like another kind of test for us. But we're pretty confident on it.
And tell me, right, we're looking at that and just how you guys are playing here now. You've had a bit of time to practice in Europe. Have you been scrimming some Overpass? Is it giving you a better understanding of how good and deep it can go for you?
Honestly, we've probably scrimmed everything but Overpass.
Ah, okay. You had enough reps.
Trying to strengthen kind of our other maps that have struggled. Specifically Dust 2, we're definitely focusing on that a little bit.
Okay.
It's been a struggle for us ever since, I don't even know, since Rec was on the team months, it's been a struggle. So we're trying to kind of come up with solutions here.
But things been going well in practice? Do you feel like you are gaining some strength?
Our Overpass, it's funny, our Dust 2 in practice is always, we would put it, I think, we would always rank it one of our top 3 maps. And then we would always come out in matches and always play bad on it. And we just couldn't necessarily point the issue out.
These are two teams on opposite ends of the motivation and mentality. You know, VP have taken beatdown after beatdown, where M80 bring a new player in, saw what they could do against Vitality, and have this extra level of confidence right now.
They look interesting, M80, in that Vitality game. Not gonna lie, even though they ended up losing, they remain competitive on both maps. They ended up losing on Dust 2. They were great. Couldn't quite get the rounds, couldn't quite get the key rounds. On Inferno, there was a chance, there was an opportunity for M80 to win. My biggest issue is Slacks. He was nowhere to be found. He missed shots left, right, and center. Didn't have a great game. And normally he's the, dare I say, noob farmer in NA. So does he not have the level? Is he like a try in disguise almost, you know, where he's a good domestic player sort of, but can't get it done against the European opposition? Because I want to see that today. I don't want to see that trend continue.
I want you to remember that Slacks is a European player.
He's an NA now. He's all yours. He's all yours at this point.
I think Try is a great comparison. Try is the type of player I'm thinking Slacks. He's a pretty aggressive opper. He can get some really aggressive plays done in North America, but he plays top 30 teams. He really struggles, and that's tough, especially as M80 as a team. I'm sure, Pimp, you know this. You play with a player. Some players are amazing in practice. They're different in matches, and then how do you play around that? How do you change that? How do you change your expectations as a team when you have to see a player just not be what you know he can be? It's tough for M80.
I want to take a look at the scoreboard that we saw from M80 playing Vitality, because this was interesting, right? That Swisher is not the usual suspect I expect to be doing this level of performance, right? We talk about Lake a lot in there as well, but this is a positive sign for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is Swisher having a rare good game, but those good games are becoming a little bit less rare now that we have Hexed on the roster, you know? He's had a few role changes, he's had a few switch-ups, and he just feels kind of unleashed, and Hex is creating a lot of space, I think, for Swisher in mid-round scenarios. I think he's doing just so well, and he's the player that I think you would point out. We're pointing out Slacks. Maybe Slacks is definitely up there, but Swisher is really the player you would normally point at and say, he's the player you could replace on this team, but that's looking like maybe HLTV forums were wrong.
He had a good game against Vitality, that's for sure, and that's, again, It's so hard to quantify M80 in that regard. Like it was almost very good against Vitality, but now you play a level of opposition in VP that is struggling a little bit, a team that you should aspire to be able to compete with, and that's where you got to see the real level of Swisher, the real level of M80. I don't want to make too many conclusions based on the Vitality game alone, but I think we're going to learn a lot by watching them play VP. If M80 cannot win this game or at least make it competitive, then the gap is still quite far.
I think that's a really fair way to put it, because you can have any player, they can have a pop-up, not any player, but a lot of players can have a pop-off game.
Yeah.
They can get confidence. They can play very unhinged against a team where you know you're supposed to be losing against. The question is if he can pull it off against teams that their VP are above M80, but are they far above? No, this is within their striking range. This is a team where M80 could prove themselves.
And do you know who's also in their striking range? Icy, because you were talking about Slacks and maybe not being so good. Icy has been a non-factor for VP. Like, occasionally he will have a great game, but it's not a game that they end up winning. Icy right now, I'm worried about his future on this team.
Yeah, me too, and I can't figure out what it is. If it's Icy not being able to show up, or if it's him playing with Electronic as an in-game leader, not necessarily known to be an in-game leader that gets the most out of the AWP players as well. Replacing Jame as well in this lineup as an AWPer is a different style, it's a different way of playing the game. So I think I've seen better AWPers than Icy come into teams that were disjointed and look worse, but then again, you know, do you have the ability to step above and beyond that? That's what we need to see from Icy.
Here's my problem with Icy. Icy is the AWPer that haters pretend Shiro is. He doesn't do anything. He just sits there, hopes that the kills come to him. And you're right, this very well could be an Electronic problem. This could be because as a team, they seem to set up and then they just hope their opponents give them kills. When Jame was there, they would get themselves in advanced positions, they would get themselves in good spots, force their opponents to take that map control back, then he's waiting. But with Icy, with VP now, it's get into a mediocre spot, hold it for the entire round, and hope that Icy can hit a shot, and then half the time he misses.
And look at Perfecto, right? You saw him in that interview. Even he is having a rough time with all his experience, all his knowledge, probably coming back together with Electronic. We expected better from him. I know it was a year break, but it's like, it's still not coming together in the right way, and it's a worrying sign.
Even the best players are going to struggle functioning in a dysfunctional team, and there were rumors about Flip and Fame wanting to leave the team as well, maybe going back to Jame in Paravision. So I think as long as these guys are not on the same page, as long as they don't chase the same goal, as long as there's different, I guess, motivations within the team, Perfecto is there trying to prove himself that he can still be a pro player. Fame and Flit is maybe proving that they need to lead the team at some point, and Electronic trying to prove to the world that he can still be a decent in-game leader. Instead of having the same goal, it feels like all these players have individual things to prove before the team is getting anywhere, and that's an issue.
Do you know what they have as the same, though? They still run out of time, even with its Jame not leading.
That is actually worse now.
Oh, no, you can't be serious.
I'll tell you, since Jame left, they save more than any other team in the pro scene by a factor. It's like they save 18% of rounds, the next best is 13. It's unbelievable how much they play unbelievably slow.
What?
This is the round we wanted them to pull out, because this is a round. Launder's on the cast. We don't have the cast here. When they go for the B-side exec, he is literally saying, look at the time. There's 20 seconds. They're trying to build pyramids. There's no more clay, except they're just running into the B-site. It doesn't matter. The round is over. The round's done. This is terrible.
The bomb tried to rotate from middle into lower dark and into the B bomb side with, I think, 13 seconds left. Like, it's simply not possible. And again, is that an individual decision-making where it's just completely out of hinge, or is it Electronic not able to control the troops? That's my biggest issue, right? I look at VP, I look at the names, I look at the players, they should be much, much better, but I can't point the blame towards anyone because I don't know what the hell is going on within that team.
Well, they don't know what the hell's going on either, it seems, but we'll take a quick look at the veto in there. My eyesight can't see this from afar, but it does look like M80 still got overpass in there.
That's the thing, though. That's not a punish pick against VP. If there's one thing I want to give VP is that they've actually looked decent on overpass, and they have all the players that used to love overpass back in the day. That used to be a VP speciality, even Electronic back in the NAVI days. So I think for M80, the matchup in terms of the veto is not really favoring them right here. I think they should pick overpass, but it's going to be tougher today.
I wish we saw a little bit different from them, because both of the teams banned Nuke, and M80, the underdog, you expect them to float something. Instead, they ban Nuke. Then we go into overpass, and you're right. VP isn't a Vitality with only 2 games on overpass. VP has played this map. They know what's going on.
They know what's going on, but let's find out if they can show that on the server, because it has been missing over and over again. And let's get back to our commentators, Hugo and Harry.
Yes, I'm very excited for this one. Two proficient overpass teams going blow for blow. Yeah, you don't get that every day. Dude, the other thing, I kind of like Vu's take there. I would have liked to have seen a bit of mind gaming in the veto from M80. I feel like they kind of helped VP out on both counts, right? Getting rid of Nuke and first picking overpass. I think there was a chance for some trickery in this veto, knowing that VP and their comfort and their first pick in almost every game they've played since it was added has been this overpass map.
Yeah, I don't think there's a world where if M80 left Nuke open, the VP wouldn't have straight up banned it, you know, in the second. So I think that's a bit of a surprise, but at the same time, I'm glad M80 have picked overpass just because it forces the guarantee, right? Like, VP might have seen that vitality gain from M80. It was a crazy T-side start. It was a 9-round T-side start. They went on to 13-3 the game. They looked incredible in this map. A map they've been dominating domestically, took it up against the world's best, and managed to still look strong on it. So VP have got their work cut out for them, because even though this map has been good for VP, that is one hell of a T-side to try and match up to.
We're going to see how the M80 T-side looks, as that's where they will be starting, picking in 2 overpass. Fame, clean shot to open, teed up with a flashbang. He even goes fishing for a little bit more here, hanging around, aggressive in mid. Finally put down.
Nice idea there, utilizing 2 flashes to get a lot of value out of that position. You can go slow M80, but you're still running into him. Electronic has got to be careful, they're on long. This is cheeky. VP, happy to sit and wait. Oh. You got to come to them now. Oh, Icy. Go
Easy
on.
as that for Icy. Convincing stuff. Barely even had to move the mouse. It's just a series of clicks for Icy on the line. And so there's the pistol round secured for Virtus.pro. And I mean, you know, you talk about like the guarantee, and I guess there is the guarantee if you pick into it. I don't know, Hugo. I would have loved to have seen them float overpass. I think VP pick overpass if you float it. It's been their just reliable first pick. And I think for a team that's in turmoil, I don't even know how much thought they've put in to M80 and their stance and their pool in this veto. I get that you're opening yourself up to the risk and whatnot. You wouldn't want it like waiting as a third when it's been your go-to.
Yeah.
It just sometimes feels like, you know, if you really want to,
It's called guarantee, Harry.
You gotta.
It's the word guarantee.
I know, but sometimes when you're coming in, you know, you're slightly the underdog.
I agree with the nuke thing. I think you surely float nuke, but that's also, you know, I think M80 just have a better map pool right now.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why it's kind of annoying that you've ended up on what is still a good map for Virtus.pro, and then another good map for Virtus.pro.
Well, you're here now. You got to deal with it. Need that T-side start to kick off here for M80 in the gun round. Yeah, VP will not be shy to start CT side. No orbs just yet. Flawless previous round. 4 mid. Nade set up outside of B for short. And aggressive, as VP must be with this many players dedicated. Oh my. Blake has no idea. He's dead. Fame forces that. Playground swing will get punished, and Slacks, with his back turned, peeked by Icy. M80 are locked in spawn right now. Nowhere to go.
these VP CT sides. This is their more active half of the two, which sounds crazy. But this is where they will look to kind of take the most room, be the most mobile. Electronic has been sniffed out over towards Party. He's been cleaned up and left this in a 3-on-4. Still the advantage resides with VP, but because of the gap that opened only for a moment, two players have kind of gone back just to plug this hole at the top site, and now they're content with that. It will start to move on down, meaning this stack is assembled at the B site in time and might not even be needed. Perfecto and Icy make quick work over that B hit.
Oh, it does look really nice for VP right now, even though the mid-rounding gives a chance to M80. VP just look like they are floating around the map, filling the gaps perfectly. Good communication. And they come in with a play as well. To go 4 mid is quite a dedicated setup. But they don't just sit back and wait too patiently. VP initiate the play. They do it again, this time with 3. Oh, sorry, they actually are going lower. Hitting the molly, rarity. M80 were doing it though. VPR indeed in control. And this is a hard map to win with pistols. M80 have a good amount of real estate, but VP don't need to give them an entry here. Can play within the confines of the bomb site. So front side smoke to give them some room. Yep, blocked by Icy by accident. Not the end of the world, still pretty much lands. And so M80 will get some space here. Right now it just looks like a fake smoke because they're all in the toilets.
Came up close, springs after Electronics contact. And so it's a clean finish there out of Virtus.pro, keeping it flawless in that round.
3A the entire time, never once scared of that B executes.
You know, I think for VP, this is just one that makes tremendous sense that they've been threatening. This has been one of their go-to maps from the moment it was added. When you think about like the kind of components behind this team, the pieces it's made up of. Ex-NAVI players, always a good map for them. For VP, it was also always a go-to, and honestly some similarities as well in how they viewed and played the map. Even when I've spoke to Flit about how they, or Flit and Fame about how they play it, they say, yeah, we just do it the usual way. That is just how they all view the game. It's these pretty passive CT setups for the most part. Having Electronic in that rotate position. He'll usually start 3 down towards B, help set up Flit to go and take like short control. Play in tandem with Perfecto and Co right off the top of the round and then rotate back up towards A. So it always feels like you have a stack in the right place with those kind of forward warning systems available for VP. They take keen advantage of the quick rotate between B and A. So a lot of the time, you know, all this time kind of spent clearing the toilet, spent clearing connector, spent clearing long, can feel like time wasted in the majority of VP's rounds. And that always leaves squads with kind of these final, you know, 20, 30 second left execs into this stacked site. And that stack is starting to take shape right now. Yeah. This is a classic VP round.
Flip moving up, 0-0, hasn't seen anyone yet, but he's gonna be needed on this A execute. A lot of dinks done, downrange, Fame squeezes one shot out, but the flash is so good from long. Oh, even Flit found on his wide swing. M80 have broken in. Even though VP knew it was coming, they could not stop it. Perfecto forced a save on this B-bomb site as M80 field their first T-side round. One thing that was very impressive about M80's win over Vitality on this map was the variety of executes, right? Constantly having, from long or from short, doesn't matter where they are, just different, you know, 2-man, full XX, mollying out 2 positions, smoking 2 positions, and just perfect blinding whoever was on A. So if M80 can get that close space up toilet, up long, they are going to be very lethal. Even with VP's tendency to play this map. Oof. Yeah, a bit of a whiff for Icy to start the round from 9-0. Not ideal, but glad the VP are looking willing to still make plays in this game. Oops, missed monster. Icy doesn't fire on that flash. So Hex doesn't know what he's walking into right now, but just avoids the AWP by an inch. Nice kill from Fame, still in middle at a minute. M80 getting caught off by some maybe aggressive players from VP, a rare sentence. But I like that Fame is off the leash, finally. Going to be pulled back. Electronic has to recede into the site. And M80 have a lot of space to take. That rotate is getting forced. Flick coming up is exactly what M80 want.
Ooh. Shadow spotted for Icy, but he doesn't have a second thought on the flick back down to Hext. Flashes leave him blind. They're unable to close the distance straight away, and so Icy visions back, and he's ready to strike it away from M80. B-play gets denied. Even though M80 kind of get the rotate they were hoping for, they get the reaction out of Virtus.pro. They have a real tough time disrupting the Icy Perfecto hold. And Swisher left saving.
And I mean, the Desk were having a very reasonable conversation about how Icy just is kind of a shock that he's still on this team. He's been struggling to find his form. He's been a player that's really struggled inside of VP. And with the wealth of CIS AWP talent and young players there are, it's a shock that VP have lent on this guy for so long when he's been really middling. And that's me being complimentary, really. But right now, in this game, he showed up red hot to start the series. Just what VP need. A strong AWP presence on the defense of Overpass. Let's see if Icy can keep it up. 11-2 right now.
I think on this map in particular, he is proficient. You know, I think he kind of does exactly what's needed of him. They use it more often than not as like an info piece on this team on Overpass. Here, though, because he's having such a great day, getting to be far more involved early on the AWP. A lot of Icy's rounds can just be attributed to being kind of a floating camera over towards the A site, playing jump spot at SWAT and DICE.
That's not what you want from your AWP, though. You want him to be a bit more involved, so nice to see him making some opening moves.
I think for VP, it's what they want.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like he just does that the whole time. Once he gets the spot and the info, then he'll start firing off. But I think that's actually what he's going to go do now. I mean, this is speaking of the game he's having.
Audacious angle, but let's see if it lands. Hex lurking B, bomb up long on the AWP. Quite a few players up long here for M80, so Icy might not get what he is waiting for. Fame jump spot, a bit of a bait. And he leaves nades so they can set him up later. Pushing close behind the toilet smoke. Is probably, I was going to call it an execute, but they have one smoke, one flash, so this is a dry round. They really want a kill to get given to them. Icy not in the mood to allow an entry. One flash is all they've got.
First man's made it out. Icy seems aware. Fame and Electronic here, and just waves of defense take shape for Virtus.pro.
Just nothing to throw in there on that bomb site, right? They have nothing. Can't clear a single position. Flash does 0, and Icy, the hero. 2 kills, Electronic right by his side. Perfect hold on the A site. Again, the gamble is, it's not even a gamble. It's a well-founded stack for VP. And M80 are hitting the brick wall.
UE and VP, two things that don't really belong in the same sentence together, but the one map that I do really enjoy watching them on is Overpass. I think it is pretty beautiful CT sides, and sure, sometimes they do like just randomly all start playing horrible. But we can ignore that, you know? Like
those right now.
No, when everyone's hitting, it looks really, really nice. And I think this is another thing that M80 are gonna have to watch out for is, unlike in that kind of Vitality game where I would argue the precedent set on the CT side from Vitality was that most rounds we will make plays for space, we're gonna go looking for info, we're gonna try and be involved early, and then in some rounds we'll play super passive. VP's kind of the opposite. Most rounds they play passive, and then occasionally they'll come through with these aggressive stances. And so the onus on M80 is to try and figure out, well, when are they doing which? And you end up kind of leaving yourself with very little time in these rounds. It's so easy to fall into the classic VP trap of playing on their terms, at their tempo, because you end up holding, you know, you're watching mid, you're clearing mid, you're holding onto the toilets. Oh, maybe they're flanking con, we have to go clear con. Well, honestly, VP very rarely play that position, you know? Perfecta sometimes might end up there. We've seen rounds where he does it, but for the most part, you end up in these very passive rounds, and so you end up kind of playing in with the final 30 seconds, and at that point, wherever you're throwing your util, that's where you're ending up. VP leave themselves with a nice, easy puzzle to piece together.
Fame has been a lot of fun to watch here in middle. He didn't get seen on that jump spot, but he knows. So the kill just comes to him. Middle cleared out by Fame.
Here's another one of these rounds where it's like, okay, so now they are going aggressive. What does that mean for M80? You've spotted one guy pushed up through party. Does that just mean you're walking into the stack?
Yes. Yes, it does. Electronic rotating down. Huge entry from Lake. The one gun in this round. Icy needs to nail this next shot. He gives it up. They're out monster with a lot of space. Grenades are good, but kill's not coming through here for VP. The rifle will push himself back into the bomb site. Electronic, this is his smoke from the Navi days. Cleaned off of default. Fame follows up, flank is in, he's dropped the gun, and this bomb is not getting planted anytime soon. Electronic there with another double. He's been all over it. It's Fame's triple on flank as well that supplements this hold. And VP, full control. I think part of the M80 game that why it was so successful is they were calling from the front, right? It's a lot easier to call from the front. You know the adjustments that Vitality were likely to make. And when we saw those adjustments, M80 would switch up the pace. They'd go for a B rush every few rounds. They'd avoid this stack. Zywu was left saving most of his CT side. Well, every time M80 have committed into a site, VP have had two, more often than not, three players there.
Another aggressive start to the round. This is as VP kind of stop respecting M80, willing to throw in more and more risks off the rip.
Hello.
I'll also credit the VP B defense. They, you know, for Perfecto and Flair, these are like career B-side players, so it makes sense that they both have a very clear understanding of what the other hand wants to do down here on B. And while there were some moments in that Vitality game where individuals would kind of get strung out, you'd have like one guy fighting Monster alone, and then that allows the waterfall of M80. Okay, that's a pretty big pickup. Perfecto on a jiggle.
Flitz 0-1 on round 9. So maybe time to play, or maybe not, as they go back up connector. Icy in the bomb site. Dude. Fame late on long.
Okay, they actually can outmaneuver them here. And this is a tricky thing to do to Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Fame just got that info. Keeps Icy on this top site. Fame even goes back to A. 30 seconds. They just have to speed up. Oh, Icy's back down heaven. Fame is on his own. They're going to start to hear the footsteps running up the short side. Fame is caught by Sin on long, throwing that front side smoke. 20 seconds. They fear a stack. I can't blame them. They've been burned before, but the site is free.
And this extra slowdown, these extra few seconds, look who they've allowed to close the gap. Electronics backstab, now very, very threatening, and he's ahead of Slacks. His timing on this, he could stop the plant right now, and that's the round. Electronics steals it away, arriving just in time. VP, They feel unbeatable right now. Everything is working out. Electronic sees it all so clearly here on Overpass. Threads the needle on that backstab, arriving just as he's supposed to.
They're not going A, they're not going B, they're going home, says Electronic. Flit is still 0-1 on round number 10, and VP are 8-1 up. Another perfect round for Electronic. And Icy's just doing his damn job. Clocking in 15-2. Fame 14-5.
And dude, this is such a rarity. Like, VP so rarely put stock in fighting for Con.
Hey.
This time they come at it not just from the boost, but the Icy AWP is here as well. I don't think Lake saw it, did he? It looked like he maybe saw something.
Nope.
But Icy moves in. Rob slacks from the server. That's the AWP gone. That's the big ticket item.
Oh.
Flash to tee him up to go out in a mid, and Lake will secure that kill at least.
Sees the bomb on short as well there. There's further info for VP. Through the smoke goes Lake. A hero play had to be made. He does come up with a kill. Flit is tucked in toilet, low health, trying to catch this one player off guard, but if he goes hunting, he gets caught by the AWP, so Flit goes all the way around. He hears these footsteps back. Flit has a round in the palm of his hand, takes one more. Doesn't know about this AWP in toilet, but Flit doesn't fight. Electronic needs to drop down. A Hex has found the B entry and taken space.
Electronic just walking the smoke. Goes out so early. And now the AWP makes it out over towards short. Sit on a swing is cancelled. Electronic lights them up on that retake.
He only deals in doubles. How many double kills has Electronic had to close rounds, to hold down that A-bomb site? He's always in the right position right now. This is a VP masterclass. This is a VP overpass. An M80 who 13-3 vitality on this map with a 9-round T-side. I'm thinking, we did this against ZywOo. Who the hell are these guys?
I think, like, it's the other thing that it's always sick to watch VP play this map, but it also just shows, like, what they could be capable of. This is one where, like, just by the nature of how all of these players have been used to playing this map, they're all on the same page. And it's like, look how hard they hit. Look how good they can be when they all kind of mutually understand the goal, the objective, how they want to play. That's the allure of this VP squad. But it just doesn't translate to many of the other maps for Virtus.pro. Another one of these more passive rounds. I'm going to credit M80 here. They've realized a lot quicker that it's a passive round. Spotting the AWP, I think, back at long has helped them in that goal. And so far earlier in the round, they're in a better position here. It's going to be harder for VP to correctly gamble. I think at most, they're going to have 3 players here on the top site. You see Electronic moving up now. This is because it's so early in the round.
Oh, they've been breaking that smoke time after time, and this time it pays off. Bomb up close to A, but are they interested in this? Or Perfecto deals with that B-lurk, and that's as the bomb was about to come back. So with Hex dead, they have nothing to show for either site. VP are 4-man A. What do you do? Really, save is the answer, but they need the rounds. VP start to shuffle down. Shadow spotted. Icy. Missed shot, but he's got his teammate by his side. Missed Molotov on top of him. Fame, they're going to get funneled in. Save is the right call. $10-1 for Virtus.pro.
And this is why, you know, like the no, like, dude, the fact that Flit's still 2-1, by the way,
yeah,
is
it's
crazy.
hilarious.
Like, they're not going to him. He hasn't really had to do anything. The few rounds they have gone B, him and Perfecto have been fine. But yeah, you know, this is one of the worries of, like, the no gamble at all at any point in the veto for M80, taking it as safe as physically possible. Because I agree with your statement that their map pool is better than that of Virtus.pro, and yet somehow you've ended up on 2 good VP maps in the veto.
Yeah, I just think they had to believe in themselves, right? I think the Vitality game justifies, in their mind, picking this map. And, like, yeah, okay, the result makes it look silly, but I didn't expect this. This is crazy out of VP. 10-1 A perfect game from Icy. The reads from Electronic, everything. They've definitely done their homework.
Kind of the only hope now is you shoot for 2 and you hope that VP and T sides on this map haven't been as notable as the CT sides, which have often been fantastic. But it's not to say they're bad either. It's just not as strong as this. And so that's really the best you've got to look forward to here. Clutching at straws for a second round. They're going to try and end this on the B site. 3-strong start, as is always the case for VP. Electronic starts his rounds off B-ward bound.
In they go, fast as ever. Out of nowhere, Electronic deals in another double. And just like that, M80 flushed out of this map. 11-1, Virtus.pro come through and kick him to the curb.
Minus Famos plus Perfecto was quite tough for me because I think still that Famos is really good. I think he also made a lot of energy just looking at them playing a game, like he was screaming, shouting.
I really like how Flamos plays. I was actually very surprised when they removed him, especially after such a short time. I think Flamos is a raw gem, similar to Makazi in my opinion, but it was hard for him to reach that potential VP because of the style they were playing. At the same time, Perfecto is a Grand Slam winner and he was part of one of the best teams ever, basically.
Bringing Perfecto back is good. Perfecto was a solid player. I don't know what's happened there, but maybe they needed someone more calm.
It's nice move, let's go. Like, I have good relationship with the Fleet Fame before, so he need to, like, good anchor with experience. I think it's me, so.
I think with Perfecto, it's a player that Electronic knows and they kind of understand the similar view on the game.
We had some problems before, but you know, it's 1 year, you know, talking so much, so now we just try to do our best.
Obviously, Perfecto was very hungry to come back, so it's a good change for him.
I don't know what to expect. I don't know how his form is going to be. He hasn't played in a team for a long time.
It's a good addition for VP, but it will take Perfecto some time to get back to his shape.
When I come, I work many with Electronic and Finn, like our coach. I have like 3 pracs and after I play like normal.
Oh, Perfecto, there's the lineup.
We just try to do our best, so I'm happy.
M80 might have stunned us all by besting Vitality here in dominant fashion just the other day, but here versus VP, a team that have put the time and energy into Overpass. They get a run for their money. It's an 11-1 half in VP's favor. A storming CT side where now this pistol decides everything on Overpass.
We're off the fucking goop right now. You guys have to chill the fuck out. We're boosting, we got time. Think of a strategy, Sin. You don't have to be a support hero. Just let them play.
Ooh. Rory Jackson laying down the law. They are definitely feeling stressed. After an 11-1 half, couldn't find a clear bomb site. Couldn't avoid a stack.
I mean, that's half the problem with playing VP though, isn't it, on this map?
Yeah.
Feels like you're always running in to a 3-man hold. You feel like they have 6 players.
15-1 on this map, or M80. Since it got re-added to the pool, they've been farming domestically. But this is a different ball game now. Oh, Flip might have this timing. Julies do catch him though. Hext gets something done. Triple A stack. VP forced to go in. Quad.
I see with the tap back. Keeps some form of pressure on. More damage put down range on Sin as well. Hext with the spot on Electronic back down in the connector, and this long play continuing to get cleaned up. It's looking good for M80 to find their footing in this pistol.
18-3 on Icy. Give it a go. What you got? Show me the money.
Oh my God. Why does it feel like he could do this? There's the backstab for Lake to alleviate all the pressure. And so clutch denied for Icy. Pistol round picked up for M80. It's the early building blocks of what would have to be one hell of a comeback here. As we've said for VP, Overpass has been a great map for them, but it is their CT side, undoubtedly, that hits the hardest and the cleanest. That's what you're going to have to be telling yourself here if you're M80. So this is where you can stretch your legs a little.
Reading between the lines, what you're trying to say is overtime?
Well, you know, no, jury's out on that. That's too far away.
Okay, it's up for debate.
What I'm saying is that VP aren't the type of team that are going to 11-1 the T side ever.
Well, luckily, all they need is 2.
This is where, for Flit, someone who never really had to do anything in the first half is feeling a little cold as well. And he's got a lot of responsibility. He'll be the guy lurking around outside of B. Usually, he's very good at finding his timings, finding his gaps. But if he's feeling a little bit cold in the game as a whole, he'll have to warm into this T side. Oh my God, Icy just can't miss. Electronics found the gap down on B in the meantime.
Oh no, oh, not the whole mag. Okay, through the smoke does connect. Just charging down this one player in A. Late gonna give it up. It's the right move. Allow the bomb plant, but play the retake. Aggressive is Fame. This Tech9 up close. Could shred the head. Perfecto follows up. They line up, but no. Swisher keeps that round safe for M80. Stressful, yes. But VP put down for one more. Yeah, he is on the ball.
So while Flit's going to be your guy kind of on these B lurk rounds when the rest of VP lean towards A, that same responsibility kind of leans the way of Fame in these B leaning rounds. This time it's a 3-2 split with support on either side of the map. Perfecto backing up Fame in a long crawl, while the rest of VP sit outside of Monster. Flash.
Perfect.
And it gives up the aim of the game. Nets a free opener for Fame. It's a bit of an early jump of the gun here on this B hit. Electronic trying to be quick with the timing. Knew that rotates were going to be called here for M80. At bare minimum, the defense is still split, and VP are grouping very quickly for this B hit. They've got Hexed low, wounded behind the pillar, crosses out on a short, looking for anything else here. And a re-smoke to block the site here. This is good stuff for M80, who they themselves now come in on a flank.
Yeah, the smoke is going to buy a bit of room for VP. They need to boost over and get this kill quick. If they go back, they're dead. Boost will tell them there's another player in the smoke, so Piper aware as they spam him through. They find a fourth. Hex trying to bring some hype as M80 streak together rounds for the first time in this series. VP, no alarm sound yet. Been on mixed bag of buys, forcing up with bomb plants and with damage. Might finally have to take a back seat here and allow a round to go down before we get full rifles.
Lake is in a very far forward position, and he won't have support.
Slacks can flash, but
it's the only thing he's got, right? And that's actually a play that VP like to do as well. These like flashes over the long toilets, but that's the one flash they have. So Lake tries to get out of there. Once it's gone, comes at quite the cost. He's brought down low. It's not like you get a bounty of info in this round. There's still a minute left, and believe me, VP will use every second of it.
To their own detriment at times, but in a round like this, you want to get that util out of M80, squeeze them for all it's worth. 3 on A. Strong read. Lake in a dangerous position where VP could get armed by finding that kill. Execute now. Lake needs something here. God. Was killed by his team. Grenade to follow up.
Sin. Oh, awkward. The pistol's starting to overwhelm. Slacks left is the only guy left standing. And he will turn the tide, albeit for a moment. Brings down a bunch of players low. Electronic and Flip both wounded, and Electronic is spammed out of play. Icy has been red hot. Flit has barely had to play on overpass. So it's the only guy with health. Icy might have to be the one to deliver in this low econ round. VP, half the time, ticked off this bomb. The kit is on Hexed.
Oh, I like this.
That's going to leave an MP9 to cover at range. Tries to hunt, tries to close the distance. Works its way in close, but as Icy finds that kill now, you're teed up for the win. Hexed can't do this. There just isn't the time. Flit's got no reason to give him the fight, and so VP breakthrough on pistols. A crushing way to give over map point as the pistol flood can't be stopped by M80.
Disastrous round. I mean, this setup is so dangerous. That's what I was saying. Giving the gun over on that close toilet position and VP use it against M80. It's what gets them the crucial round closing kill. Despite the triple stack, does M80 no favors. And well played by Icy all game long. Even in this crucial map point round. That, as we've learned in this series already, T-side rounds on overpass are no guarantee. So VP will take it however it comes down. Careful, Lake, on the smoke. He's now trapped out, needs Slacks to bail him. And even now the comm player must change position as VP get that mid-control. 1 HE frightens the setup here. Could walk through toilets and ruin this round, but oh god. Sin making steps. Fame on the hunt.
Is he about to rotate B? Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh. VP don't know it's double long, but they could piece it together.
Still, I mean,
you
hear the rotate. That's
now
already
you
so
know.
much. And Perfecto's confirming this in the here and now. He's just seen a second nade come out from the long side. This is it. It's all done. There's no room left to run. No miraculous comeback here for M80. They pick it to Overpass versus VP, a team that made this a habit of being their first pick from the moment it was added. And VP show them why. Damn near flawless game out of Virtus.pro to open up this series.
M80 are going to take a long, hard look at themselves in the mirror after that one. Virtus.pro may not be Vitality, but they could well be better than Vitality on Overpass. This was a showing and a half, and I would just say that M80 probably looked a little bit shell-shocked in that one.
I think that's fair to say. There's no way around the fact that M80 did not play up to par to the performance we saw against Vitality. However, I want to phrase it in a different way this time around. That was the first Virtus.pro game I've seen probably in my entire life where I don't have anything negative to say. I think that was a good performance from start to finish. They got the job done. They never left any doubt whatsoever, and they didn't start to fumble around when they didn't have to. You know, unlike VP, they looked solid from start to finish.
Unlike VP, that is a un-VP-esque game. That is, honestly, that's one of the games they have once in a while. They have an event that looks like that, where they have some games like that. They have some great showings, and they look like an active team. And then the very next event, the very next map sometimes, it falls apart. And VP just go back to looking like themselves. That was VP being active on the map, getting aggressive. That's what I want to see from VP.
Yeah, that's the dream come true that we don't see too often if you're a VP fan. But also, I'm a little bit worried because Swisher told me, oh, we didn't need to practice Overpass, we wanted to focus on other maps. Kind of looks like it.
Yeah, we have a round where the very first gun round of the game, and already VP showed that they watched the demo from Vitality. They watched what Vitality was doing that had success. Vitality, I think, won 2 or 3 rounds on their CT side, but the rounds they had success in were rounds where they got aggressive. So you go into the very first gun round, they get aggressive in a playground. They have a 4A stack on this bonus round here. They get the initial kills, and then after that, M80 just kind of floundering. There's not much you can do when you start out the round, not only 3v5, but with 0 control of the A side of the map. And as we're saying, Swisher before said, we haven't been practicing Overpass, we've been focusing on other maps. That shows.
That shows. That was not a good performance from M80, not a good start, and it did look a little bit, like they looked shell-shocked on that T side.
Yeah.
It felt like they couldn't handle the aggression, and Overpass can be a terrible map to play if you're on the T side and you can't handle that kind of aggression. But I got to give it to VP as well. You start by being aggressive, then there were certain rounds where they would fall back to the bomb side. They had mid-round aggression moves as well in the middle of the game, so they kind of hit him on all fronts, and M80 were unable to answer in any of those.
But Pimp, it wasn't like M80 didn't have chances, right? It wasn't like there was a few rounds where they could have got something done and they still didn't capitalize on it.
There was a few rounds, not too many, but I picked out one, round 9, where I feel like, okay, M80, you want to weigh into this game? You better win this one. It's, again, a round where you play 5v4, but then you get a nice free peek right here. That's good. You equal the scoreline, 4v4. You still have time to play with, 30 seconds left. You even cause some rotation, so you have technically a 4v1 going on right here. You get that kill, a 3v3, but then it takes such a long time for them to get up to the bomb side. They are almost over clearing it there, Sade. No one is planning the bomb until it's too late, and no one is holding for the electronic flank. There was a moment between them entering the bomb side and electronic coming in for the flank where you had 15 seconds where no one was close to you. And then you almost, there's a over clear the side. It takes a little bit too long. You're a little bit too paranoid. You're not unsure what's going on. And then you don't get the bomb plant. So rounds like these, you're supposed to win. You're supposed to convert. And when they lost this one, I knew it was game over.
We saw that a little bit in the last series where we were saying this is why ECSTATIC and Fnatic aren't tier 1 teams. And it's the same thing here. But this is one of those ones where if you change the scoreboards, if you said that was VP on the T side, I would fully have believed you because that was just too slow of a round. They had good things going for them. Slack's got the entry. They get back control of different areas of the map. They have the ability to go anywhere, but they just take 10, 15 seconds too long. Not an extra minute. They take a few seconds too long. That's all it takes for a player like Electronic.
Now, for a player like Icy, Vu, you have to apologize right now.
I'm ready to apologize to absolutely nobody, okay? Icy can have a good game, but if you look back statistically, games where Virtus.pro, people will say, Virtus.pro looked really good in this game.
Yeah, you did.
It's always ones where Icy does well. When Icy is doing well, those are games VP finds upsets. Those are games VP looks good because when Icy's doing well, he gets active on the map. He gets aggressive. He makes plays. He's not hiding in spawn. That's the Icy you want to see. The problem is how rarely we see it.
Okay.
It's very rare.
That's not an apologizing. That's
No,
not
that didn't
a
work.
man that's apologizing. 7 multi-kills, 3 for 4 in opening kills. I think 21 kills in the game and 127 ADR. You know, on all fronts, he was impactful. I very much agree with you. You know, yesterday or the day before that, when we saw VP play the first time around, he was very disappointing. And overall, it does feel like that's the one position right now where you feel like you could bring in an upgrade. Now, we speak of why is it that IC may or may not work out in VP? Why is it we don't see these pop-up games often enough from IC? I think there's an awful lot of focus within the VP camp of making the riflers work. When you have Flit, Electronic, and Fame, you need to focus a lot on them. You need to put a lot of energy into making them as comfortable as possible. So you need an out player who's able to hold on to his own. In this game, IC showed that by being all over the map, by being very self-sufficient, I dare say it. But there's other AWPers out there right now, and I'm going to say the name Dexter, you know, who would be perfect in that position. He doesn't need any help. He doesn't need any support. He can do whatever the hell he wants to, because VP is not going to allocate any resources to you to play that op role. So hopefully for IC, this is like I don't know, maybe a game that reminds him that, hey, if I want to be successful within this team, I have to do it by myself and I have to allow myself to get aggressive, because when he's sitting back and doing nothing, then he looks bad, VP looks bad, and everyone is crying, I guess.
Definitely the VP fans are crying, maybe the VP players themselves, but someone who wasn't crying in this game is Fame at the same time, because we speak about so many times Flit and Fame, right? One of them will have a pop-off game at some point, no matter what.
Yeah, this is... So often you talk about VP. The reason I wanted to bring up Icy in the pregame is because we talk about the riflers. Flit's not good enough. Fame had an off game. Oftentimes one of them's going to be having an off game in any given game. Electronic's not IGLing well enough. You forget about the op presence sometimes because these riflers are so effective. And I think since you had Flamus's removal, and I think that was kind of unfortunate because Flamus is such a good player and VP just didn't use him well, but you have had a resurgence from Flit and Fame. Oftentimes together, they're getting a lot more entries. They're being used much more aggressively, and I think that's to their benefit. They've been just dominant in the last few weeks, few months. I think they are finally maybe starting to push towards that peak that has been advertised from them for so long.
He said a keyword. He said entries. You see that on your graphic right here as well. He went 6 for 6 in opening duels. That's kind of cool. Overall, for the game, VP won 14-3 in opening duels. At that point, you're just winning the game outright.
Yeah.
When you're playing 5v4 every single round, and especially every single buy round, there's nothing you could do not to win the game. Who was the guy over on the side of M80 that couldn't get it done? Lake involved in 8 opening duels. James, here's a quiz for you. Guess how many opening duels Lake won out of the 8?
I give him 1?
0.
Oh,
my
no.
God. 0.
Oh, no.
He tried his absolute best to be aggressive, to be involved, to change the tide of the game. For that, he has my respect. But when you lose 8 out of 8, you're not going to win the game, buddy.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow. But also, I want to look at, we had a mic'd up moment during the game, right, where Def was trying to hype up Cian and get him to call a bit better as well. I'm worried where, like, I didn't see the same team when they were playing against Vitality who would get a bit more aggressive, take a bit more space. They were way too passive in this, right?
Well, I think this is what we talked about coming into the game. Now M80 are feeling, okay, we came close beating Vitality. We were competitive. Now we're facing a VP that everyone is describing as a team on the downfall. Maybe we have a shot here. Maybe we're actually, setting the bar high for ourselves and say we should be competitive against this team. All of a sudden, there's expectations to M80. And what happens to NA Counter-Strike when anyone expects anything of them? Well, they crumble, like every single goddamn time.
I mean, that is an M80 that played 16 maps of Overpass before playing Vitality, and then you play Vitality, they've played 2 maps of Overpass. Then you think, oh my God, our Overpass is so sick, guys. Let's pick it against a team that also first picks Overpass. And it turns out when you play against a team that has practice on the map, that can show different looks, that isn't confused by what a long A hit looks like, it's a little bit tougher to get things done.
Well, you can't be confused when you're going into Dust 2. Everyone should know that map, but that is where we're going to next. It is VP's pick, and we did hear that M80 have been practicing it, so maybe there's a small chance. M80 did say in the pre-match interview that they had been working on Dust 2 because it had been bad for so long for this team. Well, they're going up against a team who could be considered equally as bad, but it's against much tougher opposition. So where are we going to be at with this one, Pimp? Because the veto didn't make sense from the start. Everything got thrown into craziness. M80 overestimated their overpass, and now we land on Dust 2.
I think Dust 2 for Virtus.pro exemplifies everything we talk about. It's a map that stylistically should fit them well. It's a map that I think they should be good on. It's a map where they have the players to be good on the map as well, but their results are so lackluster. They can't seem to activate the star rifling powers they have when in their lineup. Electronic back in the Navi days, best entry fragger I've ever seen on Dust 2. Let him run over Catwalk, he will get the job done. Fame and Flit used to be solid on the map as well. Icy had moments, you know, on Dust 2, but as a team, they just don't come together.
Yeah, that's why we had in the pregame, we had a clip from their last matchup where they're just wasting time. They have no time on the clock. And I'd love to see if M80 saw that last matchup, because one of the things GamerLegion was doing, holding their smokes, holding their utility, because VP just wasted time constantly. If they have done that, they might get over the fact that they have a 40% win rate on this map last 3 months playing NA competition. That's a weak M80 squad.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's not a positive sign. And do you think that might be now a case where Virtus.pro said, okay, we're just going to run over you now? They're going to have this huge amount of confidence from Overpass and might just disrespect him a little bit?
I think that's where they can actually maybe set up Icy. I'm being a little, giving them a little something.
Is it an apology?
I want to see them set up Icy, take some map control early, get that confidence, set him up in positions where he can hold an angle and people have to push back into him. That's what I saw from Jame on this map. That's what part of what made VP good on this map back in the day. You get that mid control, Icy posts up, gets a free shot. That's where Icy, that's his bread and butter.
Keep dreaming, little boy. Yeah, that's not going to happen. There's no way Electronic is going to dedicate his resources to his AWP player. That's just not the way it works within that team. Electronic as a rifler, Fame and Flit, those are the three guys you want to set up. Perfecto can be the glue maybe towards Icy, but I doubt it. I agree with you. I would love to see it. I would love to see Electronic maybe realizing that, listen, all this focus on our riflers is not really panning out, so maybe there's a balance to be found where you get more out of Icy, because I do think while we agree that he has been underwhelming in VP, he has the skill set. Like, as a player, he has abilities that is far superior to what he's showing right now. One thing, though, one massive issue and one thing I hope M80 have looked out for is VP's CT side is garbage on this map, especially in the past 3 months. And guess who's the worst performer I probably have ever seen, statistically speaking, on that CT side? Fame, the top front, the guy that we just had an overpass destroying everything. His average rating on Dust 2 CT side the past 3 months is 0.48. Kerrigan would be looking at that and thinking, dude, you suck.
That's a player that M80 certainly have looked at. It's come into the meta recently. B pops. You want to go after the B player. Fame, B player. I want to see that from M80.
Okay, well, let's find out if M80 have a chance this and if they can take us to a third. And also, Hugo, Harry, what do you guys think of Icy?
Icy? I think sometimes he's
just
good.
Stomped.
Yeah, he's good on overpass, man.
Yeah,
he's
on
actually
overpass,
maybe the overpass goat, but on other maps, yeah, can be streaky at times. I don't know. I've seen some good games from Icy on Dust 2 as well. I think it is just one of these AWPers you can sometimes have, you know, a bit of a failure to launch, never really get going in a series. Right now, he's hitting hard, man. I think we're in for an Icy special in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the weather forecast here on Dust 2 between M80 and VP, with elimination looming on this series. M80, they had a banger against Vitality, then they fell short. To think that they could be still in the upper bracket, Harry, because they were so close to even beating Vitality on Inferno.
Jeez, look at the size of them jugs that was just being drunk out of. That's crazy. No, I think, you know, I've actually refined my Icy take a little bit more. I wasn't ready to answer that question. My feeling of Icy is actually largely the same as how I feel about the entire VP roster, which is just sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. And that's Virtus.pro in a nutshell. Today, we're getting good VP. And because of the veto and how M80 have elected to brave this one, even for a team with a pretty shrunk down map pool, VP have ended up on what I would consider 2 good maps for this squad.
Absolutely. Yeah, recent results haven't been great, but historically this has been the go-to for VP, even finding a streak earlier in the year. They 13-0'd FaZe on Dust back at Lisbon. Historically better than recency. We'll see if M80 abuse those B-pops in the second half, but for now it's them starting CT side. VP have to clear out lower. See him hiding behind the boxes. Can't force that fight. Fame comes in with the opening kill. These are very hard rounds to recover on CT side. Man down. Where VP could go anywhere. M80 have to spread thin if they want to cover everything. Boost up. Slacks needs to go back to that bomb site. Even then, it's too late. They're up cat.
Coming Lake's way. Taking contact, but there's this late lurk out of Electronic. He'll pick and choose his fight carefully. Swisher instantly dealt with, and this is looking to be a clean pistol round for VP. Providing they're able to stop all these pushes on the extremities, and they will do so. Clean stuff from Virtus.pro.
Go next round. Yeah, I was dead as a doorknob from the start. Sin putting himself in lower, 4v5ing, and I mean, they have nothing. They have no info. No one to stop an A split. Electronic painfully late at long. Just a nice simple round for VP. And Flick gets to play. That's nice. Took him a whole half an overpass before he even saw someone.
Dude, more worrying than that is Flick looks happy.
Wow. It's not every day you get a smile out of a VP player.
Dude, even in the pre-game interview, Perfecto sounded like they'd just been delivered horrible news before this game. You know, the vibes, bit of a roller coaster in VP, one with a lot more downswings than up. But right now, it seems like they are having a good time.
Wow. Come a long way. Flit out middle with some freedom here. Sin going to jump spot. VP are like, are we fighting or are we not? Back up cat then. Into Electronic.
In their defense, they still have 45 seconds left of live round time here, so...
Use it or lose it.
Oh, lovely shot from the Slack Scout. And that is going to complicate matters somewhat. Now, the route to the plant is open.
Oh, no.
That drop down for Flit. He's a little overzealous. Icy and Fame trying to clean up, but they're not ready for the Swisher Scout on long. And so, Perfecto, you've got 20 seconds to kill everyone, my friend. And he decides, not today.
VP. They never left, Harry. We got ahead of ourselves. One map. And save will be allowed here, but I guess they didn't realize there were two long players. Everyone completely looking away from the long side. Cat plant the whole time is open for VP. They never even attempted it. Just in the open, two swishers picked up Scout, trying to force those CT fights. Flit really getting ahead of himself, like doing that damage and then dropping in spawn feels way too much. Pressure was on M80 there, and well, all the kills get gifted. So VP have to dig deep into the pockets. Pistols out.
What are they cooking?
B-pop?
Whatever it is, it's in the slow cooker.
8 hours marinating. Tender.
Oh. Hold on a second.
Falls off the bone.
Out of the slow cooker and straight onto the grill. Electronic. He hears them leaving.
Oh,
Look
no.
at him go. Ooh. Hang on. Hang on. Couple of love taps with the Tech 9.
Ah.
Help me, Fame. Oh, God.
Kill them.
This is all them just going for the hunt anyway. They're trying to maximize damage. The round is already won.
No one's on B.
You don't need to be. Electronic knows what's happening.
What a curious situation.
Just resist all temptation.
Oh,
that voice
so
in your head,
hard.
Slacks, that's like, I'll just see if they're still holding long.
Maybe I kill one. Just one, I get out.
I'll just check, just to make sure they're still here. But he does resist. He does not give in to temptation.
Good save. I mean, the B hold is not good. It's not good for a second, but it's a good save. That's for sure. Get some guns out. M80 gets to try again, but yeah, ugly on this B side. Just a couple of pistols whip their way around the corner for VP. Icy Scouts can be a lot of fun. Safe cross here for M80.
Look at that bounty of util. Slax has got infinite utility, if infinite meant pairs of utility.
It doesn't, for the record.
It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of utility. If all you could eat was a couple of pieces of utility. But here it is. Him and Lake in at the ramp side, feeling pressure now.
Ooh, scary.
As VP close in, Flash is leaving it. I can't believe no one's even shot a bullet yet. Finally, there's something. Some semblance of Counter-Strike being played.
Boom.
Oh my God.
Flash him in, Swisher.
So wild.
They need this flash, Swisher.
Swisher, where are you going? Why is he running? Still, the kills come in. Icy Scout is so blind, and that flash arrives eventually. Perfecto, man. Come on, bro. I know you got to do it to him. Walking on in. Perfecto. It's like the meme. It's just, my job here is done. You didn't do anything.
Exactly. Well, he did it to him, Harry. He saved that Galil one more round.
That's his job.
Yo, bro, I really love that Galil.
I just need one more goal.
What an abnormal round of Counter-Strike that was. VP get all the way into A without seeing anyone, plant that bomb, and M80 played it great. Like, they didn't give them the kills they wanted. That smoke meant VP couldn't scale, and then M80 just dump util on that retake, burning out Icy, nading the planter. Swisher got that flash in. We've got a game of some sorts. Some are calling it a match of Counter-Strike. We're here to find out if that's right. Icy glass orb in this economy?
It's like dissecting a kind of
frog,
humanoid-looking creature, but you're uncertain. You know, it's like, I think I know what this is. It's not till you really look under the surface that you're going to figure that out. It doesn't feel like CS just yet.
You done a lot of dissecting, Harry? Oh my God, they just disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, over COVID, everyone had to do their dissecting at home. That was when I got into it. Icy orb, glass cannon.
They've got the 5v4. Found it long. VP going for the A split. It's only Slacks. Oh, orb spotted. Gets out of dodge. Slacks hold strong.
Ah, the orb misses. The bomb's dropped.
Oh, no.
Slacks aggro on short. Now Flit is hiding in this smoke.
They know he's here somewhere, right? Oh, good cover.
Baited in. Lake provides assistance.
Round's
20
over.
seconds here for Virtus.pro. They can't win this. So they trade places with M80. And so another round falls in M80's favor.
Dude.
I do wonder what it's like for the M80 guys.
They're
not entirely used to
playing
this.
like this, yeah.
Yeah, it always...
in NA for a while. Like, guys, if we just don't die.
No one give a pick away.
And we kind of win. That was a 5v4 for VP, by the way. They got the long kill. And then it's the bomb. Oh, he went back for another peek? Why'd he go back? That's crazy. If glass, bomb, orb, you go back for more when they see you. That's crazy for IC. I'm sorry.
Perfecto has one of the hero guns, but they know he's good for the save. They know
he's 1-0 in round 6. They've lost 3 rounds. He has 0 deaths. Just got to do it to him. How do you have 0 deaths on round 6 when you're losing?
I could recap it to you.
No,
the long tail of Perfecto.
I was there. He's dead now. He's going in first. Oh, with Fame. Second, then. Okay, he's not going in. Fame's going in. VP are not going in.
Oh, if I'm Perfecto, I'm suddenly thinking, guys, maybe go back through spawn.
It's only a minute. They won't come for us.
Oh, wait. You can't see a thing from there, so I'll get down. Okay, you guys go.
No, but M80 no, Harry, M80 no. All right, guys, we have the man advantage. Just do nothing, and we're probably going to win.
And who are we to disagree with that sentiment, M80?
Look, Perfecto really wants that gun next round.
He's moving. Ooh. It's like when a prawn gets knighted in chess.
Can we stay on third person on Perfecto? That was fun. I like that. Lake here in middle. On the boost. Perfecto. Maybe his first death.
Trembling.
Guys, I don't want to do it to him. I know I've got to do it to him, but I really don't want to. Perfecto.
Oh.
They let him go.
They've let it. No. Oh, there it is. His first death.
It's done unto him as he would have done it to them. You okay? M80, 4-2 up.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
That was a good one, Hugo. He said to me the other day, I'm not that funny. You are pretty funny, Hugo. Pretty funny guy.
All right. Guys,
there's tears in my eyes.
They're blocking each other. This is a real game. Are we live?
I think this might be a rerun.
Yeah.
I think live is just the sponsor. Okay, Electronic has confirmed that there's an AWP on short.
Good info play for Electronic. Dude, why is it always VP on Dust 2, man? I just lose my shit every time. Harry, 10 minutes ago, ooh, VP got a really good map. VP got a great map. They're really good at this map.
Like, they sometimes are.
VP, very happy with this map.
They are. They're supposed. They picked it for crying out loud.
Yeah,
They're meant
man.
to be happy
How's that
with
going?
It. It's 7 rounds in, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's over, bro. We're going 3. Come on, be real. Are you watching the same game? They're not winning. They ain't winning this.
That's what I'm watching.
Let's go. Yeah.
He'll make it down. He'll survive long enough. Wrestling back on the Tech 9s, but here's Swisher to lay it all to a nice, calm close as he moves in from long, as Swisher is a safe pair of hands. And so M80 start to build up something to be proud of on this CT side. They're loving it.
I'm proud of them, man. They've come a long way here. All the way to England. Looking to go to London. Looking to run through the lower brackets. Looking to beat, some say, the best Dust 2 team in this series.
This is why I had to take the other day off, man. I couldn't do this to myself while I was sick. All right, VP.
What you got?
Electronic's gonna try and figure out where that AWP is again. No, third person cap.
Oh, he's trembling. Little micro jiggles, Harry. He's trembling.
Yeah, duck out. Mid's clear, they say.
All right, yeah. This one up there.
Okay. Mid was clear earlier.
Okay, back
it's
to
still
mid.
clear. It's still clear. It's still clear. Mid's still clear.
Sin and Hexed. Hexed and Sin. Flit. And Perfecto.
Sin Koztad. Pythagoras.
Oh.
And a triangle of death out in mid.
Scared. He's terrified. Oh, he's going back for mids. Mid's not clear.
Mid is not clear.
Oh, he saw it.
Oh, mid not clear.
I'm scared.
Confirmed.
Save, just save, just save, just save.
No, they're going back up. Electronics opening up the back door. Hang on a second, there's still hope on the round. There's still something here. Now, Swisher does lie in wait out on Goose, and they don't know about him as a third player.
Oh, God, it's over.
Flags with the swing, and VP gets shot. Oh, but wait a second.
Just I really like that AK in the next round.
It's
just save, just get out of it. No one's going to notice. Just walk away. Just get out of there.
You know he had to do it.
Oh, nice.
Perfecto. Hang on. Hang on.
Wait.
Hang on.
Wait.
Hang on. Hang on. Oh.
Wait.
Oh my God, they're really trying. They're really trying.
Come on.
You're going to go for Perfecto with a save, and they knock him out of it.
Oh, no. The humanity. I can't believe it. Oh.
And what are they going to do now that they don't have that gun?
Oh,
no money on Perfecto.
Oh, man. Too young, man. M80. They're playing right now. They are playing. 6-2.
Someone had to.
Someone had to do it to somebody. Somewhere. They won that B pop early in the half, if you remember that. It's the second round. Maybe, on a round like this, Harry, a little B pop. Could we call for it?
Send a letter to VP by the time it arrives. They'll know what to do. There'll still be enough time.
VP have always got time. All right, mid to B. A block. Oh, it's a great block for Lake, actually. That has ruffled that smoke. Okay, B-pop. Eventually, you just gotta wait to the, like, 20 seconds. They've been here all round, but it's coming in.
Re-smoked again. Maybe just B-pop next round.
Flip full blind off the team flash. Here they come, here they come, here they come, Harry, shush! Here they go.
Next! Gonna knock down the B-hip. And next round might be
Flit.
the tape.
Just save, Flit.
Oh.
Flit, just save. Just Flit. It's not happening, bro. Just, okay. No. Yeah, couldn't save there. Fair enough.
Okay.
M80, man, they are... Whew.
At what point, like...
Yeah?
I don't know. At what point do you just abandon whatever you had in place, whatever style you think this is, and just say, ah, fuck it, rush them, man. Just rush us, I don't know. Run out mid.
I mean, mid might be clear.
Surely that's at least more fun than this. Oh, Sid, that was gnarly.
Are you telling me VP aren't having fun?
No, I am saying that. Like, they're not.
All right, AWP on Icy here.
Yeah, it's going to take the pace out of these rounds just a tad. Just, like, Flit is good space. And nothing's really been working thus far, so just say, let's go. Let's just go away.
Get him.
Now, there are three players all looking at him when he comes around this corner.
Oh, the AWP.
Debates a shot from the AWP.
Run! Just save.
No.
Okay, now?
You could maybe... Oh,
we're back.
Hang
We're
on.
back.
We're so back. Fame's also got long space down in the pit right now. Sin lies in wait.
They ain't clearing that. Oh, he lets his teammate die. Sin making up for it. 2 will do, but 3 is not going to happen. Perfecto does it to him, and now has to do it to them.
The first clutch. He's had time.
Oh, should have saved.
So it's going pretty good for VP thus far. You can see why they were so happy with the veto.
Yeah, man. What did you say again? What did you say about this map? You said VP get their best 2 maps, I think. That's what you said.
Well,
right?
I didn't say their best two. I just said two
of their best. Oh, you got a caveat.
Because
Okay.
Inferno was the other choice. And they actually could have picked that.
Well, I'm glad they didn't.
So, yeah, I mean, as a reminder, it's T-sides where they've been doing their best work as of late.
And that's in the, what, 4-loss streak?
Yep. CT's where they've been struggling.
Ah, well, I'm looking forward to that second half.
What happened?
I don't know.
Overpass? Like, they play Overpass.
It was the best map I've ever seen them play.
They have X-Ray, 10,000 IQ. They're all on the same page. You feel like these guys have known each other in depth for years. Loads of camaraderie, shared belief in how it's played, and then you get this.
It's not fair. You can't keep doing that. Yo, that galil looks pretty valuable, Harry.
Third-person camera, it's
only on
killing
Perfecto.
me. It's killing
All right,
me.
Harry. 0 smokes, 3 flashes, fame at long. How do you win this?
Fake exec A.
Yeah.
Check mid's clear. Go back tunnels. And then go A.
Okay.
But they're just going to go A. They're
I
gonna
like
keep it
this.
simple.
I like
this.
this.
is actually very direct and to the point.
Oh.
Swisher with a huge pickup over on long.
Okay.
And the Orpa Slacks watching on from afar.
Get out of there, Perfecto. Get out. It's still time. It's still time to run away. Oh, we're on. Icy with a Deeg. Man and the Goose. Honk. It's Lake. Nice nade on the smoke. Double honk for Lake. He is swimming. 9-2 right now. And wow. What a game.
That's all you can really say is wow.
I don't really have much else.
A historic matchup,
yeah,
presumably.
For someone.
Okay. What's it going to be then? Final round. Last chance. Your
Last
best
chance.
side.
Orp, again. Remember Icy on last map? He doesn't.
Okay.
He is just sat suicide.
Mid-smoke missed. But they get Lake down in lower. And the smoke's fine.
Yeah, what do you mean
Bloomed
miss?
appropriately.
Yeah. 5-on-4, top player dead. Hexed, big flank. He's waited all half of this. Just sat on B. Finally coming in.
They're actually in really forward positions. This could be VP onto a third round. They're ahead of the util. They're going to play through it. Through it and round it and through it again. Fame backstabbed on long. That alleviates pressure from Swisher.
Now they know all cats.
VP going to get the bomb planted.
Bomb has been planted.
That's not gone well for Icy. Favorable fight for him, but Swisher lands a tricky shot, able to navigate what would be an awkward fight. Electronic on the re-swing, to keep this one even as VP look to claw on with 3 rounds in less.
Unless.
Swisher and Slacks pulling it back, just Flint left standing, and M80 can't set a foot wrong. They're going to run away with double digits on this CT side. Virtus.pro never get going on Dust 2.
This is the Blacklight Hot Seat Trivia. This is where we're putting some of our players to the test across their Counter-Strike knowledge. They'll be sitting in absolute discomfort to start off with and unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions. First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Undersea. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9. To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong. What was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
2 maps, I know, I think. It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
I think it was Nuke.
Easy, yeah?
Bля, wait, sorry. No, nuke, I forgot.
Which team won the first CS2 major? PGL Copenhagen 2024.
Natus Vincere.
There we go.
NAVI, Natus Vincere, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first? You do the back?
Yes, now it's better.
Oh man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on Cash?
Markelov? I don't know. Guardian?
It was on me and on John, called Zira.
On Cash?
Ah, on Cash?
Yeah.
It was simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostolev.
You got it correctly. Which team was known as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
FaZe?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it like this.
Which player got VAC banned in front of a live audience?
I forgot.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
CIS region, famous.
CIS. Okay, I know.
Legion, right? Legion, this?
What's the first part?
On H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, it was Hard Legion.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't have helped you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
You.
Congratulations.
In what is being described around the world as one of the best matches of all time, M80 versus VP reaches fever pitch here on Dust 2. M80 with a star-studded defense there, able to run away with a 10-2 half. That's in spite of VP winning the pistol and a third round force buy.
Yeah, VP threw everything they had at them, Harry. They really gave us one hell of a T-side showing, but frankly, M80 stepped up above and beyond and gave us really one of the best games they've ever played. We're going into the pistol round now where VP are more aggressive than we've ever seen before. Top mid push for Fame.
Right in behind enemy lines, that's where Fame looks to do his best work, or at least some of the work, ideally. Electronic sandwiched here. Slacks gets that trade, Swish has walked out into an empty B site, and so it's another case of sharp tactical minds at play to find these gaps, find these timings, and Swisher is the one.
Stop. Perfecto has answered the question, Harry. Is mid clear? Yes. Mid is clear, but where are the T's? They're in B.
Dude, it's the bloody Perfecto third-person camera. I was trying to be so serious. Okay. Man down in the retake. Usually this is tough, but for a team like VP, maybe they can pull something off. It's one from Perfecto.
Oh.
Flit traded. It leaves Icy in this 1v2.
Remember,
proficient
overpass.
on pistols. The side armor choice for any AWPer, but Hex puts him down. M80 starts sprinting towards the finish line.
What's the third map? Let me look it up. It is Mirage. That's where we're going. If VP don't pull off the comeback of dreams, the comeback of a century. And I mean, Harry, they've played a game here on Dust 2. Who am I to say that they couldn't win out here on the CT side? Anything is possible.
There's just no ignoring, though. M80 hitting very, very hard right now. You've got Lake, Hexed, Swisher, all in peak form. Slacks is looking good on his AWP whenever he's had it.
VP, they found their W keys over the halftime break. Flip pushing lower, finds a 5v4, blocks the tunnels as well. I don't know. I've got a feeling they're going to win. You laugh at me now. Talk to me in 20 minutes.
Okay. Oh, if they do, Hugo, you are the genius, the oracle of Counter-Strike.
Well, you know, you've said it now. You can't unsay it.
They'll call you Bruce Forsyth.
7. Back to B.
They're going to go into the Icy Scout.
Ooh, 3 and 11. Not a lot of kills.
But by that metric, a chance to really add to those stats now.
That's the goal. Or just unscope.
Hang on.
Block comes in.
It. Is he fine where he is?
Flit's in a great position. Oh, they get turned to mincemeat. Icy follows up. 14 seconds. Swisher, what you got? They're flanking tunnel. Turns around too late. Perfecto getting it done.
Screw it, I'm buying in at the ground
Yeah?
floor too.
Yeah,
bro.
come on, buy
VP
cheap.
comeback. VP comeback, VP comeback, VP comeback. We're in. We said it 3 times. Did I say it 3
I said
times?
it, I think 4 times.
What happens then?
Oh, we'll find out. Good smoke for Icy though. He unscopes on the fight, but that smoke makes that entry path very difficult for M80, who now have to take a little eco. It's a weird eco because they've not got armor, but they're also not buying next either, so.
The best of no worlds for M80.
I'm not so sure anymore.
They get it, they get it.
Okay,
They got Lake.
Clean. Bomb lost mid.
Where's Perfecto to confirm that? Walking out, Icy holds the line. Convincing stuff. Will get overrun by Slacks eventually, but the rotate is instantaneous for Electronic.
B is clear. I found your trigger at least. Hexed. 1v1. For the round, really, in a way. Perfecto. Antsy.
There he is.
It's my guy.
You know he had to do it to him. Perfecto puts a stop to the B hit.
All right. Okay, here's the gun round, Harry. This does tell the story of the game. If M80 lose this, we are on.
VP used to be a team that were very hard to put away, but that's
true.
Moniker ascribed to older iterations of this squad. Only components that remain from those days, Fame and Flit.
Oh wait, sorry, one more eco.
One more eco still to come.
I'm losing a little bit of track here.
But these rounds can still be threatening when M80 feel like they have nothing to lose, playing with a keen pace in this round.
Oh dear, Orb in trouble. Icy recovers with one shot and Perfecto bails him out. That Galil, man, you just can't get out of his hands. But suddenly, B-play opened up. Lake's got an Orb, and he gets that bomb into the site. Oh dear. Oh dear indeed.
Fame and Electronic on for the retake. In what was supposed to be a pretty simple, easy round for Virtus.pro.
Oh, what a shot.
Great shot for Electronic. It's hexed up close on the P250. Nearly makes magic happen. Fame's there to stop him when all is said and done.
The Orb is tunnels, but he should be fine to grab it. Just defuse the bomb, yeah. Whew. Bit scary for an eco. Flit running in lower. And Fame still having trouble. Vu mentioned, well, sorry, Pimp mentioned how poor Fame was on this map in the last 3 months. 0.4 rating on Dust 2. That CT side has been a big problem for him.
It's fine to get them confused.
Yeah.
Vu got you confused with Launders.
He did call me Launders, yeah.
Which is fair. You guys look similar.
Well, up for debate, that one.
Slacks has the AWP out and tries to take a little swing in through mid, but doesn't spot anything.
This is the gun round to rule them all here. If M80 can just shut this down, send us to Mirage. It's right there for the taking. Even these anti-ecos have been a bit crispy. Burnt, maybe. Double AWP is sign of the times. VP trying to keep him guessing.
Trying to bait them in to Electronic in this. Oh my god,
Molly,
bro!
Bit of revenge for that mid flash earlier.
Yeah. Sure. Icy Zorb now. His chance to show how the main AWP would do it. Flip missed his chance at the opening. See what Icy can accomplish. Oh, well.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Lake farms the entries. And that's the A site wide open. The only hope is catching players on the cross, but there's that smoke. Bunch of them, in fact, just to really make sure that there's no danger presented in this round. And that's M80 flawlessly onto map point. All Lake in the entries.
I mean, it was a matter of time, right? We all knew M80 had this one in the bag. After such a strong first half, a couple of scary anti-ecos for VP, but the guns put to use, and Lake, that entry power, no better map for it like Dust 2. Supported well with good utility, finds his double kill. He's got 5 bullets on his hunt. Might want to pop a reload. They're all here. Risk it. For a biscuit. Get one. Oh, it's perfect. Or not. Electronic holding the smoke. Lake is very cheeky. But that is still map point for M80. Bring on Mirage. What can you say?
On the upside, there's so much going wrong all at once. No one person is to blame.
True.
Oh, that's nice. Holds the promise of a bit more resistance from VP before all is said and done. And they've got a very heavy A-side lean. 3 players towards that. Electronic floating around mid. Perfecto confirming that B's clear. He has burnt his util early, and that will come to matter if M80 try and change their mind late in the round.
That is a smoke towards middle. Not necessarily the smoke they wanted. Can view over the top. Slack's AWPing it now instead, making up for it. Lucky Electronic doesn't hang around. You can see them climbing up catwalk.
I mean, with Lake still down in the pit on long, this play is going to look to link up at the A side of the map. He's been waiting here for a long time. Then cuts down the first man in. Icy covers on this AWP, and with Icy hitting some shots, it's a clean finish from that AWP.
Dude, when he's stable, he can be a round winner on his own. Has to flick back long and short, nails them both. Just not often consistent is Icy. Just trying to harness some more of that overpass CT side where he dominated M80. 6-round game here and money on the line for M80. Looks like a late long pop. Fame trying to crawl behind the smoke into
think
pits.
these kind of low econ rounds are the most threatening, if I'm honest, is where M80 just plays super grouped. They go together, and there's strength in numbers here, with VP struggling to place their stacks well. Icy bailed out by Electronic. He's kept him in the round that much longer. He's still trying to commit to the climb, and he'll make it up on towards short. A second chance at life on the AWP.
That's a weird peek. He doesn't even pre-scope. He just walks into the shot there. Going to try and block them, but they're coming in right now. And Molly's only going to delay the inevitable. It's M80 scale into the bomb side. They've made it past the long cross. Oh, Icy falls down to give it up. Flit has the cover. Bomb pick back up. They cross in. Icy going for jump shots now, I guess. What else can he do from this position?
Chance would be a fine thing for Icy.
Fine thing indeed.
As his teammates fall one by one, Icy Zorp now has to be the difference maker. Perfecto here to help him out. And it's just Slacks suddenly left up in this clutch. Both players trapped down in CT in front of him. Gonna battle forward. Perfecto, not a good position for him to swing for that trade. And now Slacks has all the info, collects the clutch. M80 style their way through with a 1v2 to close. This series rages on all the way to Mirage.
M80 managed to pull it off. The Dust 2 practice was not a lie. They told us the truth. Even if they forgot about their overpass, this is where they come back into it. And VP, well, they didn't look like they knew how to play the map at all.
Let's start with the positive, James, because I'm a positive guy, to those of you who didn't know. I think M80 played a good game of Counter-Strike. I think the body language from the M80 players seems to be good. From start to finish, you could see that there was a lot of energy within the camp, and they definitely wanted to show that what they did on overpass was, even for M80 standards, unacceptable, not good enough. Coming into this map, much better. Lake, who had a horrible showing on overpass, all of a sudden topping the scoreboards and doing what we've been seeing him do for quite some time.
That's one of the positives you can give towards Lake, is that he does play his role even when things are going wrong, even on overpass. I credit him. You said he went 0 for 8 in opening kills.
But he kept on trying.
Going for 8 opening kills when you're losing that badly, I do respect that. You come in at Dust 2, you're having a better game. The activity I loved from them. They were oftentimes 4v5 in the opening, but they still found ways back into rounds. They just abused VPs sometimes.
Well, you know what? There's a player you abused a little bit, Vu. Icy, your favorite player of all time.
Yeah. There is a round we have where Icy was, I believe he was criticized on the cast. We criticized him in the green room.
Talk for yourself.
He did a little bit of a play. Okay, but we'll show this round from its entirety. There's a mid battle that's actually a flash from B, so it's not a team flash there. Switcher responds by pushing long, which is what VP wants. That's exactly what they want in this situation, so they can go back for the B or for the short hit. But here's the problem. Icy here has no armor and the bomb. So Slacks gets aggressive, and now he's in this really uncomfortable spot where he wants to make sure that mid push isn't happening, but he can't. And when he goes for the peak, he actually gets aim punched because he has no armor. So it's a mistake in that he has the bomb. He can't afford to go back for that peak. He doesn't get the shot, but at the same time, his team, as we talked about before, not setting him up for success there. He's got the bomb in this uncomfortable spot, which means not only when they jiggle and see him there, they know the strat that they're going for, so they know they can push. He has no armor, so he gets aim punched on a shot he would have landed, and then he gets the blame for it when it wasn't necessarily all his fault.
Even if he hits that shot, even if he doesn't get aim punched, there's still another player that's gonna 100% guaranteed trade him at this point.
Yeah.
Spacing for VP and the way they wanted to take map control and leaving Icy in a very vulnerable position with no armor, with the bomb, having to make that crossover, it just doesn't make any sense. When I saw round 5, I'm like, okay, we're back to the old shenanigans. We're back to the old VP where nothing makes sense. They can't figure out the spacing on the T side, and we have more rounds to show that.
We do have more rounds to show that, and I want to just give a little eye to the viewers at home here about Pimp has this saying, there's really bad, then there's really, really bad, and then there's an even further worse bad. So where are we at with VP in this?
Unexplainably bad, you know, at this point.
We've even lost the really.
What annoys me is that we get to see them play well, and then we get to see them play very, very poor, and you never know when it's gonna hit you. I don't think the D players themselves know. Round 10, another example right here where, again, M80 actually gets the first kill. Nice trading coming in. Good spacing, some may say. Long players goes unaccounted for. They're not checking it, even though they never went out here clearing it. He gets the first kill. His spacing is so poor. Again, he gets 2 kills, even though he's whiffing and whiffing and whiffing and whiffing. And it even takes a long time for him to get the 3rd kill or get the 3rd duel. Meanwhile, Electronic in middle is just walking out, getting caught off guard, and it's just so goddamn disjointed. It doesn't matter where you look on the map, whether that's towards long, whether that's towards catwalk with Icy, whether that's Electronic trying to walk out middle. It is so goddamn disjointed that it makes you wonder, why is the T side of VP the worst T side in the world on Dust 2? Well, you got a showcase right here. Their spacing is atrocious.
You can give a little bit of credit because there was 3 players on short for M80. They had the flash for 2 players. That means there was 4A, and maybe VP were thinking, okay, there's 3 players short, they're not gonna have 4A. But if you play nameplate Counter-Strike, Sin he plays long. And when you're walking up to the corner there's nowhere else to be looking. Why not look short? Why not look pit? Why not just check it? Just give it a quick glance to make sure nobody's there. He doesn't.
Even if not, Sin with around 10 bullets, took him a long time to get those kills. You'd expect someone to come in with the trade. You'd expect someone not to walk out one by one by one. The spacing on long, was just so careless in a sense. And it's not necessarily this round in isolation that is too bad. It's just the general impression they leave on you when they play T-side and Dust 2. We saw it a couple of days ago as well. Me and Hugo had the opportunity to cast that game, and I also lost my mind in that one.
Yeah, that kind of happens when you're watching a VP game, because we get this amazing VP on Overpass, and then we get this VP on Dust 2, and you can't put 2 and 2 together and make sense of it all. So what's really up with VP?
I'm getting to understand what Maui means when he's saying hate watching. I feel like that's what I'm getting with VP, and I do want to apologize on behalf of the viewers out there. Round 12, another great example of a round that essentially doesn't really matter, because I feel at this point they had already lost the game, but it just goes to exemplify that nothing worked out for VP. Again, love it from M80. Aggressive in towards lower. Even though you lose this situation, at least you're playing offensive Counter-Strike. You try to get the refrag. You're trying to make the right place. VP have a 5v4 right here. One player by himself walks in here, doesn't get the kill. You have a lot of things happening all over the map. A player is pushed up towards T-spawn, gets a kill right here. You now have a player in pit. Icy lose a duel with an AWP against an AK-47 down towards pit. That's not supposed to happen. There's so many instances in this round that VP are supposed to win, and yet they fail to gather this round up. I don't understand it. Icy should have gotten a kill more than 2 players on short. Shouldn't have played through the smoke. Shouldn't have pushed through the smokes. It's like 4 or 5 mistakes or 4 or 5 questionable decisions, all within the span of 30 seconds. Sometimes that happens once a game or once a round, Woo, but when everyone is doing it with MVP, I lose faith. I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
That's the VP problem, because even at the end, Flit is in a 1v2. He should probably win because there's a player W-keying up long, has to get to the bomb as quickly as possible, and he just whiffs. And that's one of the players you're looking at as a bright spot on VP, somehow falls into the trap of the VP Counter-Strike, just everything going wrong.
And then even the very last round of the map just got very messy, very unorganized, very chaotic again.
Doesn't matter, really. To be honest, it's just a great example of what VP were dealing with. And a great example, I think, while you're watching this round, I don't want to go into the specific of this round in particular. I think the pictures speak for themselves. But the interview you did, with Perfecto coming into this game, I thought was very, very telling. He himself was also between the lines saying, I don't know what's going on. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. It's very hard for him to figure out what exactly it is. And that's what worries me the most. Sometimes you have teams who are struggling. Sometimes you have teams who are not necessarily too consistent, but at the end of the day, they have an idea of how to fix that, or where to go, what direction to kind of seek out in order to become better, to become more consistent. From what I gathered in that Perfecto interview, and from what I gathered in this clutch and this game on Dust 2 as well, is that none of the VP players right now, whether you speak to Perfecto, Electronic, maybe even the coaching staff as well, they have no clue what the hell is going on. So if they don't know, how are we supposed to know?
When you go back to when Electronic was pictured as the IGL, when they were talking about bringing him in as the IGL, there was a lot of hope. Fame was talking about, we're going to see more aggressive plays from VP. We're going to see more aggression, more unique plays. I don't think we've seen enough of that. I don't think we've seen a lot of that. And now we're getting interviews, as we're mentioning, from VP that look like what we saw from FaZe when Elige was slotting in, that we don't know what's going on. We don't know why we're losing these games.
Isn't it wild to think that you sign Electronic and you make him an in-game leader, and you know Electronic to be one of the most aggressive riflers the game has ever fostered, right? In his prime, this man was so good at entering. He was so aggressive, so explosive. How do you end up being an in-game leader that is then favoring slow-paced Counter-Strike, running out of time, trying to copy NAVI in 2015, 2016? You were the aggressive element in NAVI. You were the one actually making that work. If you don't do that anymore, if you play Counter-Strike like you did in 2015, 2016, you're not going to be successful in CS2. So this whole like stylistic and this whole, I guess, way of thinking Counter-Strike, it doesn't make any sense to me how Electronic ends up being the guy that is advocating for a slow-paced style when his entire career has been all about aggression.
I think that we're seeing the impact of coaches. You have Electronic, IGL under Navi, under Blade. He looks like a solid IGL. Blade was talking so highly of him. He's the next Glaive. That's what Blade said. He goes to another team, he doesn't have that supporting staff in the same way, and all of a sudden you have to build out your own system. He can't build his own system. He's just gone back to Giga Jame playstyle. You go aggressive a little bit, set up, hope they int into you, and if they don't, then you just can't get anything done.
Well, we've been bashing VP, rightly so, but let's talk about some of the positives on the M80 side. You already mentioned Lake, right? For him, to be able to mentally come back from that first map and keep doing it, you know, keep believing in it, it's a very positive sign. Does that mean in your eyes right now he can really get going and just take full control of this?
I hope so. I've been impressed with M80 so far in this tournament. In isolation, you look at their Vitality game, you look at where they're at now versus VP, you're heading into a third map. I think this tournament, regardless of them beating VP, has been not necessarily successful, but it's given me more hope that M80 is still a team that is working and trending in the right direction. Let's not forget that VP is working on a completely different budget compared to M80, the players as well, and yet we have a team that remain competitive throughout the entirety of the game versus Vitality, and now goes into the third map, maybe feeling comfortable and positive around the fact that they could win this series. So yeah, Lake, M80 overall, it's been very positive to follow them so far, and I honestly hope we get to see them play one more game at this tournament. I don't hope they'll be eliminated because I kind of want to get confirmation on whether my tickling sense that they are becoming a better team is right or wrong.
Don't lie. You just don't want to see VP play again.
A bit of both.
I mean, Lake is a player we talked about in the pre-show when we came into this event. He's struggled to fill the shoes that Malbs had. Malbs was such an incredible player. Lake comes in and he's done well. I think he's been serviceable, absolutely. But when you play him against top 50, top 30, top 20 teams, you find that he's just not quite there yet. And I wanted this event to be the one where he fills in those shoes. He starts to show himself. He finally gets a chance to perform at a high level. I think he did fairly well against Vitality. He had a tough first map, but as we said, he did keep his aggression going. He did stick to the game plan. And now Dust 2 looking good. Maybe map 3 we can see even better.
We're very close to map 3, but I need to find out from both of you very quickly is who should be the better team, and who do you actually think is the better team when it comes to Mirage?
I mean, there's no doubt that VP should be the better team. I also will say that as much as I dislike what I just saw on Dust 2, VP have a tendency of always swinging in performance, so I kind of expect them to come in on Mirage and be better, to be completely honest. I will say, to me, it comes down to Slacks. I think he's been the one owning it up in NA, domestically speaking, with the AWP. Had a good showing on Dust 2, was struggling a lot versus Vitality. If Slacks shows up and he can push back on VP, I think there's a world that we get a competitive game.
Let me counter that. I want to say it comes down to Icy, because Icy is good on Train and good on Inferno. Those are his two maps where he's above a 1.0 rating. This map, he has like a 0.89, 0.93 rating. This is not one of his best maps. Dust 2, he was missing a lot of shots. If we get the Icy we saw on Overpass, this is an easy game for
Let's
VP.
not forget that Fame and Flit used to be two of the best riflers in the world, specifically on Mirage. Their CT side holds were up there. Do we see that more often than not on VP? I'm not quite sure, but I think that's going to be tough to deal with for M80.
There's a reason we have a 5-loss streak for VP on Mirage.
What's the reason?
I don't want to talk about it. Let's pretend that didn't.
There's a big reason, there's a big problem, and that problem seems to be VP's map pool and their ability to play in it all. But we're moving into Mirage. It's the deciding map, and we'll have to see who can actually stand strong long enough to fight this one off.
peaked with ecstatic Fnatic right off the top of the day, but Hugo, you can argue this VP M80 matchup is delivering in spades. Now we go the distance, all 3 maps required. We're going to end up on Mirage. Stop smiling at me, bro.
You can't
We're
hold
going to
it.
end up on Mirage.
We are.
That's the 3rd and final map in this series, the decider in which one team carries on and the other goes home.
Yeah, I mean, let's bring it back down because I think maybe normality will be somewhat restored here on a 3rd map, especially considering we're done with Dust 2. Overpass was a dominant affair from VP. They looked really strong. Mirage, hello?
What's up?
Oh, my.
I can hear you.
You can hear me. That's great. Okay. Just me then.
Good job.
We're
buddy.
in.
You broke everything. I got this pistol round. You fix your stuff. Here we are. It's VP, hot off the heels. Well, off the heels of a rough defeat on Dust 2. M80 having leveled up there. Now move into a CT side on Mirage. Slow start in this pistol from Virtus.pro as they look for this mid control. And they've been given the room. They lose Icy down towards the bottom of ramp though, and that might put the fear in VP. M80 staying very active thus far, started with a heavy lean over towards that A site. They hear the pitter-patter of footsteps away, and you can see that. And Hext has actually started to fall back from this big flank. He's just spotted Perfecto. Electronic in with one. But Slacks and Sin keep this in the advantage of M80, and it gets very strung out now for VP. Flitz backstab, looking to come through, but he's got the bomb here, and with that removed, it's a clean pistol out of M80, keeping it very mobile, good head on their shoulders, and reacting well to that info from mid.
Am I back?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes. Well, you're back to me.
Back to you. That's good. Okay, just dealing with some tech issues on my side, Harry, but you can solo cast.
Yeah. I'm kind of loving it, actually. Guys, while he's not here to tell me what I can and can't say, are we all loving VP? I actually think I want this team at every event. Every single event in the calendar. There's something so unique about watching them play. And I know we've all been enjoying it. I've seen the threads. I've been reading HLTV. This is certainly one of the GOAT teams. And you're always sure for a hearty chuckle when VP are playing. However, their run here in London could be brought to an abrupt end if M80 have their way. Hugo, you back?
I'm here. For the moment.
Wounded, but here.
Yeah.
Respect. Swisher with the catch on Electronic. I mean, this round VP taking it slow, presumably to talk about what's coming in this future gun round. So they've had ample time to kind of cook up an idea, look to start strong on Mirage.
I'm so back, Harry, and so are M80. Flawless round in the second. Hext, he's been emoting all series long.
Yeah, I like watching Hext on the camera.
Yeah, he's got some moves.
Seems like a deeply unhinged individual, and I like that.
Insane comment.
I think every team needs one.
Yeah. You're mine.
We know our roles. Ooh, Fame with the run through the mid-smoke and a catch Lake by surprise. And the rest of a VP group for a fast A hit on the back of that contact. They're already ahead of the util here. This defensive util won't slow the roll of VP. Sin overran.
Team kill in there. Still VP set a man up. That's a good nade. But flip backed up into Cubby, and he will live to tell the tale. Hexton Slacks pull back. There's no bomb plant. Maybe they're looking for a lurker at this point, but it's going to come in default. It's a scary position. Flip will need to stay backside, but he could get mollied out in this retake. Slag's coming up, connector. 2 on the ramp. VP can't play too passive. That molly is perfect, though. Flint just has to swing, he has to go, no choice, dead instantly, and they got to stop this cross. If Hex makes it onto the bomb, this is a big problem for VP. They have no one to stop this. They've got to win this fight. Hex almost jumps in, he almost makes it, but almost won't cut it. And Slag's double swang, that's nice done by VP. First round on the board. They take matters into their own hands. They don't just sit back and let the round get robbed.
I mean, that's wrestled back in a 3-on-5. An attempt there in at the close, but yeah, unable to get past this duo. Out towards Tetris, VP get on the board. M80 do well to make that even feel possible. So let's see if VP can keep the good times rolling in. Electronic, contact taken out through lower, got away with some good damage there. Lake was the guy tagged up, and even though he's low, still able to deliver something here for M80.
Bomb loose is a problem. Can Perfecto find the solution? They hear that tag in the palace, but while this smoke is up, he could come through and get weird. It's faded now. Hoping that silence will make M80 panic and rotate out of position, but they stay too strong here. Connector cleared, and even Swisher can come back and assist. M80 piecing it together. They know where this one's going. And right now, with 2 under balcony, potent positions as well. Perfecto making steps, and the play announced. Flash goes out. First man dead, under spammed, but they won't be ready for Sin. Swisher doesn't need to go through this smoke. He's going to play off of Sin's contact, it looks like. Electronic spams him through. Sin catches the bomb, but there's the follow-up from Flit, and it all goes very, very wrong for M80.
Can Hex save the day? He seems to think so. Perfecto offered up on a silver platter, brings this down to a 1v1. Bomb loose as well. Hex the chance to fight for this round, getting whittled down, but time's running low. Time is the concern, and he'll knock Flit out of the running. Hex gets animated with a 1v2 clutch. He spams away at the body as well after the round.
Oh dear.
Riding a high right now, RM80.
Not sure how M80 win that round after they spam out the Balk player, and Swisher gets shot through the smoke as well. They lose 2 players to just random connecting bullets for VP. And Hex makes them pay the price for it. 1v2 clutch, getting them hyped, and getting M80 back in the game. Looking like a B-pop here for VP, only 1 player seen. But that will bring Swisher back.
Dude, the fact that Hex is so hyper and this is his job, it just doesn't line up. Or maybe it's perfect, actually. It's in-game stimming.
Always moving, always jumping, always watching.
Oh, hang on.
Gotta keep jumping.
Oh, a couple more jumps.
Just in case. Could be there. Just check. One more check. One more check. Sin stops fame, but here's the B-pop. Electronic up cat. Hex just jumping. He's a bench. He doesn't even need to jump, but he's jumping. Split stopped. Now up to B-abs. Hex backside. Ready to receive. And no issue here for M80. This cross is covered by Swisher. No kills for VP. We're getting a dominant game right now.
That we are. Electronic can't believe it. He's frozen with shock. And aggression into the Palace for Slacks to open up this round. It's more info, more for M80 to play around, and he might even catch Flit with knife hold. Only just gets the Tech 9 out, but not in time to be ready for that fight. VP just looking for a set piece in towards this A site. But already a man down. Perfecto on the creep out through Palace. We'll get a late trade on Slacks. Gets a bit claustrophobic in at the stairs, and Electronic tried to come through and chase down these two blind players. Ends up with his back turned to Sin, who just stayed rooted in place in the corner. 4 on 3, bomb planted here for Virtus Pro, but a man down in the post plant. These smokes at CT to try and slow the retake, the only thing they've got to work with. Lake's got flashes here. Gonna send his teammates in. Full blind was Fame. Icy provides cover. In with a double, will it be enough? It's left Perfecto in this clutch. He's getting sandwiched between CT and the stairs and just doesn't know where to look. Barreling through the smoke, he's picked up an AK, but has to connect the spam if he wants to stop this defuse. That realization dawns just second too late for Perfecto.
Oh, he did it to him, Harry, but he did it too slow. You wonder if that comm comes through correctly, because he's looking for someone on the front side of triple. He's looking for someone tapping. Feels like he doesn't realize when the bomb is down. Spam is perfect, but it's too late. All the kills, none of the glory. I see another AWP, but I want to see him actually off the leash and allowed to play for an opener. It's just been at the back of his team in this series, which is fine on overpass CT side, but not so much on these T halves. Especially if he has no util here. All he can do is scope up. Fighting for middle, RVP. And M80 allow it. Swisher with a lot of space. M80 starting to get set up in A. It does feel like where that one is ending up. And with the entry from Icy, M80 have reason to think so. Slack's just missing that AWP, but in the meantime, Fame has gotten deep into connector. One retrieved by Icy. Oh, does he see his foot? No. Fame holding his breath. Oh. Whoa, that's crazy. Sick flick. And back to B go VP. Swisher has been very patient in this round. It looks like it's going to pay off. Oh, I take it back. Perfect clear.
Yeah, good catch. Got to land the follow through here. It's the Slacks AWP, the only thing they've left to worry about in the round. And yeah, that'll be a save. Kills from the entries. Good clear for Perfecto. And then that follow-up on a Hex just in the middle of the bomb site. Caught by the short wrap. Finally, VP gonna break on through.
It's the worst feeling for Swisher. He's just waited that whole round in that corner, and you just feel like, if you're him, you're like, if I just went for it, if I just swung first, maybe it comes up better, but tries to play it smart and safe, and he's punished. Perfecto looking better here than before in this series. Dust 2 and overpass were not great for him.
I mean, I think overpass was fine.
Yeah, I mean,
it was fine for all of VP.
And just didn't really play into it. Sitting monster, they were going for A plays. He wasn't bad. Just hasn't really been the most impactful player in this team.
for one of these lower walks.
Oh my god.
Swing from Slacks, and there's no trade from Fame. That buddy system down in lower. Because of the tight angle the Orb's on, Fame's not able to get there in time, and Slacks even takes it one step further with a pick out on a Palace. VP just hemorrhaging players here. This Orb finds great rooting. Oh, perfecto. All right, lad, let's go.
He's feeling it now.
Dribble flash down by his feet. Make sure no one's crept up.
How do you win this, though? He's coming out with the bomb, and Perfecto's getting a bit closer. They could boost upstairs. Feels like a better option. Perfecto getting put up in position. Fame in middle, causing commotion, and Perfecto didn't commit with the boost. It felt like the right move. I'm going to get planted instead. Spam does deny, and Lake gone, but they've got the trades in spades to win the round. M80 stopping that bomb and stopping VP from making a 3v5 interesting.
No head armor for Electronic nor Perfecto in this round.
Ooh.
Slacks, who got some instrumental openings in that last one. Unable to do it again here, had a chance. On to flip once more on this Palace lurk. But instead it's Electronic looking to take first contact over here in mid. Icy goes super late for the trade. That feels a little rough. And so mid's closed. And M80 have the bomb in a 5v2. They elect not to play around it. So much time left. No sense in leaving gaps everywhere. Even if Flick goes and picks this up, you know the odds of them attempting this round are slim to none. They want to give it a go anyway. Flip farms, 2 kills from the top of mid. And we've seen this one before.
What, the save?
That's what it has to be. Just on position of that bomb alone, I actually think Perfecto looks quite interested. He was very keen on giving this 2v5 a go, but yeah, you lose the bomb where you have, and it's kind of out of your hands.
Yeah, no further. Not meant to be. Perfecto already matching his kills from Dust 2, 1 behind his kills from Overpass. Definitely looked like a better piece of VP in this third map, but failure to launch here, getting shut out of middle completely.
Kind of felt like they were worried about top mid aggro, but like the top mid smoke down, Icy's watching from that angle back towards like the TV. But he did have a full belt of util, and Electronic did decide to take a fight. Would have loved to have seen a bit more of an interplay there between them instead.
Doesn't always feel like they're on the same page.
No.
On these T sides, which is so weird because I watch the CT sides and the way they fill gaps and the way they rotate and they flash for each other and they trade positions is so seamless, especially on a map like Overpass, but on a lot of maps. And then you look at them on T side and it just feels like they are speaking different languages. AXEC can't mess this one up. No one in the bomb site. VP prying for a plant here. Missed that bout molly. Just got to run through it.
Nade on the smoke. Slack's gonna look to make an incision, but VP slow down in anticipation of these smoke breaks. Now playing through the smokes on their own. They deal with Lake and leave themselves in a really good position here. Losing Perfecto, small price to pay for some of the real estate that VP went hunting for in this post plant. It's Electronic in a pretty intriguing position right now. Flung further forward, all the way out towards jungle. Gonna prove instrumental in protecting this bomb. Denying that point of rotate out through the connector is Electronic, and time fast eluding M80 here. One planted wide and in the open, no smoke for it. Tap on the bomb, but that defuser's got to be held. And with Fame picking Sin off, it's a done deal. VP breakthrough with a third on another one of these low econ set pieces.
I really like how they wait. You pointed out that detail, right? They get the smokes down. They don't commit to the plant. They don't take too much space. They get tucked into cubbies and sandwich and ninja, and then they wait for the nades to get used to break open smokes. M80 pop smokes. They see nothing. Then VP play and go for the plant. They know, considering that Exec is out of spawn, M80 going to have a lot of util, and it's not enough to win the retake. And it's certainly not enough to find those opening kills on smoke breaks. So that's a nice little idea there for VP. To break M80's money, force them to save for the final round. So VP have the chance to recover this half. It's great Deeg. But 5 would be fine for VP. Would be enough. So don't lose to pistols here. Full B stack.
Mason Lake, bring them the pistols.
Pistols, Mason. What do they mean? A whole lot to M80 right now. Sin Palace, 4 on B. VP getting inquisitive. Seeing that player boosted up is a bit of a warning sign. Oh no, 3v5.
You don't really know what you're walking into here. You're dead on about that boost maybe being a bit of a tell, but you don't have it confirmed, and you know about one player behind enemy lines out towards this A site. Electronic trying to keep the pressure on CT. As Fame now swinging in to join, and this is the bomb on Electronic and Fame battling for this spawn control. They need space, and they get it. Taking it away from M80. If Fame can nail this follow-up on Hext, they're looking to recover this round. Chasing him down, damage exchanged. It's Slacks left up in the clutch. He's armed with his weapon of choice, retrieving the AWP. No kit to work with. Maybe no chance in this round. They swing him, AWP connects, Electronic up next, and straight back in for the trade. Electronic plays that fearless, knows about the AWP, pays it no mind. And so VP dig themselves out of the hole. That's a 3-on-5 turnaround with all the kills coming from Fame and Electronic on that push out towards spawn.
God, that is scary that Electronic just goes swinging right in, but you don't want to be playing jiggles against that AWP in Slacks' hands. Just wants to win it immediately. So, an annoying round to lose for M80, but they were only bargaining for this full final buy. Lake blocking the smoke and playing in front of it. They punished this before already in the half. But he won't last long there. Oh, good pick. Icy. He's had a couple of these down the stretch. This one carries weight. As VP fight for 5.5. Smoke going very deep is going to give Slacks a fight towards lower that Fame may not be expecting. Patience. Looking to pay off. To you.
Hanging around and connected for Lake, a move that will get punished.
3-on-5.
You're just bleeding players. You don't have info. There's not a lot to go off of here. Caught by Flit on one of these late lurks out through Palace, and there's the spot for Electronic, confirming that this B site where both players look to lay. I think Perfecto should have heard this AWP scope in.
He jumped on it, so I'm not sure if he did.
He got the flash.
I'll give it away. Perfecto stays aware, and that is surely too far gone here for Slacks. VP, they do the bare minimum. They do just enough. They get into the half in time before they run out. 5 rounds on a T side in this elimination matchup. M80 starts strong, gets slow. We'll have to see how this burns out in the T side.
Counter-Strike, like a fine wine, has aged well. As have you, Mr. Bloom. And that's why I bring you today into the Counter-Strike Clubhouse. I've heard through the grapevine that you've brought the Paris Major. Mr. Bloom, please talk me through your decision to present this to the council.
Well, how right you are. I went down to the Clubhouse archives and I happened upon this one. This is at the Paris Major Grand Final, the last round. We're talking overtime, on nuke, home crowd. Everything is on the line right here.
Apex and ZywOo in the Accor Arena, as French as it gets. I think it's poetic as well that all 5 kills in the final round are from the 2 French players.
Yes.
This was supported by Dupree and by Magisk and Spinks.
This moment is everything. Like, this round would have been so different if ZywOo doesn't hit that shot. You can really taste the fear in GamerLegion when they run from the ZywOo AWP.
In fear, you know, you see ZywOo shoot 1 bullet.
But they turn back because they're so afraid, and then they walk into Apex.
And here it is, that final shot, ZywOo to close it all.
Everything on him. Vitality shot.
No holds back, no surrender.
No holds back.
Some would say. Almost destiny that all 5 players are killed by the 2 Frenchmen on French soil.
There's so much rich history to be built on this moment alone.
And the fact that those 2 legends continue to improve. Legendary moment for the Vitality org.
Quite possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for ZywOo to win on, in Paris like that, and for Apex too.
That's why we have culture clubhouses. It's so that we can thrive in the finest environments, and if this isn't Counter-Strike in its finest environment, then I don't know what is.
Now we must find a reasonable score, both in terms of mechanics and cultural impact for this clip. And
of course.
Starting with the mechanics, it is a bit on the low end. I would give this maybe a 5 out of 10.
Of course.
But on the cultural side, this is as big as it gets. ZywOo and Apex in France, in Paris, after the fall of French Counter-Strike. Your first cast, it's Dupree's 5th major. I don't think it gets much bigger. I would say this is about an 8.5 out of 10 for me.
Mechanically speaking, I'll raise it just to the 6. But culture, this was a CSGO major for ZywOo. Now ZywOo, they call him the CS GOAT, but if he never had his CSGO major, then that argument is absolutely blown out of the water. But this was a crowning jewel in terms of his accomplishments. At the tail end of a game, he thrust himself into the pantheon of greats. And for that reason, I'll take your 8 and I'll crank it to a 10. Bottle it and keep it on the Culture Club's top shelf.
Delicious.
VP, as they try to recover from a disaster class on Dust 2, will find their way to something here on the T side of Mirage, able to break through thanks to some set-piece A-hits, some mid-rounding off of mid-success. M80 do give them an olive branch back into this series.
Yeah, it's hard to call at this point. No more funny business in this series in the 3rd map. VP have been taking it seriously. We've had a bit of a step up from a couple of individuals as well. M80 now get to call the shots. Def said earlier to Sin, stop being a support hero and just call the strats. Trust your team. So what do they got on this T side? Double molly, space taken, con control, jungle. M80 going deep. One hell of a pistol. Got kit smoke though.
Good stuff for Sin at the opening. Every kill getting punished either which way. It's layers of trades to break through. Electronic has a kit here. They're getting spammed and whittled down. He doesn't feel like he can commit to the defuse. Instead goes looking for kills. And that's when Hex deals with him.
Yeah, Smoke falls in not the most ideal position on the front bomb, but it's actually planted triple. Love that call for M80, just knowing how common it is to play not only heavy B, but more importantly, retake A on a pistol round. Knowing that CT is going to come from spawn to retake together. It's exactly what VP do. So M80 take control towards jungle. They have an open plant. They have connector. Really good real estate. So a pistol on top of a 7-round half. They can forget about that late half VP comeback. And even with a full B stack, it's only pistols. M80 may run into this. But it should be fine. Sin's investigating before his team commits. Oh. Investigation.
His investigation was inconclusive.
Yeah.
And that's going to send them in to this stack. Lake Farm's up 2. Hex with the spot on even more, and with space taken for Swisher all the way out on A, they're going to begin this rotate, but this rotate can feel scary.
Yes.
Deceptively so. You know you're going to get fought here as you try and go for this, and so they get bogged down in lower. Swisher's now trying to kind of move up and alleviate some pressure as they hear the rotate scrambling. Are they really just going to end this back on B as now he's reopened that path?
Yeah.
Dude, this is a nice heads-up play for Swisher, turning what was a pretty cooked situation into one that falls favorable for M80. And now it's just Flit and his Deeg dinked at the first turn. M80 secure that round after all.
I love that mid-round there for M80. I don't think that's a part of the plan from the get-go, but when they hear 2 players come off of Cat, and like you said, that's a scary rotation. I was a little worried when I didn't see M80 go TV. But pulling back to B is the last thing VP are going to expect there after their stack has been given up. So 9-5. M80, wallbang. Not a bad way to end it. Clocking in now for a quick T side. First gun round could make that so. VP have to hit hard on their rifle.
Rory likes that. He's happy with this. The early game has panned out for M80. And if they're able to find success in this first rifle round, VP are running out of road to run. Slag's fortunate to have not been punished. Team flash there as he crossed through the top mid smoke.
No, you take it. Back to B. Hexton, Abs, and Perfecto watching a pixel with a smoke ready.
Pixley's holding on is for players crossing farther. Like Hext is further ahead of this. He might just die with the smoke in hand.
No, it's for close. It's for exactly where Hex is, I think. It's a molly as well, not a smoke, so
that's better.
Even better. Oh God!
Slows him down. Perfecto spammed through that smoke. And Hex secures the openings.
Ooh, I mean, he could have smoked himself out on balcony. That's the worst part about that. But he gets a bit ruffled in apartments, and his teammate pays the price as well. They just drop into the bomb site. You can't win this, VP.
Yeah, I mean, this is VP's money on the line. They've got to back out and save. If they want to live to fight another day, they're going to hold these guns into the next round. M80, I hope they get a bit curious. I hope they send players on the hunt here. You have everything to gain. There is an argument for building up your own money, thinking of your side of the equation here.
I think by the time that also dawns, that's, you know, you're scared of VP going for the last second retake, but now you don't want to exit CT. There could be an open play. He's already got a kill. So exits for VP coming in. High risk maneuver. Slack's not happy with that. He's dead.
Terrorists win.
Who cares? Either way, M80 are happy to be building in this T side. 10-5. VP just struggling to get in the game. I mean, they strung a few rounds together down the end of their T half, but they couldn't afford to start slow. It's just such a different team map to map.
They've also employed a bit of a heavy A lean in this round. In the initial stages, M80 had their sights set on a B play.
Gamble's good. Or is it? This might make VP even shift, get aggressive on catwalk. M80 are all coming up from there. Only Lake in connector.
Yeah, he's just faking here. And I mean, M80 have actually done a really good job of always keeping a player in reserve to leave the back door open, but they've lost Lake. That leaves them committing into this stack of B.
Sin.
Sin has cracked it wide open. Perfecto has to be the difference maker. They've seen him, and Sin spam connects in with a hat trick on the push out through short. Support hero Sin, 3 kills deep on the entries. As M80 come for one hell of a finish. Oh, he just missed the mark. Save called. VP up and leave. Another save from the VP squad.
Yeah, and
but they're not leading to much. There's no resistance. M80 are walking the walk, talking the talk, and they are sprinting towards that finish line in the second half.
And this is what Vu was saying. I mean, this is the most save-heavy team in Counter-Strike right now. 18% of rounds saving guns. Next best is 13. So VP above and beyond. But I mean, in this position, you can barely blame them. 3 strong at B. They get 1 kill for it. Perfecto just isolated on default. After this double cat setup, it's turned to mush. No right to get the double there, Sin. He goes on to even wallbang out the third. Disaster strikes for VP as they just can't do a thing right in this third map.
Back to the mid control for Lake. He will have Electronic to go up against in this con battle, and he's about to start walking this smoke, just a FaZe on it from Electronic. Makes court looking the wrong way. Sin leaves the bomb in top mid for someone else to collect, as now he looks to take up the mantle of this mid control. Also caught by Electronic back in the connector.
If you want it done right, do it yourself. This is very passive for VP. Can Hex piece it together? Drop in. No clear. Perfecto's good. Slacks gets the info, but goes both ways, and he misses his shot. So VP first round of the half. Blocked on the B-bomb site. But are we really buying in? It's been a bit of a lifeless third map from VP. Comes down to Electronic winning both mid-fights on his own with flashes from Icy.
Electronic is in a very important position on this map, and if he's kind of hit that point where he's like, screw it, I'll do it myself, that could work to VP's favor. He can hit hard. Once again, mid-focus, and that means you are going to be running in. 2 VPs capped in.
Smokes down though, just another cat split. And Perfecto's not watching.
Flitter's a need to break this. And he's kind of within earshot, but isn't making his way over, so there will be no break on the smoke. That's leaving it to chance spam for Electronic.
Icy needs to hit his.
And he elects never to spam this smoke. With Lake's tendency to play through, it's pressure on the B defense. Icy Zorp delivering the first, can't connect anymore, and Perfecto gets overwhelmed. 3-on-3 post plant here. VP, this is a retake that they really can't justify saving in. They feel like they have to give it a go. Flash to tee up Lake for a swing, and it's just Electronic now. You felt like this one would have to come down to him, leveling up. Can VP's captain keep them in this? Down to the 1v1, and it's Lake with all 5, the ace, to put map point on the board for M80. Looking to keep them in the competition here, the chance for London. And Lake started off this map in such solid form. He's kept that up now into the T-half, been a driving force behind this win.
Oh, when Lake's on, these T-sides is just so much easier for M80. He's had some incredible entry rounds in this series. Forget about Overpass. That Dust 2 is a delight in the bit of T-side we saw from M80. And here in the finale, just finishing VP off. Beautiful round, teed up perfectly by his team. And now wind in his sails, he just swings through the connector. Lake is here to finish the job.
I mean, he's been playing like this all game long. He started with a really commanding CT side. And then if you kind of get the ball rolling on Lake, if you have him feeling good, it turns these T-side lurks, and there's something terrifying. It's not just a Lake, it's a whole ocean of kills right now for this guy. Spot there. Tag on Icy as well. The smoke hit him. That's info for Lake. He was ready for the swing. Icy quick off the mark, and Lake freezes over. Now it's Slacks to close the distance and maybe close the game. Flash play. Icy off the line, but just holds on for one more round.
Stylish try. Very nice try for Slacks. Can't believe Lake walks all the way up connector as well. M80 feeling invincible right now. You can't blame them. VP dangling by a thread in the game. No right to still be here with a round like that, but a beautiful hold from Fame and Flit. Puts on a multi-kill. And keeps VP breathing for one more round. Slacks knows that was a very winnable opportunity, but there will be more here for M80. 5 chances on the T side. Money a bit of a problem. Great round for a little pop. We saw VP win one of these.
I think one of the only places as well where you can expect some solid synergy is between Fame and Flit. Flit's actually joined Electronic on a short mid-take in this round. And so for VP, this might come down to a retake. They try to use these nades, blowing the smokes open, thin the herd before that bomb gets planted. It ends in a stalemate, and M80 use these flashes to conceal their movements. Here's Electronic arriving on a very, very quick flank. There's no way you're ready for him here so quickly. And so round in the palm of his hands, really, there's the lineup. Electronic arrives just when he's meant to. You saw more shades of this at the start of the series on Overpass. Starting to build a better picture for the timings available. But is it too late in the day for Virtus.pro? This comeback, the scoreline continues to tighten, and those money problems don't get any easier yet, even with the bomb plant.
As little faith as I've had in VP in these last couple of maps, you definitely can't say it's too late with how tight this game is, with the money gone for M80. Very quickly, this can become an overtime affair, so M80 need to be careful. The Eagle's out now. Electronic just trying to rise above and beyond.
Look, if Fame and Electronic are suddenly able to elevate their level and offer up resistance, finally someone a match to Lake for the side of M80, and this one still has legs on it.
But B has been the weakness. Perfecto's been having trouble in getting even one kill. Certainly no more than one in these holds. So yes, even against pistols, you've got to be very careful. M80 were looking to come through. I thought he spotted him there. Lake gets out under. Electronic. Do they know? Do
Wait,
they
is
realize?
Flit dead?
I mean,
Flit
if
could die
Lake
from
looks
this.
short, he could. But he gets Electronic instead, hearing the steps. Flit was also available.
Still out on short here.
This is crazy, yeah. Flit will look down and take that kill instead. They could have popped B into solo perfecto, but they didn't get that info. And so now back to a Fame safe pair of hands.
There's Fame proving exactly that.
I feel like you have to go B. You have to go B at this point. It's been the huge weakness. Even Icy's been getting kind of wrecked when he's there. Fame is a rock. Electronic is stepping up on the CT side. Perfecto is the way in.
I'm inclined to agree with you, right? Kind of constantly getting caught in weird positions over towards B. Tricky site to hold at the best of times, right? Usually you are kind of expected to go like a 2-for-1 is great from your B play. You'd love that, but Perfecto hasn't really been able to manage it in the game so far. And A just keeps getting more and more reinforced by Virtus.pro. Flit even taking some liberties now with aggression to open up this round.
Knife pull in middle for Slacks is not going to help him. Late getting burnt out from that short molly. And so info goes to VP as M80 get the mid control, boosting the window.
They're staking it all on Lake.
Good man to trust.
Putting him in a window boost. And hoping he can be the difference maker. 22 and 15. But Electronic holding onto that smoke. And Lake is nothing more than a sacrificial lamb to this VP comeback.
How about 2 boosts, though? Don't go B. Oh, he's going to go maybe CT to A? I mean, his team is set up for an A play right now. This is a pretty crazy rotate, but Bomb can go back. Swish is just going to be super late to this round.
I mean, this is just not info VP are even at all aware of. They think they cleared the flank out. Hext hold the shot. Tries to make this really worth his while. He might have to creep under in search of this second player. Hext! That is beautiful! B-side cracked wide open, and you can't blame Perfecto for this one. Hext finds the perfect gap. Does everything that was required of him, and then some. And is this enough to tee M80 up for the victory? You're not going to find holes in the defense like this too often. This is where they've got to seal the deal. This is where they've got to walk it over the line. Lake died, so Hext could thrive. Sin there to deal with Electronic. The captain's clashing out on short. It's Fame, it's Flit. Worlds apart on this retake in the dying moments of Mirage. M80, they weather the storm. They stay in this one, and now it's just Flit. Convincing case made, but no time. And so M80 eliminate Virtus.pro here and now. The full 3 maps needed, recovering from getting blown out of the water on Overpass. They go on to take Dust 2 and Mirage cleanly. M80 still in the running.
Still in the running and still with a lot of fight inside of them. And they showed it. They got battered on Overpass. They then came back on Dust 2, a map they said themselves they've been practicing, but it wasn't looking good for them. And here, that same momentum, Lake as well again, carrying through that momentum, dominating on Mirage.
Credit where credit is due. I think that's a mega win for M80. We can be very sad on behalf of VP. We can have our opinions. We can be a little bit disappointed in how that team is turning out, but take nothing away from M80. With a budget that is significantly less, coming out of a region that is struggling massively right now, they get a huge opportunity coming in and playing this tournament and getting a win against VP. That is massive for a team that currently, as of right now, need all the success, all the VIS, all the wins they can get.
I mean, they ban VP's ban, they pick VP's pick, they lose it, go into map 2, map 3. We're not expecting that they can actually convert it, and they do. Lake, unbelievable performance on map 2 and 3. That's what you want to see from M80. That's the M80 that we hope to see as NACS fans.
And let's not forget the fact that Lake started on the very first map going 0-8 in opening duels. His confidence should have been shattered on Overpass, but he came back, as you said, an ace in this round, a fantastic round to help get him over the finish line. And overall in this game, he was firing on all cylinders. He's finishing with more than 120 ADR in this game, by far being the best player on the server.
Look at the confidence he's playing with as well, right? Never was there a moment he doubts himself. himself, even when he was struggling on the opening map of Overpass.
I like that. I like that coming out of Lake, and I think that's one of the few players that, dare I say it, there's been a lot of, sentences like, yeah, he's the next big thing coming out of NA, and every single time we get disappointed. I think there's something to Lake. I think he's one of the few players who can actually hold up to that.
Malbs didn't disappoint. Now Lake's not disappointing. I think
he's not American.
He's North American though, okay? He's taken a little bit of time. That's one of the things I love about M80. They actually have a roster, they get it together, they give it some time, they change things up just a little bit, they make one change, they don't change the whole dynamic of the entire team, and then you see sparks of greatness. You see what makes them a good team, and you give them a bit of time to practice in Europe here, I think they're only going to get better.
And now we have to look at this last round because Hext was able to be a nuisance, right? Sneaking in, lurking through the back. But in all fairness to VP, it wasn't quite their fault. They thought they dealt away with this problem, and then a second one popped up.
Yeah, but I think it's... I love this from Hext. To be completely honest, that is just nasty. That's dirty, and it's honestly him showing a bit of experience. You can understand why Perfecto is a little bit unsatisfied. Icy has no clue what the hell is going on. I just love this play from Hext, but it's also a very telling way for VP to lose this game. Let's be completely honest. The performance they showed up with today, that is unacceptable. Now, had there not been such a thing as VIS and timings in terms of roster locks and making roster moves, something need to change within VP, and it's not like replacing a player. It's not like getting rid of Icy and getting a new AWP in. That's not going to fix everything. Something radical has to change in VP because it's straight up embarrassing to witness.
When you're looking at the way VP plays, they have an event once in a while where you start to think this is the VP we should be seeing. They even had that on Overpass when Icy was having a great game. They were active, they were able to do things, but then they just fall back into old faithful, which is playing too slow, leaving gaps, leaving openings, not communicating perfectly. And it's just too often we see that from VP. They do need a change, but the question is, what change is enough?
I think VP is consistently inconsistent, and for that, something needs to change.
Something certainly needs to change. We'll have to wait and see how they fare across the rest of the season, but they are now eliminated here at the Blast Open in London. And we are done for the first part of the day, but there's plenty more fantastic games coming your way. Next up is Vitality taking on GamerLegion, and we've got some good interviews with Flamesy and Rez. Dallas, what are your memories and thoughts on this team currently?
Well, I didn't watch them for a while. I think they've been playing good, and Ash is a good coach to nurture talents, and I think we see it with Pierre right now. I think he's in great form, and he's playing really, out of his head the last 3 months. So I think he has. I think they have a lot of. I think they have big skill. On the other end, I'm not sure how they play that much. I'm delaying my preparation for the game because I'm doing an interview with you, Banks, sadly. So not sadly talking with you, but sadly delaying the prep. So I will get to know soon, and we'll see in the game how they play. But I don't think they're obviously a good team because they show up in all the Tier 1 events.
Well, I don't want to delay you further, so I'll ask you one other quick question, then you can go and get your prep done. I don't want to be the reason you can use as an excuse here, mate. Where do you feel you at least have an edge over GamerLegion right now? Because they are a promising up-and-coming team.
Well, I think obviously we're the better team. Even though we're not playing like Vitality last season, we're still showing up in every semi-final this year so far and this season, and we're still, in some sense, competitive. And they're the underdogs, so we just need to play the game we know. We just need to play the CS we know, and we'll be fine.
Now, looking at Vitality, how strong do you think they are right now?
I think they are in obviously a kind of a slump, maybe, but obviously they are still like a Tier 1 team. Like, they are one of the best teams. Even if they have a bad day, I think they still can beat anyone, and still playing really good Counter-Strike. They just have this, maybe do a little bit more mistakes than they usually do. But overall, I think they are always a strong team, no matter what.
Do you think, though, this can give you a better chance now compared to, say, when you faced them in Dallas?
For sure. I think we have definitely a better chance now to beat them, from what I've seen at least. Because they are I would say they are kind of shook right now, maybe. Yeah. And they're probably overthinking a lot of stuff in how they're playing. Because some teams are figuring them out now, I feel like, and I think that's where we have the upper hand right now, and I think that's why we have a really good chance to beat them today.
Has Ash and the rest of the team come together? Have you guys figured it out?
Yeah, figured it out.
Hey. Oh, I love the confidence.
Vitality versus GamerLegion in our first clash for esports in London. And for Vitality, this is a must. It's been a somewhat rocky road since we returned from the summer break. Whereas for the other side in GamerLegion, currently sitting at 15th in the VRS ranking, this presents a huge opportunity for them to finally make it back to a Tier 1 playoffs. Joining myself, Rose Spears, to see exactly how this one is going to be going down, I've got Maui and Dupree up on the desk with me. Dupree, does this invoke any memories of, you know, a certain Paris major grand final?
At least it gives me good memories, right? It was my 5th major, and that was quite a surprise to play GamerLegion at that point. You know, I think GamerLegion is obviously at a different place right now. I feel like GamerLegion has at that time was this kind of team that just came out of nowhere. Now it's more like a talent factory kind of place where you go and you actually develop, and then you will eventually get passed on to another team.
The only remaining member of GamerLegion is Ash from that lineup.
True.
So,
Yeah.
but he is more or less the face of GamerLegion. So maybe he's got something cooking here to make it competitive.
Of course, the players that we talk about being kind of the 1-2 punch, let's say, of this GamerLegion squad. It's more so on the riflers, isn't it, Maui? They've kind of piqued our attention.
Without a doubt. Rez and PR have been the big difference makers. If they had actually done well at, say, Katowice, made it to the major, Cologne, they would be in top 20 conversations with zero shred of a doubt. I mean, they have been fantastic for GamerLegion through and through. PR has been a revelation in terms of just young, up-and-coming talent. Rez, the resurgence in his career. I know a lot of people said that you're not serious about winning if you have Rez on your team. I beg to differ. GamerLegion begs to differ, and Ash definitely begs to differ.
Yeah, and IP has been, in my books, been put in the pool of players that eventually will be moved on to a better team, because the way that he's showing right now, the skill that he's showing is actually good enough. And now I think he needs to take that extra leap to actually become even better. And talking about Rez, you know, a guy that I used to play against a lot of the times, you know, and I've played against him multiple times also in practice, where he was always like a practice hero. And I think it's good to see that Rez has now taken a step into a new team, and a team that doesn't have to be the one that is fighting for titles, but a place where he can actually showcase that, hey, I'm actually good enough, give me a chance in one of the bigger teams, instead of being in a team where people expect him to always put up insane numbers. Because I think that's been the story for Rez, that everyone has expected him to put up insane numbers. And every time he hasn't done that, because maybe he's had a lackluster team or whatever it could be, he is then put on the pitchfork and then being witch hunt.
So it's obviously good things when we're talking about the riflers, but that does leave a little bit of a hole when we're talking about the big green department. What's been your takeaway so far from Kersey since he was added to this roster?
I didn't think that Kersey was ever going to shake things up too much on GamerLegion. I know Slend had a couple bad events consecutively, which probably led to his benching on the team. But even looking at Kersey when he played for Gen 1 a bit through some of his demos, I really was just kind of thinking, well, he does plays in a very solid way. He's not really taking too many crazy risks, and he's hitting the easy shots. And through online competition, mind you, this was kind of like tier 3, tier 4 levels of what you would consider.
Yeah.
He was putting up decent numbers, but you would expect a natural drop-off, which has been more than the case when he's played anybody that's touching top 20.
Well, for once, we do get to see 2 French AWPers going head-to-head in the server. So let's see what Rez had to say about that prospect.
And looking at like you being a more experienced player on this team, we've had Kersey come into the roster as well. What do you look at in him, and what stands out the most about him to you?
He's a very proactive player, I would say. He looks really confident the more we play. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what he can do with when he gets more experience and stuff like this. So yeah, he's looking really promising.
Okay, that's really good to hear coming out from you. Like you know better than we do, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And today he also gets to go up against the best French AWPer, right? In terms of ZywOo, maybe the best AWPer out there. Has he spoken to you about that at all? Does that hold any special meaning to him?
Not really. I don't think Kersey doesn't really think about that much about the rivalry and all this. He obviously is good friends with all of them, but what I can tell from what I've heard at least, he doesn't care really what they think or all this. I think he's handling it really well with the rivalry, French rivalry stuff. So yeah. I think he's really mature in that way. So it's gonna be interesting.
I mean, even if you do care, you kind of have to pretend you don't care, Maui, when you're going up against one of the GOATed players in all of Counter-Strike.
I mean, I hope he's mature. He's 24 years old, which is kind of a crazy thing to say for a guy that is now finally getting his first chance at Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So I hope that he brings a great mentality to the team at the bare minimum, because as of right now, Kersey looks like an onliner. Thankfully, this game's online. So, I mean, that's the one saving grace for him, because as soon as he hit LAN, I mean, EWC, he was a big problem for the team. So I just want to see him hit a couple more shots today, go for the same opening aggressive plays that he did versus teams like Mongols, and just hit, 50% more shots, really. That's all I ask.
This is a golden opportunity, not only, as you mentioned, maybe a little bit tongue-in-cheek, Maui, the fact that it's online, but Vitality are probably in the most beatable position that we've seen them in all of 2025, right?
Yeah, we've seen a few cracks in the fundament of Vitality, and I think one of the reasons why we are talking about Vitality looking worse is obviously they had this very mind-blowing season where they won 7 trophies in a row, and we had this era talk, and they've been the by far the best team in the world, maybe still to be considered so we also put the margin in that they need to perform and go out and win, and that's the tough criteria. They still make top 4, they are still a title contender, but we just expect more because we have seen so much for them. And obviously, as a team of Vitality, we also had that scenario back in Astralis when it's actually, in quote-unquote, easy to get to the top, but actually staying there, that is actually the most difficult part, because you only need a couple of good events, a couple of titles to actually get and be considered the best team in the world. But once you get that, you need to constantly improve, work, always define yourself, and also work once you get into these tough periods.
If you can remember, off the top of your head, how long was there kind of a stint where you weren't winning trophies in Astralis? In quote-unquote, that era that we always say was the Astralis era, because you guys obviously, you never won a Cologne, right? There was a patch where you didn't make it deep in tournaments.
It can take 3, 4, if not more months. I mean, it's a period of time where there's, first of all, you start maybe doubting yourself in the way, what has changed since we are not winning anymore? What has actually caused us to have this kind of performance? And we have seen ZywOo say that we are not confident about how they're playing right now and a lot of things. And that's a kind of a little bit of a worry sign that it only took that little amount of time to actually put them in this kind of scenario. And for Vitality to now be in a position like that, they need to not overthink it too much. They need to obviously go back to their winning ways, thinking, how did we play? Have we changed something? Have our player changed anything? And is the preparation different? And then we also have to take into consideration that there might be a little bit of fatigue. They've made a lot of deep runs, and it just takes a lot of time to actually find yourself again.
I'm not too worried about this little downtrend that we're seeing from Vitality. I mean, on Dupree's Astralis, when you guys won the 3 majors, you guys had roughly a 5-month dip, 6-month dip where you guys didn't win anything. Come back and win Berlin. Okay, I still consider that personally part of their era, winning Berlin, the 3 consecutive majors.
Yeah.
And during that time, the worst you guys did was 5th to 6th. So it was still playoff berths, and I would still say that's all part of the era. It's just that it's the one part where maybe you're not lifting a trophy, but if there's a major at the end of it, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, and then the funny part is that we played some of the worst Counter-Strike coming into Berlin. We did not play good in practice. We didn't feel confident at all. Then we went in to win Berlin, and we're like, hey, we're back. That's the only thing to say. I think it only takes Vitality to have one more title to actually just get back to a kind of how they were in the previous season.
One more question for you, Dupree. How did you feel when you saw Apex come out with that quote saying, we want to match Astralis' trophies from the year, getting to that golden number 10?
I mean, a bit of me is happy that they're not performing right now. let's just keep it there. Like that. That's what I'm happy about. Obviously, that's of course what they're chasing. I mean, you always have to aim high, and Vitality did that last season, and now they saw the opportunity of trying to nail this one. So of course they should go for it. But I mean, they gotta do better than what they're doing right now if they wanna try and combat that one.
Train, Inferno, Nuke. Any surprises in the mix for you there, Maui?
I don't think actually. Maybe lightly with the Vitality pick. Actually, no. I think that's fine. No. That's all good. That's all dandy. I guess with GamerLegion, I think they had a couple options here. To go with Train actually against Vitality is maybe a slight surprise for me, given the fact that Vitality is really formidable on it. They're the ones that kind of develop the meta of just the A-pops consecutively. But some of the teams in Tier 1.5, Tier 2, they got a couple more tricks up their sleeves.
Well, we are going to see what GamerLegion do have in store for us, as Train is the first map of this qualification series between GamerLegion and Vitality.
London calling for King Mezzi, and Vitality have got the chance to do it today, up against a GamerLegion that goes for the Train pick. I mean, we heard it yesterday with Fallen in his interview when we questioned their veto on the Furia side, and he just mentioned that right now with the newer maps, there's these evolutions that are going on, especially with the slight changes, new boxes, etc. And he was saying that he thinks maybe some of these, lesser opposition underdogs are just, they're evolving that meta, and they're coming in with tricks. I think that's what GamerLegion are trying to do today with this pick versus Vitality.
With new maps, it's an opportunity for the underdogs to get an edge. That's essentially how it should always be looked at. If you think about what makes the great teams great is being the best at the already figured out maps. They're the ones that have already set the bar. So map like Train offers up brand new rounds way more consistently than any other map in the pool. Honestly, GamerLegion are going to be one of the teams that a lot of other tier 1 opponents will actually emulate to learn what to do next.
Put them in like that 3D Max pool where you see better teams stealing tidbits of their play.
Yeah.
Now, a big question for me for tonight is, you know, this PR-Rez combo is hands down the best duo that GamerLegion can bank on, but Towson is having a phenomenal event off of their opening game. Lights out performance, exceeding his average by far. And so the question will be whether or not they have that third piece, because GamerLegion with a third piece,
oh boy,
that's the win condition today. It's gonna land and deal half of the damage to Kersey. Rop's easy headshots as far as he's concerned. Nice angle, taken back. 3 players inside sight, and this recovery is truly underway, but the ramp flank, you'd think that's gonna catch Kersey. He's on the reload. Player in the top shelf also exposed to Mezzy, so yes, you get that rebound for a moment out of Kersey, who also has a spotlight on him to try to step up versus ZywOo this evening. Huge ask.
Huge ask.
But the Mezzy flank is where this one gets sealed, and it's a Vitality CT pistol.
It's the Mezzy flank. It also helps them time their HE with more confidence. Everybody coming down the ramp, they know that something's going to be hit. If they don't come through, then Mezzy will get all the info right there. So it's a nice round for Vitality. I too am not so concerned, even though they've made their own comments saying they're not they're kind of scared about everything. I'm just not that concerned with how well they're going to do in a longer time frame. Oh, PR actually has a really interesting opportunity here.
No way. Well, had past tense.
Yeah.
Oops. Tough with a Glock, man. Let's be real.
It was close.
No, I'm right there with you. I think actually really well.
They have too many good players.
Yes.
You know, like even if the team form isn't good enough.
Yes.
They have. Robs is one of the only star anchors, and then they have ZywOo, and then they have they have too many strong individual performers.
I also just think, like, you know, Maui Snake and Dupree just did a phenomenal job of painting us the picture and the reminder of the slump that even the great Astralis went through prior to the Berlin Major.
Yeah.
Right? Because for a lot of people, this is the first era they've ever witnessed. So this is technically, in their minds, the first time they've seen an era end. But if you were around for that 6 months that nobody really talks about, because in the grand scheme of Astralis, it wasn't the end of the world.
Yeah.
It probably felt like it in the moment, the same way Vitality does today.
Yes.
But they're not going anywhere.
What it felt like, and I remember being there, what it felt like is this is the opportunity for Liquid to take over from where Astralis left off. But as soon as Astralis beat them and won, then you were reminded it wasn't over. Yep. That it never actually ended. So there is always more time to talk. Exactly.
Now Flamesy, this is brave. Oh my god, deep in through the T-Con. It's 2 CT smokes to get him out of there, so utility investment for the escape, but maintaining 5v4, good amount of map control, and also more than anything, just a little disrespect. That's kind of a slap in the face for GamerLegion in the first rifle round. We're gonna come flying at you with an MP9. Deep angle from Rops, always a nuisance to pin him down inside of this B site when his options feel unlimited.
They don't know about this position. Either Apex has a free B, he just doesn't know how Kersey's playing it. The bomb is gonna come T-main? Okay.
See ya! ZywOo double MP9, and this is a phenomenal start as far as Vitality are concerned. 4 players standing at the end of this one, money being made, majority MP9 kills, and again, just the tone, the nature of that aggression.
And I don't think you'd sack any event as a team in a position that Vitality are in where all eyes are on them. But every time they do have an early exit or a really slow whatever, it gives them more time to get the preparation that they can't get after tournaments with deep runs. It's actually a period where they can grow in a season where there was literally no time because they finished every single event in grand finals.
Not only time, but we always say that you learn more from losses than you do from wins.
Yeah.
What happens when you win all the events in a row like that? You know, you literally cannot come back better if you don't take that step back. And I think Flamesy in a recent interview kind of had that conversation as well, where it's like, if we are truly going to take it to an even higher height to be one of the legendary teams of all time, well, of course we need to lose.
Yeah, growth is cyclical. And if you mentally, if you don't have a reason to learn, you're not going to do it for no reason. Other teams had to prove it too, that they'd be better.
Rops' fallback almost stopped, but he's able to hang on with the 20 health. There was that scout in play from Kersey, but never even given a chance to shoot at anything. Right now, this map pick, Vitality seeming very prepared and confident that they've got the edge over GamerLegion.
Yeah, it's not a great look so far for GamerLegion. Every spot that Vitality are playing, it feels like it's like a totally brand new position. I mean, you are seeing slightly new setups inside of B here with Robson, more of these aggro spots, which is nice to see because he was already just the best at playing B side on Train, but ultimately it was like playing back on Cloud most rounds and just too hard to kill. But yeah, this is where the game plan maybe evolves a bit for Vitality. They have GamerLegion looking a little lost.
The fact you've got PR, Rez, and Towson all still 0 kills. I mean, I'll throw ZTR in that boat as well, but it's really that trio that you expect good things to come from.
0 T rounds. 0 kills on T rounds.
It hurts, doesn't it?
But it's also kind of funny. Yeah, Kersey only on 3 kills.
And he's got all of the kills for the entire team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you look at that, and then you look at the money on the CT side, and you see it's only round 5. You see what happens when you don't get kills.
Oh, yeah. And on top of it, they're going to be racking up that extra 250 every round because they're killing all of you every time.
They're catching every timing. The Ts are just like always looking in the wrong direction. Like nothing is working at all.
I wonder if that's like a trickle-down effect of just the nature of that first aggressive T main rush. Like from that point onwards,
they let him go.
Not able to catch ZywOo in the net. 2 health on the escape. You know, there's been very close moments where T's could have gotten an opening. FlameZ, does he swing in or fall back? Looks like he plays it more passive with a teammate next to him, and it's all good in the meantime. Apex, ZywOo cleaning house.
They look so confused.
Outside of T-Con, there is a bit of a bounce back. PR double kill through Ivy during all that distraction offered by Rez.
There we go.
Oh, this is coming together nicely. 2v4, I think. Rops, he'll clean up what's left of Rez, but time expires, and this round slips through their hands. It was all that chaos in the outer yard that burns off the clock, but by God, GamerLegion, at least we see a heartbeat.
Yeah, at least they get kills. So 4 frags is something. Close try here for GamerLegion, marginally scary. Ultimately, though, the reason it comes down to time is these awkward mid-round moments. They're kind of just getting hit from the left and the right, and the only thing that went well was PR's lurk after Mezzi thought he had cleared out Ivy. That, okay, he was in the one corner that wasn't spotted. That was a lead. That was something. 2 kills like that should be able to help you overcome the A site, but it has to be more than one guy contributing.
It's in moments like that that I look to Rez specifically, because in even the GamerLegion losses, he's the one piece that can generally try to keep the boat afloat. And you know, if there's one player doing that, giving you a chance, then that's when you do get to bounce back into some of those games. They don't always result in wins. Rez isn't enough alone, but he is that one piece that can seemingly like hang on when things are going south. Right now, he's not doing enough. PR almost with the flank, worked with him. But if there's any bounce back into this, you know, I always look to Rez to be like that real rock for GamerLegion.
Yeah. Well, he is the oldest player on the server today.
He's seen it all.
56 years old.
Doesn't look a day over 40. Actually, how old is Rez off the top of your head? Guess.
27 is my guess.
Dead on, baby.
Boom.
Well done, Mohan. It's because you've been around a block or 2 as well.
Yeah.
FlameZ on the cleanup of the attempted exit. There's just no real momentum here. Kersey keeps trying to come through with one.
Shroud.
But that one's done for. This is a very quick half. We are halfway through it, in fact. 6-0 for Team Vitality.
When I think of an Ashe game plan, I always think of that Strickland Adesanya fight, you know, the Philly shell, just Philly tailored to that one specific fighter, right? And you see Ashe when he called that game against he was coaching against Spirit, and how they just played a style of CS that was only suitable for those 40 minutes and made it work. It feels like right now what we're seeing is GamerLegion came in prepared for something that is absolutely not happening at all.
Right.
And so they would look like geniuses, but right now they just look totally lost. because I'm not going to assume they're not prepared.
They would never be.
That's just not the team.
Nope. That's not what we talk about when we
GamerLegion.
discuss GamerLegion.
Yeah.
But some kills would help.
Kills always help.
Kills would help. I'm looking at that bank account across Vitality, and I think, is that stake money or what? 12,000 on Apex, 10K for Rops. My oh my.
People don't talk about killing enough and how important it is.
It's human nature, after all. A couple missed shots from ZywOo, but Rops does still slot into the corner. And keeping this pressure, you know, it's another moment where it's like, much like that MP9 flying through the T-Con out of the gate, this is just like GamerLegion trying to get to that point where maybe they put in the plan that you're mentioning, which not afforded much. Easy. Ugh, and Mezzi holds off on the Ivy duel. PR bested. Doesn't even do damage over Mezzi, who's going to go for the incendiary as well. That keeps ZTR out of play, but Kersey keeps trying to find openings.
That's something good for sure.
It's the silver lining for GamerLegion is he is bringing at least a chance to the table with some of these mid-round openings. It establishes man advantage for now. 45 seconds, bombs on site on the back of Rez, and Towson's cover punishes the Flamesy flank. A really late play though here from ZTR that'll eventually get through A site, but if the B players die in the meantime, I don't think GamerLegion closed this round. Mezzi thinking that the oil train could have been pushed.
They mollied him so they know.
Rez has been found out.
Okay,
oh, but he turns on Apex. And now from above, Towson hits his headshot. That is Kersey opening up the B round by punishing the aggression here for Vitality.
Yeah, stop both hands on the double push. That was nice from Kersey. And Mezzi did an admirable job on Ivy of holding back this half of the map, but ultimately, I think this is what was confusing, and this is where GamerLegion, you know, found something. They didn't seem. It's weird to be set up to go inner at the same time as going Ivy, so it serves as sort of a fake. Maybe Vitality's guard was down for 1 second. And one awkward moment there for Apex where he tries to take that duel too quickly, but
yeah.
For a second he was 9-1.
Having a great game. Woo. Rez exposed by the nades on smoke, and Rops kills Towson. So all you've got now for GamerLegion at a minute 35 is 3 players walking out Ivy.
It's also true that
but back.
They still get a kill from that. Unlucky. Also, it's true that Apex's individual form actually is probably a reason that they slumped a bit for a second there.
Oh, yeah.
It was so drastic for a second.
Keeping the pressure on.
What is
now,
happening with these kills?
Rops' team killing, PR's still alive. We go 2 versus 2 in a very weird round. Flamesy's still aggressive, but decides to fade back.
Very awkward moments. Flamesy's looking to cut their entrance over to be off, which is actually just sort of the perfect thing to do because they can't be past him yet. I don't know if they have info on both players. I think they should, though.
Really giving them the outer yard here, Vitality. Sweeping back in. Flamesy on a key spawn flank.
It's a perfect play because Flamesy is just now made sure they can't go inner. Now, there's no way unless they walk by him on the other side of Brown Halls that they did this. Didn't happen. He's going to guarantee that he has a flank on the outside side. ZywOo knows for sure that it's a bomb that's going to be planted around the train right in front of him. It's just a matter of if it's T-Con or if it's Ivy.
And a matter of hitting the shots as well, but Vitality have seemed sharper across the board. Flamesy's walkout catches the support of the op. Doesn't kill him, though. Planter's going to be tagged. Oh, no, it bounced back. That's certainly not ideal, but they do remove the angle from Kersey, and then PR tries to do it. Kersey's rotation over, missed shot. ZywOo, fast reaction.
That was awkward. How'd they not know he could have rotated there? That was the only place he could have gone.
Yeah, and the alternative is just hold the smoke and expect him to run through it.
Yeah.
But I think maybe because the smoke was still so thick, it would have been a very easy run from the smoke behind this, you know? It's like a 2-foot gap into cover, guaranteed.
This is a very weird round. 2 team kills.
Yeah, I don't know. Your job, break it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, see the smoke, he could have crept into sight.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, they get out of an awkward situation. It was an awkward situation that GamerLegion really needed to go their way. That was just dropping the bucket here, getting 1 round now. This one's going to go inner. Again, I feel like Apex and Rops have been doing a classy job working together on the B site, so see if maybe they can try to pull his rotation. Oh, and they do.
Yep. Same position here from Rops. He's played it in the past. And Apex down low, trying to drop nades out.
Bomb can't go. Kersey wants to get the kill, but he can't.
Got him pinned in temporarily. Mezzi on arrival, clips Towson's wings. And Apex just going to maintain vision. So now that you've got Z control, more and more players can come through. ZTR takes it into his own hands to get aggressive. And in anticipation of a Mezzi climb up, ZTR, you are a madman trying to get that aggressive into the face of this 3-player core. Kersey's going to go down with only 1. And so PR with a chance to close around, but an op that you'd think should stay trained on him. Yes, ZywOo gets the angle, throws some nades out to help. And between them, Vitality in with another B-site retake.
Yeah, that's... Oh, man, ZTR almost makes the play that wins the round, but then actually just goes way too far. If he sits where he is, obviously he's top of the smoke, could have got a kill, maybe drop back anything. So now I have it locked down for sure. But from our perspective, obviously, he stands in that spot after his last kill. They're in a pretty nice position, actually delay for time. He has teammates behind him that can take aggro as he goes for another shot. So, no, it's not a guaranteed win if he doesn't push, but also we see that it looks a little riskier to go up on top of that smoke when all of Vitality are rotating it from natural positions.
Rob's disrespecting smoke, but Kersey's gonna pop him.
Rob's sprays haven't been great, actually.
And Kersey's really been a beacon of hope here for GamerLegion, but FlameZ takes up the place of his fallen teammate.
The fact that he's still here.
And they meet a smoke as they go down Pop Dog. Ooh, they are feeling so cornered.
Whoa, this is wild.
This is Apex.
Apex, though, he's thinking the Molly had already cut them off. They've walked by this, right?
I feel like FlameZ would have expected players to leave when he only finds 1 and they saw 3 previous. I think Apex is just really aware of this threat, and he's going to try to phase the smoke. Gets the jump on both, and that's awkward. ZywOo not ready for the player in the corner. This suddenly rebounds to man advantage GamerLegion. At least Vitality are still ready on site, but a crawl through smoke sees that nade come out back sight, and they've got it. PR and Rez to close up. A very aggressive move between Apex and ZywOo. But Apex felt ready for both. ZywOo felt ready for neither.
Agreed, yeah. And Apex killed basically the wrong guy because ZywOo comes out swinging, would have got that trade. But I think Apex does the right thing. He just needed to get both kills from his spot. The second guy wasn't looking at him right away. This game has had all kinds of really crazy situations.
Honestly, that's the kind of turn, if we see that in third person again, it looks to me like ZywOo runs out of mouse pad or something. Like, he just doesn't move nearly enough, even to look left. It's one of those jumbled up moments.
It's just that, why are you going to clear left when your teammate's in the corner?
Yeah. Awkward. That is a bit of a lifeline. I mean, GamerLegion's still playing for a 4-round T-side on train. Their map pick, there's no denying their CT side will be well prepped. And
nice
PR
shot.
starting to find a bit of his game. You know, that's another duel where we've seen the exact same fight. PR on the approach, Mezzi holding this angle. This time PR gets the headshot, takes a dink in return. Him and Rez are going to be low, and again, Vitality are going to play an aggressive move. Through the brown halls, finding 1. Bomb stuck in the corner, tries to fight its way out, but ZywOo on the escape. Ooh, tried to go back, and Rez bests him, prepared for that. It may be man advantage, but it's not health advantage.
Apex, you know, he could be inner. This is a spot where I think they're just doing some final calculations, but they're trying to figure out whether or not they can go B.
Whoa, missed off shot.
Wait, he missed. That's huge.
What?
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, that had to be a pretty bad miss, right?
What?
He wasn't even looking at him.
Apex is sitting there, perched, asking to die. Oh, Apex!
Damn.
C'est pas vrai. There's no way.
That's tough because that's suddenly a freebie gone to hell.
You were playing for 4, now 3 best case, and this was a sitting duck. Wow, that's he did turn.
Yeah.
He turned the moment that shot comes out.
That was his Nico moment.
And he's yelling at him. They can't hear it, but GamerLegion knows.
He's in good company.
He's yelling at him. Ouch. Well, Apex having an absolute field day with this head-to-head. And we get a challenge out through T-Con. ZywOo not able to get back into cover. Apex under pressure, supported here by Mezzy, but a smoke goes up to deny vision. Fire on the feet of Rops. And Flamesy comes through with the multi-kill to try to slow all of this down. Just getting back into Z with 9 health. It's a winnable 1v2. But the fact he has 9 HP means one bullet denies him and gives GamerLegion that much-needed third round on this T side. He's playing active, man.
He's maybe early to this, but going the wide way around so you can walk up hell maybe for the best chance. But if they push through, yeah, they are going to go inner, and that's the right play. Flamesy's not here holding it, then it sort of counteracts all of this info he's gone and gained. And now it goes from winnable to virtually impossible. Even though the T's are low health, how are you going to find them both, Flamesy?
Yeah, Curse even goes in for the CT clear. You can pick up some tools for the job. Molotov, a couple flashbangs. But you're going to have to get the drop on the first one and then somehow predict the second position. Towson going up the ramp does give space over. They are giving space to him. If you can get closer to the site, you know, the beauty of the B bomb site train is all the cover that it offers you. You won't be able to deny vision on bomb, but the player up top's not going to find an angle, so this has to be Cursey to stop it, and it is. Exactly what you'd anticipate. Smoke makes it crazy, but it is a third, at least, and it could have been fourth if not for Apex topping the charts here for Vitality.
We're here with the famed Team Vitality Brit, and you're going to be taking us through your settings. We're also using the brand new Asus ROG 600Hz monitor, 0.1 millisecond response time, so let's check it out. What's the first thing you do when you sit down at a PC?
First thing is probably the NVIDIA. Like always put full screen here, keep the Hertz 600, whatever it's set, and then color settings. I never change the brightness and the contrast. You keep the same and change everything else, like the brightness and the feeling on the monitor afterwards. Digital vibrance, I usually put around 75%.
Orange boy.
Yeah, I like it pretty colourful, so sometimes like even put it up to 100 and then all this kind of stuff. This is out of my realm. I kind of keep the 3D settings the same, and then for the monitor settings, like I say, the brightness is like, I try and keep it quite low. Like I keep this around 65 and the contrast the same. I will change the blue light filter to 0, and then the colour 5000, and then saturation I'll put up a little bit as well to like 60. And then the gamma, I think is 1.8, so it like brings the brightness up a little bit as well. Shadow boost, actually keep it level 1. And then we're good to go for the monitor settings. And then I'll usually go in game now and then just see like how it kind of feels.
Yeah, you've got some binds, I've heard.
Yeah, so I can change it. Sensitivity I use 2.2. 400
DPI?
400 DPI, 2.2.
Have you gone up or have you gone down?
Yeah, I was at 1.8.
It's hard to do on CS2. I feel like you need higher sense.
Yeah, I think I felt like if I could get used to a bit of a higher sense, then it would just benefit me.
Okay, let's go video settings then.
Of course, always full screen, 4:3. 1280, 960.
Classic.
Feels good even though it's fast. Always stretch, sometimes black bars for a couple practice games or a deathmatch session. It feels a bit different, and then after that, like go back to stretching, it just feels like I'm playing a new game. And all of a sudden you feel so fast, like your aim feels crisp, and I don't know, like for me, just a huge refresh in the game.
And look at those hertz.
Yeah, 600 hertz.
More hertz better, right?
Yeah, you always got to max it out. Brightness stays at 93% for me.
All right, let's take us into the advanced video settings. This one is always debated.
Yeah.
Do you have anything special? Any tips here for getting the most out of it?
I always put it like at maximum FPS 0, just try and get the most, especially when you're using like the 600 hertz, nice to just max out the FPS. Keep 4x high, like the top I keep all default, and then the texture filtering I max out to 16. I think this one you've always got to keep high. Like
shadows,
in CSGO you could still have them like medium or low and still see shadows pretty well, but in CS2 like you clearly see the difference. Got to still make the game look good, especially playing 1280, 960 SO.
Get the wins where you can.
Yeah.
This was the CS setup brought to you by Asus, so thank you very much, Mezzy, and best of luck in Blast Bounty.
Thank you.
Apox, the French plague that has burdened GamerLegion as they tried to get through that first half, but kind of brick-walled all over the place. Because Apex supported Rops really nicely, but then also had these solid moments outside on the outer yard too.
Great to see his form back, and I think, yeah, like thinking back on some of the bad Vitality games recently, Apex looked like he almost went back like 5 years in terms of his gameplay, and now has just fast-forwarded again. So he's looking solid. This half wasn't the best in terms of the CS. There was a lot of messy moments. Unfortunately for GamerLegion, they couldn't capitalize on the messy moments as much. Vitality just creamed them. So we'll see if they can close out.
Rez finds Rops, that helps. You've got this wraparound from Kersey. Ooh, CT side kicking off with a pistol win. Could truly put GamerLegion back in this game. Mezzy 1v5 denied after just the one. What a beautiful sequence of GamerLegion players just wrapping around the Vitality guys.
Yeah.
That felt like a shepherd dog and a bunch of sheep.
Yeah, Vitality, sheep.
GamerLegion, dogs.
Dogs.
I mean it in the most flattering way.
That was, wow, pretty great. Nice shot, ZTR. What on earth? What on earth?
Woof. This is Blast Open London, after all.
Yeah, what?
Blast Open London, which means we need to get Mezzy back in that arena. Watch that man do a BBC interview.
It's kind of the best guy you could think to get all the attention for the UK. I'd be so proud.
Yep. And he really locked it down. I think in that interview he had
he
just seems super relatable and kind of brought Counter-Strike to the mainstream in a way that
he's the least hateable pro.
The UK kind of hasn't seen too much. And well, obviously to lift a trophy on home soil, that's the goal. That and getting to the 10 trophies of Astralis, right? Apex having gone out and said that. It would be number 8 in London.
That's kind of wild, actually.
Right now it's this forward Brown Hall's control, and, you know, versus Glocks and a couple of upgraded pistols. Why not get this? See ya!
Wow.
Mezzy sent back to Birmingham.
Like Gmod. He went flying.
And GamerLegion convert very nicely with some confidence too. You know, you just kind of got beat around. What's that?
10 trophies feels like so achievable right now, but considering the form and then considering other teams and all the moves that were made in this offseason, how good everyone's going to get.
Yeah. And
the fact that like one of those wins probably has to be the major.
Yes.
In terms of the events they're attending, it's really not that easy.
No, not at all.
It's not a gimme right now. London would be a great place to start.
Feels like an achievable one. It'd be different if number 2 was that close on their heels, you know, but Spirit had this fumble at EWC. We know that there's the rumors of the incoming roster change. You know, it's not like Vitality have a Liquid for Astralis, who went on that near 90-day streak of flawless Counter-Strike. Don't get me wrong, the Mongols are still out there, but they're not here for London.
Let's see about this T round, though, for Vitality. They're not coming in with too much to work with. These kills are going to be massive, and Mezzy gets the first one convincingly.
Ah, but he pulls his nade out. Didn't think Kersey'd be so close for that follow-through.
I think
Howson about to be challenged.
Yeah, 4v4, I think they'll be quite happy about this spot.
Yeah, drops it. And then an ump comes through for 75 damage on ZywOo.
Yeah,
considering it's an ump rotating through Z, it's an ump with Rez, and dude, Kersey is all over the place in a good way. 16 kills to his name, trying to get this retake going. Deep push towards Z for Apex. If he blindsides this retake, you'd think that's the round-winning position, but already ZTR surpassed him. Rops is gonna get 2 kills. It falls on Apex. They don't know where he's at. Rez has a good idea, though. He pictured it. Rez visualizes Apex's decisions.
I think
wins the 1v1.
I think he also heard him running up earlier.
Okay,
I think
maybe.
he just remembered it and then thought, all right, everyone else is dead. Like, Because, yeah, he did trust himself right there to put some bullets through smoke. That's nice from Rez. Really saves the day here. This is a scary spot. It's still going to be expensive for GamerLegion. We just witnessed an get 2 kills and a really important retake. That's just excellent. You got to trust yourself, like when it comes to that kind of play. For Rez, used a lot of ammo. It was a risk, but it was the right one.
It's the kind of rounds that you can bank on Rez to pull out of the hat.
Yeah, look what it's done. It's just their money's in such a good place now.
But if there was no Kersey in the server in this form, then there's no hope for GamerLegion whatsoever. He's going to have to keep this up for the time being until others step it up themselves. In this round, majority pistols Vitality. Grouping themselves up, ready for this pop suddenly into the A site. It's not a question of if, but a question of when. And Rez trying to find a dirty angle into T-Con. Good trade frag back from Rops. Flash finds ZTR full blind.
Great flashes.
Second one comes out and helps, and another team kill. Third team kill of this map alone between both teams. ZywOo's Desert Eagle's looking hungry.
Come on.
And sure enough, slams Taus in between the eyes. A little damage comes back. Man advantage here for Vitality thanks to that.
It's a full court press here. They're outside everywhere.
But watch Kersey go ahead of the utility. Does he get the jump on anybody? Because Mezzy with a scout, ZywOo busy with the nades. Oh, Rops, that's the cover he needs. And so PR with 11 health, 1v3, or the triple pistol round from Vitality busts through.
Yeah, good luck with this one, man. They've got some upgrades waiting for him outside when this is all said and done. PR, maybe he can get a kill or two. Rops and ZywOo are low. They don't seem to know where he is. There's enough time to do whatever they want. The best option would be to skip all this and go inside, but they don't know about it. They give him time to pick his favorite spot. So now it becomes maybe a bit more forecastable that he could be over here. Bomb coming in his direction, but goal is to plant first.
Can plant on the opposite side and guarantees that the wraparound won't find the contact to sight. And down he goes. Mezzy finds timing on it.
No kills.
That ZywOo Desert Eagle. Once it got out towards E-Box, I could just feel it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the first chance it gets to strike a player down, instant headshot, follows through onto the bomb site. And that's a great trade from Rops as well to make sure Rez can't fall back immediately. This certainly, in hindsight, doesn't help.
Honestly, Rops has had some messy sprays this game, but like he's also got plenty of quality kills.
So Scout Galil, 3 pistols, breaks through for Vitality. It ends up being their first terrorist round win.
That's why their floor will always be intact. They've just got too many quality players.
Sure, 100%. It's the floor that got them to their record-breaking streaks. Get this 3-player push outside of Ivy. It's a pistol in front of an M4. But Vitality start this round quite slowly.
I love this. They believe that everyone ran away from. They're going to push through the smoke. Yeah, it's just such a nice way to get a free round. If you're on the T side, you disrespect that push, and you know when CTs do this and they show too much action, they make huge rotations out, and that just creates a space vacuum. We can come and just take it. Calling out GamerLegion for not having a trap now here.
So it winds up just being Towson on Ivy alone, M4 nothing else, and a smoke in front of him.
See if the timing's good.
Potentially going to set up the outer split nicely. Utility into T-Con. Kersey's using the tall boxes to just keep his back covered from any potential Flamesy challenge. More utility here, pelting Towson. 5-7 slides through PR. That's a great drive-by moment. And then the M4 catches one. Apex gets the trade immediately, sure, but we've got Kersey in a key spot. Denied by Rops. And then again, PR 5-7 hits him with speed. It goes back to GamerLegion. Both directions, these force buys succeed.
Damn, that running 5-7 kill to kick it all off. That's got to be frustrating here for Vitality. Very nice round out of PR. That one Rops trade was pretty incredible, but by that point it was already too late. No freebies for anyone this game.
We got ourselves a game. All the economy on the line here for Vitality. 3 rounds of loss bonus. CTs have to be careful. Making the most of that triple AK-47 setup, but ZTR down with nothing. Luckily, Kersey right with him.
They're ready to go.
E-box setup. Oh, wow. Nice headshot from Towson. Doesn't have a lot of kills. Oh, but these are key. Another one in his last bullet and survives. Rox returns the favor with a clean headshot as well, and Apex has got a second, finishing off the little that was left of Towson. His 20 health versus Rez. A 1v1 again between these two on the same smoke. Rez, in anticipation, holds it off. 2-0 over Apex in the clutch.
You thought this was going to be a flank coming in. It's a second 1v1 for Rez 1 in the exact same spot. Very nicely done. This keeps hope alive for GamerLegion. This Towson 2K really just outdueled ZywOo. Honest day's work right here.
Last shot, man. Apex almost with the recovery. Cleaning up the damage that was done by the first two. But Rez, man, rock solid. Vitality, another half buy. But you've got a ZywOo hero AK on this one. Towson with a pistol right in front of him. Better be careful with the nades. Crops isn't able to jump him immediately, and that AK hits the ground. So 1 rifle to 0 and 5 players to 3. This is GamerLegion with a chance. And they need this, a clean victory, because going down to the 1v1 again, 0 loss bonus, while Vitality now play with full loss bonus. And on top of that, these free AKs yet again. Last round was costly, this one looking a bit different until Flamesy decides to turn it on its head, pick up an AK with a chance to just barrel down into the B play. Rez is going to expose both with the smoke. Mezzy's deagle hits him at a 1v3, 1 kill deep already.
Yeah, he's got an M4 to work with. Molly here as well. CT's running out quickly. Won't be able to use that utility.
Looking to trade, shoulder to shoulder, full belt of nades. No hesitation there for GamerLegion to just clean up that last frag.
And that makes it a 1-round game here for GamerLegion. It's not a super clean comeback. There are close rounds in here, but GamerLegion are definitely more clutch right now.
That could have been a problematic moment here for Towson. Even if the deagle doesn't kill him, the fact ZywOo's swinging in with a rifle ready for the trade. But he steps it up, gets his double. Vitality keep GamerLegion on their toes with tempo. Like you said, 1-round game. And a 1-round T-side so far for Vitality.
Yeah, at least for Vitality, they have actually made every round very expensive. So
Agreed.
It's a comeback, but it's not a real streak. Building economy.
It's like GamerLegion hanging on by a thread.
Yeah. One clean round and that all changes.
Rez is going to get flashed in, I think. And with that, Apex full blind and supported.
Yeah, they had one ready for it in the back. It's
nicely done. 5v3 established. Vitality just going to kick it up a notch. ZTR blindsided by the pace. PR is going to have to go God mode. And he's already tagged down low, so they sweep through that outer yard with no real resistance.
They would have loved to save a player here. Towson, I mean, he might be able to. But either way, their money has just been absolutely crushed after these last couple of rounds. So as nice as that was, so much emphasis now on this next round for GamerLegion. That's why there's always 2 parts to a comeback.
It's a great headshot from ZywOo. You know, once you take that icon support down, really opens the door for everybody else to just flood out. And they were all so ready.
And off the win, it's going to be Vitality calling a timeout. Some deliberation between XTAZ and Apex on this round. GamerLegion going to send it here. And that's for an M4, a FAMAS, and 3 5.7s.
It's the same buy that got them back into the game after Vitality won their first round T-side.
They have done more with less.
And it's the same opening as well, going for that Ivy control that they then fell back from. This time, though, nobody actually keeping eyes on it just yet. A lot of players Ivy, but a lot of pressure starting to come over top of T-Con. You've spotted Rez on the FAMAS. Ooh, and they push through, no resistance. We've seen what PR does when he wide swings fast with a 5-7. He hits the dink for 85. Next player at bat. And now a good distraction outside of T-Con. Towson just eating these flashes, though. Hasn't seen anything for about 5 seconds. 3 rifles trained on him. If he jumps over top, that could catch him off. Yeah, it will. Oh, it will. For certain. ZywOo gets his. Apex knows there's a player up close, supported by Rops. Kersey's M4. That's what they're banking on. The one real rifle, barring the FAMAS, that comes into the play. And Kersey a kill into the 1v3.
Yeah, Kersey's going to make the move and run inner. This is what Apex wanted to do quickly. He gets downstairs.
Sees the second.
Oh.
Tries to swing wide. ZywOo's op makes the difference.
He was on attention right there, ready for the re-swing. Kersey hoped he could just get out in that moment. He knows he could have waited for the smoke, and that would have been a chance. ZywOo on the op. Was a known quantity after this trade. Nice 5-7 kills right here, but man, GamerLegion. That was clearly the difference between just a won or a lost game. They're going to have to invest down again. Buy's not going to be even as good as last time. Ouch. FAMAS 2 UMPs here to work with.
Rops eats a flash. Oh, but Towson gets him. And there's damage being dealt for the 5-7 to try to flank through. Oh, through smoke res. And ZywOo on that angle. Trade potential's good with another dink out of the SMG. Quick scope to PR. Beautiful stuff here from ZywOo, who's had enough on train. Opens up the B site for the bomb to follow in tow. And ZywOo is the reason that this one should end right here, right now.
That was a little bit of genius. He read the second player coming out from that push and knew that someone was up on the ramp still. That's target selection that you can't teach.
I would say this was over if it wasn't how much impact Kersey's found throughout this map. Mezzy removed from the situation for now. Flamesy right on this spot, and ZywOo's got it. A quad kill for ZywOo. Pressure in the brown halls. 3 players running at him. He cleans it all up on his own, and that quick streak of 3 rounds for Vitality robs away GamerLegion's map pick.
A valiant attempt at the comeback for GamerLegion, but when ZywOo's gonna do you like that in the last round, Maui, unfortunately, you kind of know it's over at that point.
He just went beast mode on him. Honestly, like, there's nothing really you can do if you're GamerLegion there other than just shoot a little bit faster than him. Because if he's just gonna charge you down at the very end of the game like that, put his stamp on it, then GamerLegion, they're just gonna have to try next time.
Yeah, leaving his mark on with that last round, you know, that he's still a world-class player, that he is, despite Vitality having a little bit of the struggles, and he has cooled off maybe a little bit compared to last season, but to see him do these kind of things and still understand the game at such a high level, yeah, it's just always great to watch.
I think we were maybe, I don't want to use the word confused, but scratching our heads a little bit as to why GamerLegion brought this map into the fray. Did you see any kind of reasoning behind that, Maui?
There were a couple cool plays, I'd say, in the first half. Definitely caught Vitality by surprise with how GamerLegion wanted to construct some of them. I think round 10 is probably one where I saw some interesting movements from some of the players from GamerLegion. I mean, at the beginning of this round, it gets into a 4-on-4 situation. Apex tucks himself into the smoke, but then look at what ZTR does. Battle the brains as they collide here. And sure, GamerLegion lose a player as the smoke fades here, but look at what ZTR's position accomplishes. He gets like a double kill right then, 3-on-2 advantage. They slowly encroach onto the bomb site with some solid utility, some good positioning. Rez kind of figures out where one of the players is on the back of the bomb site too. And yeah, there were some nice moments from a GamerLegion team that I kind of figured would either ban either Mirage or ban Train, and then they pick a map that I thought they were going to ban. Like, they're definitely cooking something over there. I'm almost disappointed it didn't get over the line for them.
Yeah, and it's just great to see that. I really feel like this game was like a clear picture of how Train is being played nowadays, with so many proactive plays, not only in pop, but it's actually a point of interest you want to fight for so much more compared to the old version. You also have the constant aggression inside, but you also have it in Ivy. And obviously round 11 coming to again shows the proactivity of Vitality with Robs and Saiwu trying to fight for this area. He gets the first kill, he actually gets traded. Then Saiwu obviously hits a great shot, but then he gets a little bit too excited, a little bit maybe uncharacteristic for him to actually, he should have maybe just fallen back and actually played the situation. A very awkward miss here, and this is the case for GamerLegion. You cannot allow yourself to put yourself in these type of situations and then not concede and get that round, because you actually have the opportunity of getting a really good step into the match. But they fumble and do not hit the shot, and now they see themselves on the back foot.
I know, yeah. Unfortunately, there wasn't much of a strong op presence for the GamerLegion side. Like, Kersey had a great game. That was actually PR that missed that shot with the AWP, so not putting the blame on Kersey there. No. They probably switched because of some HP reason, if I had to guess. But, you know, you just can't actually have, you can't really mess up any of the details if you're GamerLegion here, because it's already so hard to get into these rounds.
I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of kills for him coming through with the rifles, as you were totally right, Maui. Not really much of an opportunity for him to get his hands on the AWP in this one.
That's been the one thing that's been kind of disappointing for me when Kersey got onto this team. He hasn't been the sickest opper for them. In fact, at EWC, the eye test was pretty bad. But, hey, you can rifle. So, I mean, honestly, if you can make it look this good and you actually get your team into these rounds like this, I can't really fault it, you know? Sure, like, they couldn't even really get the CT economy going enough to put the AWP in his hands. So, if he was able to accomplish that with the rifle, I'm not mad at what Kersey was bringing to this one.
No, but it's always great to have an AWP that's also very good with the rivals. And as you mentioned, like the economy was maybe not on their side, but also on the T side, maybe he wasn't put in situations, or maybe they can decide to go for specific rounds that didn't necessarily have to have an AWP inside of it. So it's also how you want to put your rounds together. So to him, not playing much with the AWP, I mean, I hope we get to see more, because he is an interesting aspect, and we do want to see that face-to-face off for Saiwu.
I don't want to see GamerLegion attempt to bring back the AWP meta. No one wants to see that. Apex though, he seems to be back. Dupree, can you tell me a little bit of you know, your own personal experience with Apex, because we see him on the cams. He's a very emotional player. Does that have any influence on, you know, how well he's performing in the server when he's kind of feeling himself and feeling very comfortable?
Surely, and I think it really splits the camp. I mean, some people really like that Apex can be a little bit furious and can be this kind of hype guy, but also get mad at the other side. And then you have the people that think it's just molding, and people that actually he thinks they bring down the team. I've got to play with him, obviously, and I think it's a very two-way thing. It can really benefit the team, but it can definitely also hurt the team. I think right now what we're seeing on camera now, with him being very hyped for an online game against GamerLegion, with all due respect, showcases that Vitality know that they are in a position now where they're not playing very confident in Counter-Strike. He wants to bring that fire back into the team. We've seen Saiwu screaming a lot. I think it's a great showcase, and I think for Apex as a captain, it's also kind of his identity that he needs to tell his players when they are not doing it good enough. They make too many mistakes, but he obviously has to find that right balance, and I think that can sometimes be his biggest struggle.
When we get the comms clips occasionally from Apex as we hear what he's saying, sometimes it seems like he's looking back with 2020 hindsight, frustrated at what the team was unable to do. But I would still easily say he is the best captain of this year. He is my #1 captain of the moment, even in the little downturn period that Vitality find themselves in so frequently. I mean, he's the consistent factor in terms of Vitality from major win to major win. Different coach behind him both times. Yeah, he had his right-hand man in Saiwu, but Apex brings the fire, and I really do like that he is such a passionate leader.
And I know we've said it once, but we've said it twice. I'll say it again. The fact that when they brought Rops into the mix of this Vitality just seemed to unlock a new level in terms of tools in Apex's arsenal, and he's got a very good Swiss Army knife to be working with in this iteration of Vitality.
I think we're seeing probably the best wingman that Saiwu has ever had inside a Vitality team, and I think he's doing an even better job than Spinks used to do, because he was the one that was the wingman at that time when I got to play with him. And Robs is bringing so much to a team, and he had so much quality in this game we just saw now. He's not just this anchor that just sits around and just waits for something to happen. He's also the proactivity. He's not afraid of going for fights. He went for a ton of control inside, trying to get that first kill, get the information, and he just does a lot of heavy lifting alongside Saiwu. So obviously he's a player that has come into the team, elevated them, and consistently puts up a good performance.
Rops is the best anchor in the world for me. However, I really like that in the beginning when Train was reintroduced to the pool that Vitality identified to make him the B anchor. Because I was thinking, are they going to make that Mezzi or are they going to make that Robs? But putting Robs there, he's not your traditional anchor. He's not just going to sit around, just kind of jiggle around an angle or just like, you know, play with the ladders, just try to like go for some little info peek. He pushes a lot. He pushes a lot at ramp. He likes pushing practically every position that he's slotted into on almost every single map when he thinks there's a timing or a play that's set up to or designed. Like he's the one also getting nerdy in the servers to just try to find that one smoke, that one flash that's going to set up some kind of CT aggressive play. And he always is trying to actually, you know, instill or push his will onto the game. So I think that he is such a great piece for their team, not only on Train, but really every map.
That was live footage of Rops, by the way. Apparently, according to production, he's the only one still warming up. Everybody else is taking a little bit of a break away from the PCs. Just to go off of Maui's point as well, because we've heard it so much from basically every individual on Vitality. Rops is, and this is meant as a compliment, the nerdiest player anyone has ever played with, just in terms of finding those, you know, small details within the game. And I imagine that is so valuable when somebody's always bringing, you know, some new insights, some kind of fresh ideas to the team.
Yeah, but one thing is, if you just go through Twitter and you look at Robs' replies to the majority of the Counter-Strike devs, well, like you can see how much he's involved in the game with both performance, but also like niche things inside of the game. So, and Apex said itself, he's probably the most dedicated player he's ever played with, and he's played with a lot of good players. So, I mean, Robs is bringing something to the table that Vitality is very happy about.
Things looking great for Vitality just about right now, and things maybe looking even better on the other side of this break, as is their pick of Inferno coming up very shortly.
Flamesy, we recently saw Spirit dethrone you from your long-standing BRS #1 spot. Did that have any effect on the team at all?
Well, I wouldn't say this had the effect, obviously, because how we played, we cared, not the outcome in some sense. I mean, we played like shit some games, and that's why we are not #1 anymore, and that's something that affected us. But I don't think we would have cared about it if we played good Counter-Strike and we lost to really good Mongols or really good Maos in Cologne, you know what I mean? And then we would get dethroned, but yeah.
Okay, and just looking at how it's been post-summer break, is there a point where you felt like the vitality of pre-summer break, you know, when you were winning everything? Is there ever a moment where you see you're playing like that, or does it feel completely different?
Well, I think at the beginning of Cologne we had really good matches and really good maps, and we played really good Counter-Strike. So I think there I don't think we ever cared about it, but you know, like looking at last season, it was obviously like a roller coaster of success, and it will take a lot of time for someone to break it, even us breaking it. We're just going to try to get back into a good form, into a good shape, and that's about it. We had some sparks of magic in some games and some halves, but nothing that consistent as last year, but yeah.
Yeah, it's of course no secret that the first half of 2025 for Vitality has been a lot different than the second, but the big question is, why is that? Dupree, do you have any kind of ideas as to why maybe they've struggled post-player break?
I've really been trying to figure out what has caused this kind of bump in the road for Vitality, and the most standout thing for me is obviously the individual performances of Apex and FlameZ, and I don't want to solely blame the reason on them, but I do know the fact that in Counter-Strike, if you do not get favorable trades, if you do not get the even trades or the openings that you're looking for to put your star players, in this case, ZywOo and Rubs, in favorable position, because that is where they excel, that's what they're really good at, then it will put extra weight load on the top of ZywOo and Rubs to actually bail them out of situations where they do not have that favorable situation. That will require ZywOo and Rubs to actually go out and make double kills whenever they go for entries. They have to, get rid of crossfires that wouldn't normally have been there. And what I saw in the first half of this year with Vitality was that FlameZ had a very high level. We saw Apex have an upswing in his performance, and that just put their star roles, or the star players for that matter, of ZywOo and Rubs in positions that they were so good at, and that's why they converted so many rounds. So for me right now, it's a clear picture that we have two players that are the space takers, the aggressive part of Vitality that are, I wouldn't say struggle, but they do have a little bit of a downside in their performances.
I find that for FlameZ in particular, it's a guy that right now, or as of last year, was a top 15 player. As of this year so far, I have him as a top 10 player. If he's not performing like that, I mean, that's your third star. And even though Counter-Strike should probably really only need 2 stars, it feels like now in the modern era, with how good some of these teams have leveled up, like Spirit, even the Mongols on a good day, I mean, you really feel like you need that third guy. And yeah, Rops and ZywOo, so consistent, but if the tip of your spear, or the 2 tips of your spear, are just both as dull right now as FlameZ and Apex have seemed, then it's so much more difficult for those guys to just pull off miracle after miracle in the late rounds.
And it was always, well, I don't want to say always, but pretty consistently a case where Apex would be powering up into playoffs. So I was just looking at his stats as well, or rather his accolades. Last time he was in the top 20 HLTV was 2015, and you had him potentially in your top 20, right? Like, that just goes to show how much impact he had in the first half of the year for Vitality.
With how things are trending for him, I think he might just fall out unless they keep winning everything. But yeah, no, that's true. I mean, after the Austin Major Finals, I thought that Apex was one of the 20 best players that was in Counter-Strike for the year in 6 months. And so to see him bounce back like that, it would take a lot of weight off of all the other guys' shoulders.
Very quickly, Dupree, is it over for GamerLegion here? Is it Vitality punching the ticket to London on Inferno?
I still think the fact that Vitality will, at this point, still play their B level of Counter-Strike, I still think it's enough to beat GamerLegion, so I think we're going to see it 2-0.
Well, let's see exactly how it is about to go down. It's Vitality's pick of Inferno going down right now.
Certainly setting a real tone for the Vitality odds to step forward into London, and it just wouldn't feel right without them there. So dispatch of GamerLegion, who looked like a real plucky contender in their opening matchup, but in that last game, we didn't get the PR Towson domination that kind of opened up their event, and unfortunately, that's what it's going to take to deal with, even as Dupree says, maybe the B level of this Vitality.
They kind of made it a close game in the end, but with a start like that, how are you going to beat Vitality?
Exactly.
They looked way too confused a little bit. The game plan was definitely just incorrect. That maybe they were prepared, but for the wrong kind of opponent. Maybe Vitality just took it to a level that they weren't expecting in the beginning and changed too many things. Now they'll have to try it from the back foot here on Inferno. And I'm kind of with Dupree. It's easy to be, when you've got that pedigree, but Vitality here already up a map, making GamerLegion look like they're having an off day.
Yeah. It shouldn't be anything worse than that. I actually still, I mean, in a lower bracket run in this group, I don't think GamerLegion's hopes of making it to London are done. But with the right prep, and again, the right execution, we'll see if they hit up any more speed bumps.
Yeah, because we want Ash in London as well.
True. I think also just GamerLegion getting to another playoffs this year would bode really well for them. A lot of players ready for this banana fight. You ain't getting anywhere, Apex. Kersey, again, off to a strong start. And I didn't think Kersey was somebody we were going to have to discuss all too much because, I mean, when you looked at the head-to-head stats between him and ZywOo, which the desk highlighted before this game,
it's also, though, he wasn't opping. He wasn't really opping to get those stats.
True. Yep.
Yeah.
But his stats since just joining GamerLegion have just not looked good enough.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously Ash mentioned they just need a little bit more time. We got to onboard him, etc. And it's good to see an improvement, even if it was just that one map. I mean, without Kersey, that's a blowout map, and we are laughing GamerLegion out of the server. We say there's 0 odds they make Inferno tough, just because of the nature of the day. But he gave the team enough runway. Rez, triple kill in the pistol, doing what he does in the pistol.
What about Rez? He won 2 1v1s.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, Rez actually ends up being the 2nd highest rated player on that loss. Only behind Towson. So why am I sat here talking about Kersey, Launders? Based on HLTV's 3.0 rating, Kersey had the lowest rating in that map, even though he was 20 and 19.
Yeah.
What the hell's a swing?
I guess you got to win the rounds, you get the kills. He did do that a couple of times.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
But Rez was winning those clutches.
Yeah.
That's what kept him above water. Just above with a 1.01.
It's probably wrong. Yeah, that seems pretty brutal. It's kind of weird because if I look at that and I'm like, okay, PR, I remember his 5-7 rounds. Rez, I would have just put him as the best player on Impact because of the clutches.
Yeah, the clutches.
Towson at the top?
Yeah, what the hell did he do? Huh? You tell me.
Maybe they got the whole rating system totally backwards.
All Towson
that
had
scoreboard.
Was
no, it doesn't make
because Towson actually had the least. No, he didn't have the least amount of swing. Never mind. We're learning.
Kersey disrespects. Maybe because he registered as an opper and didn't use it. Maybe it was that.
Maybe.
How about that ZywOo quad kill at the end of the game, huh?
That was a map-winning play to really just put it to rest.
Who doesn't love a pause?
I've seen someone shake something on the camera of Blast.
But ZywOo is shaker, protein shaker.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this anymore, I'm a Hutchins.
What did he say?
I don't know.
I don't really know. Something on the camera of Blast. ZywOo said, I've changed. It's a new man. It's a new day, my boy. But will we have that same Deagle impact?
He'll be looking for it. Rez on the left side of brackets. A smoke. Tension.
He's blinking in game, but you know he's not blinking in real life.
Ooh. Anticipation.
Never saw him. Just disappeared.
You only get a glimpse, man. You only get a glimpse. And if you stay on that position, there's a flash coming for you.
They do have a flash here.
That flash coming for you. Kersey's sticking around. You're sticking around on the same angle. They're honed in on you, but working with Rez. Kersey and Rez in middle. All 5 go down. No deaths for GamerLegion. Clean conversion. And that's something back even on Train when they were trying to get into the game. It was always so costly that we saw their economy just hinging on one round loss. And look what happened. 2 consecutive T rounds, force buy, game over.
Yeah,
but
it's pretty impressive they made the comeback considering like they started off losing terribly, and then when they were winning terribly.
Well, it was the PR 5-7 drive-by double kill round that really got them back, right? They won that force buy.
Yeah.
You know the force buy that Towson got all the rating for?
That's the most suspect scoreboard yet. No, people have brought up some other ones, but there's something a little bit.
That's the one?
Based on my eyes.
Somebody get Nero on the phone, man. It's a psyop.
Yeah. Maybe he's related to Towson.
Ouch. Speaking of Towson, not going to talk about him for the rest of this one. Nade on his feet. Fire goes a little too deep. ZywOo sees that as an open invitation. Little labored from ZTR, but you've still got Rez on site. Despite getting dinked, flashing his way forward, just trying to slow him down. And Mezzy ate that flash in its entirety.
Oh, that nade will blow up the smoke, but Apex is not peeking, sitting oranges. No plant in just yet. And look at Rops here. It's on the other side of the map, hanging out, waiting for PR's peak. Ooh. Who's going to win it?
PR goes wide with a chance, but bullets just bouncing off the floor. Rez, in the meantime, just found one through that smoke. And Mezzy's going to be pressed in against the CT. It forces him to give his position away. Rez unable to track another kill through smoke. And unfortunately, doesn't have a kit, doesn't have nades. Tough place for Rez to find himself in. But he knows that Mezzy left, right? So to track him down like that's not half bad. Is there any way he wins this? Rops decides to start climbing over. Rez gets a little wild there after finding his 8th kill of the 3 rounds of play. He does a lot of damage at the very least, but that was off of the opening Towson kill. Just ZywOo keeping the momentum on that B-bomb site.
Yeah, the nade right here is so fantastic. It really softens everybody up, but ZTR commits so hard to getting this first kill. It takes way too long to get it. I think if he gets 2 and if there's a chance where Robs gets traded down in mid by Towson, then they really have a much better situation. So some of the utility's good. The positioning's not bad. The fragging again, I think, is where it falls off.
You know, we saw Kersey at the start of Train be the only guy finding his impact. Right now, it's him and Rez. How many rounds did we go where it was 0 frags for the core of GamerLegion? I believe 5. Towson's gonna get ripped off site. Mezzy happy to just keep this pressure applied. More and more Vitality players stomping their way into this B site. And ZTR is unable to do anything about it.
Oh,
forget about it.
Down to 6 health. He's wondering, what can I do?
Nothing. Zilch, nada. You'll be lucky if you save. Because Rops is still crawling around this map. Not the 85.
All the wine in Italy.
Man. No! The 77. Oh, the 99s!
Damn, you think
my
these
favorite Pinot Grigio
grapes just grow on bushes?
Okay, they kept the 2012.
Is that a Sangiovese? Wine's one of those things, the more I drink, the less I understand about it.
The more I drink, the Frencher I get.
Ooh, little Thomas twirl right there.
Unruly.
Well, if you want to get bottled, come to London.
We'll see you at the pub.
Where they boo last call. That's what we love.
And also, remember last time we were in London that every single round in the stadium that somebody saved, they were also booed.
They booed, yeah.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to that. You rowdy bunch. Right now, we're hoping that GamerLegion can put up a fight off the back of the strong Rez and Kersey starts.
Rezi, baby.
Three-player short setup. Rez with nothing. Luckily, PR wins that one. There's still 2 bodies here for the T. Stuck behind smokes. That's a crazy Kersey swing. Flamesy going to keep the pressure up, but PR at the very least stings onto the A side a little longer. He's got a flash, and that's all. So going back into the swing in a second, they eat that, and he almost gets away with a second.
Every decision is wild, but you know what? It ends up being pretty good. It makes this round scarier than I think Vitality would have liked.
Just straight up 6 deaths inside of the short side of A.
Just the right amount of disrespect. And will there be a bit more?
Comes through it. But he also kind of announces himself. Luckily for him, ZywOo misses the Galil shots initially. And these are better rifles for the CTs. It's a double Galil in pit. But they don't know about Apex, of course. And ZywOo could have find the clean kill to ZTR. Towson takes his place and doesn't get the immediate trade. Now both half health. Towson doesn't like the odds. He goes for the escape. They damn near line up. That could have actually been a way back in, still with time to defuse.
Definitely.
But it's instead Vitality with an early lead.
They're thinking about the next round, though. Getting that kill, make sure that gun can't save. That was a great time to do it for the CT side. So here we see, again, one Molly disrupt this whole setup. The response, just keep playing like the smoke doesn't exist. Ends up actually making it a 2v2. It's not a bad try here for GamerLegion. They didn't have a lot of guns coming into it. Most of their setup strength was in that porch. And honestly, they almost justified it by continuously fighting. So nice try from PR in the end, but it's still a lost round. And it's one with 5 deaths for GamerLegion. You know, it's one of those spots where it's like, okay, well, if we leave and rotate off, what's the plan? And they didn't really have one, so
follow through.
Why not do something a little different?
Nobody behind the half wall, but with the nades popping off, CT's getting aggressive here.
They would have loved someone to be a car when you throw this flash, though.
Nice nade.
Timing doesn't work out in their favor. Now we'll see what Kersey can do. That's, you know, he's had a good game, but to be honest, not many op moments at all.
Sure.
Hobbit Molly coming his way.
Rez behind smoke on Arch. PR takes to the depths of sight. They're charging through. Flamesy's Mac 10 entry denied. Rez down with nothing, and the sight just crumbled.
Yeah, when you got teammates like that.
Wow.
Crazy. Everyone was in danger, it looked like.
I like this Vitality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do have a floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not impressed?
Can't say a bad thing about them. No, they do have a floor. And I think, I mean, maybe a better team punishes in that setup, especially after they get the first kill. Usually that's the key. They get Flames, you can see on the map. As soon as he comes around default, and if you have 3 players alive and you get the first frag versus a lane attack with a crossfire, usually CTs are in a great spot. Just, you know, 1, 2, everyone's looking in the wrong direction, but yeah, that's just a moment where Vitality are just so good.
ZywOo's coming up over top of the truck.
Yeah.
Apex pushing through. It's like Flamesy took so much attention, and then everybody else spread out in the proper way.
Yeah.
They just like a grappling hook.
Yeah, I mean, that's even around PR smoke. So I'm just, you know, they have less space than ever. They still come through it, and that's why you see PR get so frustrated, but it's going to happen. Wow, great shot.
There we go.
Great shot.
And Towson from the corner, still without a kill. We've got a pistol climbing up, but this op had to go big because it was just the op and Towson.
Oh, now they can go A? Okay, PR, he has been a magician on these pistols. He's got a deagle here over Hall side. Mezzi's certainly going to join him, but ZTR... Yeah, but who's catching who, I guess? Oh.
ZTR,
okay.
that too.
Yeah.
Oh, the bomb left behind. Certainly not ideal. It's recoverable, that's for sure. They're more concerned about the B site. Both backs turned to mid for a second. That could have been sketchy. Kersey, Good bait by FlameZ, not able to grab the bomb just yet. Predicts the PR deep peek, but doesn't stop it! 5-7 or not, the pistol's here in PR's hands, impressive.
Disgusting with pistols, doesn't matter which one. All right. Well, I mean, even though that Cursey op shot was dodged, they had to find a new way to get the bomb back. They couldn't kill ZTR. Here's the opener from Cursey. Love to see that. And it looks like for once also his kill's not in vain in a moment like this. That's beautiful. How did PR know he was down there? Oh.
You know why? Because he changed guns. FlameZ grabbed the AK.
Oh,
so
yeah.
for him to get that, you know, Cursey's probably watching the angle. Must have let him know. So, bada boom, bada bing. We've got GamerLegion trying to get this game back to a tied score. Towson's still on the hunt for his first frag.
It's not getting any easier either.
No, it's back-to-back slow starts on the map. Still finished Train with the highest rating, so we'll see if he can do it again, but at least this time he's got teammates to kind of bank on in the time being.
I wonder what would be the stat in his favor back on Train.
It's got to be his damage.
There has to be one.
It's just his damage.
Oh, damage.
80 ADR highest for the team. But that doesn't seem like it would be enough.
There we go. He's on the board.
While blind, ZywOo has his head popped, fall back into the site. You've got two players climbing over top. They hear that reload, Towson, and they catch Rez behind the pillar, but catching him and killing him are two different things. And support inbound already. Mezzi swapping sides in CT, reads that position very well. Unfortunately, loses his teammate on the other side of the smoke, so he goes through. And Mezzi with the tap deep into the spawn, but Towson, the second, comes with the first.
Yeah, just too easy. That one tap, but also pretty easy on the site hold. We'll see when Towson gets to see his first kill. That's the new goalpost that we're moving to. But he'll take this. And you know what? He might have caught a glimpse right before the flash popped in front of him.
Bonk.
Oh, he got that last frag as well. Okay.
Look at him go.
3 up.
Kills.
Easy.
Look at him go. We never talked. See, we were never talking smack. Okay.
4 kills.
They say the first one's the hardest.
Keep going.
Another assist on that one, so getting the damage in. Cursey's gonna hit the dirt. That happened in mid as FlameZ just gets completely blinded. I'm so sorry, Chev. Trying to observe as every single player's inside a piece of utility.
Yeah. All right, what's the move? Oh, he's gonna go right by him. Oh, it doesn't matter. Towson keeps his wits about him. Beautiful round again.
Back to back with the 3Ks, and you would have never known he had as bad of a start as he did. I believe that's 0-5 to 6-5 in the blink of an eye. And an impressive, what is that? An impressive cancel on ZywOo's peak.
Do you ever put salt on your imprezzles?
And mustard.
And mustard.
Vitality gotta put some mustard on this next one. You've got just pistols.
And GamerLegion just in the lead.
Ooh, it's ugly, but PR escapes. Deck 9's unable to get the better of him. It's not going to fall all the way back. Good. You never want PR to start looking afraid of his opponents.
Timing is everything, and it's not in his favor.
They know Rox is coming out, but there's so many layers of defense here. Rez tries to run up to help, and he's never even needed because Cursey's op connects, and ZTR spams him away. It's this time ZTR's chance for a triple. So if we're going to go multi-frag back to back to back, then that is why GamerLegion leads 6-4.
Yeah, no doubt. That's some really nice site holds overall. I mean, there's even a round where they had a solid setup and ended up losing. You'd think that'd be enough to get Vitality a lead in a game like this, but it's not been the case. They can't seem to keep up right now as they take a timeout for the first time. Vitality's best moments have been early and aggressive, not so much late rounds moving slowly around the map, which you would expect. Well, you'd expect they'd just be good in all fronts. So, good sign here for GamerLegion following Train.
As he's going to barrel through fire, but so much damage done by the util that it's an easy cleanup for Towson. Support comes around the corner. A sea of util at the moment. Towson's stuck on this half wall. Jumping attempts to get him, but as long as he stays crouched, Apex is never going to find that. So it's all right. They can puff their chests and spray their guns. But he steps around into the smoke. And you have to ask yourself, was that worth it?
He was going to go sit in front of the half-wall smoke, wait for it to come up, see nothing there, tell his teammates to leave.
Instead, 5v4 offered back over. I suppose having PR deep inside of apartments makes up for it, but he's going to have to win a fight against Rops in a second. And that's the way it starts. Now, on the fallback, nobody can trade out. The other two Vitality players stuck, but ooh, he makes it sound like he fell out balcony.
Let's go.
Comes right back at this. Now, is it too much? Again, almost kills ZywOo there. 3 health, the difference.
Love how ZywOo just doesn't get tricked at all. Apex here guarding the top of Banana 2, just to make sure there's a chance you can come back if you want to. GamerLegion will probably have to stick to the setup at this point in the round. It's going to be a blind gamble otherwise. Kersey also has an AWP here in Arch. I'd see them being really calcified into these spots, which means it's 3-on-1 on B, ZTR, Molly. If he doesn't use it early, how are you going to use it at all?
I mean, down to 20 seconds. You chuck that now, you're good, but he doesn't give his position away. He hides behind Nubox. We go to 15 seconds on the clock. He's not going to use the nade. 10 seconds. Gonna have to stop the Flamesy plant attempt. Apex about to clear him.
And they know it's not clear.
This does nothing in terms of the defense.
Yeah, just try something, man.
Bomb goes down. And it's a retake needed from Rez and Kersey.
He just kind of closed his eyes, didn't want to believe it, but there was no distractions, and that's the main thing.
That's pretty uninspiring, to be honest.
Yeah, good, you know, if you're just pre-molly it. And if not, take one peek.
Kersey gonna charge through with the Tech 9, gets canceled. Rez, clutch attempt, but there's a denial from ZywOo in the corner. That 3 health does come back to haunt GamerLegion. PR trying some trickery inside of the apartments.
Don't think Kersey has any offerings when he rotates over. If there was a flash, that could have landed over top of the roof for ZTR. I'm sure there would have been a swing involved, but yeah, a bit more activity in the defense gives them maybe a chance. It's always a fine line when you peek and whatever. You just never want to have to die before you actually get your chance to test.
Yeah, to do anything.
Yeah, to do anything.
If you don't throw a nade or shoot a bullet,
you will not win on time in that situation. Yeah, so
somebody's going to come clear you.
Still a lead here for GamerLegion in the map so far. It's actually been just a pretty solid CT side in general, but a real chance here for Vitality to respond.
You excited to go to London?
Oh, very. Always loved London, to be honest.
What are we gonna do in London, Launders?
Play some golf, probably.
Probably. Yeah, well, that part was a given. Yep.
Yeah.
That part was a
given. And then I'm just excited about how the crowd's gonna evolve with the chants. That's probably the thing I've been honestly most excited about all year, because last time it was awesome. And I think I'm excited to go back to Regency CAF
Okay, yeah. Get ourselves a full English.
And
ooh, I love a good British breakfast.
I'm ready to overhear some funny phrases.
Yeah.
That's what I'm ready for, too.
Yep. We like playing that game whenever we go to cities. We always say that you're bound to just be walking by another person, and you just get these little quotable quips.
Yeah.
Because, everybody's living a life, and not all those lives have to do with Counter-Strike. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. I remember last time we were in London, we were walking by a Mexican restaurant, and there was a big British man outside with a bigger sombrero on his head.
Yeah.
And there was at least 10 empty margarita glasses on the table.
Yeah.
And as Launders and I walked by nonchalantly, we just see him adjust his hat and go, well, I think it actually looks pretty good on me.
Yeah.
So that was our quote for quite some time.
Yeah.
Try on a new shirt, new pair of pants. Well, I think this looks pretty good on me. I think the British are just quotable people anyways.
They are.
Probably because they speak a language we do.
Especially because they made the language they're good at.
Some of them are still good at it.
So yeah, I'm excited to go to London very much so.
I think you said the crowd evolution's a nice one because every time we go to a new location,
you want to go back over and over
yeah,
again.
because you want to see it. It's like with the first couple of years in the Royal Arena before Blast made that like the staple for their Copenhagen events. It was fun at the start, but we watched it get better and better. The family started turning up. Obviously, Danish Counter-Strike was also a big part of that at the time.
We're signing keyboards that are being brought back year after year for years.
So hopefully London this year will just be even better. And I thought London was great because there was actually quite an international turnout for that event when we were there.
Definitely.
Remember a lot of Portuguese guys that were like, come back to Lisbon.
Yeah.
Little did they know.
They came to London just to bring them back to...
We were going back to Lisbon.
Yeah, the Portuguese, they know how to get their way, man, when it comes to the events because...
It takes a good crowd.
They are dedicated.
That is, I think that's a big one. You look at... I always think of the Aussies.
Yeah, we've never thought, oh, let's go back to this location if the crowd isn't good or if it's not full or whatever.
And as crowds kind of die down, sometimes we go back to a place too many times, you just start to become, it's just so expected by the venue and the people that live around that it's not as much passion because it feels like it's a once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
For like Singapore, for example, was one of those spots we went to where the crowd was like, I never thought I would get to see these players in person.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming here. And that's why they were for the size of that crowd, such a great crowd.
It was also pretty freaking big, to be honest.
Yep, massive.
We just didn't have the stadium to accommodate what I think you couldn't expect, like a turnout like that.
No, 100%.
So that was one of the best surprises. That's definitely like my favorite surprise, I think, of the last year. Was that Singapore crowd. There's been a lot, actually. I keep getting surprised, to be honest.
Yeah.
There was there was Cluj, obviously. That was one of the top.
Yeah, that was another one.
Holy.
Well, the conversation.
What a city as well.
Conversation there with Cluj was just straight up, I never thought I'd get to see Counter-Strike again.
Yeah.
Right? I remember there was this one fan in Cluj who had
the mouse pad.
Yeah, the mouse pad. But like, when we go to events, sometimes we are lucky enough to sign a piece of memorabilia that has clearly been brought forward through the years of CS. Like if you see a Shox signature on something, not Efya, but Richard Papillon.
SHOX.
Yes.
Yeah, you know it's from
Titan
2014.
Shox. Exactly. We saw a mouse pad that said Man Truce.
Yeah.
Which I don't think a lot of people realize was what Paula, broadcast talent of today, used to go by.
On YouTube.
That was like when he was a different human.
Yeah.
That was a legendary piece.
Yeah, Scream was on that mouse pad.
Oh my God.
That's what I saw first, and I was like, what? Kenny S?
Me oh my. Me oh my.
Yeah, and that also, the part you left out was that was from the last time we were in Cluj, but that was DreamHack Cluj.
For the major.
Which is just crazy too.
In what, 2015?
Yeah. Cluj is right.
My goodness, dude. So
what were the two 2014?
Always fun to revive these legacy locations.
2014 majors were Cato and Cologne.
I don't know. What do I look, 40?
We did this trivia together.
Yeah, I know.
In content.
Yeah, it didn't go well. You answered every question.
not known from my memory, but I mean, that is the year NIP won their major.
Who?
And Get Right cried. And it was the year that Virtus.pro won their major for Poland.
My goodness.
In Poland.
Unbelievable. What a time to be alive.
And then 2015 is the year this Freya brought up. That Apex was in his prime.
Yeah. I mean,
and here we are. 1 decade later.
1 decade
and
later.
Apex is in his prime.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's really cool, you know, because we hyped that up with the Furia game yesterday in Fallen, where we were like, how could we expect Fallen to be succeeding again?
Yeah.
And because it's Fallen and you have to respect the legacy that he has, but the bigger story is, you know, 100%, anything you can say about Fallen, you apply to Apex, and he's winning more.
Yeah, and it's the role change.
Really could go down as the greatest.
Yeah, if he takes that if he takes that Astralis record, that's going to be pretty unbelievable.
It's 10 trophies in 1 year,
I didn't realize
correct?
that was possible. I think it was, yeah, so to compare to 2018, I assume. I haven't looked at that one myself, but that's what I would guess.
Is 2018 one of the years where we still had 3 majors per year?
2018.
Because that's a huge change, too.
No, it was not.
No? Okay.
It was the Face It London major, and it was Boston.
Speaking of London. And
That's
Boston.
right. Yeah.
That's a great year of majors.
Yeah, it was London in September and Boston in like January.
Boston in January.
Something like that. Yeah.
That'll make a man of you.
Yeah.
That'll make a man of you.
Yeah, Astralis didn't even win both majors that year, of course.
And yet we still put them on that golden pedestal. So for all you Vitality
It started right
haters,
after, too.
Yeah. Anybody who's calling the end of the Vitality era, it's like, oh, your
that's the thing. You have to wait.
Freshness is showing, you know, like that really does prove like, oh, you're green in this space. And I don't say that as somebody who's been around forever myself.
It's been 10 years now, so even more. So but then you have to wait for months after, maybe even a year after, to really know if it's over.
Yep.
Because like we all thought the Astralis era ended like a few different times, and then they just reared their heads again. Like even in 2020, they were the best team in the world. They literally just like would not die. They kept being so good. So you know, with Vitality, with all their power, I think ultimately they have to attach themselves to records right now in order to find the motivation to make as many on a human level.
Right.
To find the motivation to make as many deep runs in a row as they can. They've got to be like, all right, well, we have to take down a Titan of Astralis 2018 to be able to have the energy to play all the way through tournaments, prep in between, really not have a life whatsoever, and then stand up to teams like Spirit and Mouse and whoever else who are constantly going for them. I think there's definitely more competition. If you want to be objective, there's more difficult competition for Vitality right now than there was for Astralis back then in terms of how many teams can actually compete in a tier 1 event and just take a series off them. The streak was ended by, you know, by legacy. Remember that?
I haven't forgotten.
It's like, it's crazy how many teams are good. And that wasn't random either. They're still decent. So
they just have to find a way to tap back into it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
the key though is to not be almost too structured. I think if we had a different calendar, the meta of the game would be totally different. Let's say we had like 6 months of breaks in between. You would have like fresh teams coming in with super like set up structured strats, and then they would use that to carry through a whole season. And then they would go and instead, since there's always a tournament going on and 1 month breaks and people are taking half of that on vacation, coming back and practicing, there's more focus on individual level because it's impossible to actually come up with so many strats. So you get some structure, but ultimately, like Vitality are not winning 90% of the rounds with like gimmicky ideas.
Sure. Yeah.
They're actually winning because they have like a strong enough individual base that they can afford to not have to like think super hard every round. Just come up with really complicated strats that are going to trick everybody. The teams like GamerLegion and stuff, like that style isn't really sustainable at the top, right?
Sustainable to put them
to get there, maybe.
Yeah, and I would say GamerLegion separate themselves from the other teams of their caliber by being that much sharper in that department.
Yeah.
But well, you gotta have Gotta have the muscle to back it up. And we've seen muscle today, but right now, we're in a bit of a tech pause. So in order to solve this server issue, folks, we're gonna throw you guys over to some content. Relax a second, and we'll come back when Vitality have to try to defend here on Inferno.
We're here with the famed Team Vitality Brit, and you're going to be taking us through your settings. We're also using the brand new Asus ROG 600Hz monitor, 0.1 millisecond response time. So let's check it out. What's the first thing you do when you sit down at a PC?
First thing is probably the NVIDIA. Like always put full screen here, keep the Hertz 600, whatever it's set, and then color settings. I never change the brightness and the contrast, keep the same and change everything else, like the brightness and the feeling on the monitor afterwards. Digital vibrance, I usually put around 75%.
Orange boy.
Yeah, I like it pretty colourful, so sometimes like even put it up to 100 and then all this kind of stuff. This is out of my realm. I kind of keep the 3D settings the same, and then for the monitor settings, like I say, the brightness is like, I try and keep it quite low. Like I keep this around 65 and the contrast the same. I will change the blue light filter to 0, and then the colour 5000, and then saturation I'll put up a little bit as well to like 60. And then the gamma, I think is 1.8, so it like brings the brightness up a little bit as well. Shadow boost, actually keep it level 1. And then we're good to go for the monitor settings. And then I'll usually go in game now and then just see like how it kind of feels.
Yeah, you've got some binds, I've heard.
Yeah, so I can change it. Sensitivity I use 2.2.
400 DPI? 400
DPI, 2.2.
Have you gone up or have you gone down?
Yeah, I was at 1.8.
It's hard to do on CS2. I feel like you need higher sense.
Yeah, I think if I felt like if I could get used to a bit of a higher sense, then it would just benefit me.
Okay, let's go video settings then.
Of course, always full screen, 4:3. 1280, 960.
Classic.
Feels good even though it's fast. Always stretch, sometimes black bars for a couple practice games or a deathmatch session. It feels a bit different, and then after that, like go back to stretching, it just feels like I'm playing a new game. And all of a sudden you feel so fast, like your aim feels crisp, and I don't know, like for me, just a huge refresh in the game.
And look at those hertz.
Yeah, 600 hertz.
More hertz better, right?
Yeah, you always got to max it out. Brightness stays at 93% for me.
All right, let's take us into the advanced video settings. This one is always debated.
Yeah.
Do you have anything special? Any tips here for getting the most out of it?
I always put it like at maximum FPS 0, just try and get the most, especially when you're using like the 600 hertz, nice to just max out the FPS. Keep 4x high, like the top I keep all default, and then the texture filtering I max out to 16. I think this one you've always got to keep high. Like
shadows,
in CSGO you could still have them like medium or low and still see shadows pretty well, but in CS2 like you clearly see the difference. Got to still make the game look good, especially playing 1280, 960 yesterday.
Get the wins where you can.
Yeah.
This was the CS setup brought to you by Asus, so thank you very much, Mezzi, and best of luck in Blast Bounty.
Thank you.
This is London!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the quick intermission between your breaks. You've just concluded the first, and the next break will be after this round. It is round 12 of the half, folks. One more to go. We got the server all straightened out. These damn computers, I tell you. Sometimes they've got a mind of their own.
It's very complicated. Networking and computers and stability and wires and fiber optic cables and connections and even clouds can ruin it.
Clouds?
So,
what is the cloud? Nobody.
That's
really
where everything.
knows,
that's where all your secrets are stored.
Oh God!
And you signed up for it willingly.
Here we go. Signing up for a final round of the Vitality. T-side, eat that nade. 75 damage off the frag for Zywoo and Mezzi, and you've got Kersey in the kill feed yet again. 9 frags at the very least on the half. Towson exposed to they're ready for the ZTR swing. Another round where they just bust down the doors, and a missed chance there for Kersey. Apex gonna hold for the mid flank, and PR eventually coming at this. Rez gets one through smoke at least, but Apex has caught you creeping through the pantry after midnight. 11 kills for Rez, 9 for Kersey. They started this map as the best 2 performing players for GamerLegion. They're gonna have to close up with a 2v3 retake. ZywOo off the top rope, leaves a little to be desired there, but Rez on a reload's gonna get chased down. 5-7 on Kersey. No way, Jose. Tied up at 6. Back to the break, and we'll see you for the second half of Inferno.
Welcome to Masterclass. I'm here with Rops, and we're going to be going over ramp on Nuke. So I wanted to pick your brain on how you play this position, some of the starting spots, how you play this at such a high level. So thanks, Rops.
Oh, fantastic. Let's start. The first thing is like just the rotation part of the ramp is, well, you can give it up. You can go B, play the B bomb site, take a position here. Maybe they come after you, because sometimes the T's, they want to take ramp, but they have an idea after what they want to do. Maybe they want to execute on B, or it's just for pressure and they go back to A or make a wrap around heaven.
Okay, so what about some of the best starting positions in your opinion? What do you go for in terms of starters?
Well, I think, the classic thing is the utility. I like the CS2 smoke is very big, so I like to do a smoke which goes deeper. It covers perfectly the doorway here. And one of the classic positions is just the headshot angle behind the box. It's a strong position, but I think the meta has shifted a bit where the T's really, on a high level, they really clear this angle. I prefer not to play this too much, just maybe for information, then yeah, we'll go for this and instantly drop down, and I can get a rotation to B. Maybe ZywOo, for example, my team will, pick up the rotation here, and then really, really off angles, which I like, would be somewhere around here.
Oh, wow.
Because this, I have a green crosshair and the white kind of blends in.
Oh yeah,
So
sure.
I like to have it just on this door frame here. And it's not really an angle which people clear that often. They look at this box here, and now they kind of swing for backup under heaven. So you kind of miss this angle here sometimes.
Say they have lower control already, you know that they're getting down secret. Yeah. What are the spots that you would like to play to just defend the B hit?
When I have time to rotate to B, so they might be in double doors or single door, I will try to always make it to this position here, which is really nice. This is like an angle where the guy actually has to jump up.
Oh, yeah.
So you won't see me as you go here, but you have to jump up. But yeah, if you go like this, it's gonna be an easy frag, guys. I'm gonna catch you jumping in the transition. The T's have a reaction just going crazy with the single door, opening and then clearing the whole site like this. So this goes really fast and you can easily be caught by that. On B side, I think position also is, this is like an off angle here to hold the B hit, because you're kind of secured by all angles, but then again, you can peek everything. And again, if they strafe on you, it's really fast. So you have to be ready for everything.
Okay, thanks. Really appreciate it. And thanks, Rops, for joining Masterclass.
Thank you for having me.
Looking for a second pistol round win in this second map of play. GamerLegion, can they bank on Rez to pull off another pistol multi-kill? Because it was him and Kersey that got it started strong in the first 12. Looking to do the same now that they swapped to the T side of Vitality's map pick.
Be nice to grab 2 pistols, but considering the way that train went, they didn't look as lost this time around. Got a streak in the middle after Vitality made a small comeback. They've been a threat here on rounds like this.
You know what? Rops was pretty mid last half.
Wow.
Just saying it. 3 and 9 on a T side. Never really had any apartments plays.
Didn't do anything really, yeah.
Honestly, they just ended up finding success on B site. PR catching Flamesy. We've got aggression down mid. PR, it's a one and done. He spots a bunch of bodies. Could just force the T's in. They're worried there's more in this site than there really is. Only Apex behind second orange. A kill here is good. And he catches Rez first. Chance at a second. ZTR is going to blast him through the wood. Ah, what a dirty play from Kersey. They're going to get aggressive just on the other side of the flames. Oh, Rops. Headshot to ZTR, falls back through.
They would be right when you call him out, Connor.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it? Wouldn't this be the perfect time for Rops to shut my stupid ass up? Rops, do it. 2 more to go in the clutch. They split them from CT to orange. Do it, Rops.
It's a crossfire. It should be impossible.
Do it, Rops. Do it. Walks up on site. CT player doesn't give him anything. Finds the timing on the peak. Separate duels. Kersey goes for the swing. Now Towson. Oh my goodness. That bullet's right behind his head.
He got it.
Taps out a second one.
He's actually got it.
Wow, dude. He jumps on top of it, but he doesn't have time. So time decides, Rops. Time decides.
Well, did the best he possibly could right there.
Yeah, they almost bottled that one.
Yeah. London style.
That Kersey commitment. And Towson trying to flee the scene. It just felt like both of them kind of played not to lose as opposed to win. And Rops clinical with the headshots. Yep.
Yeah, it's important to make him feel silly right before you lose. Run up to the bomb. Yeah, I've got a kit.
Ah, the Apex Mag 7. We going on half wall Apex, huh? A little jumping Mag 7 party, perhaps? Here it comes.
We're seeing more and more Mag 7s, by the way.
Apex has been all over it. But PR finds an opening.
Damn, they skipped right to top B control, right through that smoke. That's how you gain some time.
PR again, dude. They just keep signing up for the PR duel on bridge. 1 health, folks. He had 1 health for that headshot over Rops.
They want it. I don't want to go through it.
1 health.
Are they going to be brave enough to sniff this out, or?
Thing is, multi kills on a Mag 7. I don't think so. 2v5 if they decide to follow through. Utility commitment looks like they will. They believe in the trading abilities. They push the smoke down. Towson goes first, almost throwing himself into a whole pack of players there. At least throwing him in and finding another, but instead they just chew him up, spit him out, and lock in that 8th round win. These are the challenges to PR. First one was an actual challenge, and the second was just Rob's getting blasted.
Yeah, should have sent your best guys, man. PR, he is a real shooter.
Bit of a marksman.
Yeah, bit of a marksman. That's the line. That's what it was, wasn't it? Yeah, PR Bacala, the marksman.
Get him in the fleshy part of the head.
They only shot him in the ass.
CCR gonna, I was gonna say maybe find a world, but all right. Hang on to the M4. Try to make the next round interesting, Flamesy. There's not enough money to go around for the Vitality squad, though. So they add grenades on 1, 3.57s. They've got a frag grenade set. Something's getting hit with that, but when and where? Key question. That M4 looking like it's getting boosted over the half wall. We'll see if Flamesy finds his angle. Nah, instead it's just a ton of damage for Apex to have to stomach, and all that utility gonna pressure them back into the B site instead.
Yeah, they lose all this space. They still have brackets, so it's not like they weren't playing for info anywhere else. This test will be interesting. Oh, Towson's got both. That's an open site if they want it. Oh, my goodness.
Go ahead and have it.
That's why he's top of the board, man.
I mean, honestly, he's on par to be the highest rated player for GamerLegion in this stage of the event.
Oh, so it's sort of like seniority. Like you get, since you were so good, even if your last map wasn't that great, you're still going to have the best rating. You're just awarded it.
No,
we all saw the Train. I mean, he was not the best player on Train.
He was not the best player on Train, but he was
did.
the highest rated.
He was the highest rated.
It was just more so because his opening game was ridiculous.
You know who's ridiculous? Cypher is ridiculous.
That's also true.
And he wants to go to London too.
Cypher is now the 6th highest rated player at this event so far. He has more maps played than everybody else above him. But hey, a 1.45 rating over 4 maps.
No, that's even more impressive. Less maps is easier.
True.
He's the best Brit in London.
Look at him go. Towson sporting a 1.34 over the first series. All right, Vitality. You gonna shut this down, or are you gonna let GamerLegion walk all over you, huh?
GamerLegion absolutely have a chance.
Apex looking for the right hole. Try this one. Wow. That was satisfying, but unfortunately for him,
no one's home.
0 damage. Operating on his own, though, with the way GamerLegion have just bounced on this B site, crazy style. Better be careful. Crosses back to CT, still got all his nades, man. All the nades in the world here, Apex. You'd hate to die with them, so sure enough, there goes the smoke. And by the looks of it, there goes GamerLegion. This is a good call from Vitality.
How do you do that? How did Apex do that?
He just knows. He's one of the best.
He just knows how to scare him.
We'll see if it works out. ZywOo was just starting to leave at 30 seconds. Brackets taken here by GamerLegion. We got ZywOo. Oh, versus Rez with a Galil of all things.
But still 3 guys here. They can't forget about it.
They're hiding in the corners. Pit held strong. Robs his double, turns this on its head. Mezzi gets cleared and the third gets wrecked. PR comes through with the instant headshot. Apex chance to clutch. Still has all the nades, but he comes through that library smoke. And in anticipation, held back by Towson, GamerLegion just tore through a 4-player stacked A defense.
I think the better team's in the lead right now.
How did Rez kill ZywOo with a Galil?
No, that was crazy.
Watch this.
That was crazy.
Bing bong.
He knew exactly the peak. Oh, that's the trade?
Okay, PR. Okay. Okay.
It's getting a little nasty.
All right. All right, we're gaming tonight.
Big time.
Let's get it on. We got Nuke waiting in the wings if this does get extended to a 3rd. And it's early. We had fast games today, so come on. Make you wait for that FaZe NAVI match later tonight.
The main course.
Because GamerLegion making a game of this.
It's the appetizer stealing the show. That happens sometimes at a good restaurant.
It does. Yeah, sometimes it does. You can't be mad about that.
No, you're eating good.
Because it always costs less, too.
So the main's not guaranteed anyways. Could be ass.
That's a delicacy.
Crazy style.
Towson into the banana play already. Again, there's just a certain level of confidence GamerLegion have. They're not getting disrespected by utility on the approach. This Mag 7 didn't get Apex anything last time around. And he's not afforded that half-wall challenge. He's got to sit on his bomb site and hope they come to him. Looking like Humpty Dumpty back here.
Saw a whole lot of nothing. This Rops peak down mid. T's are now coming into this. It wasn't a problem of manpower that last round. It was just overwhelming force from GamerLegion. Chewing through 4 players in good spots. setup could be a problem too, but you know, they don't have guns.
That's a wild path to take it. Upsets Rop's crosshair. Mezzi's 5-7 still lies in wait.
Don't forget about him.
Backs turned. Yes, sir. Can't manage a second, though. And the fact they dropped ZywOo again. And the Mag 7 never gets a chance to shine. Rotate cut off. Tough one for Mezzi. If he has a real weapon, maybe, just maybe. But ZywOo ends up getting bodied with nothing. No impact whatsoever on the hold. GamerLegion had the better buy, and yet again, looked like the better team.
Yeah. Yeah, that was only Rops with a rifle, so it's a matter of money. They don't have a full investment here. But it does mean that GamerLegion hit 11 rounds. They done this in the most sort of legitimate way possible. That previous rifle round, that showed the main thing they didn't have on Train, which was fragging ability. They showed they can have that over Vitality at the right moment.
No, Apex gonna try to hunt you down, looking for money and a bit of revenge, but instead it's a 5-round lead here for GamerLegion. A T side that has gone flawless so far, 5 rounds straight. That wild route that the first player takes over top of the railing just leads Rops' M4 to only really have a chance at one target. Bit of a head scratcher here for Vitality, clearly. ZywOo's op is now in hand.
We'll call this a last chance for Vitality before disaster strikes on Inferno. Kind of just want to tell yourself the rotations are still good. Oh, but there's no pit player, actually. This timing on the walkout could be perfect.
Yes, it is. Woof, and the shots come with it. PR and res.
Oh, the call is excellent, man.
Just walk right through. Preparation on this T side has been immense. We talked about how they probably were prepped for Train as well, but maybe not for the game plan Vitality threw at them.
That's a call out.
6 CT round wins is what GamerLegion had in the first half. They end up picking up second pistol, convert it fully, and now playing with caution to ensure that a guy like ZywOo, who is damn well capable of robbing a 1v3 away from you, doesn't get that heroic moment here in the 18th round of play. GamerLegion, 6 rounds in a row, unanswered by Vitality's defense on their very own map pick.
Yeah, I mean, excellent call from ZTR. It's exactly like you can't have a better call for that setup. You're walking to the end of halls and you're telling PR to get out.
Good call. My go.
This timing was actually.
That's why you're D tier IGL, bro. That's why you're D tier IGL.
Yep. No, that's fraud.
Oh yeah, what tier list was that on? Where
who
you got?
called them D tier?
I don't know.
Was it Maui Snake?
Was it?
Maui Snake just did an IGL tier list.
Oh really?
Yeah, he did.
Oh man, it's always Maui Snake, isn't it? It could also be the same one that the Aurora thing happened. Was that the Aurora Mongols fiasco?
3 weeks ago, Maui Snake posted a video called the Definitive 2025 IGL tier list.
Oh my god.
Definitive is that's a bold claim. And let's skip to the end of it like I do all of his videos.
Oh my god. Why'd you put it in 4K? You literally put it in 4K just now and caught another ad.
Another ad here. 1 second, please. We gotta get to the bottom of this real quick. It's the first ad of 2. We'll skip that one. ZTR, it's in the need to find consistency category.
1, 2, 3, 4, fifth tier
so
down.
S, A, B, C,
D tier.
D.
Wow. It's a D tier.
Mm-hmm. Pretty nasty. That was a fantastic call.
Yeah, that was a fantastic call. Excellent. Oh, I was taking it right now.
But Flamesy's gonna try to stop this on the approach. Oh no, walks in as the fire spreads.
Awkward. ZywOo 9 HP, that might not be enough, however. 4 up still here for Vitality. He can rotate freely.
Gonna bank on the IGL to hold it all back. Smoke in front of PR, but does PR respect it? Okay, he will. Doesn't always. I mean, they could just come through, double smoke executes, CT and Coffins, take site 3vx. But if they hold nades for the post plant, then it feels like a guaranteed hold. Ooh, they make sound though. That's 2 players confirmed. ZywOo's gonna run off that. They disassemble the boost, but they let them know they are still, in fact, right there.
So honestly though, ZywOo has 2 flashes here for Apex, so he can run through this. He's
a setup for a second. Apex still yet to move a muscle. Off the second flash, he'll go, but they've just covered their bomb plant in smoke. ZywOo comes through with the ZTR
shot
kill.
through the smoke. Crazy that he got that. He needed that, to be honest.
They got Apex to bite at least. So they'll clear sight. And the 9 health ZywOo inside church with a double CT banana wrap.
Oh, and
Rez is getting off site.
And he's going to cross.
Oh, he made it, but he did get spotted,
Yeah,
so that's going to be great info. ZywOo's going to turn around. There's a question as whether Rez keeps pushing his
They're
luck.
watching this push, though.
Rez doubles back, and he gets his headshot. A second player from Banana. ZywOo has to come and clear this out. PR chance to close, denied by Rops. It's a game of information that goes back and forth, and finally, we will get Vitality with a CT round win.
Gotta love the play from Rez, to be honest. He barely gets spotted from the push on Banana. If he gets all the way by, ZywOo's not going to watch his flank. They would have no idea he'd be over here. The only thing they could have done better is swing out to get the second frag, but they making a low number situation look scary now, and yeah, that's the only real reason Vitality even survived this.
Dangerously close for Vitality. But they plant a seed for the potential CT side with that one. B-side really hasn't been able to do too much about keeping GamerLegion off Banana. We saw that challenge from Flamesy. Oh, Apex steps into the taps of Kersey.
He doesn't even realize.
Frag for the CT players, great. That's Mezzy down to 65. Towson runs through, and the A1S spray's not good while Flamesy's got the nade in hand. B-site brawl.
They look
time
beatable.
and time again.
They look so beatable right now. How's this happened? GamerLegion can grab 13 here. I don't think this retake is really even possible with PR on this timing. Call it a night.
He's got a slow burn to deal with Rops. They win both pistols in this second maps. Rops got wind of some kind of flank, but misses the timing, and so it all falls on ZywOo. He held enough of the site last round, but this time it just goes down all too quickly. And GamerLegion's T-side with some fantastic ZTR calls didn't even give Vitality a chance to breathe. Nuke will decide which of these teams books their tickets to London.
Apologize, Maui.
Go on, Maui. What do you have to apologize for?
Probably something about Kersey. He did really well last game. He did really well last map, despite what rating 3.0 may tell you. He did and he did darn well on this map. I mean, this is the exact kind of T-side that does get people excited about GamerLegion. The way that they worked so many different aspects of the map, the way that they were able to take banana control. I mean, they did practically everything right in this game, and it's really actually kind of a culmination of the efforts of Ash and from ZTR, just the amount of game planning and how they don't take shortcuts. I just don't like that I mean, I do like that they just thoroughly take space on the map. They pressure different portions of it, and they make Vitality guess.
And a lot of the times when we do see an underdog taking out one of the greatest teams is when they actually just win out the battles on Banana. They get the advantage and they just play the situations. I don't think that was specifically the case for GamerLegion this time around. They won the majority of their rounds on the A-bomb side. They had some good protocols. They wouldn't actually lose too much manpower on Banana. They would rotate back and actually have some really good A-side hits. And that is, you know, I got to spot as well on CTR's cam that he has a picture of Inferno on the back of his wall. So maybe there is something about Inferno with GamerLegion.
A little birdie is telling me that potentially, Maui, you might have rated the in-game leader of GamerLegion a little bit low on one of your tier lists.
Okay.
Maybe that's what you have to apologize for.
Oh, okay. Is that it? I don't think...
I mean, Ash watched the video, apparently.
He
Apparently
did.
He made a reference to it in one of the mic'd up moments we heard.
Wow. Wow.
Ouch.
Are we going to hear that one?
Maybe we can try and get production to queue it up. Shall we dive into some of those A-site hits, though, first of all? Because we got a couple that we want to be diving into because, yeah, I wouldn't blame GamerLegion for trying to focus on the B side of things, but A-site, just some incredible hits coming out. I think we got round 16 first up.
There were a handful of great ones. My favorite part of every single hit they had towards A was that they were taking bracket, they were pressuring long side so frequently. They were smoking into Arch, they were smoking into Library. This is just ridiculous. Like, I don't know what to even say other than that's a great first bullet right there. The timing was just beautiful. As soon as that smoke was pluming, that's when they go for the swing out there. And I mean, this was kind of unbelievable in terms of how much pressure they put on that long side consistently, because this was not the only time they did it.
And they do with great effect. And what I liked about it is that they kept making the same kind of pattern as you mentioned. They do the long smokes, and then they actually divert their attention. We have Risk going for this fight in this round. He does get the kill on ZywOo. And then in the next round, we also see that they actually do the exact same pattern, but they just change up a small bit by doing an apps pop. So it's like they keep changing things. They keep the same pattern to keep Vitality guessing. And the A bomb side is so hard to build, as I just mentioned, coming into the next round coming up. They do have this kind of round where they guys just sneak out. You know, they keep them guessing. They keep on their toes in terms of how they want to approach this one. And the A bomb side on Inferno is exceptionally hard to hit sometimes if you don't have the right protocols, because the crossfires are very hard to eliminate, and GamerLegion just had the numbers on Vitality.
I always love when an underdog team just plays their own style. I know we hate that phrasing technically when they say it in interviews, but I really like when they don't just try to go brawn versus brawn. When you're playing a team like versus Vitality, or you play a team like Spirit or Falcons, if you just kind of do these slow defaults and do the very typical finishers, like just kind of going up 5 up porch or 4 porch 1 halls or something like that, you're just going to lose because they're just going to be so good at handling those kinds of situations. So throwing out these sort of varieties at your opponent to say, okay, make them adapt to us, or we're gonna just get them in the side of the head. That's really, I think, what's captured people's attention with GamerLegion this year.
Still wondering specifically what you have to apologize for. Maybe it's Kersey. Maybe we should just run some highlights and you can then reverse whatever has maybe been put out there into the ether.
Okay, my take on Kersey coming into this tournament is that he was disastrously bad at EWC. I don't even think you can really argue against that, but I'm loving the resurgence we're getting from him here, okay? He had some great opening picks. Even though on train, he didn't actually get the op in play, he was still looking great with the rifle. And on this map in particular, he was calling his own number with the AWP. He was showing that level of proactivity that Rez talked about in the pregame interview. And he was a huge difference maker to make their defense even stand up to Vitality in the way that it did.
Yeah, a lot of good proactivity from him. And he had a lot of impact with, again, with the rifle, as we talked about. He prowess also on train with that one. He was very instrumental in their victory on this one. And he had multiple good occasions alongside also the likes of Fresh and Pia, which we already mentioned. But for me, it was obviously also just the fact that CTR managed to call such an almost flawless T round. You know, got them back into it, having a 6-6 half, and then almost turning into to being flawless. That's very good against Vitality.
A name that you briefly mentioned as well earlier, Torzen. What was the story of his impact on this map?
Torzen was dead silent for the first 5 or 6 rounds. Then he woke up, okay? Once he started figuring out how to get these multi-frags at Banana, once he saw the different iterations of utility flying at him towards the B site, he started just kind of collecting himself after a slow start. And I think that he had 2 consecutive rounds of 3 kills, and he just put himself right into this game. So to be able to withstand the pressure that Vitality were sending his way with their really well-polished utility, that means that I have to give him a ton of credit. And I would even say, like, he's kind of the third fiddle on this team for me in terms of their riflers, but this was another great performance from him.
It's like one of these Danish players that has gone a little bit under my radar. One of the ones I haven't really paid too much attention to. And as you just mentioned, in this specific game, I think it was great to see that he actually kept his composure in terms of his playstyle. He went out to get aggressive. He didn't get a good start, but instead of just, as we saw maybe like Legacy did yesterday, falling back, he kept going until he got that confidence going, and that powered him through the rest of the game.
I guess we can put the shoe on the other foot for a second, considering the context that this was Vitality's pick coming into this series. Where were they lacking in terms of that response to this, albeit what was an amazing T side coming out of GamerLegion? Where have we expected previously, maybe, you know, the first 6 months of the year Vitality to actually be able to counter that?
I felt like in the first 6 months, we would see more proactivity from themselves. I felt like when GamerLegion would take bracket control, that you would see Vitality at least kind of test the waters towards short side, or maybe even go for a bracket crunch. I don't really remember as many of those good responses. So frequently, Vitality actually had the numbers in the right places, but it was in passive setups as opposed to actually flashing on the porch side, going for a swing, maybe even just throwing some kind of more counter utility at the right timing. When GamerLegion wanted to enact a plan on a bomb site, it felt like they were the ones dictating all the pace.
And that's what bothers me. Like, they did have the numbers in the right place. You know, they just didn't convert the rounds. And I've seen countless of times that you decide to have 4 guys stacked on A bombs and you still lose. And sure, if Riz does this type of action that we saw him take out Taiwu, then sure, you're in for a good treat. But that's what bothers me. And that's what also gets into the head of Vitality, is that we've read the situation. We know exactly what to do. And now we are in a prime position to win, but we just don't convert it. It's almost worse to be in that kind of position than just getting out-fragged, because you feel like you're on top of your game, but you just don't hit your shots. And I saw multiple occasions as well. I think it was Robs had a very big blunder. We had Messi with a big blunder, only getting a single frag when he had multiple opportunities of getting a double kill, but that just wasn't the case.
Well, you mentioned treats, Dupree. Maui production have got one for you. We can check in with this mic'd up moment to see how you're going to be defending your case after this one.
My go.
This time it was actually.
That's why you're D tier IGL, bro. That's why you're D tier IGL.
Yep. No, that's fraud.
That's cool. That's actually awesome.
Did you actually put him in D tier?
I think the tier was lightly guiding. I don't think I actually put it as a D, okay? I didn't put, I gave names that were actually, gave much more benefit than actually D. Yeah, maybe it was the 4th tier. Didn't mean it was a D, though.
Would you rank him up after this one? Would he go to C tier if he was D tier?
Okay, so the thing with ZTR has always been this. Following him from Young Ninjas, even when he got a chance on NIP to now, is that he has great calls, great mid-rounding. He changed the face of NIP's overpass back when he joined that team. Like, he's done a lot of great work as a caller. His fragging, though, is consistently one of the worst of any IGL in Tier 1. So that's part of the in-game leading part, okay? You do need to shoot people at the end of the day. I know the calling is actually quite good, but I'm coping now. I'm a little bit
Maybe we should head things to a break, Maui, as we do need a third and final map to decide who is going to be booking their ticket to London. That's going to be going down on Nuke after this short break. Desperation from GamerLegion, frustration from the side of Vitality, because that was, let's be real, a disaster on the CT side of their map pick of Inferno, which does leave us at the gates of Nuke. How does the stats kind of paint a picture for us, Maui, when we're looking at both sides of the equation for this decider?
Well, both of these teams have a great win rate for this season on the map. On the GamerLegion side, they're 3-4. Narrow loss to Falcons at Cologne is their only loss. For the Vitality side, they've actually been on a 2-game losing streak here to Falcons also, and to the Mongols. I think both of these teams have actually a pretty good spine, I'd say. I think they got a good backbone for Nuke, good structure in general. But if I have to really give the edge, it's still an edge for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm buying into that one as well. I feel like this is one of the maps that Vitality has shown some really good games on, and I feel like their CT side is where they get a lot of the job done. They have some very fast rotations, and they are extremely good at reading the situations, and also just being in the right place. But that is what we saw on Inferno. That didn't really pay out for them. So there is a case that if GamerLegion potentially starts on the T side, then and if CTR can actually keep up with the good calling, then there is a case they could beat them.
You've got some sort of Danish connection, because they are indeed starting on the T side. So what have GamerLegion got to do to make sure it doesn't kind of slip away from them in that first half?
I mean, I feel like causing as much misdirection as they did on Inferno was going to be essential here, because going head-to-head versus ZywOo is always going to be difficult. Going head-to-head with Rops at ramp. Really, I think the T side of GamerLegion is actually going to get them 4 or 5 rounds here. I'm actually more concerned about their closers, because on the CT side, that's where I've actually drawn the most criticism for Kersey. He had a really actually solid Inferno right there, but I've seen him just kind of look like he just rotates through the same 3 positions when he's opping on CT side. Looks very kind of typical to deal with. If you just flash kind of the normal angles, he's going to always get blind, always get pushed back. So I want to see him actually exert himself a little bit more, because it looks like he's gaining confidence in this series.
Yeah, and Vitality have a very deep playbook, and I think that will be enough for them to pull through. I think they will know exactly what to do. So I'm all in for Vitality still on this one.
Well, either way, we do get a Brit guaranteed to be entering the Wembley Arena. Will it be Ash, or will King Mezzy get to grace his people?
The spin, Freya, I never doubt you. But of course, I think the fans, they want him in the server. And so Mezzy, if he can step up here in this 3rd map, if the playbook really is as deep as Dupree believes it to be, then this is a chance to put a gap between them and GamerLegion, which is what a lot of top teams just do, right? Keeping GamerLegion at arm's reach, like a little brother, palm on the forehead type deal. Thing is, GamerLegion just straight up hit way harder when it came to Inferno. So we're going to need to see a step up.
I'll use the confidence analogy again, where Vitality, yeah, they have a playbook. They had one on Inferno too. But if they can't tap into it, what does it matter? At this point, they got really made to look like a fool back on that map that at one point they were untouchable in the last few months. That was a wipeout in the second half. A masterclass, if you will, here on T side. And that would have been impressive versus any team, but to do that versus Vitality, well, that puts you on another level. So, yeah, we know Vitality are good at Nuke. The question is, will they be good today?
It was odd watching Flamesy absolutely tear it up in their opening game, only to currently sit on a 0.78 rating across this series. He's got 19 kills, 32 deaths. So it felt like, you know, the resurgence of Flamesy was going to be parallel with the resurgence of Vitality, but back to the struggles are both the team and him individually. Will things change as he takes to the T side of Nuke? Better late than never, they say. And he'll lead the charge into the ramp room to be held by PR, who goes down with nothing. Kersey takes his place, a 3rd CT, same angles. Towson and Kersey actually find 3 kills on that ramp hold. Oh, make it a 4th.
Crushed.
Rez is on the scene. Excuse me, it was Rez there that whole time. Towson's picking his up elsewhere. ZywOo's gone.
Nice shot.
P250. The ZywOo P250 on a T-side pistol. You've seen it before. You'll see it time and time again.
Careful with the timing.
Where's he going?
Man, okay, he's got a silent drop. He has to silent drop.
He does. Ooh, he
That's
does.
the only way he doesn't get checked, but Towson's still worried about it just because they don't want to double up on this position.
Thing is, Towson's taking the angle, right? So if ZywOo predicts the position, that P250 from ZywOo could be on this angle as he comes around the corner.
Oh, he's avoided it.
Oh, but he drops it. He'll get the kill to Rez at least. ZywOo down to 53 health. Never found Towson, who then just sidelines him, but he found a way to get past that line. And that damn near just cost GamerLegion, a GamerLegion that looked like they had lost ramp until They throw 3 bodies at it on the same angle.
If you had just one, man, that was such a good play. If you had just got the kill on the first bullet, I don't think the reposition would have worked out. So, well, nice try, Daiwu. Kind of Nico'd it right there a little bit.
Yeah, because it took so long that during the time it took to kill Rez, that's when we get Towson moving out of the deep box. You one-tap him, ZywOo's got you locked into that position. This is 4 pistol rounds out of 5 played, all picked up by GamerLegion tonight. Rez waiting to take a peek. Gonna run boost a player to distract so ZywOo can try to find the Deeg kill. And that's gonna activate Rez for the triple. Nice and easy with the FAMAS coming out from Secret at the right moment to just make mincemeat of round 2.
Fresh, all 5 in the kill feed. All CT-sided frags. That is a clean sweep. Time to respond, Vitality.
Same thing as Inferno, this Rez Kersey multi-kill kickoff.
Starts off every map with kills, Kersey.
He's having a hell of a series.
Good opener here for Apex. Clean, 2 damage done. As Kersey comes flying through that smoke. GamerLegion hoping to win their bonus round. Now you have Apex camping out one of their best weapons.
While his teammates go for the group up inside of lobby, he'll just keep this pressure up because there's no pressure coming back at all. So Apex free to just run around.
And they still can't get that gun back. They would love to. Oh, well, there's a kill. Flamesy, however, responding from above.
Did Apex's smoke land?
Yeah, he smoked for the hell wrap, but this spot now, the T's can come through. The CTs are confused. Ramp is wide open. They could walk downstairs if they wanted to.
Feeling too free, surely, in Vitality's minds, but this is just GamerLegion a little too slow to the draw. They're gonna hear that utility popping downstairs and realize they have nobody in position. A little too late to the party. They'll try to scramble for vents, those A players, but bomb being planted double side. And nobody from Vitality has busted open the windows by the looks of it, so they don't have control. They're just gonna sit on the rafters of sight.
There's no retake coming in.
They just give this up.
Yeah, it's just too open of a sight when they came down through ramp, and there's too many things that GamerLegion don't know. Is there a lurker that's gone through ramp? Is there a lurker that's still in ramp? How much map control has even really been taken from the T side? So that's actually, I mean, it's a solid call. It confuses GamerLegion quite a bit, and obviously it helps to get the first kill. They look at this as sort of a bonus round. I think Rez comes through, picks up a better gun. They've got something to actually leave with. Not the worst case in the world.
Well, it started as the bonus, right? It was majority SMGs for GamerLegion. They'll leave with now majority still alive and rifles. You let Vitality on the board in the third.
Put themselves in a good spot to get something for their troubles.
Towards Kersey and Op. Again, we haven't seen him do the most of his work on it today. CT side nuke though. With how much Vitality have started off with the outer play, makes sense. Flamesy, first kill. Trying to get over to that secret cross, or red has really cost bodies for GamerLegion in these last 2 rounds. Vitality are meeting them very quickly.
It's so hard to respond to outside control when you lose a first player. Oh, yo, case. Kersey, excuse me, down to 17 health. He's tagged and pushed back. And they're starting secret, which is fine. It's cool because you see Apex here, but it actually just weak. The rest of the map now is so weak.
It's going to take something massive from PR.
Oh, flash
the flash.
Ideal.
Can't go for any kind of a fight. Remember, Kersey's rotate in is going to be on low HP. Apex continuing to find kills, but they've written this off. PR finds a second as he falls downwards. Luckily, it was still Apex to get that kill on Rez elsewhere, but if he dies to Towson right here, well, that would have been the road down to the B site with maybe a chance on this. Apex is just having a field day, swinging around as he pleases. Triple kill outer for Dan Mattis-Claire.
Yeah, he's playing with him really nicely done. I mean, control outside, it follows through from the last round as well. Even though he got killed, you know, his smoke to fake the wrap is the way he is calling around those plays outside. It's having a lot of impact. You can't let the first frag grow on CT side. That's the whole advantage.
A triple save 2 rounds ago is why we've still got guns in GamerLegion's hands. We'll see if it's another outer opening death. ZywOo missed chance in Squeaky. Kersey peels away from that. Could have damn well been his death. But ZywOo jumps the gun. That's gonna fluster GamerLegion for a second. They get Kersey over towards main instead. There's been so much outer presence at the start of these rounds. It makes sense if Vitality were there again, but it's not the case. So good move from Kersey to get towards ramp. How wide of an angle can he take? How many shots before he needs to drop down to B? And how many of those shots find a kill? Because there's 5 players coming his way.
If you slick with this, you can get the shot off, jump over the railing, and get down lower. And he's good. Oh no!
Lines, good flashbang.
Yeah, he thought he got over the railing. He ended up landing on a second railing. I mean,
runs right back into his death.
That is just movement, though. Even though he couldn't see, you have to be able to do that. You're going to get flash coming into the ramp. So, awkward moment. 4-on-4.
Still the 2 guns out on the field, one of which right here allocated backside.
It's Mr. Multi-Kill PR in the back.
5-7 towards control to serve up a distraction. And a molly to burn PR out. Oh, it's held. No way he gets away with that.
A shot's missed from ZywOo.
He was sitting on it ready to go. ZywOo now down to a single point of health. Apex is going to burn the double doors while single remains smoked. ZTR, do you swing? Do you get crazy? Or do you wait because your other 2 players still have guns?
Because they have to plant.
But Rez arriving from ramp winds up dying to Robs. Towson is yet to really find an angle while his 2 other teammates both fall.
Surely now you're basically just leaving, right?
You should. Apex not too far away is gonna take this peek over the stairs, but Towson does escape, and so Vitality get downstairs, and despite PR's best efforts, so close to killing ZywOo, that could have damn well changed it.
I don't know how he lived at all. The molly landed in that spot. They had 2 players on the right side, both watching for only his spot to make sure that he left.
And he gets away with a kill and 99 damage. Buck 99. But all the while, this Vitality T side starting to come together nicely. 3 rounds out of the 5 we've played.
So here's the moment, and again, it's it sucks because he got over the railing and everything, but they needed him alive.
Towson could attempt to go hero mode here. ZywOo to top silo. Won't find this positioning. Apex gets away with secret control again.
I don't know what the idea is here for ZTR. Towson's one good gun, just an upper stack, hoping it comes in late. I think they're just clasping their hands and praying it's not a ramp play, and then that way they, okay. If they go downstairs, they go downstairs.
But they find the M4, and they trade it out.
I mean, they're still going to come forward, it looks like, into this. We'll see. I mean, Apex not seeing anything lower, but...
If they do follow through onto A, that would make things a little easier. So Apex could join them on the A floor. Rez, the gun is still over towards the other vent. So he's just working with the USP, even if he finds timing here. Okay, gotta be scared that Rez has slipped in. USP though, huge ask of him to make anything happen with the vanilla pistol. And Apex gonna charge on forward. Kersey's Deagle catching one, but when the rifle went down and wasn't retrieved, it really did feel like GamerLegion's hopes faded out. They do. 4-2, the lead for Vitality.
Yeah, I appreciate it. They go for the upper stack without anyone playing on top of Hut, and they find other ways to make people useful. They almost get the round they're looking for, but it's about as good as you could ask for with one gun. Messi really wants to be carried to London here. 0-5 so far. It's someone drop a smoke. Oh, that was Squeaky. Okay. I mean, at least the CTs have a plan to get some info back, put some pressure on the cross. But it feels like Apex knows how this is going to play out and is really just taking his time with it. Oh, he got caught big time.
Now it's all in ramp instead at 45 seconds. 2 CTs here to stop it. Fire tells them it's inbound, and the trade from Kersey's good. You hear the op ring out. You know to give ZywOo a bit of distance. You've already got ZTR allocated down into dark. And they haven't really thrown anybody out here before, so this is going to be Mezzy back turn, still without a kill so far in map 3. ZywOo massively outnumbered. First shot's good to Towson, but Kersey slides in behind to end it. And majority live here for GamerLegion as they catch that third round win.
It's good. I mean, it's all to do with Rez essentially from Mini catching Apex, who, again, he's been comfortable going alone outside. Sometimes he has Flamesy up on silo to try to stop anybody, but they aren't starting secret here. They aren't playing around Big Garage or looking to catch his lurk. They just have some pressure to spam that cross and hope they can get some info, and Rez's timing is beautiful. The problem is for Apex is, like, it happens so late in the round, it is kind of revealing. If it happens above a minute, like, well, now you've maybe a second layer of outside smokes could come, a second try, but... Whoa. This looks like it's gonna work really damn well, isn't it?
Trying to time it with Towson. They still don't even know about the lobby push. Because Towson gets the kill, they got no idea.
How does that work?
Mezzy still
that
ready
covered.
In case. I don't think he expected it that quickly, but...
Yeah, Towson to come up there.
You know, should have been another few seconds.
Wait, this is gonna be beautiful for Flamesy. How are they gonna expect this push?
Oh, they won't, but they could just avoid it. Oh, this is a wild round.
You can't avoid an upper push. You just can't. If he sits in the back of the site.
But if enough time passes, then eventually GamerLegion will consider this.
That's just true.
Kersey's giving away so much info with the up and down on the ladder.
But the bomb is still just sitting here in lobby.
Yeah, Kersey still doesn't suspect that Flamesy's down beneath him, but Flamesy doesn't get any kind of an angle to deal with this.
He just wants someone to fight.
Oh, Kersey's just stomping around like he owns the place.
They're really just leaving upper totally open. Like, that's the weird long and short of this. Ultimately, Flamesy would love to kill somebody, but if they don't fight anywhere at all, well, it's just a free plant. They could have walked out Hut Squeaky on any of these timings.
Apex taking his time behind Red. He'll catch ZTR and Rez. Oof, goes for the long-range spray down.
Ambitious, but
he's
feeling
Apex. Yeah, you know, he's having a good game on this third map. Good series overall as well. Decent. quite ZywOo, but tying him in the score for the moment. This is GamerLegion. I love the lobby push. It looked great once Towson got away with the kill, and we thought maybe, just maybe, PR could go one better. But Mezzy shuts that down, and Flamesy just wins it by finding the absolutely vacant upper site.
I guess it's just unlucky because Mezzy is just on the angle that he was going to sit on no matter what, just to hold for the push if it was going to come out for the next 20 or so seconds. But
if so many close calls here.
Yeah, tons. Vitality did do a good job of creating their own luck, make that situation possible.
Rez finds players flashed, but unfortunately for him, not blind enough.
Second time they've tried that play. Both times have failed now.
Missed chance for Kersey to punish on the cross. Not going to find Vision a second time. Apex, okay, he is on it.
Yeah, he's been
and Kersey took a dink at the same time, so that's him down to 9 health. Slides down into the back of A site. Rop's going to take his sweet time with this lurk. Bomb's still T-spawn, so Vitality, they've got hooks all across the map. Garage control, hut control.
Yeah, I like that characterization. They've all these outposts. They can sit and wait. There's lots of room for the CTs to make mistakes. They're so constricted, though. They can't really move. Kersey, how's he going to rotate from the back of the site? He can cover mini. He can hold down upstairs. He can switch to hut if he wants to. And to be honest, if this goes upstairs, it's their best chance to play. They could genuinely win this round, actually.
Boy, Molly's on him. Kersey's going to get it. 9 HP gets 1, but Mezzy and Flamesy and the rest of Vitality all just charge on in. So it goes about exactly how you'd expect it to.
Did he have to smoke that out right away?
The Molotov on his feet?
He wasn't. Was he the one who was low? Maybe he was. No, it was Kersey who was low.
Yeah. No, he had more health. Yeah, Apex not blind at all, really.
I wonder if they used the same flash last time, because Apex didn't really respond to it. It just went past him.
Apex again, just crossing over. Nothing they can do about it with just the pistols and a single smoke. We're starting to get into that territory where GamerLegion are going to have to beat themselves up tonight to just wish they had had a better first half on Train. Because that comeback was starting to take place on their pick. Right now, it looks like Vitality are just drowning GamerLegion out of their depth. Simple opening. Apex gonna catch the vent rotation because he's down here early. What do you know? A couple freebies. Even catching flank. I mean, Vitality, if that kill goes their way, this round is over. Something to stand on now if Apex dies. But already we've got this B site with the bomb on top of it. ZTR just looking for a way out. Excellent T-side coming through from Vitality. And the plays that GamerLegion are throwing their way is, you know, that flash outside by Red, just punished.
Hey, let's maybe try the retake randomly. Look how close they've actually made it. AK's in play.
Kevlar for ZTR, I suppose. No kit.
Should be no problem here. ZTR coming from below. They're not actually watching this, so okay. And the shot's missed.
You got a molly for the defuse, and it's a 10-second stick, so ZTR's got to get off it.
He's won it now.
That's that. Piece of utility makes the difference, and ZTR is going to die to the bomb no matter what. Let him go. Let the bomb have him. Vitality take a 7th on the T side.
Marginally awkward there at the end. You know, I think Vitality, like, they're playing well enough to win these rounds. They're not playing well enough to be extra aggressive, which they're probably disappointed about. But I think they're doing what they need to do to be consistent. which is important. Dupree said they're on their B game right now, and this is how their B game can win. You do have to finesse these T rounds a little harder than you used to.
Again, though, Apex just off to the red box. He's been getting away with so much, and he's going to try that garage push again. This has worked for him in the past. It's just such quick timing on everything they play as well, you know? Like
minute 25, he's behind them in hell.
Really suffocating pace to Apex's pressure, even if it's gone unnoticed.
He's got 4 guys corralled inside now.
Which kind of draws PR back to deal with hell, making sure that this Apex push can't compromise Heaven.
Yeah, this is so like almost unfair to PR. He's got no support now. There has to be a mistake. They can catch Apex on a timing, but in general, the timings are going to favor Vitality. Oh,
PR
this
isn't
push.
too aware. PR did kill Apex for the record back towards hell as this lobby crunch comes through. Mezzy ready to deal with the squeaky side of things.
Yeah, that actually is pretty good with PR getting the kill. Without it, who knows?
Oh, we just
What
missed
just
the player
happened?
under. He missed him, but he loses his support, so the trade's obvious there for Rez. And ZywOo stuck inside his spawn. They don't know about Flamesy. No surprise to catch PR off guard. Rez looking for a 4K this round, but down the vent goes ZywOo. Will he catch him outer? Sorry, it wasn't ZywOo, it was Flamesy to drop. Opened the single door. Rez knows that the squeaky cross is happening. Flamesy comes back. And Vitality again just work the body slowly but surely, pulling GamerLegion apart, even with the Rez kill inside of the lobby that made it look better.
This is Apex showing us like why they're going to win rounds, and that's them. Look, this Heaven round. Look how many players are pushing Squeaky at around a minute. It's 5v5, by the way, when that happens. This is a total act of desperation because they couldn't keep outside control. Apex got to big garage, he's crossed red, he's got the secret, he's only died once or twice. Most of the time, he's getting way too much value out of this. They can't deal with it. He's been a nuisance for them. The only reason this round's even close is because PR randomly turns around to check if Apex had come to hell. They've tried to get in the face of Vitality with a couple of these outer pushes, and they've just been swatted away because their flashes have missed. They kind of need a new look that's, I think, in between aggressive and passive to hold outside. Awkwardly, though, now that it's the last round, Vitality could just avoid this entire, do something brand new.
Try it again. This time Kersey does pick up the kill. But
There's
of course
Apex.
it's going to get traded back. Apex has just been owning outside, topping the charts, in fact, for Vitality so far this T side. ZywOo right behind him with potentially his 11th kill to come. Bomb doubles back at Silo while we watch this ZywOo solo push. We wait and we wait, because eventually GamerLegion are going to have to move forward or fall back. ZywOo's teammates now inbound, but he's still operating ahead of them. Does that bait them into the swing? I don't think so. He's going to try to chase him with the deagle. Rez gets away with the second kill, but the numbers were there for Vitality. The auto shotgun from Towson. Mezzy catching a player unprepared, and he knows the main swing's coming, but they at the very least grab that one. So you deny Vitality a final round on the half. It is still only 4 CT rounds here for GamerLegion's Nuke.
I hear that you are up for renewal when it comes to our membership, and so I've dusted off your portfolio, and I would like you to give me your thoughts on what I consider to be one of the finest of Counter-Strike's cultural moments. Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life, just like Counter-Strike has. So.
I think that when we talk about culture, we talk about context, we talk about history and all these things that make Counter-Strike great. But the beauty of Inhuman Reactions by Hiko, by Anders Bloom, is that it's short and sweet. We play this clip.
The thing to really remember here is that we are in an era of Counter-Strike where the Swedes dominate everything. There is no challenge. Everyone knows they're the best, and Hiko is just this North American player. Sure, he's got a bit of a personality, he's got a bit of something going on for him. And then this happens. What is that?
Oh.
My God, Inhuman Reactions!
That is Counter-Strike in its essence. We see him go on to lose this round, and I think one of the great things that you said here,
Not even with an aimbot could you have got that kill, and Hiko
sometimes anything is possible. I think Hiko's very lucky, Mr. Bloom, that you were there to elevate this moment.
Ultimately ended up being a big moment for both of us in many ways, even years later.
So when we think of cultural impact with Counter-Strike, I give this a 10 out of 10. And in terms of mechanics, that lizard flick that Hiko puts on display, I give that 10 out of 10 as well. This is a magnitude 10 shaking of the Counter-Strike world. 100% glory in my eyes.
Well, I would be remiss to argue with that. I will agree with your score.
Ah, fine taste. It's my pleasure to approve your renewal. You may continue casting Counter-Strike.
I appreciate your generosity.
Ah, yes. Oh, it's not on behalf of myself, sir. This is the Culture Clubhouse, after all. It's on behalf of all of Counter-Strike.
Well, together we will continue to build the culture even further into the future then.
Greater than ever.
GamerLegion impressed us to push this series the distance, but unfortunately for them, a little flat when it came to the outer yard control, and Apex has had a field day, reminding us and all of the world why Vitality's better than GamerLegion.
Oh man, it's kind of that like Apex just did it all by himself almost, which is, I guess it's good that he can do that for sure. It did show up GamerLegion a lot. I mean, he was the king of the game plan and top of the scoreboard.
King of the castle,
so
king of the castle.
They'll never catch him. They'll never catch, they couldn't, that's for sure. But will GamerLegion win every pistol besides one, Connor?
Do you mean will they win 5 of 6? We're about to find out. Rez looking like Zywoo. T-side armored P250. It's my favorite pistol buy. It's very gentlemanly. Very Rez-like. Come on, boys, get out of the way. Rez is holding the angle while you're supposed to be running downstairs, but you've given that time to Zywoo. And with him on Beretta's Kevlar, ooh, that's the only thing.
Oh, see ya.
Never mind.
See ya.
Player right above him, Rez is being hunted. Mezzy takes an extra second. Rops is here to help him now, and Mezzy's still standing, but his gun goes dry.
Rops got 3.
How have you done that?
With a little distraction, that's how.
We thought it was going to be Apex and Zywoo going tit for tat to take to the top of the scoreboard. Towson executed. Rops escapes with 3. Mezzy was just a distraction. That's all he was.
Yeah, he was just a great British distraction.
Cook off.
So, I mean, and he was perfect at it. This is insane, though. Oh!
Sorry, what was that?
Oh! Nut.
Robs kills 2 players not looking his way.
Yeah, because they were looking for Mezzy on the mezzanine.
Now you'll...
Well, the one pistol they really needed.
Yeah? They won it.
No, oh yeah. Well, I meant GamerLegion really needed it.
Oh.
Not sure if Vitality did.
Yeah, they do.
This
because
is looking
they've
a
only
lot
won
like
one.
Paris Grand Finals right now.
It is. It's a full house from the French. C'est votre moment. C'est votre major. Hell yeah. That's Paris in a nutshell if you weren't there for it.
1 damage on Kersey. Oof.
Shadow advantage bodes well for FlameZ. Gonna mop up some easy ones. And Apex at a secret. Sorry, GamerLegion. Doesn't look like you're gonna have anything to stand on when it comes to Nuke. You're gonna go home. You're gonna lick your wounds. You're gonna be whining and wondering why you'd let Train's first half get so lopsided. And you'll learn from this mistake and you'll come back, because this isn't Bounty. This isn't TWC. We're back at a double elimination. We got a lower bracket. And they can run that lower bracket, I still think.
Yeah, I mean, this is a confidence builder, I think, today, too.
They'll be sent down to face Fnatic, where we will have more British on British violence.
Dude, Fnatic, you never know. Yeah, because Cypher was so fantastic today.
Kind of playing like a monster. I remember at the last London event bumping into Cypher at the after party, and he said, man, I wish I was on that stage today. Well, what do you know? Here we are a year later, and he's playing for it, and he's playing well enough to deserve it. So who knows? But right now, it's between Mezzy and Ash. Towson finds first blood, Rops his position, given up. Apex here to support him, and he doesn't even really need the help because he gets a second on his own. We've got Bomb back in lobby.
What's going on,
bodies
Rops?
dropping all over. We've got Vitality paving the way to London with the bodies of GamerLegion.
Dude, Rob said, give me 10 minutes, I'll have flies crawling on their eyeballs.
Ew,
He's
that's
got
graphic.
3 kills around.
Flies on the eyeballs. Like livestock. Kersey and Rez putting themselves into a 2 versus 4 post plant, but ZywOo's hunting Rez now. Creeping ever closer. Kersey, better keep your gun out, that's why. Insta headshots, nice and all. FlameZ's very far removed still. Oh no, he comes up the vent.
How'd he get away with that?
In that exact moment.
Full house.
Thought he was still downstairs, but he makes the journey real quick. A couple of kills for the road after Rops gets the triple from Garage, or Garage. And that's Vitality 11-4.
It'll be Garage if they lose. How about that?
Okay.
For Garage, they can still have the music genre. Man, Rops is on point right now. And FlameZ's back, I guess.
Yeah, good on him to get some freer kills at the end of the series. Otherwise, it would have been one of those disappointing days for FlameZ. If you end on the highest note of the 3 maps you've played, makes it feel a little better. You're also locking in London with 2 more round wins here on Nuke. That is all that separates Vitality. And a chance to step forward in London to give Mezzy a British crowd and potentially British trophy lift. It's all just hypotheticals. The only guarantee is that they're heading there in a few days' time. 2 rounds, Vitality. 2 rounds.
I hope they go ramp. I mean, they are going to go ramp because it's a lower split happening. In the game that Rops is having, he's just going to click-clack. Burst down 2 quickly, out of there, no damage.
Give him the beans. Oh, he actually falls off it.
Yeah.
And FlameZ catches Towson down towards Secret, so the plan is very clear to Vitality that GamerLegion are coming down for this B split. Apex a little worried about the double doors because it is wide open, and there is still this second player to creep down Secret. Oh, FlameZ's got the headshot. Apex finds his in the meantime, and FlameZ tearing him up here at the very tail end of the game. PR from the bottom of GamerLegion's scoreboard is nothing but FlameZ's 4th victim. That is a whole bunch of map and match points. I'll do the math. Tabulating, calculating. 8 rounds to lock in London.
And that round wasn't a good reason to believe in GamerLegion. What a moment here for Flamesy. Turning around inside of control. That was too much. Poor ZTR thought he had a lurk. They didn't even need Rops this round.
A couple of Mac 10s to try to crank the dial. Perhaps Rez already over top of main. He will find a back turn, but Flamesy just gets right back to killing ways. A-site looking takeable at this point, but we do have the Rops lobby wrap. And he finds Kersey. Ooh, gonna make this one all the more difficult for GamerLegion, just looking to extend play a bit longer. Rez smoke fade in a moment, but the Mac 10's gonna frazzle Rops. You give Rops time and
second
space,
lurk, though.
He'll get away with it. Apex takes the place of it, looking to join forces with ZywOo up from heaven, letting the nades fly, letting the announcements come through with the kills as well. So if you don't have your tickets, buy them now, because Vitality are locking in a place at the OVO Arena Wembley. Mezzy with a chance at a title on home soil. And more importantly than anything, Vitality just on a recovery, yet again guaranteeing a top 6. Even if things go as badly as possible, once we get to playoffs, we are talking about Vitality maintaining a level that keeps them at the top of the world, regardless of who's number 1.
Vitality back in the playoffs and Mezzy back in front of his home crowd. We were very excited at the prospect of a third, but Vitality, they had other ideas, didn't they, Dupree? That was a very stylish way to close out and guarantee a spot in a top 6.
Yeah, congratulations for Vitality, and that was closer to the level that we want to see and the level that we expect out of Vitality. So that was very good. I think that specifically on Nuke, we had both Apex and Flamesy playing well. So that also just showcased what I mentioned before. Like, we need to have these two guys play well, and I think Apex tremendously had a really good way of leading Nuke. He had so much space on the outside level, and also just calling the round. So they felt very comfortable, and also mentioning in the beginning of this one that like they just had a way better playbook.
Well, we do have some Counter-Strike royalty ready to be gracing us. Mezzy, congratulations on qualifying for the London finals. Tell me what's going through your head knowing you get to play in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, feeling good. Some scrappy wins overall in the last couple of games, but overall just happy. Like I say, I'm just happy to have a chance to play in front of the home crowd again, and hopefully for a better result this time.
First of all, Mezzy, congratulations. It's going to be a pleasure to see you play in London. But the question I have for you guys is that I feel like last season you guys were always kind of saying, we're not worried about the streak, we're not worried about this or that. We're just trying to like make sure that we're focused every game in, just for that singular match. How about the tone this season? I mean, what's it like knowing and kind of fighting through a little bit more adversity? Has it changed?
No, I mean, like before, we were not worried about the streak. Now we're not really worried about the slump. But I think now we're just trying to find some consistency. I think overall we've been really up and down. Like even this best of 3, for example, like we're getting back to our level and like on one half maybe or one map. Like on this Nuke, I think we played super well, and on Train T-side, we were getting back to our old selves, like making sure that we're a bit more calm in the mid rounds and just playing more off each other as a team play and stuff. So I think that's really what we're trying to just find is the more consistency overall, because like I say, I think against like the Mongols and against some of the better teams, we've like faltered a little bit in that aspect where we're not playing as well as together, and we kind of forced a lot of individual plays. So that's been our focus, and like I say, we're not too worried about our level. We're working hard, and we kind of know what we need to do. It's just taking a bit more time.
You mentioned yourself that you have set some scrappy wins, and right now we could probably see that you're playing a little bit of your B game, and this inconsistency. Where do you think it stems from? Is it because of the very busy traveling schedule, or is it simply just because you feel like you're not on top of your game? Could you shed some light on the things that you've been maybe working on as a team the last couple of weeks?
Honestly, I think everything that could be going wrong is going wrong there. I think some games like it's our team play, like we're just not clicking together, we're not like playing together, we're doing a lot of like solo individual moves, and then also on top of that, I think individually our level hasn't been the best. I think if you look at last season, I think all of us were even in our B game we were still playing super well, and now I think you can see like why the Mongols are playing so well, and like Spirit, I think individually they're all playing really well together. So for us, it's been a mix. We've been trying to put a lot of time in as individuals, but also as a team to just because at the moment it's not really like we're missing things in our playbook or anything like this. It's just honestly some games individually we're not playing well, and then some games we're not clicking as a team and being on the same page. And I think we're making steps forward. I don't want to speak too soon because I think we've done it in the past as well. Like recently, we played some good games and we take a step back, but I think we're heading in the right direction and we're really working like hard on making sure that we do the fundamentals really well. I think that's what kept us so strong in the first part of the season was our DNA and the basics of CS and playing together, and that's what we're trying to focus on.
Mezzy, you are indeed going to be heading to London. I know a certain Apex, he likes to tease you sometimes about being British. You're going to get him to try some of our infamous cuisine, maybe some beans on toast whilst we're in London?
I mean, I'm going to try. It's tough to change Apex's mind, so we'll see. I'm going to try my best, that's sure. If I get him to try just even one baked bean, that's a win.
A singular baked bean. Thank you
singular, that's fine.
so much, Mezzy. Congratulations. We'll be seeing you in that seeding match and then, of course, in London as well.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great stuff coming out of the side of Vitality. That's what we want to be seeing in terms of how they sealed up that series. Sure, as Mezzy alluded to, Inferno wasn't the best showing from them, but that last map of Nuke, that's exactly the Vitality we knew from the previous season we want to see more of.
Yeah, but thank God for Vitality, the fact that they can play their B game and still make it into London. You know, like that is that's because they are the ceiling in Vitality is so high. So even if they do get to play the B game, they are still gonna beat teams like M80 and also GamerLegion. It would have been a different case if they would have gone up against Spirit or Falcons or Mouseballs for that matter. That would have been a way harder case. But yeah, I mean, they should be satisfied with this one.
Well, either way, we do need to find out which other teams will be joining them tonight and heading onwards to London. That is between FaZe and NAVI coming up next. But there is still an opportunity for you guys to get your tickets to be joining us at the Blast Open London.
This is London!
The big news, of course, for FaZe Frozen has been the addition of Jacob to your roster. Now that you've had a little bit of time to practice with him, an official with him on the roster as well, what has stood out to you most about this new player?
I think what stood out the most, I think, is aim, definitely. I mean, he's sharp as hell. Yeah, I mean, he's a very hard shooter. I think that's, yeah.
We saw, of course, Carrigan's tweet, after the matchup against your first opponent here at Blast Open. Where do you think there's been kind of areas that maybe Carrigan's been picking out that he could potentially be improving on to kind of bring him up to speed for Tier 1?
I mean, I think he's doing pretty well, at least from what I've seen in practice already. I think it's, in officials, it's just up to him, to get a little more comfortable. And yeah, just to play his own game and not to think about what people might have to say about him. And yeah, I think he will do great.
You've obviously gone through the transition yourself of becoming a star as a young new player coming into a big organization. Have you given him any advice from your own experience?
I think we all did give him some advices that we have. Yeah, I mean, I will always always try to share something if I can, or if he wants me to. But yeah, we're trying to help him the best we can,
Just one last question on that topic regarding your own kind of roles and positions in game. How much has changed with the addition of Jacob and minus Elige from the roster?
Hey, I got my Overpass A back. Other than that, I don't think much has changed. I think when you're changing a player, there will always be some gaps that will have to be filled. So yeah, that's what we are all working on now.
Were you surprised that Elige was removed from the team and Jacob was added?
No, I was not surprised. Elige, since he joined, FaZe was not doing that good, so of course they need to change something.
And how familiar were you with the new player, Jacob? Have you ever played against him?
I think, to be honest, we played, against him once in NAVI Junior. I'm not sure, to be honest. Or I think somehow we forfeit, I'm not sure. But I think we played against them a lot.
Final question, confidence level for Navi now that you've had this extended boot camp. How confident are you that you're going to be making it to London?
For sure, 100%.
Vitality securing the first spot in the OVO Arena. Now it's time to find out who else will be joining them. Both Navi and FaZe have the opportunity to do so tonight, and both come into this new season with a fresh face in tow. The similarities also continue when we look at the trajectory of both of these teams, because last year, looking pretty solid for both rosters. This year, it's been a little bit unstable, hasn't it, Dupree?
It is two teams with a lot of former glory. Now two teams that find themselves with a lot of inconsistency, a lot of question marks in terms of their own performance, but also where they want to go with their rosters. It's two teams that has done quite the similar thing in terms of trying to make a quick fix by adding another player, getting a player into the fold that hopefully can spark some life inside of the team. I think for Navi that has not really been the case, and obviously still too early to say for FaZe Clan with Jacob. I think it's still the right approach specifically for FaZe, and my bold prediction is that both these teams are gonna give it a shot onto the major, but I think we're gonna see a complete roster change for both sides coming out after the major.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's go for it.
Can I press you to say who's going to change for FaZe?
Ooh.
I am at a position where if Kerrigan does not seem to get things rolling, there is a case that could be a rebuild around Frozen, and I'm also curious to see if Rain is going to be a part of that one. So, yeah, that's my interesting take. That's
Don't
what
cut
I
him before it's 10 years, Dupree. It's 10 years in January. Don't do that. Don't put that into the ether.
I mean, that would be rude, but I mean, we have to put emotions aside in Counter-Strike. I've been a clear example of that one multiple times in my career. So obviously, you have to rely on performance and results, and you cannot look at things on the outside, you know. And right now, both teams are not making results, and that's what they have to work with.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of stunned that you
I like this version of Dupree. You made him speechless. That doesn't happen often.
Man, I mean, putting Kerrigan under the microscope. Not the first time you've done that, actually.
That was not my decision back then. Okay, maybe I did have a little bit of a say in that one, but not fully.
I mean, I find that both of these teams right now, they feel so far, even though they're ranked 6th and 9th on HLTV right now, I feel like they both feel miles away, kilometers away, sorry, from elite. Okay, they feel so far away from that, and they're doing anything, and I feel like they're kind of just throwing pretty much randomly at a wall right now and just hoping that there's some up-and-comer that's going to just embolden them again or just light a fire under their veteran players.
Do you think it's going to fare any better for Navi than Dupree is predicting for FaZe?
I think they're already in a better position.
Surely.
Makaze definitely is fitting in much nicer. I mean, he came up in the Navi, the young Navi junior squad. I kind of forgot their name all of a sudden, but yeah, no, they're academy team, and I found that team had a little bit more structure. Like, people talked about Spirit Academy versus Navi and Navi's academy team, and Navi's academy team actually played CS with some ideas behind it. It wasn't just individuals all going across the map, and so unsurprisingly, Makaze has slotted into this Navi team pretty seamlessly. I mean, I feel like he's already looked quite solid as an individual. I know that he's got a couple haters in the tier 1 space, like Zwei and Donk have both kind of said negative things about him. And yeah, sure, like, maybe Makaze isn't always coming up with the most cerebral answer to every single problem all the time, but when you have a guy that's just, grinding 4,000 elo on FaZe, and he is capable of taking down the best riflers in the world, I want him off the leash sometimes.
But that is what I also want to approach. Like, that is the go-to you want to. That is, you want the young players that are out there right now. You want that fire, you want that hunger to go out and prove themselves. And I think both cases in Makaze and also Jacob is great improvements in that department. Are they going to fit into the core that already exists inside the teams? I don't know. That's what we'll see, and that's also why I feel like both teams are somewhat of a dormant state right now. They are just holding on to what they have. They will go to the major. They will see how things pan out. But at that point, you know, that is your best option in terms of making a change to that core that has been existing in both teams for a very long time, that has consistently been making pretty poor results ever since they started CS2, or at least after their good period of CS2.
Yeah, on the FaZe side of the equation, you noticed an interesting tweet from Kerrigan in response to Jacob maybe saying, hey, you know, it wasn't my greatest debut for FaZe. This is kind of, I guess, fatherly coming out of Kerrigan? I don't know.
Of course, yeah. After Jacob's debut with FaZe, he was a little bit down on himself publicly on Twitter. Kerrigan swoops in to the rescue, talking about all the ways that Jacob was out of his comfort zone, that he was playing a new position, that he was playing his permaban, that Frozen took all the kills. I mean, you love to have a captain like that that's going to have your back immediately out the gates. But I want to see you know, 2 months down the line, is he still going to be making excuses for Jacob? But what I would rather see than more excuses is just Jacob playing better, because he did at times look like a deer in the headlights, especially on overpass, especially when bomb site hits were coming into him. I wanted to see him be able to stand a little bit taller on those site defenses, and all in all, I felt like he was just getting hit by every single piece of utility every time.
Yeah, sure. We gotta give the kid a little bit of a leash here. Like he's still very new to playing at this level, and it's good to see Kerrigan coming in and cater a little bit for him. Like you take it, like tell him that he actually did a good job. This was his debut and everything. Don't be too hard on yourself. It's that's what Carrison's also supposed to do. So very good on him. So it's I don't think Jacob is gonna be the one that goes in and saves FaZe Clan. I don't think that's gonna be the case. And also for the other side of Makasa, that's why I have this bold prediction. But yeah, we want to see how he can do, because if he performs and if he proves himself, there is a case that he could still be on the roster in 5 months.
Dupree, I know you've been in a situation many a time where you've had young players coming onto a roster with you. What is the best way to kind of approach a situation like that? Is it like Kerrigan is doing, you know, publicly going out there and kind of defending your new boy a little bit? Is it more internal? Like, how do you think it's best to approach these things?
There's always this issue that when you bring a young guy into the team, you always just go to him and say that we just want you to continue playing like you've always done, because that's your comfort zone. But the thing is, if that comfort zone doesn't fit into the playstyle that's already set inside the team, then you can't really get the fit, and it's just a mismatch, and that can be the issue. And you also just want to make sure and tell him that you can do whatever you want. Like there is mistakes, but I want you to play like you always do. And they always say, yeah, but I'm going to do that, you know. But when you actually get to the actual case, then they don't do it because they're still scared. Maybe they're nervous of getting the impact of making a mistake. So obviously, it's about making them comfortable, but sometimes it's also very hard to cater for them if that given position that they really want to perform in or play is not open for them.
I mean, I kind of have to disagree with that. I feel like if you're throwing a guy into a new situation like Jacob's been thrown into on a couple different maps, yeah, like that's kind of the worst case scenario for a veto. But honestly, I feel like that's kind of what you have to expect if you're FaZe Clan. You're getting a guy that's kind of coming in from tier 2.5. I wouldn't even really say Apogee was a tier 2. Actually, like they were kind of in that 40th in the world range a lot of the time, 35th or so. So he's not going to be up to speed on a lot of things. So I mean, there's going to obviously be growing pains. You got I would say the way to work with him is just get into the demos immediately, fix problems actively.
He did get a 13-0 in his first official hero blast open though, so that's pretty good. That was on Dust 2. I'm curious to see if that does appear in the map picks and bans once again. Now, I'm no mind reader, Maui, but I imagine we will be seeing a little bit of Dust 2 in this one.
I mean, with Navi banning out Overpass there, does seem quite likely. I mean, FaZe picked it last time they played, and we've only really seen the single match sample size of what they have in store for us with this constellation of players. So yeah, I would expect them to go for the D2 pick. For Navi, I would say no surprise, Dupree. Mirage is just, like, if it's on the table, they're taking it.
Yeah, they always want to go for it. I get that is just their comfort pick. That's what we also saw and mentioned the other time they played, and it's just like the same time every single time. And now we do get to see a bit of Dust 2, you know. That is the likes of also FaZe, and that's the one they won 13-0 on. So maybe they also just coming out for practice. They've had limited practice, but that's why they feel comfortable. That is what they want to go. And if they can play like they did yesterday, then there is definitely a case where they can make this one work. And obviously banning out Nuke for Navi here, they don't feel like going for that one, which leaves us with the likes of potentially an Ancient.
Oh, I kind of thought it would be.
Yeah,
I kind of thought FaZe would actually like to play Ancient with this lineup. I thought that the roles fit pretty well with Jacob for Elige if they wanted to just slot him back into those, but they go with Inferno. So yeah, overall, I mean, I feel like this is definitely Navi favored in the veto. I feel like FaZe has only shown so much so far. Kerrigan talked about the fact they've only played 10 maps of practice with Jacob, and so I'd say it's a very predictable veto. And when you give Blade and Alexi a predictable veto, they come up with good ideas.
Yeah, I'm just reminiscing about the 2 times we did see the head-to-heads in very recent history, of course, because FaZe and Navi did face off twice at IM Cologne, both times siding with Navi. Just, I don't know, with this little new addition of Jacob, do you see that adding any extra kind of unexpected turns for Navi?
No.
No.
I mean, Jacob, like I said, in the debut that Jacob had with FaZe, it didn't look that great for him. I think that Jacob has much more to show than what we saw versus or in their first matchup, but I don't think that can really show itself fully against a Navi team that just picks you apart in so many different ways. Like, they're going to make you confused. They're going to have flashes for all your positions. If they studied your demos, which they always do, then they game plan for players that look weak on bomb sites.
That's definitely a case for them that it will be hard. I hope for an individual side that Jacob just maybe loses up a little bit. You know, I think it was very easy to see that he was feeling a little bit off in the first game. Sure, there was all these issues with maybe his permaban being played, and also the first one we had playing new positions. But we need to see him more in his comfort zone so we can get like a clear picture of how he's actually doing, because there's a lot to expect from him, but we haven't seen it yet.
Well, we are ready to be getting into the action. One more team is going to be joining the London top 6 tonight. Will it be Navi or will it be FaZe Clan?
Two organizations that certainly deserve a spot, but obviously only one can be grabbed tonight. And the loser of this may have to go deal with GamerLegion down in the lower bracket. So we'll see how that goes.
That won't be easy.
3 teams to move forward from this group means both these teams could make it. Who is it tonight? Is it going to be Navi, who have had more time to implement their new piece in Makaze, with Blade standing behind them? Or is it going to be FaZe Clan, with a promising Jacob and, I would say, a much-needed uptick from some of the other pieces? You know, there's been a lot of conversation about Brokey is back, and can Brokey be that guy again? This has got to be a game where I think, you know, Navi get the edge for me based on timing. The amount of time they've had to implement.
Agreed. I agree with that. I think also, like, Makaze, another series, his last series, where he does well. He does really well. He does good. He's like the only one that you can actually rely on. It's impressive when everyone else is contributing, but, you know, he's creating space, I think, for Imma to have some more rounds and Bit to have some more rounds. So it's time to see it, to be honest. I think it's time to stop scapegoating the fact that they've made a roster move and start fragging around him, because he's doing a pretty good job. Now, if you go over to FaZe, I think the best case for FaZe is if Jacob's doing his job, other players on FaZe are going to frag more. If that's not what happens on this new version of FaZe, there is no road to success. Because the idea is not that Jacob replaces Liege 1-for-1 on kills. It's that because of his presence and the lack of space he needs, other people can do better. So, 10 matches that they've practiced with him. We'll see if that's enough for everyone else to feel comfortable.
A lot of time played together between everybody else on FaZe. Tap into that. Jacob kicks it off with first blood. Ema returns on Frozen, tries to climb into the window, and Rain's gonna put him to rest right then and there. We get this challenge into jungle from Makaze. Him and Wonderful working forward while Alexi plants the bomb. And it's Brokey to double back with Berettas. This would be a 1v3 for Brokey. He knows that Alexi couldn't have gotten too far off. Does Alexi take a swing? Not yet. Tries to bait it with the timing. Brokey now starting to close the gap. Alexi's behind him. Oh, and he hits it for the 1v3.
Damn, he just destroyed Alexi. That was actually crazy. He got both those first 2 kills as well. Seemed to know exactly where he was at for a bit.
Thing with that spot is that the shadow shows on the ground.
Yeah.
You run that replay back, you're going to see Alexi's shadow very clearly in the sun. You know, and Alexi's playing it like he's hidden, but it's one of those spots where it's actually quite obvious. Watch the ground next to Triple.
It's actually a really nice point.
You'll see the shadow the whole time right there.
CT.
Kind of blends in with the palm trees, but it's obvious. If you've got that fine-tuned detail.
Into the op for Brokey, which is wild, but the bomb plant did come down, so why not, actually? Let's go.
You've earned it with your triple. This is also one of those moments where, like... No, never mind. I did the bad math.
Why don't you do the good math?
I try sometimes. But it's all hard math. Unless somebody gave him that smoke. That's the question. Because, you know, we're going to see these buys where, because of the new economy changes, somebody does get an op by just that extra $50 from kill reward that the CTs earn now every round. And if Brokey didn't buy that smoke, this is a perfect example of it. Kevlar, op. Otherwise, couldn't have been purchased.
It's kind of insane that he can afford that without a knife kill. And did he... probably didn't buy himself the dualies either? See, did he have armor in those dualies as well?
Correct.
So... Well, they
Kevlar
spend money there, yeah.
Variables, calculations. But it really does boil down to the simplicity of kill. And so Brokey double frag on the exit, gets himself
he
the
is
third.
on point right now.
All right, it could be one of those days for Brokey.
Oh, there's an
Kaze
opposite.
so ready for the answer. It's another triple kill within the very same round. Makaze mirroring Brokey's score at the moment, and the difference being he's still alive. He's got Ime head tucked down on default, standing on the plant. Makaze is starting to come back as this CT retake does just slowly inch its way forward, making sound all the while. Makaze is gonna have to finish this off.
Get the op.
Needs to be the ace if he wants it.
Oh.
The kit for the CTs sits in front of Makaze. 10-second defuse inbound. Makaze lets 5 seconds go, swings for the quad kill, and finishes with a 5-headshot ace.
Stop asking for more from Makaze. He is doing his job. He took Brokey out after this 3K and turned it into an ace. This is from a 2v5, even if it's only for a moment.
Body shots to Brokey, but it doesn't take away from the beauty of the 4 kills that followed after the op. All right. Hey, we said maybe Vitality, GamerLegion would be the appetizer that outshines the main course, but we go heavy multi-kills in the first 2 rounds of action. And a force buy that comes out from FaZe Clans getting torn apart by Alexi B's MAC-10. Already prepared to sink their teeth deep into the B site. FaZe Clan just disappeared in this round.
Wow, what a statement, man. After that Brokey round 2, this whole conversation has just changed. That's such a massive round out of Makaze. You do well on Navi Jr., you are setting yourself up for a bright career. It seems like that is just consistently a fact.
It's been a little while since we've seen one of those players make the jump up to the main roster, right? With the introduction to Ema and JL snipe from other orgs. But tapping into one of their own home grows. Seems they've brewed up excellence.
It's hydroponic special. It's that BC bud.
I live in Quebec. Jean-Guy. Oh, what could have been? You know, if Jacob's going to allow for the other FaZe players to be better instantly, well, we got to see it. Because Makaze is bringing the power himself. Lexi B tries to tear through. USP's to swing out. And that Deagle on Brokey's looking for something to shoot at. They take a little bit longer to get to him, and then he kind of gets frazzled. The third guy in the background turned the opposite way. Ah, too tough to hold on to. Range shooting what he can. Vents. 4 players stand tall to Navi as they go up fast on this T side, 3-1.
Blade's got the Aperol spritz in the back. I love it. Gonna heal that clavicle right up. The amount of momentum generated off of that ace. That sets FaZe back a lot. I feel they know they've now got to climb back into this game. They were almost set up to just run away with the start. And Brokey won't get back to that up, and based on the round we saw in that Makaze ace, he wants one. This B-split is going to be unbelievably powerful. This nade timing's everything,
Nice
and they'll catch
cutoff.
it. Half of it done. Frozen waiting.
They could still try to just barrel through. It's all that really remains for the Navi hope on round 5. Wonderful doesn't pull the trigger. That molly just gets instantly extinguished. Gap, oh, but still Makaze punishing Kerrigan, putting his head on that windowsill. Frag grenade to blow away the player on bench, and Bit gets predicted. Missed op shots here from Wonderful. 4 players strong out of FaZe on the retake. It looked like a scary B-split until the mid-hold went so well.
It is a very CS2 setup where if they have a timing on when to blow that connector smoke open, you can have 4 on A because you're going to have full vision on the cat split. So goes as well as they needed to, and they paired it with a flash as well. So the 2 players in mid are blind. There's even some shots that are missed right here. It's Frozen's flash that ends up blinding both players in this spot. And when it's a 5v3, perfect protocols to make this retake look easy. That is good. And this is a moment where Brokey gets his op back. We're starting to wonder if he was going to see one again.
A little late on the shot there, Wonderful. Down to 15 health as their in-game leader gets popped. Jacob's starting to find some impact at the start of this game, and strong starts weren't necessarily something we saw in the debut. Oh, great grenade as well, man.
Many great grenades here.
So Jacob very quickly getting to the top of the board. Sure, Brokey's big multi-kill is why he's still ahead by an edge. Nice to see the new piece of FaZe with a pretty important role on Mirage, floating around window, helping out in mid.
Well, this is the most important part of the round, actually, is rotation here. Right now, it's a little wasted space over on the A site. Jacob's watching for a lurk alongside Rain. Nobody's helping Kerrigan. He needs to get to window on this timing. He's a little late to it.
They're quite worried that somebody's in ladder room.
No, this is actually...
Yeah, taken down with nothing. Very late to the party, but he makes the jump over to Cat. Oh, and he taps away Makaze. That's a great find. Wonderful low health. They'll go for the bricks boost. And because Rain has vision over top, you'd think that makes it easy for Jacob to slide through. And as he does, he is in with 4 kills. Potentially the new kid's first ace in a FaZe jersey, denied by Wonderful's tidbits of health. But up close, Rain makes sure that 4K's not in vain. FaZe clan tie at 3, and there's a smirk, because that's his best round yet in this jersey.
Yeah, that probably is. Yeah, that's true. He's already coming off a 13-0. Huge impact here for Jacob. Lovely to see from the perspective of HEs and everything else. And if he doesn't hit that great shot of Makaze, it's actually a very T-sided situation. Makaze knows he barely doesn't get away with that.
Ouch. Ime gets his teeth knocked out by that nade. Frozen hears this approach, slides into it. Palace player denied. Beautiful shooting here from Frozen. The assist is inbound. Rain shows up to the scene just in time to really make sure no momentum can be followed forward with. Ime may have some kind of a route on catwalk.
I mean, to nothing, though. They have no bomb, so doesn't really matter for them. Rain is watching the window. Ima, if he hits a great shot, maybe they can... I mean... Okay, he's got this kill, but Wonderful is not in a position to go A after that. There's some pressure on Jacob, but with Brokey here at Ticket, I think they've just got a great setup to deal with this. They're just not even going to go for it. Oh, it's a stellar hold here from Frozen inside a sandwich. Those 2 kills is about as much as you could ask for. It's a spot you can't fall back from. You know, you're basically the loose piece in the site. Once you get spotted, you just keep peeking until you die, and to get 2 is to win the round.
It's a dreamy hold. The adjustment up onto Bit. FaZe Clan take a lead. Wobbly economy as well for Navi.
Yeah, not a great place.
But still with an op. AK and Galil. However, stairs fight from Jacob.
Wonderful, down to 5 health.
It was sketchy for a second. As he took damage back, it felt like it was a bit labored, but he got there, controlled it, and walks away with an opening kill. Bit's been effectively neutralized these last 2 rounds.
Jacob's got a really active role on this map, you know. He's going to play connector. Again, coming onto this team, it's like he's going to have some space, and he's going to give up some space probably. But they're not just looking to have him as a stopgap. They're here to give him some star player roles as well.
Right now he's slotting in nicely. Minute to the clock, Bomb still waits top mid. They try to get something going with the window boost. No real openings yet, and you always have to wonder if Wonderful should have to risk what's left of his health. 5 HP with the bomb on his back, and all 4 players starting to group up for this B hit. But a deep angle held by Brokey's op. Kerrigan will be the next piece of reinforcement coming up catwalk. We saw what Brokey could do early on in this game. And it's Mikaze's Deagle down. Frag into the pack. That's gonna catch Wonderful in the backdrop. Great support coming out of Kerrigan, but another op triple for Brokey.
And he knows when to reaggress. He doesn't fall back. He's got the op, stays at Van. They're not even looking for him there because they're worried about other threats. Perfect utility usage, spacing, where they've held their angles. They look sharp.
Shooting gallery for Brokey.
Yeah, he's extremely on point right now. They're coming through it again.
Dropping nades fast, but Frozen's M4 blind. Tech9 hits the ground. Mikaze looking to tear through again. Wonderful from window. And so Mikaze puts his hands on the M4. The momentum from Navi just follows through. A huge gust out through the apartments. 2v4 retake demanded of the top performing FaZe Clan players. And these pistols leave a mark. Look at the freebies gained inside of Marketplace. Navi just send FaZe a message. This game's not all fun and games.
Same call, this time faster, less to work with. The shot from Wonderful and the kills from Mikaze, they worked in perfect tandem with each other. You can see from the window pillar, you have a rifle there standing, jiggling, not really exposing himself to the window, I think, from his perspective. But shows just enough that Wonderful hits the headshot. That must have been a very difficult shot to hit. Yeah, that too. Oh, come on. Wow. Yeah, like, from Kerrigan's perspective, he's barely visible.
I mean, is his head even around the corner?
I don't know, like...
I feel like that clips his ear.
Not even a wall bang. Yeah.
Always animated. Oh, that's a beautiful way for Navi to try to kickstart what's left of this T-side. A T-side that started off strong. That round 2 force buy was 3 in a row. Just now sprinkling in their 4th. Alexi hears this approach. Jacob turns his back. Alexi takes a bunch of damage, but that's fine. He's got the beast support preoccupied towards mid. It's a slow underpass climb, but it gets into the line at the right moment.
He's got to go grab that.
Good on Rain. Makaze's behind him. You've got Emet in front. Makaze bests Rain inside of the apartments. That's man advantage here for Navi. Off the corner. Again, Kerrigan gets popped.
Dude, Makaze's such a serious threat, dude. He's 14-5 now. The trades that he's getting are moving the round along.
But Alexi tries to go charging into the jungle. If Brokey goes unnoticed, he's
gonna knife him.
The bomb is gonna push up into the middle of this.
Hold on.
It's knives out. He hits the first. And the quick scope. He knows.
Make it happen.
It is magical. Stunning moment here from Brokey. Hook, line, and sinker.
Welcome back, Snacks. Wow, he actually walked by this frag with it up and still found a way to get this shot in while on cycle. No trade possible.
FaZe is just better with Brokey.
That's unbelievable.
Question is, could he come back and be better than ever? And that is still a huge ask. But there is no denying that he is finding that form. Day by day, round by round. FaZe Clan is better with Brokey.
Simple can't do that.
He can't. He just can't.
Man, it's Makaze and Brokey just stealing the show from each other every round. It's actually pretty sick to watch.
That was sick. That was...
From that second round, man, when he got the up, you could see it. Oh, he's just on point.
And you know, after a moment like that, he's ready to hit more. Missed shot on the Palace player.
Okay, it's
Bit
all over now.
He's gonna find the headshot. Somebody call back Simple. I kid.
Yeah.
Nice follow through there. I mean, honestly, Bit has been killed so quickly in a lot of the attempts. It's nice to see him just kind of get back a mechanical moment. We don't get to really see it from his POV, how sick those headshots are. I'm sure the replay's got it. But that's 2 instant headshots. So that'll take FaZe down a notch. But Makaze doesn't seem to be slowing down whatsoever. 16 kills on this T side. 17th is in Kerrigan, right here on the pillar again. But he'll survive with that M4. So we go to the final round of play. Good shot from Brokey, but here comes Bit. Ready for the re-aggression. Shadow lets him know he's coming.
FaZe go right into a timeout. This is a game that doesn't really have momentum. Both teams just putting up great rounds by themselves, responding with a lot of high individual skill level. And, well, through all of it, we've got a 1-round lead from FaZe. I'm not sure how meaningful it's going to be as we move on. Man, Makaze is on 143 ADR.
Yeah.
After a half like that, that's pretty miraculous. Followed up by the rookie, Jacob.
He's had
on
some
100.
Monstrous T-sides in the Navi jersey.
Yeah.
Makaze.
I don't know. Yeah, just honestly not really understanding why he's the reason people are worried about Navi.
Feels like with every day that goes by... Ooh. Hold on. We got a battle of the Goliaths. And Makaze comes out on top. He could go hunting for a 20-kill half. He's got 2 targets at B with his name on them. Kerrigan trying to stretch and grab that off. Makaze's sixth sense tingling. He's gonna drop down into EMS, sitting duck. CT's feeling the squeeze to get something going. They're all here towards middle, which is where the majority of Navi also reside. Kerrigan opping will find Alexi, which drops bomb at 45 seconds, and Frozen is going to shut Makaze down. That is the end of his half. 17-7. Nothing to scoff at, but still a potential for FaZe to finish with a 7-5 CT side. Bit emerging on his own from ramp. Bomb slowly in tow, soon to arrive. And Kerrigan's missed shot doesn't cost him too much health.
That's still scary with the op alive at CT, how they're going to scale.
Ema finds the cat kill. We hear the M4 come out from window. It's going to have to be Kerrigan, and he just presses up enough. But still FaZe falter in the final go of it. 6-round half for both these teams. What a game of Counter-Strike we've got on our hands tonight. Image remains posted now, no support.
And but with the deep information, if they don't disrespect this, or if they come forward, well, it's actually come to the point now where his smoke can take over. He doesn't have to put himself in jeopardy. They're running through this. Oh my God, they're actually going to come, yeah.
Oh, no way!
Double no-scope collapse.
Oh! Easy pickup for Navi. I mean, they laugh in the face of this attack. Fifth player in's the only one that gets a kill. He'll double down m80, but he's already down to a quarter HP.
But old habits die hard, it looks like.
That's 3.
Man.
But he only has 3 health left. That should be the end of him.
There's only 2 guys.
Yeah. He's going to use the smoke grenade to cut off Alexi.
Could they mess this up? 25 seconds, and m80 is seeing red.
He wants to make it happen.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, wait, dude. This is a 1 versus 5 straight up, and he has time to get bomb. He should have this red with another smoke. Oh, my m80. 1 fake. The nade doesn't come through. Now, he's got enough space to commit to this. m80, a pure 1v5. And as Ema tries to get out through that smoke, m80's just dodging all these bullets.
He's terrified. Ema's looking behind him for a push through. Time's ticking away.
I mean, how could you not be horrified? m80, the prodigy, has pieced together 4 frags in this 1v5 ace clutch. And Ema, his head is on a silver platter. A miracle from the magnificent m80.
The Flames and Dagster. Getting this bomb down is scary. Flames is taking real estate, but ends up getting punished. Liquid hold, and they win these fights. Just Dagster left to get past, but he's an iron wall at the back of the site. Moving around, kill number 3. Oh! Dagster! Make some noise for him, that is incredible!
And you've got JL and Wonderful.
It's this fight, JL and Wonderful, or in Fame, excuse me.
Very key. Fame slips up, getting ever closer. JL thinking about going to help as Wonderful puts that op over to the corner. That could come back to haunt him. Tough spot to get the multi-frag. But the CT's sitting and waiting for a little longer. Molotov goes to cave.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Bombs, oh, beyond! Oh, welcome to Wonderland! They lock down that post plant like it's nothing! Well, if you love explosions, then stay tuned, because we've got fireworks in the server between Navi and FaZe, mostly brought to you by this Brokey Makaze head-to-head, but you're also watching because you want to know if FaZe's new piece are really going to bring them back into a contender. And I'll tell you this, it's playoffs secured for whichever team wins this. We're tied 6 rounds apiece, and we've seen good things from Jacob so far here on Mirage.
I think, yeah, really good. Yeah, again, I think we're 2 of the more sort of positive onlookers when it comes to the Jacob move, just because of what we've seen from that Apogee lineup, and I think some of that shined through here. That was some really impressive stuff so far. 6-6. It's a game that, like, If FaZe didn't play every bit as well as they did, they would have got run over by Makaze.
But Makaze's alive again.
Yeah, he is still alive.
And every round he's alive, he's just apparently finding kills. That's a one-tap headshot from Cat, which means he's still close enough to actually stop the bomb. Although they don't see it because it's Frozen that shows skin and then leaves. And over towards
he
the
got
A
that
site,
kill? Jacob, hello.
How dare you? Flies down off of the sandwich.
Look what
Bomb
happens to the
does
mini
decide
map now.
to leave.
3 players all looking for Jacob just because he got that one frag. 2 T's coming over, but they have to also know that the bomb could go somewhere else. So now they've got Jacob in their side view.
This could be a moment for him. Pistol and momentum could bode real well for FaZe Clan.
Here's that peek.
Jacob just trying to push Alexi off
Still
the angle.
open up the default plant. Let's see if they cover it.
If you can keep Alexi back, then it's going to fall on Wonderful to stop the other 2, and he gets gushed in the process. Another bit of impact comes through here from Jacob, and Makaze finds himself the last man standing. But maybe that's where he needs to be. Spotlight's on him. 2 kills into this. It would be a pistol ace for Makaze, and he doesn't have the kit, and he doesn't have full health. Huge ask of him. They're going to find him again, trying to press up against this site, whittling him down. Bullet by bullet, 10 health by 10 health. Nobody wants to peek this guy. And while he finds footing on the site, doesn't look like he's going to find the clutch. They're still just playing around with him, and Jacob hits him with the burst. And so Jacob finds another multi-kill, puts himself right up there with Brokey as the 2 pieces of FaZe Clan that have taken this lead.
Dude, that's impact. That's real big impact. Each of those moments pretty much kept that round moving forward here for Jacob. Beautiful shot to kick off from Makaze, but Kerrigan, or sorry, I don't know who was there on the site, needed to trade out Jacob. Obviously, as we see, because he went on a rampage. Great shooting. I mean, it's nice that Makaze is 19-8.
Nice.
But also, no help.
Yeah, that's the difference. Brokey's got support. Sliding up into connector already versus Pistols. Cat player is going to try to attack from behind. Bit's the one to find a headshot. Frozen coming at him. Emat. Oh, what? No way. Brokey into a 1v3 again. Another one of these sudden bursts of a clutch. Nabs bomb and can get out. He could straight up leave. Bit's gonna look for a gun.
He's thinking he went maybe CT, so.
Smooth moves, but Bit's got a chance! And Bit's gonna close this. It's just a clamp down on connector. 3 separate players with different pistols out of Navi rob away what's supposed to be FaZe's strong start.
I freaking sneezed one time.
I saw you
and
sneeze.
I missed all of it.
Yeah, you just missed the best round of the entire year. No, it wasn't that good. But
I saw the Brokey round.
And Navi, no. That one comes with momentum.
Literally happened in the first half too, right? When FaZe were about to...
Oh, it's twice now FaZe win pistol, only to lose the next round. Happened to FaZe twice. So not only do you have to deal with this monster that is Makaze, making this all the harder on yourself. Okay.
That's actually not nothing. That's a connector player down in a pretty early spot in the round with no refrag. And we got rain between 2 CTs, but here he's just trying to get a gun back. Oh no, that's a huge mistake.
Unbelievable.
How can you give that away?
Wonderful needs to get this frag back. Rain stomping around, but Wonderful's just going to let him go? No, never mind. Gets in it at the very tail end while we watch Bit hold off on Ticket Booth. So
Careful of
pistols
Brokey.
in what's left of FaZe Clan. Jacob comes out. It's Brokey and Jacob again here. Wonderful tries to slide into the action. Doing so opens the door for Kerrigan. And unlike the first half, it looks like FaZe will rob it back. Alexi B within 3, slides through smoke ahead of the timing. Kerrigan on the corner, dies first. Second for Alexi. 30 health versus 30 health. Brokey's been lights out. But as he sits back behind default, Alexi doesn't move. FaZe Clan come through with a force buy of their own.
Ooh, they'll have to just take a walk after that round. That's really unfortunate for Navi. One to keep spirits alive on the eco, only to have it stolen back. It's the Brokey Deagle to take out Imma. Full kitty utility and M4 given away to Rain. They don't watch over top of this. And they had no reason not to believe that FaZe wouldn't come for it. They had nothing else to play for.
If we could just have a camera on Kerrigan the entire game. He rides that Counter-Strike roller coaster.
And they are flying through timeouts. In a game like this, I get it.
Yeah.
Everyone's going back and forth. Eco, eco, eco.
It ain't pretty here. This is all that they can gather. Navi, double MP9 on the force back themselves. The last 8 rounds of play, only 2 of them are consecutive round wins. Oh, down goes the... Excuse me. No, you're sneezing. I've got hiccups, man. This game is sick. It's the flash.
Spotted.
Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, don't let him regain vision. If Mikaze's got vision, then FaZe Clan have problems. But not this time. Finally, a round that is smooth sailing. We got Darth Mike at the helm. Cruise control for FaZe Clan here in the 16th round of play. 2-round buffer over Navi, 9-7.
This is the game FaZe fans watch and they go, it's a time to be excited, or they go, I'm not going to get fooled again.
But you have to. You have to enjoy it while you can.
And for Navi, it's like, guys, you have everything you could ask for from a rookie carry. You have everything.
Yeah.
Create the smallest core around him, and you actually put yourself in a position to stomp FaZe right now. They would have. Both these guys have made a roster move. Navi made the one that's actually more important because it's a player who has more important roles. And that player is doing even better.
It's also a Navi that has hit heights more recently than FaZe.
Yeah, they won events last year. FaZe did not. Give them something to work with.
Trying to cross through window before it fades. Ema has the hope with the MP9 to be flashed out as the USPs serve up a distraction. It works from down and underpass. Problem is, where do you go from here? Players top mid can get away from you, and oh, Rain's actually on the scene. They do a good job of dropping bomb with those 2 kills. Navi slow down the round, and Rain does a really good job of, I think, bailing them out here. The fact he's over towards underpass ends up being a key position. They still filter their way through middle to clean house. That's 3 in a row off FaZe Clan, thanks to their force buy back. Now we get real guns for Navi.
Yeah, and a chance for Navi to win. Answer back here on CT side. That's what they're looking for. We don't end this game without them getting some kind of CT side, surely. This is a map that they called to, that they can rely on. You know, they've always been able to.
Charging on through, FaZe have plans, and those plans materialize quickly. Bit labored, Jacob bests him. Makaze, though, only one this time around. Trades go back and forth, we go 3v3. Ticket peek from Alexi in a moment, over top of the flames, dies empty-handed, and Jacob slots into the side of Ticket, as now suddenly Navi have no control of the situation. Wonderful, nowhere nearby. And Ema with a gap tries to find something to pull on. But does it just lead Navi into the save as FaZe look to take an 11th off a massive rush out that A ramp?
Yeah, that was a massive rush and definitely very risky as well. And to be honest, Bit, he was well supported on the A side. He was alone for a second, but the rotations were pretty fast. The flash actually landed perfectly. He had one chance to get a spray and get a kill, but it just had to be then. As the anchor on default, he had a good spot. They didn't hard clear him. They didn't go for the under balcony route. They gave him an opportunity to take one out on Tetris. It didn't happen, and you know, that's why this site falls so handedly. From up on Tetris, you'd never want to be that guy over the one sitting on default. You can take that fight 3 different ways, so I hate to zone in on it, but again, when we're talking about a core, we're talking about Bit, Ima, and Makaze, you know.
Lesser weapons yet again. Best thing going for them's Ima's M4 in connector. Because this A site about to be challenged yet again, which means Wonderful's op, much like last round. It's going to be a non-factor. Seems to be that way whether he shoots it or not. Step on the Palace wood. Bit repositions, and FaZe just waiting to smoke out on ramp. The longer they wait, the further Ema seems to get away. They're going to go double up into Palace, trying to push forward into Frozen. He hasn't been lights out. So the trade comes through from the SMG. FaZe don't immediately pop off of that. They'll wait a second. Give Bit a chance to come back. Maybe catch him then. Give Kerrigan time to walk out middle. 40 seconds to the clock. Player spotted top mid. Now that draws Ema into connector. He gets smoked and mollied off. This is going to have to be Bit to go above and beyond, and Rain is going to figure him out. Takes his sweet time on the approach. FaZe doing exactly that. Paying with patience. Ema up to the top of steps, but Rain expects the play and gets damage in through the spam. This is wonderful stuff coming through for FaZe Clan. Alexi B with a late rebuttal. Him and Wonderful, do they even take a look at this? Because nobody's going to face the op. Nobody's going to give Alexi another duel. Which means we've got FaZe on 12, 5 map points.
And it's quite a Navi-esque T-side out of FaZe, the way that they're approaching on A here. And the way they paused on the ramp and came up, felt like Bit, after he got his first kill, believed that they were going to go back, re-expand, take map control, and then maybe come back to A late, but not for a long time. And he kind of was just a sitting duck up there on the balcony. Unfortunately, it has to be him again because the amount of times that FaZe are taking it to this side of the map.
Navi in the process of wasting a Makaze pop-off.
Big time.
And there's no guarantee that it's going to happen back-to-back.
Like what? You wanted more impact from him? It's not Makaze getting exit frags, too. He was getting some seriously impactful frags throughout. Oh boy, that's Alexi alone right now. Makaze playing from a little far away. We'll get into the mix.
Yo, the lineup's not half bad. It's damage on Jacob, full health Brokey to plant, while there is still time because of the deep marketplace molly.
Interesting, Brokey and Jacob.
All right.
The last two, Brokey on form as well.
It's the two shining pieces of FaZe Clan tonight. Brokey gets out from behind Van, wants to give that first shot of cover over to Jacob, and he sees them on the approach. Great trade out from Wonderful. Jacob slides down beneath this. Wonderful switches to the rifle, and Jacob's gun goes dry.
Yeah.
Runs out of ammunition. The first of 5, bagged by Navi. Makaze comes through with damage on the window. Alexi also grabbing one as they all flood out. Navi do enough to give them a hope at overtime.
Yeah, this is Alexi's job, absolutely. Makaze gets one. Again, this is 2 on the hold, so between the B-side players, they make something happen. And Alexi knows he's in a very dangerous spot. He's quite a good sort of B anchor on Mirage. And you know, he's a player who's played connector in his career, right? He's taken some star player roles on CT side, but he does know how to move around that site. Makaze supports him well, but it can be limited what you do when you're playing all the way from Cat. FaZe are really approaching this T-half differently. There's a lot of set stuff. There's not that much just map control.
This chance for Wonderful, that would have been a lovely 5v4 for Navi.
Was. Clear view of that one.
That is him on 7 kills. With a missed chance at a 5v4 that leads Kerrigan to creep towards Khan, which could come back to bite Wonderful himself. Kerrigan crosses.
He's turned himself into just an A-lurk here. Long way around to underpass. They're smoking window. Coming at this one standard. Middle of the map control is like very absent here from Navi. No one above on Cat. They don't have vision.
Three players on this lean for Navi.
Again, it's this A-ramp prod that they keep trying.
Utility flies through, Bit
Wonderful
goes down with nothing.
Oh, nice shot.
He's trying to recover this round. He's gonna have to do it on his own because his teammates fall with nothing, and he gets popped by Rain. FaZe Clan stampede again into this A-site. Makaze on the scene, and because he's blind, it's a one and done. Alexi up next. He needed to get that kill with as little damage as possible, so 73 health still enough. He's got the kit, he's got the flash, and he's gonna try to get ever closer, unsure as to whether there's somebody behind this box. But you can see FaZe leaning back. A wealth of experience between the two players tasked to close out this 13th round for FaZe. Kerrigan shows a bit of skin, and Alexi tries to get him out from that corner with these taps, just enough. Alexi hits the headshot, but Rain's got ice in his blood. Alexi tries to chase, and FaZe will close. 13-8, 22 kills out of Makaze, not enough, because Brokey, supported by Jacob, had the rest of FaZe to follow through, and they rob away Navi's Mirage.
FaZe looking fierce, and the individuals certainly shining bright. That is what you want to see from a FaZe clan looking like this. This is what I love to see of a, old FaZe clan as well. Some of my favorite memories. It's not always the most regimented, the most structured Counter-Strike, but it's some incredibly impactful individual plays, which we had buckets and spades of throughout this map.
Without a doubt. I mean, I think the two guys that we have to highlight are Jacob and Brokey. I mean, from day one, Jacob, the jury was definitely out, okay? Yeah. It was definitely a questionable performance for the first day. It didn't actually even, I'll just be honest, it didn't really look that good. This was a complete game changer, okay? If he's able to play connector like that, controlling in terms of the middle fights, helping towards A, where Rain's playing, then a lot unlocks for FaZe.
Yeah, he looked very comfortable compared to his first game. Like he controlled the things. He got some very important kills, specifically in the beginning of the match, that actually brought FaZe to a point where they could still be in contention of winning the map, which they ended up doing. But also Brokey, man, you gotta give this guy some credit. You take a power. This is what we want to see more of Brokey. Not that we necessarily want to see it every single time, but just glimpses of what he can bring to the. That was like old school Brokey style.
100%. Now, Dupree, I do want to get into your brain a little bit more, because with your wealth of experience, what are you sometimes thinking when you're witnessing rounds unfold?
Thinking of round 2, if I close my eyes, I envision FaZe Clan in the middle, and I have a small angel on my right side and a devil on the left one. The devil being myself saying, beat him. You can beat him. You're in a favorable situation. And then you have Sonic on the other side saying, oh, guys, you need to retake from CT. You have to go CT because that's where you always lose like this. And that is exactly what happened in round number 2. Because I had Sonic like etched into my brain saying that we should retake from CT because Brokey has an op in CT. He's in a very good position. He gets 3 kills by having an op in the second round. Makaze, though, he has something else to say about the round. He actually cleanses back. He gets kills from CT, gets a kill by someone thinking, hey, I can peek above stairs because there is a smoke here. I don't want to wait for my teammates. He puts himself in a favorable situation. CT, he hits all his shots, he gets the ace, and he clutches and brings Navi back into the match.
Those are the kind of moments that, in some ways, that's just always been FaZe's style, where they're going to try to see, okay, wait, hey, there's no smoke at stairs. Let me peek over that. But, you know, you're right. I mean, like, the retake is a lot more structured, a lot easier. When you're coming through CT, all the spots are opened up to you. There's less positions for the Ts to hide from. You just really need one guy at con or at jungle to really just kind of make sure they don't push that side. And yeah, for FaZe, I mean, they did fall apart there. Makaze had a brilliant performance to his own credit. I mean, if it weren't for what Brokey and Jacob did, we'd be talking all about Makaze right now.
Yeah, and you know, clearly with this round is that there's multiple mistakes. The guy from CT also peaked too early, but if they would have just taken a step back, we have a favorable situation. Brokey just gave us this situation, and they just managed to throw it around.
Your Sonic impression there was sublime.
Yeah, you're welcome. I've known him for quite a while, you know. I should be knowing how to impression him,
You can tell you won 5 majors with him, let's just say that. Either way, I didn't want to hear what was going down in the team speak in this mic'd up moment.
Right side CT. Left CT.
Boom.
Stairs. CT one more. Go plan.
Okay.
Left CT.
The stairs are planting insta. Nice clutch.
Let's go.
You got to be very happy with that result so early on, having that kind of impact. For Makaze, I don't know. I had Launders saying it during the game. He says, you know, looking at Navi, he doesn't really understand why people are already pointing the finger at Makaze. I don't know whether many people are already pointing the finger at him, particularly back in Cologne, because like he actually improved his rating going into his first ever Tier 1 playoffs. Like, I don't think he is the hole in Navi at the moment.
Launders is reading what Donk and Zwei say.
Yeah.
And I get it. There are some of the loudest voices on social media right now. When other pros talk trash about other pros, you're the one, you're going to listen to them, and you're usually going to try to find some semblance of truth behind what they say. But I think it's just that, if I have to guess, Dupree, I think Makaze probably trash-talked them in a FaZe game too many times.
Yeah, that's probably the case. You know, he's still very new to it all, and he's probably been going up against them in FaZe a lot. You know, it's kind of his DNA. You know, he's still very new to it all. But with this kind of performance, he's also allowed to trash talk a little bit, right? I mean, sure, they still lost the map, but his individual performance was definitely on par to win the map. But yeah, his teammates let him down.
Let's look at the rookies on the other side of the stage then. As Connor said during this round, I think this is probably Jacob's best highlight in FaZe so far in round 6, right?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, the 4K he pulls off in round number 6. I mean, overall, the map that he had for himself here to control middle in the fashion that he did versus a Navi team that throws so much utility in your face. I mean, this was incredibly impressive, and to do it with utility. And I think on this one is where he did the cat jump to actually get to cat so that he could stop the players from Navi from taking advanced positions in the post plant. He was able to help start the round. He was able to help close the round. Like, this is a comprehensive victory for Jacob.
Super good for him, man. I mean, like, first of all, the shots that they hit, but also decision making and actually putting himself and the team in a favorable position to actually bounce back, because that would be a case that they wouldn't have won those. But if he wouldn't have hit that shot onto bench, I think they would have lost it. And you also had wonderful repositioning into the bomb side with an op, which is a very favorable position for him. So yeah, I mean, Jacob, he definitely proved to me what I was lacking a little bit in the first game. So it's good to see that he's at least moving in the right direction.
And this is one spot where, sure, Elige was occupying con, but it's a 1-for-1 swap, okay? Like, Jacob played this when he was on Apogee, and sometimes, I mean, so far we've seen a couple where he clearly didn't play Overpass before, it wasn't in the pool, and then Inferno was their permaban. So it's nice to see when he's in his comfort zone, he can perform well, even against an elite Mirage team.
100%. Should we move on to the moment, though? The moment that we knew that Brokey was back. This was so badass from him.
This was it. This was it. This is why they brought him back. This is why Helvis is back in the building. I mean, to wait in the fashion that he does, to exercise trigger discipline, it kind of felt like he should have just been getting hunted at worst right now. Like, I kind of couldn't believe that Navi ditched the B bomb site to try to reroute this way, but this is just incredible. The rapid fire scoping from Brokey, like, that is what he has patented. He's trademarked it, and it's great that all of FaZe were actually dead so they could witness it.
This was the old school Brokey that we love to see. the fast, rapid fire shots you mentioned. But again, let's also just look at the fact that he wanted to knife the guy sitting inside jungle. He comes to realization in the middle of he pulls out the knife. He comes into realization because he hears them running through underground that if he knifes this guy, he will give us his position. He decides to pull the up back, go up close. Obviously, there's not too many options, but go up close, hit 2 nasty shots, knowing where the third guy is, swing at him and kill him. I mean, and then bouncing around back. I mean, yeah, it was just absolutely monstrous.
The split-second decision-making is just so insane there, and it comes up in an incredible highlight for Brokey. I'm curious to hear how exactly FaZe reacted to him pulling off that monumentous clutch.
Nice!
Holy shit. Fucking insane.
Holy shit! They're only in online games, no?
Nice,
I think that needed a volume warning. I was like trying to listen super closely. Where are the comms here? And then it's just,
I don't blame them, man.
It was like silent before the storm, actually.
How many years has Carrigan played with Brokey? And yeah, like, I imagine he isn't even, expecting him to pull that off. Like, the reaction kind of paints the full picture, right?
If there's one guy in that team that I would count on pulling that stuff off, that is Brokey.
Yeah.
And this is not the first time we've seen Brokey pull off something that, we just never thought was going to be possible. And it's just one of his trademarks. And then the funny thing is, the round after he decides to go for a clutch, he just completely throws out the window. Those 2 rounds back to back, that was like Brokey inside of a capsule thing. This is how I play Counter-Strike. Do not mess with how I play.
I don't blame him for having confidence after pulling that one off, but yeah, that kind of epitomizes Brokey.
It is a little bit of a double-edged sword that the more confidence and skill that Brokey regains to back to his peak form, the more likely he is to throw a couple rounds. Like, because he starts to believe in himself to such a ridiculous degree, he just thinks he can do absolutely anything.
But I think that's maybe what's good about him. I mean, he himself and his team probably knows that is the case with him, that he will go for these type of, he will win hopefully more than he will throw. And that is just his DNA, and that's what you get if you get Brokey in your team.
An incredible first map in this series, and one more at least is guaranteed. That is FaZe's map pick of Dust 2, which they did indeed 13-0 ecstatic on last time we saw them here at the Blast Open. It's going down after this break. We got FaZe's map pick up next, and going to be tough for NAVI to be turning the tides, but it is Dust 2. How are we looking for kind of both sides of the equations coming into this one? Is it all over for NAVI?
No, but they have been trying to get rid of this map in a lot of vetoes. So they haven't shown the most comfort on it. They have won this season on the map, but they really do try to get rid of it. FaZe, on the other hand, I mean, we've only seen them play it once with Jacob. You couldn't have asked for anything more.
No, I don't think we're gonna see another 13-0. I mean, that's the one thing that I'm pretty confident in. And sure, the other side of the bracket, both Navi, like they have very limited reps on it. So I mean, we have to go with FaZe on this one. I think the fact that they actually managed to beat Navi on Mirage was a very good sign. You know, that is definitely where Navi looks very strong. So for FaZe now, coming into Dust 2, a map that they clearly liked last time they played, but also a map that they seem to be thriving on. I think they have they're up to odds with them. I think they're looking good, yeah.
I want to end this segment on some positivity, though. Give me some hope that Navi can push this to a third. Who should we be looking out for on this one? Oh, okay, go on, Peter.
We need to find Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He went missing.
Yeah.
Where's Wonderful?
Exactly. Finding Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, Mirage, he was completely absent. There was nothing to speak of positively. Usually, even if he doesn't get the op going, his rifle can accomplish something in terms of giving himself a semblance of a comeback individually. If he's not able to go toe-to-toe with Brokey, who right now is in incredible form, like prime Brokey form today, then this is going to be lights out. And I had Navi as the favorites in this series, so I expect them to fight back.
Yeah, we gotta get more out of Wonderful. One thing is we need to find him, but then we also need to get more out of him. And it has been a case before that we've seen him gone missing, and when it ever matters the most. And at this point, it just hurts Navi, and that is just the case. Like if he's not there, then yeah, they will lose to 0-2.
Well, he needs to be bouncing that back right now. Indeed, it's the map pick of FaZe. It is Dust 2. Just one more could potentially separate them from guaranteeing themselves a spot in London.
FaZe Clan back in playoffs. It's got a nice ring to it, if you ask me, but. Can they get through him again?
Can't see the 2-0 happening. Like, even though we saw like Navi's form is not good enough last map, I just can't see that happening again. Like, there was a round in that second half for each Wonderful, Bit, and Imma. Imma getting one deked, Bit on that A site twice actually, and then Wonderful. So many easy shots that could have been. All of those rounds could have been converted, and we could have had Navi taking a lead, maybe winning. Maccabi is going to play this well. They only need a little bit more to be competitive versus FaZe. Getting 2-0 just be totally unacceptable. Yes, FaZe are playing well, but no, they're not playing that well.
It's also a brand new team. First event with Jacob. You'd think that the onboarding process would take a little bit longer, but FaZe Clan in playoffs. Just feels right.
This is the series that's supposed to be guaranteed 3 maps, banger, overtimes, everything.
Well, they were bangers, all right. But
we had an ace from Makaze with
she felt like most of those bangers were hitting Navi in the side of the head.
1v3 from Brokey.
Oh yeah. A little bit weird on this smoke. FaZe don't really announce themselves until they're ready to jump across. And Ema is going to come up with the first kill in the pistol. Still no vision, but spotting and confirming player after player. I mean, Brokey himself has seen 3.
Everyone.
They're taking a ton of damage here. Finally, the bodies start to hit the ground, and it all comes up for FaZe Clan. Bit in a 1v4. Oof.
Good start.
Trying to what, change out the Berettas?
I know.
Still got 20 bullets to go, buddy. Oh, and he's working it.
Wait a second. They can't even get the plant off. Brokey could jump on the site right now, but Bit will make the move, and surely he's not going to get that, right?
Hey.
That was the most awkward fight ever.
He could still now just fly up this ramp. But he goes for the jump and trying to find the second, and in that moment, Kerrigan slides out. So good effort, Bit. A 1v4 turned down to the 1v1, but Kerrigan's going to clutch. Pistol for FaZe. Again, 3 for 3. But also, every time so far that they've won a pistol, they've lost the next round. For your own sake, FaZe, just go ahead and convert this.
At least the last time they lost it, and then they won the round after that.
Sure, but, maybe just don't give your fans another heart attack. They've been through so much. M4 on the field in Imez's hands. That could have been a great chance at getting first blood in round 2. Could have been frozen dead. One of the 5 Galils that FaZe Clan bring to the table this round. It's like when you go to the restaurant and you and the boys all order the same dish. It's everybody with a Galil and a smoke, essentially.
Family style.
Brokey asked for extra spice. Molotov. Brokey strikes me as an Indian spicy kind of guy.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Just
slow and slow. Yeah. Oh, nice
wow,
shot.
Wonderful. Slams one into Frozen's forehead. At least that was the tag player. Of all the people to take a scout shot to the forehead, it's the guy who was already on the brink of death. But crouching through that doorway, Kerrigan, that's going to give Ime a chance. Oof. The M4 hits the ground. Alexi flanks from long. Eagle shot in with damage, finishes off Jacob. And he's got another one stuck behind the box, confirmed. Brokey's cut off. Bomb is down for the moment. 25 seconds on the clock. The recovery mission is underway. You have welcomed the Galil to challenge through the door, and that's the B site prime for the taking.
That was a big mistake. Wonderful. Second player. I think he knew Brokey was standing there. Gave him the right to swing. Now the 2-on-2. Surely this isn't recovered just yet.
Can't stop the plant. Brokey behind the bricks. Makaze trying to find him. And Rain takes the angle now. Back into the cover. That smoke on door makes it weird because Brokey can't support if they do just fly out through window.
Yeah, he can just push out if he wants to, but
They hit the ground.
hearing this. Okay.
Okay. MP9 point blank kills Rain. Bomb plant on the other side of the tower. Brokey's just going to be exposed as the smoke fades. That post plant just kind of fizzles out for FaZe Clan, and what do you know? 3 for 3. Navi win the round following pistol losses.
And it's way more unlikely that FaZe convert after this, so.
Nice scout shot.
Yeah.
Bit of a zinger.
That was a mistake.
I'm surprised Rain never made his move once the boots hit the ground.
Yeah.
Or that like Brokey didn't try to challenge. I don't know.
Yeah, they were a little off.
Yeah, it just felt a little like inactive.
Hey man, Brokey just joined the team. So, I don't have that much experience.
Funny guy, funny guy Launders. Everybody point and laugh.
Uh-oh. Cat's open. Imma.
That's gonna hurt.
It's a 2-on-2.
Oh! Immense damage
Nice.
for Imez's frag grenade. Love that. Pad the stats. Triple kill with it. And FaZe right back in, as they didn't buy much that round.
You know, maybe it's not padding the stats if there's no guarantee you win.
Fair.
In this game, just specifically.
Watch of this. Oof. Some 7,500 damage there across everybody. But they'll get back on the buy. Hey, remember that Brokey 1v3?
Like it was yesterday.
Man. Remember that Makaze ace?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
That was, yeah, 2 amazing moments in that game. Remember that Jacob 4K?
Woo!
Classic.
Oh, you remember that wonderful multi-kill?
No, I can't.
Oh, right. It's coming. It's coming. Dust 2, perhaps. Bomb gets scooped back up after a little aggression through the doors. Careful, Emet. Kerrigan falls back loudly. I'm just left wondering if Makaze is going to replicate that lights out performance. If Brokey could do the same. You know, Consistency still in question for a lot of the pieces in the server tonight. E-Man lets them out.
No trailing flash here.
Wonderful throws one for
he just kind of runs from it, actually.
And E-Man's going to make the most of that flash. They try to challenge through to the ramp play. Wonderful stuck along the wall towards Long, but it's a bomb plant with a few seconds to spare. Very low health for what's left of FaZe, but if Rain blindsides the CT player, it's toast. Bit arrives silently. Rain lets him get that much closer. What a headshot from Frozen. So it might not be Brokey, it might not be Makaze, and that's because Frozen is still yet to thrive. And Dust 2 may be the map that he pulls it out.
To be honest, it feels like Frozen dominating is like not even the sign you want. You want him getting like a lot of kills, but there's other players that are... It feels like more important that they show up. Last map it was Brokey. Here, Frozen comes through and contributes massively. Him and Rain on the full house, 2 and 3 kills between them. So the fact they had the scoreline they did and Frozen just had an off performance, that's pretty remarkable stuff. It's kind of an awkward A site defense, I feel like, with no flash. And Wonderful, you know, running away from helping Imma. But I guess, how would he know that they're not going to flash?
It's got to be remembered that FaZe at this event have already 13-0'd on Dust 2. That was a game
that was Dust 2, right?
Yeah, and Jacob was allowed to just kind of ride the coattails. Everybody else dominated. Rain was buying auto snipers.
That's right.
But he looked very natural on the CT side of Mirage. Could be a map thing. We'll see. Right now, double Molotov down onto the pit. Rain trying to climb up. Frozen's got the trades going. Brokey right there with him. And Kerrigan leads the charge down towards mid. B site belongs to the FaZe clan.
That B split was fast as heck right there. They had all of mid through the tunnels. 2 players in the B site had to get everything. That wasn't about to happen now, was it? Oh. That would have been a nice pick off to grab. This one, I'll be honest with you, I didn't even see the second half of the split. Like, I was so focused in on the tunnels play, I realized they were so quickly out of the door to the window and had taken over mid. I think FaZe will be happy to take these fights.
Gonna put some distance between him and the T's, saving towards Playground. Oh, terrorists win. There she goes. Round 3 to the board. Frozen and Brokey charging out. And you see that mid pressure really frazzling this car hold of Makaze.
Yeah, that was a lightning fast split. Yeah, I mean that's the whole trick of it, right? If you can get out a player to the door and come out of the tunnel at the same time, the mid B guy can't stop you. No one on the A side can stop you. I mean, that's...
Job's done.
Yeah, job's done.
We got a couple of rifles on the field here for Navi trying to get that off through the mid smoke, but Wonderful didn't like what he felt was coming his way. So the fallback, yeah! Rain through the edge of the box, shuts down the M4. It'll change hands into Alexi, but nobody else has the Kevlar because Wonderful's already got that op still.
They just can't refrag him.
Makaze's got a chance to make it happen, but with no armor, he's got to find them while they're busy, and that's exactly what happens. Kerrigan chucking nades up from lower tunnel.
They've lost sight of Long, but they also know they must be around here.
Wonderful could still save this. Miss shot.
That's a bad miss.
Down by half health, Jacob kills the M4. Oof. Another chance. This time it's Bit who gets the kill from down in CT spawn. And Rain's gonna find you in the nut. Oh my god. No.
He was just doing butterfly tricks, and some guy ran into him.
Terrorists win. Rain, what a ridiculous round from Rain.
Yeah.
Like that nasty opening kill, and then this? See ya.
He was just trying to rotate fast. What
Also,
in
Rain
the
was
world?
just running as well, so I feel, you know, yeah.
Oh man.
Sorry, Wonderful. Not your day.
I haven't seen someone get knifed like that. Yeah, no kidding. That was basically manslaughter with how unintentional it was.
He ran into my knife,
Yeah,
officer.
well, what was Your Honor? Yeah, I would have done it again, but it doesn't mean I would have meant to do it. What?
If anything, it was self-defense because of the jump scare.
Yeah.
Wonderful just turns that corner.
Like, what was he doing there?
Oh. Nade doesn't go deep enough to open it up, so Tunnels belongs to Navi at a minute.
Gotta be honest though, it's another bad miss from Wonderful. He could have stopped that long play.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's one thing like when you have bad misses, that usually means you're putting yourself in critical, good positions. Like you hit an easy shot, you win the round. That means you put yourself in a great position. That's kind of why it's standing out. So maybe the most backhanded compliment you could offer, but he's putting himself in great spots.
Now you just got to get that whole clicking down.
Yeah, exactly.
Easier said than done, of course, but some do make it look easier. Oh, that's a Kerrigan entry on Makaze, and Brokey bests bit as Rain falls in front of him.
And another simple as B split, no pressure at all. This is just an instant save call. Frozen's looking to punish butt. They're watching it. Okay.
Nothing will be free for Navi here.
Yeah, the hunt is on.
It's rabbit season. He knows exactly where Ema is, and the long players aren't covering it, but good on Ema to fight his way out. There's more where that one came from. Looks like 2 survive, and FaZe Clan go up 5-2 to the T side. Again, just really nice mid-split. It's not the same one that comes through lightning fast, but
Yeah.
Kerrigan getting that entry on Makaze, I mean, that's an instant kill from Kerrigan.
Yeah, it's an instant kill. It's also like, I don't think anyone's there to actually trade Kerrigan if he dies. He got in front of the Makaze Molly and just said like, I think I've got an opportunity. Oh, they're Molly missed in B as well.
Damn, and they still get away with it, huh?
Yeah, it's just, they're getting a lot of must-hit shots, and that's something that's been missing from FaZe lately.
Yeah, but you know the ripple effect of like a Brokey 1v3 like that. It's just gonna... Everybody on the rest of the TeamSpeak just wants to be him.
Yeah. Like Mike.
Two saved M4s coupled with an MP9. At least there's Kevlar all over this time. We saw last time the rifles get picked up by unarmored players and aim punch play a factor. Just looking for silver linings here as we hit round 8. Navi hit a brick wall. Another one for Frozen. You know, we go back to Mirage just very briefly. The majority of those rounds, you know, are by way of the force buys and the conversions that come with that. 8 rounds, half of them. Just because the pistols come together. In the gun rounds, FaZe are just better.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And so here we are yet again, 2 rounds on the scoreboard for Navi. It's the force buy win and the conversion after. They're going to catch him with the lower tunnel push at least, so suddenly this hit on A is going to feel a bit squeezed, but Brokey with a great adjustment.
Sharp.
In a millisecond, adjusts for Alexi. Kerrigan's going to hear the climb up from middle, but Bit's running around with the nade knife out. Like, the caution is just not there for Navi.
The awareness is not there.
Playing with blinders on.
They're so, like, unready for everything. It's true.
So FaZe just going to keep on racking up these rounds, and I mean...
Crazy. Dust 2's going to be a home map for them, huh? this
down
rate.
with that. Wasn't sure if they'd ever recover after losing it in Shanghai. Map 3 of the grand finals to Spirit.
Dude, Spirit were so lucky that game didn't go to OT.
If FaZe never played Dust 2 again, I would have understood. It just hit too close to the heart. But a 13-0 over top of ECSTATIC will get love back in action.
Yeah, you think that makes up for it?
No.
A little bit?
No. 113 zeros will never come close.
113-0. The rain quote. Just, we have to beat this team 10 times. That's why they're playing so hard versus Navi. It's all to make up for the Copenhagen major. It goes back even farther.
Well, FaZe Clan don't have a win over Navi in 2025.
There you go.
They've played twice, 2 best-of-3s, both the way of Navi. I mean, to be honest, FaZe just don't really have a lot of victories over
anyone,
I'm gonna say top 5 team, even though Navi are ranked 6th. Because they're like right on that brink.
Yeah.
You know, and victories over top 5 teams for FaZe have been very elusive this year.
Top 5 is just, it's not easy right now. You're getting victories versus top 5 teams. You're basically winning tournaments. You know.
It's like Vitality, Spirit, Maus, Mongols. You can choose your 5th, and we can argue about it. Like, Navi are right there, slotting in next behind.
Yeah.
And I round up.
Top 6 is the new top 5. I'm down.
That's what they all say. And by all, I mean me. You know damn well FaZe want back into that top 5 conversation because they're closer to 10. Maybe, just maybe, if we're lucky, they can touch number 1 again.
I mean, if they never win a series again, like, they actually won't make the major. This kind of feels like they're just going to get the VRS points one way or another, but it actually might be a problem for them.
Right. For FaZe? Are they really that far down?
I mean, it's just eventually if you never win again.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is they beat up plenty of the other teams.
Yeah.
It's just that top 5 team.
Yeah.
So this would be a good one. It would put everybody else on notice.
Mikaze
again trying, but the mid hold from Ema isn't holding back the other half of the mid split.
Oh, they keep getting away with it.
They
Very
run
nice.
on through. Now it is low health for majority of what's standing. You can definitely see the advantage that Navi have here. Ema, he's going in on his own. It's a wonderful to chuck flashes over, but Ema jumps in before anybody else can potentially trade. And then once the fire fades out, it's just the other 2 CTs left behind the doorway, frozen into the action. A Brokey window push with op in smoke.
You can hear him.
Ah! You better run. You better run and hide and cry into your pillow. Mom, FaZe Clan are back! And that's a problem for everyone.
We'll be talking about their Dust 2 going into playoffs if they pull this off just as convincingly. They're going 1-for-1 on every B trade right now.
Sir.
I guess it's 2 just for Mikaze, but there's technically never been like an overwhelmingly successful hold, and there hasn't been a single time where they got stopped in mid, right? No one has, from the A site, ever stopped them on the split from middle.
The one thing that slowed them down the most was when Ema body blocked one of the smokes that was thrown from outside tunnels. That's when Kerrigan had to slow it down, but he still comes through with the insta-kill on Mikaze.
Yeah.
So, like...
They've mollied themselves inside of tunnels and won.
I'm not laughing at Navi, I'm laughing with FaZe. They're having a field day with this one. Frozen top in the charts. You got Rain up there. You know, this is that formula we were talking about before Mirage happened, where like Jacob's not supposed to come in and be this massive carry. He's supposed to create the space for the rest of FaZe to dominate. That's what we're getting on Dust 2. And
on Dust 2, yeah.
Did versus ECSTATIC. You know, hell, anytime he can offer kills like he did on Mirage, great.
Yeah, he's playing connector on Mirage, and he did a great job.
But this time he's gone down, and Dust 2 seems to be a bit more of a struggle. Finally, the mid-hold coming together for Navi. But what if they throw away the 2v5, huh? How about that? Missed chance for Brokey to collect another inside sight. Frozen a little late to join forces, but they've still got 45 seconds.
And they've got to fan back out to A slightly. This is the first time they've stopped that mid play. At least they stopped it from within the doors, too.
To smoke at 40.
I'll tell you right now, there's just no way that FaZe can win this round.
No way?
No way.
Jose?
This had to be the Mount Rushmore of mistakes here.
They've left Bit alone in B.
They did, actually.
If they trade Bit on B, there's also nobody to hold the cross. They are so certain that this is A. If Bit goes down and 2 players survive, this 2v5 is on. Frozen jumps up. Okay. Alexi through the doorways here to hold it back, and my snake oil, I'm not selling.
Yeah, he was alone, for sure. He was very alone for a second.
3rd round for Navi at the tail end of this T side. Puts an end to the 6-round streak from FaZe Clan. And finally the mid holds.
Nice adjustment by Bit. Man, FaZe are playing some really repetitive CS, and it's actually worked in both T-Hab so far, but like, that's not something I'm used to seeing, actually. Oh, the turnaround from Jacob. Wow. Damn. How does he get away with that? 1 health. So barely is the answer. That'll be enough leverage.
Man, FaZe Clan are really playing quite some repetitive CS, and that's not really something I'm used to seeing.
Is this the Department of Redundancy Department?
Let's see if Jacob can move it up long. He's on the corner, and we've still got an active move from Navi through the tunnels, which has actually boded quite well from them before. They do keep catching this box climb up, maybe due to the repetition. The timing here has been good multiple times, but timing might be good. The shot, not so much. Ime trying to hold on to the long control as Jacob sits on 1 health. 1 measly point of health.
They just gotta wait for the cat players to get up before they even start scaling.
And
only thing is they wish they had the bomb over there.
They're inbound. Incendiary in front of it. Op finds its mark. Good on Wonderful to lay down that line. Oh, but Brokey catches Emen, so A-Site cracked wide open.
Oh, how did Wonderful just die right there? That must have been a nut shot out of rain.
Flies
over
up
top
cat.
Of default, yeah. Oh, maybe he just backed up.
Yeah, looks like he did, right? Put his head over top of that small box.
Actually, yeah, looks like because the molly, maybe he just thought the rest are at long. I don't know. So, Jacob's 1 HP kill on Alexi B on long allows the split to come in. And that's been the tale of the tape. It's just important kills that are being... They're either being gotten right away or within 1 trade every single round for FaZe.
I thought the tunnels flank was going to work out again.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a little unlucky, I'd say, for sure, for Navi. Like, 2 players are jumping up. One can't really cover the other, but just because of the timing.
Terrorists win.
Okay. Was that Jacob dying with 1 HP in mid?
Yeah, he was along the back wall of long.
I didn't realize he took any damage from there. Not even 1.
Well, they just changed the radius. They changed the radius on Dust 2 recently. I remember Swisher had a tweet about it.
Can't stand anywhere with 1 HP.
You also can't stand behind car on B site to the default plant now, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Brokey's... Oh, I thought he missed that. My God.
Yeah.
Jacob's in front of this. He's going through it with the bomb.
Oh, that's not ideal.
And he's killing everybody.
Yeah, for better or for worse. And Makaze on car. Kerrigan again through middle. Luckily this time, second layer from window, and Ime holds it back because these B splits have been real successful, but in the final round of play here for Navi's CT side, they put an end to the shenanigans. Place your bets, folks. Another Brokey 1v3?
I guess it wouldn't be his first today. I've seen you win these rings more true now than ever.
She goes down. Makaze holds the line thanks to Ime. Not this time, Kerrigan. Is 4 enough? The question. Can Navi finally win a pistol in this series?
This is Pot Noodle Instant Recall. I've got the fastest man in the world, Torshi, alongside me from Mouse. We're gonna be making a little pot noodle treat. While the kettle boils, I have a clip loaded up and ready to go. We're gonna watch that. And then during the 2 minutes that we're making this steamed perfection of noodles, I'm gonna ask you questions about it. Is that good, Torshi?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right then, play the clip. I'll boil the kettle. Let's go.
ZywOo missed chance. Apex drawn out, in with another kill. ZywOo traded back. Cadian, the one-man army. 2 kills already to his name. 3 kills already claimed. And a 4th could be had.
Okay.
Oh my God! Cadian from start to finish with bomb. But here comes Debris. Quietly, creeping, lurking. And Cadian saw a sliver. Oh my God! Oh.
Damn. So we're gonna come in with our water. Okay, Torshi, the pot noodles are on. You have 2 minutes to get through these questions from the clip we just watched. What map was it on?
New B-side.
Yeah, there you go, we're starting strong. What was the score at the beginning of the clip?
9-12.
Oh, he nailed it, okay. Who was Cadian's first kill on?
ZywOo.
Who was his last kill on?
Dupree.
Oh my God, dude. What orb skin did he have?
Asimov.
Oh, you're off on that. You're off. Off? Yeah, not the Asimov. What year was that highlight from?
2023.
Yeah, you know that because Sphinx was still there.
Sphinx invited you, yeah.
How much time was left when he planted the bomb?
It was like 6 or 7 seconds.
What was the heroic roster at the time of that clip?
Shush, Stan, Cadian, Yabi.
It's always the 5th one. Come on. TeSS, yes, he's done it, he's done it.
Yeah.
Who won that series?
I guess Heroic won after that 1-on-5.
Nah, it's Vitality.
Vitality won?
How many 1v5s has Cadian had in his career?
I know 2.
Yeah, you nailed it, 2. What orb skin did he have? Come on.
It was something
kind of orange looking. There's the
it's the
hint,
Hydra.
bro. Yes, bro. Desert Hydra. There you go, bro. That feels like long enough for these pot noodles to be about done. That's what good noodles sound like right there. Give this a nice little mix. Dude, we're watching Torshi get defeated by the sauce, man. This can't be
No, the sauce.
You want to cheers them? Can you cheers noodles?
Cheers.
Like, yeah. Thank you. This was Pot Noodle Instant Recall, and we just had a great time, and now we're gonna have some great noodles.
Couple rounds for the road there for Navi, but unfortunately for them, it's only 4 on the half.
Yeah, 4 on the half, and can we say an impressive 4? I mean, slightly. It felt like they scrambled to get them. They were.
You can say whatever you want. Say what you need.
Oh yeah, it's not that impressive.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like the rounds that FaZe lost were basically the ones where their B split didn't really work.
Yeah.
I don't think they even really cared, to be honest.
No.
The way that those went down, I think they're quite happy to have gotten 8 rounds, basically doing the same thing 90% of the time. So that's a successful half. They do it without converting after the pistol. Hey, if Navi can win a pistol or deny that conversion again, maybe they can make FaZe pay for it. But for now, it's not them smiling ear to ear. On the upper B push looks good. Imma's got to get the kill. Oh, and Imma gets smoked. And now, and in this spot, Navi are not in a position to actually exec quickly, which makes it very awkward.
Looking for the 4th pistol round win of the series here, FaZe. Flash is well-timed at least. Jacob under... Oh! That's what you're looking for.
What pressure?
Great question. Towards long, Kerrigan goes down with nothing. And because there was a Molotov kill in the middle of all that as well. Hey, Bit goes for the reload.
Could have reloaded on the way, maybe.
Allows players in, but that fresh magazine only good for the 2 bullets that end up flying out. Alexi,
oh, he's jumping!
Jumping USB!
He was jumping!
He's jumping.
Come on!
That's just some FaZe shit, ain't it?
No, it really is. Jumping, 1v1 USP. Kukli style.
Man. There's been some real FaZe antics going on
That was a nice 2K from Jacob. Got to give it to him. Oh, come on now.
Wow.
Come on now.
Wow. Exactly. I love Kerrigan. All right. Now, for the 4th time, will Navi win?
For the 4th and final time, ladies and gentlemen.
Will they? Will they win
the Eco?
The force buy after losing pistol. For the 4th time. It can't happen 4 times, surely.
Things happen in 3s. I'll
Right?
give you that.
No, but the AK's coming.
It's not going to happen.
Frozen's going to put that smoke down to play within. Kerrigan trying to run on over. Flat left to its own devices. Nice hold. There's another M4 underneath Frozen, and Kerrigan just charges straight on in. Hello. Here to help. Alexi B sent down into the lower tunnels with nothing, and so it's not the better of the weapons that is still standing. It's the least of FaZe's worries.
That's Lurk shut down. Split shut down.
Navi shut down.
Navi shut down.
But hey, looking for a bomb point, it's Alexi B. Could be there. Jacob gonna try to hold it, and Jacob's gonna get another one for the road. My God, 4 pistol rounds into this game, and FaZe have finally converted.
They won 2 straight off a pistol. Look at that. I don't know what's more impressive, doing that or winning all those pistols in the first place.
A little bit of both. It's funny to see Kerrigan still just playing with this tempo, the same speed that gets him into the T-side mid entries, running through the door now to help out Frozen. Kerrigan's just on he's on skis tonight. Makaze's still playing well considering the scoreline, but it's not quite as lights out as it was over on Mirage. And I'm not even trying to throw him under the bus because that was such a impressive performance that like it was always going to be difficult to replicate. Brokey also hasn't gone as insane as he did on Mirage. But the problem here for Navi is nobody else has stepped up in that gap. Well, everybody's coming together on FaZe Clan for this comfortable 6-round lead. Unfortunately, looking like Navi are going to fizzle out, and that FaZe Clan will lock in playoffs.
Yeah, I'd love to definitely, I mean, I'd love to look at multi-kills. You know, you brought it up as a joke with Wonderful, but seriously, how many players on Navi have gotten multi-kills in this series? It feels like that's what has made it the biggest difference is every site trade has been 1-for-1.
Feels like Makaze and Ima might actually be the only players on that list.
And Ima only on this map. Wow, nice shot.
But maybe there's still a chance. Eagle's coming wide. Uh-oh, that won't help.
That's a multi.
There's uproar from within Navi. A betrayal on the cat swing as we go 11-4 map 2, and what was supposed to be the tightest match of the day, the back and forth 3-map barn burner extravaganza, turning into a FaZe Clan whooping.
Turning into a FaZe Clan whooping. At least you walk away with this. FaZe are looking exactly how people want them to. They're showing tons of potential. They're showing a map pool that's very interesting with how strong they are out on Dust 2.
Yes, sir.
There are plenty of positive signs. I was hoping to see 3 maps so we could say good things about both teams, but this game has been pretty damn negative for Navi. There's maybe a small window of time where they can pull this back, but it's seeming more and more bleak as time goes on. 11-4.
What's fun about this, I'll save it for a pistol. Because if there's a chance at the Navi comeback, it's got to be right here, right now. And they do get up catwalk, slowly but surely.
Can't afford stuff like that right now. Yeah, like FaZe get to have their cake and eat it too. They've got a 4-player lean. They have vision on mid. They'll at least refresh the smokes here. Brokey's opting from behind. No one to spot just yet. Oh, God. Another
one.
team kill.
Not ideal.
Oh, so not ideal.
No window challenge, but Rain has no support. I mean, this has got Navi written all over it.
It's actually kind of crazy that they aren't coming to help him at all, but okay.
We're going to find him at the backside, and so Navi have got themselves a little runway here on Dust 2, and I mean it when I say little.
Kerrigan saw 3 people, and they just didn't even think to come. They just thought it was going to be a fake, I guess.
Wrong.
Wrong. Wrong. Very wrong. Couldn't have been more wrong, actually. All right, that's something. They can mid B as well.
You know, just because the lead is still so big, I'll talk about the hypothetical of what FaZe earned with this victory.
Yeah, go for it.
First of all, playoffs in London is huge, right? Another chance to play on a stage, and we don't know if they'll go to quarters or if they'll go to semis because they'll still get a chance to swing at Vitality on Monday at noon. And that game for semis or quarters, I think that's a perfect chance for a FaZe that's on a come-up trying to implement a new player to just get a chance at, you know, like we said, these elusive top 5 victories. You get a weaker-looking Vitality in a game that both teams have qualified for playoffs. It's much like the 3rd, 4th place decider back at EWC, where I feel like Falcons wanted that so badly. They get it over Vitality when they have also kind of struggled in that department. This would be great. It's just FaZe with like a little sigh of relief. We just dispatch of Navi 2-0. Everything looks good. You're bringing in some classic FaZe X Factor. And worst case, you lose to Vitality Monday. You get to play quarters in an arena.
Yeah, I'm with it. I mean, unfortunately for Vitality right now, the form's in a position where teams that are trending up even slightly are really just taking advantage of those.
I mean, we're talking about a Vitality that has a map loss to M80 and a map loss to GamerLegion in the last 48 hours. Are you telling me FaZe don't have a chance at winning that?
They absolutely do.
So, not only do they have a chance, they would really benefit from it to just kind of streamline this return to the top 5. And I don't mean to be dismissive of Navi in this moment, but as you can see, another 5v4 to FaZe as FaZe Clan continue to just make these opening moves and walk away with better positions.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately, what we're seeing with Navi right now is like pre-player break 2024 type of form.
Good shot, wonderful. Oh, better shot, Alexi.
That helps.
Breaking down the doors of the B site, Rains on the recovery. He hears Ema stomping his way around the car. The support from Tunnels comes through. And the mid players were a little late to that party. You know, we'd seen Kerrigan come flying through previously. This time he waits a second. And with the door smoke busted open, both players to the right side won't stop the bomb because Ima's got the cover. It's a chance for Jacob to shine in a clutch, but the coverage comes through from Bit on an op, and Navi win a 4v5.
Hey, not too bad. Great. I mean, that was a great attempt on the hold from Rain. I love the way he used the flash. It was so shallow. It was understanding that they were going to expand on the site, not just going into the tunnels and peeking. And from the 4v5, hard shots. Nice one from Wonderful. Good to see a flick coming in. And they're getting the entries and opening up the B site just like FaZe did to them.
Scouting pistols here for FaZe. Navi have earned themselves a conversation here in the series.
Rounds like this will not be free. They've got to stay tight.
Ema keeping it shallow and suicide. Kerrigan's P250 on site. Cleared out.
Oh, wow. Great shot, Jacob.
All right. We got Ema locked outside of the doorway, so they'll just try to dogpile this fight. Oof. Nice burst from Ema to clean up 3. Frozen should catch him from spawn, though. And so AK to be grabbed here for Frozen. Little boost to the cash. You done, Ema? You done?
Yeah, he's done. Electrocuted. That's good. They did keep it tight here. I like that they went fast up long. They saw the mid retake and decided to just go. Hey, all things considered, numerically, close game now. Closer game, at least.
Terrorists win.
It's got to keep it in their minds that it's only 2 or 3 rifle rounds, something like that. It just doesn't feel like a comeback's happening because we haven't seen an awe-inspiring attack here on the T side from them, but just into the abyss.
Okay.
Went to see the 4 kings right there.
Came back in one piece. You know, maybe not anything awe-inspiring, but that 4v5 takeout through tunnels.
Yeah, it was good.
That's a great sign for Navi, and now it's just a 4-round gap. So I was trying to romanticize what would be achieved by the FaZe win, but now we've got to sit up straight because Navi are whittling away at the lead. It's the longest streak of rounds that they have had on this map. Currently sitting on 3. FaZe Clan shelled up slightly this time. B-site's down to a smoke.
Well, CS2's short history. They are the team that is the best at playing from behind and still closing out games. Coming from nowhere.
Sudden pop into the site though. Rain from Clark.
Flash.
Oh, that was his teammate's flash, but he still at least gets 1 frag. Alexi and Wonderful with a triple between them. That slice up through the B site, reminiscent of the mid to Bs that were costing Navi on their defense.
That frozen flash was ludicrous. How can you do that with your teammate playing car? I mean, like, Rain still gets a kill, but it's
fully blind.
It's insane to drop it there.
And Alexi B double kill up through middle. Navi a mere 3 rounds away. They've got money for days.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, that flash right there, blinding Rain.
That's just absolutely insane. It's not like Rain just ran into the site and then just decided to pick that spot.
So the question is, how do they get ahead of this? I feel like all the players got the same gift bag while they were in Riyadh because I see them all drinking now from matching bottles.
Okay.
They have matching water bottles.
It's because they're big babies.
Rain just... just food for thought. Everybody loves free stuff, I guess. And no rounds.
Jealous.
Nope. No, I don't want a water bottle. No rounds are coming for free. They didn't put those in the gift bags.
Okay. So it's looking a lot better. I wouldn't say I'm totally convinced here, but those were 2 fairly decisive B-side takes. Okay. Not too shabby here, Navi.
Not
bad. It's come out long, but there are 3 CTs here. One more flash, it gets awkward, but instead it's just Bit getting caught as he tries to go deep for that frag.
Man, no help.
It really felt like he thought there was only one there.
And the one was in pit.
And the one was in pit. But now it's a tough situation.
That looming threat of the mid to Bs has got to be on Kerrigan's mind.
Oh, this call, is this where the map point goes? We'll see. It's not, wouldn't be the first 4v5 Navi could pull off.
We've all got a fresh Brokey performance on our minds, but smoked off his angles. Oh, wild blind.
Okay.
Down goes Mikaze, down goes Alexi. 2 versus 5 demanded here of Navi, or FaZe have finally gotten themselves to that 12th. This streak of rounds to come to a close unless B players to climb up Xbox. Wonderful looking for the long kill. Kerrigan still floating down in his spawn, and Brokey yet to find his angle. Well timed from Ime. Wonderful's picked one up as well. They've got separate duels on both sides of the site, and now Wonderful in a pinch. The Cat player goes down, Tech9's out. This would be a chance to shut us up. Come on, Wonderful, 2 to go. Off in front of a Bested. There it is. Finalizes the 2v5.
Of all the miracles we've seen in this match, Wonderful cast the most amazing one.
That's the round he waits for. One more bullet on Kerrigan needed because he hit him with the dink before diving into cover. Massive clutch here from Navi.
A 2-on-5 retake with all the HP that they need. FaZe have the easiest possible situation. Wonderful stuffs it. This round wasn't decisive from Navi, but it's the X factor that gets them through. That's something that we wanted so desperately for them throughout this entire series so far. The B-site hits got them to this point. Now the individual plays are doing a little extra, and now it's starting to feel more like an actual comeback. Wonderful, welcome to the game.
Tagged by a scout in the follow-up.
Yeah,
you can see FaZe desperate wiggling here with this kind of a buy.
And even still, I mean, yeah, it ruins their... Navi got to be careful, man, because that round was just not close at all. In fact, it was a really poor start. They were very close to just throwing it all away just now.
Double for Frozen, not bad.
Yeah, it's a 3v3 now. Scout's still up as well. They've got to be careful. Makaze's on a lurk lower. He's got mid control, which is good, but two players on long are going to be kind of scared.
Kerrigan on his own, though. Long players actually do remain hesitant at 45 seconds.
Yeah.
They're going back. Brokey could damn well find the angle to top middle.
They're kind of looking for him, too.
He is going to find it with the tag as well, and the headshot.
Bomb down, top of cat.
Draws Makaze back to go grab it.
Oh, are they going for a late upper tunnels push? That could be the move, but even better from Navi, they just move fast towards A. It's the right call.
Kerrigan sitting into the site. Molly's going to go down to spawn. Wonderful crawling upwards. He's going to find him sitting duck inside sight. Wonderful makes this one look easy suddenly. Navi getting away from that scout in middle.
I mean, I love the way that they just played it. Good gun here picked up now for Jacob. Wonderful. Should be easy peasy.
Nicely done, but Brokey trades.
He doesn't even... Oh, he gets the AK.
Kaze gets off into the corner. He could try to strike with the nade over top. And yeah, he'll swing out as the approach comes through. Single player left over after the scout and Deagles nearly robbed that.
It's a great call. After Brokey gets his kill at top mid, they just go right for the A play. They know it's too leaned over that way. They don't wait for anything like the tunnels up or re-aggression. I mean, they call a read on the setup perfectly. It could have been both those guys just coming out of B into CT spot and helping Kerrigan out. So, nice recovery. Excellent recovery.
Jacob swings, Frozen right behind him. Confident on the play, but here to the B site they'll go yet again. Rain's gonna catch Ime. A late arrival here from Makaze, but a great swing into Car. And they'll find this vacant B bomb site. But the Cat players could still find the couple of kills that remain in mid. Makaze is gonna find Kerrigan. If the mid kills are theirs for the taking, that's one thing, but Brokey finds himself alone. And Navi will continue this streak to 7 rounds straight. Unless they throw this into Brokey's hands, because now that B site suddenly looks a little bit better. He's got time if he wanted to go.
Wait, he knows he's up here. Is he gonna read this one-on-one now?
No way,
He's
Brokey.
actually giving himself a chance.
A frag into the boost. It's a missed shot, but now suddenly over towards tunnels. It's a jiggle here from Akaze. Fire on his feet. Brokey in through the window. He hears him, and the ball's not planted, and Brokey's on top of it. And you thought the first 1v3 was something, but this is even better, because a gun punch for Navi. The streak comes to an end off that.
He went back to check for Wonderful, who needed to get involved in this. The Molly is the only response Makaze has because he's standing behind one himself.
He's got plot armor standing in between two pieces of flames.
The utility is great. The retake's unbelievable. That's an impossible round to win. Another one, in fact, for Brokey.
I mean, he's back. He's dead to rights this round. If he gets this kill.
I mean, he's got to be dead, right? Oh, he's actually got an escape route.
He's gone, man.
They're gonna walk through it. Are they gonna walk through it? The bomb is not in a position to go, though.
Of all the rounds to lose.
That's crazy, man. This is supposed to be 11-11, 100%.
Wonderful finds Kerrigan at the very least. Brokey gonna sit on that A site.
There's 3 people in B, though, as they try to go for this split. Are they gonna fall for this?
How many times have Navi pulled off the B round? They have never found 3 defenders hard dedicated to the site. And while Frozen takes the first duel, that's a name you'd expect. It's Jacob's addition to this bomb site. This would send Navi into the Shadow Realm.
They're coming. They're still coming.
I mean, it is depression on the other side that you don't make this comeback happen. And now Frozen cleared off. Jacob pops up. Navi go down.
No way.
FaZe Clan shut it out 2-0, and they need this. The all-elusive victories just trying to swing their name into top 5 as quick as they can. A BO3 win over Navi for the first time in 2025, and FaZe Clan where they belong. Playoffs.
FaZe book their ticket to London, and they do so in style. I am almost speechless, Maui. That is such a FaZe way to be able to close out the map and subsequently close out the series.
I can't believe it. I can't believe Brokey continues to do the impossible there. That clutch that he pulled off, how was it planted behind double?
Oh my God.
How does he find the timing? How does he throw his perfect molly? Everything he did in that situation was, you couldn't have scripted it better. He knew everything that was going to happen before it did.
The last 4 or 5 rounds of that game really kept us on our toes. There's so many weird situations, but the last round, Navi, come on. Why is it going so slow?
The trading was so, the spacing was so,
it was awful.
Segmented. It was so stringy. Where was the flash over? Oh my gosh.
There were so many things in that round that just were not on par how we should be playing it.
No, no, they lost their composure. I lost mine.
But we did find Wonderful at the end, though. That was the good kid. We did find Wonderful, actually.
Yeah, should we just run through this round one more time? This is mental.
This is just so stringy. I mean, they had a guy die maybe 3 seconds before this. Then they're going to try to peek in through door. Like, in an online game, in a boot camp, I wouldn't expect Navi to have difficulty. Sure, the ending crunch actually is probably as good as it gets, but they've already lost 2 in the making. That just feels so un-Navi-like. On the other hand, great call from FaZe. I mean, to ever call for a 3B stack right there, that was the ace in the hole for them that really secured the round, even if the spacing probably was a little bit better.
There's just a lack of offering off utility whenever that one was going. They did get the first gun. Obviously, they could not know that FaZe had stacked and had Jacob hiding by car, but it was still the fact that Frozen managed to, first of all, get the first frag and then just stay alive waiting for a guy coming from tunnel. And you're like, no one's coming. All right, I'm just going to peek window once more. Okay, find another one. And then they're like starting pulling up Molotovs. It just goes so slow. Like, even if they wouldn't have been 3 guys, they would have been so much worried for someone flanking them fast. You know, like, it just went way too slow.
What do you reckon Navi was saying in that moment? I'm sure you've been in situations like that where it's like, okay, do we have the correct read? Like, maybe they're anticipating that there's more players than they expected coming into that bomb site. Like, what do you think was getting so convoluted there?
I think it's probably because they got the kill towards A, and they probably thought, okay, there's only 2 guys A at best right now. So, I mean, either way, I mean, they probably were kind of considering other mid-round possibilities there. Maybe just send one guy. And then when he found that the setup was just Frozen's at window and the other guy's car, then they probably think, okay, we know exactly how to crunch this bomb site anyways. But they never knew about Jacob.
Yeah, that could be like multiple scenarios. Like, obviously, it would have been nice to have been inside the TeamSpeak of Navi that given moment, so we could have like a better idea. But like just from the outset, it just went too slow. And sure, I think there could be a case that they actually killed Kerrigan and they were like, maybe we should actually go back to A. But then they find themselves with the smoke fading and maybe we cannot go back now, and you know, they were just like so in between that they actually have to go with some kind of bad decision.
Well, you mentioned TeamSpeak. Production have done us a solid, and we do have a mic'd up moment from that Brokey clutch.
Casa was winning.
Got it?
Nice, bro.
There's no fucking
shit,
way, bro.
Nice!
Fucking
It's Elvis, bro.
Oh, the fuck,
You take
bro.
those,
God,
you take those.
Jesus blessed us. Jesus can't believe it themselves. There's so many things in that round that just goes his way. But the fact is that obviously he finds Wonderful mid. Wonderful has to kind of go for a play because, I mean, he's in a position where he needs to go and try and help out his teammate. Like, he cannot stay there for too long, and Brokey just understands and waits it out for a little bit, and then immediately analyzes that he doesn't have a kit, asks for it straight away because he feels, okay, now I have my chance. And the fact that when he drops that molly into tunnels and the other molly flies in and he realizes, oh, the bomb is playing behind box, I just get to stick it and it doesn't spread. Then he's like, I can't believe it.
I understand what Donkin's way we're talking about now. I know why they were saying that stuff about Makaze. That was Makaze, right? In the way?
It was. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Maybe Donkin's way had a point. After
I was gonna say
Makaze had a great series.
Yeah.
Okay? So one little error like that is not going to undo how ridiculously much of a carry he was on Mirage.
No, 100%. Lovely bit of info from Rain as well, right at the beginning of the clutch too, just saying like, hey, saw Makaze window. I guess that gives you some info to be working with for you know, Brokey heading into that one with all the utility at play as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, Makaze could have swung and done something different. And I mean, I think the idea that he had of doing the molly, let's just be honest, like, if the molly would have landed maybe an edge more to the left or just a little bit different, it would have spread behind the box. And, you know, that's just a little bit unfortunate. I think he probably expected that the molly had actually spread, so he was also probably quite surprised that he actually didn't win the round. I mean, as we talked about, Makaze did have a great series, specifically on Mirage, where he really pulled through, but also on Dust 2, like, he had a lot of good openings, and I think that Makaze has been the standout player for Navi for maybe not only this series, but also the one we saw previously.
I legitimately just feel bad for Makaze.
Yeah.
I mean, Mirage, his team let him down. Sure, yes, he missed one molly. I'm also wondering, what, like, that's the worst possible plant for playing tunnels too. Like that plant too also just kind of threw me for a whirl too. Like, it couldn't have been in any worse of a spot for him to throw a Molotov at that late in the round too.
Nah, he could definitely have planted somewhere else in that case, but I mean, that's just how we can couch.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's easy to just say that, but
you've got to have those reactions at the moment. That comes with time and with experience, of course. Not the end of the road for Navi either. They will have another chance to be going through that lower bracket to potentially make it to playoffs. But I'm just going to go full bias here. I'm so happy that we get to see FaZe back in a playoffs, particularly if Brokey is going to be playing like that on stage. That's the FaZe I want to see back.
Simple who? I mean, Brokey was unbelievable today. I mean, I feel like ever since they re-included him into FaZe, he's just been powering back up. Definitely looked like he was a little bit more composed when he first got onto the team, just kind of making sure that he can lightly limit tests, but never really throwing rounds too crazily. Today, it just felt like it was vintage prime Brokey. Like, every single play he wanted to make was working out. Almost. And then also he was having those incredible clutch moments, like the one on Mirage at Top Con, and then the one obviously we just watched back.
I think the clutch is the one that stands out the most to me, because it's like every time he finds himself in these type of scenarios, there's always just hope. And I think he knows there's hope, the team knows there's hope. He's just going to go for it. And if he doesn't win it, that doesn't matter. Maybe he's going to win the next or the second one. So it's just great to have this type of player. And it's good to see him unleashed in that way, because that is when he's playing his best game.
And that's the thing. That's why I'm so happy that he's kind of been brought back into the fray, and he was, you know, having a little bit of that extended period off. Like, sometimes you've got to recognize yourself when you just need a moment to be mentally, physically resetting. So really glad that paid off for Brokey. Speaking of paying off, though, I believe yesterday on NovaShots.io, we did indeed be buying into some of those FaZe stocks, right? So I think our wonderful stage manager, Jonathan, has sold some of those for us. So we have some more credits to be playing with. Should we look at where FaZe and NAVI are kind of standing now in this one? Because this is updated live.
Oh yeah,
by
this
the
looks
way.
pretty healthy now.
Yeah,
I think we
got some bank to be worth.
Must have been a good investment on FaZe since they now managed to clinch the
Great shout.
What do you think?
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, I mean, I think Spirit and
look how low FaZe is right now.
Yeah. Who by FaZe? Yeah, but they're not playing.
That's true. Okay, yeah,
right. Let's go for one of the games tomorrow. Let's just dive straight into. Let's go for G2. Who's G2 playing? We have covering this one. G2 versus
Mouse.
Thank you so much.
You think they're gonna be Mouse?
You know,
maybe we go for Mouse.
We should go Mouse.
Okay.
Because I feel like Mouse is. They should be beating G2, and Mouse has been looking. I wouldn't say bad, but Mouse hasn't been looking as good as they can. So. Notoriously, I think their stock is at a point where it makes sense to go for a little bit, because tomorrow they will win.
Well, it's absolutely free for you guys to be playing on at home as well. If you sign up now, you get some credits to be playing with. Make sure you head on over to novashots.io. Maybe tweet us some of your decisions that you make over there. Either way, we do get to see FaZe playing one more game here. Guaranteed spot in the playoffs, of course. They do take on Vitality in that upper bracket final to see who'll be heading forward to semis. So, yeah, that's going to be an exciting game that goes down on Monday, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll have a lot of exciting games going on. You know, I'm all in for the teams that has been showing up today, and obviously Vitality. You know, yeah, I mean Vitality moving on. That's great.
Either way, we do have a Jacob on the line. First time I've got to speak to you, so massive congratulations. Tell me what's going through your head knowing that you're making it to your first Tier 1 playoffs in London.
Thank you. It's kind of crazy. Feeling really well right now, so...
How's it been to come into this team of FaZe? You know, there's probably a lot of people that has a lot of expectations when you join a team like FaZe, and I feel like you looked way more comfortable today than you did in your first game. So how was it to play today?
So I feel kind of uncomfy right now still, but you know, coming from tier 3 to tier 1, it's very hard. My hands are shaking during the game.
So what do you think? What's it like now working with Kerrigan and Neo? I mean, they're legendary figures. I'm sure they're helping you along right now. What kind of guidance have they already provided you?
It's very cool. You see the experience. You see the difference of the levels from tier 3 to tier 1. It's very big.
One more.
Like all these things.
Oh yeah. Well, one more question that I have is just what was it like to even get the call? How did it feel when they said, "Hey, FaZe Clan wants you"?
I had mixed feelings because I was kind of happy, but I felt totally not ready for tier 1. You know, I wasn't happy that much.
Do you think you're going to be doing anything to get ready for a big stage as well? Because you're guaranteed to be playing at least the quarterfinals. Are you going to be working with any of the team to get you ready for playing in front of a crowd?
Yeah.
Anybody specifically you think is going to be helping you with that? You think it's been more Kerrigan, Neo, anybody else in the team?
Yeah, probably most of them.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Jacob. Congratulations on making it through to your first ever playoffs. We'll be seeing you in that seeding game on Monday versus Vitality as well.
You played great today.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff from Jacob. Great for him to kind of punctuate the ending as well of that map by getting a couple of kills under his belt too. So this has been quite a stark shift from what we saw in that first game versus today versus NAVI, who is a different kettle of fish when we're comparing them to ECSTATIC, right?
Without a doubt. The Mirage that he had was easily the best of the, 5 maps I've seen now of FaZe. I mean, for sure, that one really kind of, he was in the background more or less for the yesterday victory or the last victory. Today, he was at the forefront. Him and Brokey both combined to really actually stop a Navi team who is so formidable. Like, I don't think people even maybe understand, like, taking down Navi on Mirage and reading what they're doing on their offense, getting the better of them, peeking around connector, that's a world-class offense that you are really actually tearing apart. So I'd give a lot of credit to him with how he played on that first map for sure.
It was very impressive. I think for FaZe overall, this victory was very important for them. Like, at least they have something going their way. Now they make it to playoffs. They are in a situation where they feel, okay, this has actually been some sort of an improvement. We have seen FaZe at playoffs before. Obviously, they still have a lot to go. But overall, it's a great showing and definitely happy for them.
We did mention ECSTATIC as FaZe's first opponent. Unfortunately, they did get eliminated earlier on today as well, Maui, and you didn't even get to see Train. That's what you wanted to see, didn't you?
It was map 3.
Yeah, didn't we get there?
But we only got 2 maps in the first series of the day. I'm still glad that Fnatic was able to take it, though. I mean, this pop-off from Cypher was something that I would love if he was able to bring it to London. Still a long road for him and the rest of the Fnatic boys. But unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to an ECSTATIC team that wasn't able to really bring their best at this event, with the exception of, I would say, 1 map.
And then moving into game number 2 of the day, we did have M80 taking on Virtus.pro, a game that many people probably expected Virtus.pro to clinch with, specifically with the names, and that didn't go the way. M80, they just definitely did decide to fire back, and with the breaking news of Electronic being benched directly after, which kind of blew everything apart.
Ouch.
Okay, it maybe needed to happen. Okay, all right, yeah. Third game of the day, we had GamerLegion versus Vitality. I got to give some props to a couple guys on GamerLegion. I thought the game planning on Inferno was fantastic from ZTR and Ash. I thought Kersey actually showed me a lot as an individual, and I'd say all of the riflers had great moments, but Vitality were able to prevail as expected.
Yeah, that does set up GamerLegion taking on Fnatic, and where one of the Brits will sadly get eliminated, one will progress onwards to potentially make it through to those London playoffs. But yeah, this is exactly how Group A has been setting up. I don't feel like, maybe other than the NAVI FaZe game that we just saw, not too many upsets going down. NAVI does have another chance in that lower bracket though, versus M80, which surely, Maui, I'm sorry to say it to your NA boys, surely.
Wow. Okay.
That's where they're going to get over the line.
What kind of run is this for M80? You got Vitality first, VP second,
cool.
Navi third. What is this gauntlet? Like, what, you think you get some reprieve? Throw me a darn GamerLegion bone over here. Like, what is this?
But then again, VP has not been looking that great. That is actually an opponent that you feel like you can overcome, which they did,
thankfully.
And now they go up against a Navi that is also limping a little bit. So there's the case.
Okay.
That is, of course, going to be going down on Sunday. But let's take a look at tomorrow's games. 4 more best of 3s coming your way. We got some quite tasty treats, particularly when we're looking at the later games in the evening. I'm very excited to see G2 taking on Mouse, because G2, like, credit where credit is due. Like, of course, with the removal of some of the star power in the first half of the season, fair play to G2. They've seemed pretty resilient throughout it.
Every game I watch from G2, I feel like the T side from Hunter is getting a little bit better, and the personnel that they've recruited and Matisse has really been shining too. Heavy God has just been such a rising star himself. Yeah, I want to see if they can put a dent into Mouse, who clearly are still going to be the favorites.
Yeah, there's a lot of good storylines in that one, so looking forward to that one too. But obviously also the later game of Spirit versus Furia, a game that Furia is going to be having a hard time clinching out. But I'm just always excited to see Spirit play, because we have Dunk on the server, and that's always in for a good treat, right?
Today only marks a halfway point throughout the online qualifiers for the playoffs of Blast Open London, and by God, things are truly heating up. Dupree, how do I say good night in Danish?
Godnat, og tak for i dag.
Good night.
That was pretty good.